Chapter 1. Wish of Immortality. Somewhere on Earth, inside a spacious room full of high-tech medical equipment. Right in the center of this room was a high-tech hospital cot with all kinds of pharmaceutical machines attached to it, and on this comfortable cot lay a bony old man, full of wrinkles. He was faintly breathing with the help of a ventilator. With extreme difficulty, the old man opened his trembling eyelids, revealing a pair of murky pupils. The old man aimlessly stares at the white ceiling in a daze, like he is deep in thought, or he is just exhausted. Sigh, I can't even remember how long I've been in this white room. A day? A year? A decade? I just remembered my fear of death, and then sigh, I only had a vague memory of using my colossal wealth and influence to create this room so that I could live as long as possible. But living like this is not living at all. I can only breathe and sleep. I can't enjoy food or even water anymore. No woman, drinks, walk, talk, nothing. Friends? Yes, my friends. Are they still alive? I can't even remember their faces or names. Only Liam rings a bell, but I can't remember anything. Family? Yes, I remember my wife died a year before I decided to create this room. After that, everything is foggy. I remember having sons, but why didn't they come to see me anymore? Well, I hope they're happy. I left enough for them to live like emperors. It would be good if I could see their faces before I met my end, though. Why do we have to die, eventually? Can't we just live forever with our loved ones? Why are our lives so fragile and cheap? Why were we born if we had to die in the first place? No matter how much we achieve, how much wealth we accumulate, power, status, love, betrayal, worldly pleasures, everything will eventually end with old age. And finally, we enter the embrace of death. Nothing mattered in the end. Our brief journey called life will eventually end without reaching anywhere. We can either pave the way for others who come after us, or do the complete opposite by doing nothing. People will replace people. Fresh memories will be made while old ones will be turned into histories. Nothing can last forever, so live to the fullest while it lasts. But if you ask a dying person's last wish, I don't know about others, but I want to live another day and don't want to die, period. Just like all those fantasies, I want to become immortal, and after experiencing the harsh reality of old age and being left alone to rot in this room while constantly living in fear of dying in the next second, I'll give up anything for it, anything. The silent plunge, but suddenly the old man noticed something strange. Wait, a moment, why is my brain not hurting anymore? Why don't I feel sleepy anymore because of all those medicines? Before, I couldn't even awake for probably 5 minutes, and whenever I thought, my brain started to hurt, but it didn't happen this time. But oh, my memories are becoming more evident all of a sudden. My name is Jacob Steve. But how is it even possible? Did those scientists discover some miracle drug and my son bought it for me? So, those bastards didn't forget about their old man after all, huh? Blood is indeed thicker than water. But why is everything dark? Did this drug only work on my brain but not my eyes? Sigh, it's still far better than my previous state though, but I still have to die in the end. If not today, then tomorrow. At this moment, Jacob heard a foreign husky voice for the first time in quite a while. Very interesting. The experiment wasn't a total failure after all. This test subject's new heart started beating after 10 seconds of transplant. Jacob was astonished when he heard this husky mumbling because this language was completely new and foreign, but he could understand it like it was his mother tongue. As far as he could remember, he had never learned this type of language before. He was even more puzzled about what he had just heard, though. So, they are now experimenting on me? Which bastard permitted them to treat this old man's body as a lab rat? Was it William or Ryan? Little Zane would never do this to me. Jacob fumed as he cursed his sons. These bastards even dare to change my heart without even my consideration, damn it. Just which quack is it? If I regain my consciousness, you're dead, quack. However, the following words of this same husky voice completely gobsmacked Jacob. I got this human slave at a low price, but he seemed quite resilient for being a human, and he even survived that kind of transplant. Truly a rare specimen for being a human. Jacob suddenly felt, no, he knew something was freaking wrong with this quack. Is he a mad quack? He's talking about enslaved people and humans like he's living in some fantasy. Just what kind of nutjob those bastards hand me over to. Soon, Jacob felt his body again and tried to open his eyes with all this power because he wanted this nutjob out of his room as quickly as possible before he really killed him. Although he thought that being dead was better than living and all, he still didn't want to die when it came to it. He wasn't ready and probably never would be. He just wanted to take every breath before his body gave up on its own and no more machines or medicine worked on him. Yet, when Jacob's eyelids were finally opened, he was astonished and in disbelief because he could see clearly, unlike before when everything was cloudy. He could see as clearly as when he was in his prime, or even more clearly. Maybe this wasn't a quack after. However, his joy didn't last long as his eyes went wide in horror because he saw his entire torso was opened like doors, and one could see every organ and blood vein clearly. Ah, ha! Jacob shrieked at the top of his lungs before his eyes rolled upward and he lost consciousness. So, this was Jacob Steve, an old man who died at age 116. After living on machines and medicines for 20 years, his heart finally couldn't take it and fail. Jacob didn't feel a thing because of the potent anesthetics in his system and was unknowingly reincarnated. As for his first experience in this mysterious place, he only woke up for 5 seconds before witnessing his own post-mortem and losing consciousness because of utter pain, shock, and horror. Even if Jacob had the mentality of a century-old man and had seen pretty much everything in his past life, this was still hard to swallow. Jacob still doesn't know. It was just the start of his suffering and his undesirable, brutal journey toward the immortalities he wanted so badly. Point 2, Chapter 2. Reality check. After an unknown time, Jacob opened his eyes again in confusion before memories of recent events came back in mass. At first, he thought it was just a horrible dream, but when he felt his body and saw with his new clear vision again, his heartbeat instantly shot up like a rocket. He subconsciously looked toward this torso again, but his head won't move for some reason, so he used his eyes and felt relieved when he saw it wasn't open like a book anymore. But his relief was momentary when he noticed the strangeness surrounding him. First, he was completely naked and couldn't speak or move for some reason. Second, he felt pretty new, not like he remembered the old feeling. Third, he can't move his hands or feet, not even his pinky. Last but not least, and most scary, he was floating inside a glass cell filled with light blue liquid. He could only vaguely see his reflection, but not so clearly. Just what the hell is going on? Perplexed, Jacob tried to look through the transparent glass. The outside was lit with soft green light. Jacob could vaguely see a table in the center of the room. When Jacob's eyes landed on the wall right in front of his glass cell, he was shocked, and his eyes trembled in horror. There was some glass cell on the wall in front, but inside it was a creature with the head of a wild pig and the torso of a human male. I must be hallucinating. There is no damn way that thing is real. Jacob denied it wholeheartedly, without even thinking twice. He quickly shifted his focus elsewhere since he didn't want to look there again, afraid he might hallucinate. Jacob spotted small stairs going upward at the corner of the room, which was clearly a way out of his view. But he couldn't get free from whatever was holding him, no matter how much he tried, nor could he feel any kind of restraint, chains, or lock. Jacob finally gave up thinking he was indefinitely hallucinating or dreaming as matter-of-factly, because it was impossible to become young and magically appear in this horrible place. He was never a believer in any cult or religion. He never believed in reincarnation despite his desire for immortality. He just thought of it as a fantasy and unachievable wish which probably every living being had, nothing less, nothing more. Sigh, I'm probably about to die or already dead, and this might be one of those flashbacks before death. But why is mine like a horror movie? Jacob was perplexed. Well, it'll soon be over, and I'll cease to exist after that, Jacob lamented with a hint of unwillingness and deep sadness. Right then, Jacob heard the creaking sound of a door being opened. With squinting eyes, he looked toward those vague stairs. A trim, vague silhouette clad in a black cape entered the room. Jacob could tell this person's height was close to 4 feet. That was clearly uncommon unless this person was a child. The little silhouette took off the cape and threw it toward a little table near the stairs. Jacob still couldn't clearly see the person's face. But he didn't care since he was going to die very soon. The little silhouette suddenly noticed Jacob's glass cell and moved toward it. Jacob coolly watched this person coming closer and closer. Oh, you're awake. This person somehow noticed Jacob's opened eyes. Furthermore, his voice was exactly the same one Jacob had heard before he startled awake last time. Sigh, why is this quack in my flashback? I never seemed to offend any doctor psychopath in my life, Jacob sighed bitterly. The little person suddenly extended his finger toward something beside Jacob's glass cell, and all the blue liquid sank toward the bottom while the glass cell holding Jacob slowly became empty. Jacob could finally see somewhat clearly when the blue, slimy liquid was gone. He could tell he was standing on the metallic surface, but he still couldn't move his face or anything, as a matter of fact. Suddenly, the glass tube also started to slide downward. It was clearly opening. Now Jacob's eyes finally landed on the tiny figure, and the moment it happened, his entire body shuddered as his eyes contracted with horror. The little person's face was utterly brown, with a 5 cm long knife-like nose, a pair of green eyeballs and black pupils, long pointy ears, and sharp, sinister greenish fangs showing through its mouth. It was completely bald, with only a strand of black hair right in the center of its head. Jacob wanted to swear, but his damn mouth just refused to open. His death flashback was becoming more and more accurate and ghastly. I don't like the way how you look at me, slave, the little monster snorted coldly as his greenish eyes shimmered mysteriously. K. Neal. Jacob, who was still thinking this was just a horror shows before his death, finally felt something that one could not have felt if they were dead or dreaming. Pain. When the word K. Neal came out of the little monster's mouth, Jacob felt intense pain in his brain before his whole body trembled and his knees bent without his control or will. Bang. A loud sound of bones hitting the hard steel resounded in the room. Jacob's feelings changed between bewilderment, horror, disbelief, and intense pain in his knees. His kneecaps were nearly shattered when his body kneeled without his concern. Now that's better. A slave should always act like this. The little monster sneered when he saw Jacob's body shaking, and his face turned pale, which was still expressionless. Jacob somehow snapped out of his stupor, and all those moments flashed past his eyes. Foreign language, his sudden bloody awakening, then being in that glass cell in that slimy blue liquid, and finally mysteriously forced to kneel by this strange talking monster. Everything pointed out in one direction that he had never believed in his life before, but all this thing was forcing him to think about it, and it was probably the only answer to his billions of questions. Reincarnation? East 3, Chapter 3, Bloodstorming Bug. Reincarnated? Right now, Jacob's mind was struck by lightning and turned into a mess. Everything was happening too fast for him to process, and his recent experiences after his transmigration made things more complicated. Jacob read transmigration genre novels and shows in his old days, but he always sneered since this was nothing but fantasy in his eyes. Besides, he never had much time for all these side activities, and only after retiring did he enjoy some movies and books. But now, these fantasies have become absolute reality, and it doesn't seem pretty either. According to this little monster, he was enslaved, and this little ugly thing was his master. Furthermore, this little monster can somehow control his every action. Just his disability of not being able to move was solid proof of it. Hell, he can't even speak. Calm down, Jacob. You are someone who conquered the world's entire weaponry industry, so conquering his little monster should be a piece of cake for you. Furthermore, look at the bright side. You gain another life. Jacob somehow calmed himself, but he was only collected on the surface while his heart was on the verge of exploding. Even though he was elated when he thought about his second life, his peculiar situation didn't seem quite optimal for his little second life. I need more information, but how? I can't even speak, and this little brown bastard didn't seem friendly at all. Jacob fearfully looked at the little monster, who was coldly staring at him with greenish eyes. Now that you're disciplined, let's see the result of the first transplant. The little monster's ugly face suddenly turned excited when he mentioned the first transplants. Go lay down on the table straight. He ordered Jacob while he went toward all those strange tools resting on a large rusty steel tray connected to the old steel table. Those tools also seemed quite worn out. Jacob stood up like an obedient dog and did as he was told. He lay down on the steel table, which was only a little longer than his height, with an expressionless face. Damn it, the feeling of being controlled is not good in the slightest, especially when you are controlled by an ugly monster, not by a pretty woman. Just how is he controlling me? Jacob had never felt so helpless in his entire life. He finally understood just how much control that little monster had over him. He even suspected if that thing wanted him to commit suicide, his body wouldn't even hesitate to slit his own throat. The little monster picked up a scalpel-like tool, but it was more like a portable knife. After that, he made a deep 2-centimeter cut right below the center of Jacob's chest. Blood started to gush out, but the little monster didn't seem to care. Then, he took a long metallic tube with both sides open like a metal pipe and stabbed it in the cut, and Jason's body trembled slightly. Fuck you, bastard. At least use some anesthesia. And are those things even sterilized? Jason was swearing in pain and concern as he felt the metal tube going deeper inside the cut. After the little monster was satisfied with the metal tube placement, he opened the cover of the small red bag hanging around his neck. From inside, he took out a small green vial. Jacob was gawking at the little green vial with pain, and he suddenly had a terrible feeling about this, and just as he suspected, the little monster opened the lid and picked up a tweezer from the tray. The tweezer slowly entered the vial and started to rise. Jacob was seeing this scene in slow motion. He knew whatever was going to reveal, he won't like it in the least bit. Suddenly, Jacob's pupils dilated in horror as his body started to shiver subconsciously. The tweezer was holding a strange gray bug when it exited from the green vial, which was half a centimeter in size. The little monster seemed to like Jacob's reaction, as he wore a sinister smile. He waved the tweezer holding the gray bug at Jacob and said, "This is a bloodstorming bug. Don't worry, it won't create a storm inside your body, but the moment it enters someone's bloodstream, it goes straight toward the heart and forces its host's blood to circulate quickly. The fascinating thing about this bloodstorming bug is it can circulate blood at the speed of lightning, but it was just a theory since no one survives that long even to this day. Furthermore, you know what its fuel or its food is?" The little monster wore an extremely sinister smile as he answered his own question. It feeds on its host's heart. Jacob's body quivered even more as blood trickled all over his chest from the cut. What the fuck is he trying to do with that sinister bug? After hearing the explanation, Jacob wanted to fight this brown fucks to death. However, he has no doubt this little bastard was not saying all this to intimidate him. That ugly sadistic smile was enough to tell he was speaking the absolute truth. Now, I'm going to send this bug toward one of your major heart veins with this tube, and if my last transplant was a success, then you don't need to worry. This bug would instantly crawl back, and if it wasn't a success, then, sigh, I have to find a new test subject, number 226, or was it 229? What a hassle. The little monster sighed helplessly when discussing the hassle of finding a new slave. He clearly didn't care about Jacob at all. 2222? 2226? Just how many people has he killed before? It's over for me. 2 steam tears flowed from Jacob's eyes as they became immediately listless just thinking about the death toll. He never thought he would somehow reincarnate and meet with this brown devil. Now, he was about to die again, and he wondered if he would get another chance again at life like this. At this moment, the little monster finally dropped the blood-storming bug inside the metal tube with deep anticipation in his cold green eyes. Jacob's listless eyes suddenly opened wide as his entire eyeballs became visible, and blood covered his white eyeballs. He felt something drilling into his bones, as the sensation alone made him wish he were dead. C4 Chapter 4, Survived. Jacob's entire body was shaking as cracking sounds came from his hands and feet because they were in the same position. After all, some mysterious power was holding them in one place, which goes against the nature of the human body. Blood started to trickle from Jacob's orifice after 10 seconds, especially from his eye sockets. The little monster coldly looked at the metal tube, completely ignoring Jacob's condition, as his only concern was the reaction of blood-storming bug. This little monster's name was Decker, and he was an imp goblin. He has killed many people in the same type of experiments, and none of them was human before. Most of his experiment subjects died in the first phase of transplants, which was to change the heart of a living being with another one. Only 12 experiment subjects were made in the testing phase, and Jacob was one of them. Unfortunately, no one survived this phase because blood-storming bugs always ate their new hearts and caused them a painful and gruesome death. Truth be told, Decker only bought Jacob out of curiosity and desperation. Furthermore, he was cheap and had never experimented on a human before. Decker wanted this experiment to be successful because there was too much at stake for him, even his insignificant life. As he watches Jacob reacting in the same way as the other subjects and almost on the verge of exploding, he shakes his head in disappointment. He knew this one was also a lost cause. Because if the first transplant was successful, then the blood-storming bug was supposed to leave Jacob's body in 20 seconds, and 15 seconds were already passed. The longest someone survived from blood-storming bug was 30 seconds, and if the person hosted by a blood-storming bug didn't take the cure to kill the bug between this time, they're doomed. Please, just kill me. Jacob only had this thought in mind at this moment as he felt his heart stabbed with small knives every second. He never would have dreamed he would be transmigrated as a slave of some sadistic psycho and die in this torturous manner. With deep resentment and pain, he felt his previous life was too good. Even though he lived for short 100 years, he still lived like an emperor after success in the business world. At least that world had rules and laws. Most importantly, only humans were the dominating species, and they controlled everything. But here, everything was too strange. This monster could control him with thoughts, and these peculiar bug creatures also seemed too normal here. Jacob felt his consciousness fading away slowly as the pain started to lessen bit by bit. He felt immense relief at finally being free from this pain in this strange world, which he didn't even get the chance to see. No more, Jacob's consciousness descent into darkness. Decker saw Jacob's body stop moving, his breathing almost non-existent, and his discontent grew. Did I do all that for nothing? Is this journal even real? Decker mumbled in depression. Sigh, I think it's all happening because all those test subjects were from mere low races, and I need to find a new powerful slave from a superior race to become completely insured. But those races are too protective of their kin, and those slave traders don't dare to extend their hands toward them, Decker mused as his face shone with desperation. He just refused to believe this journal was just a hoax. After a while, Decker snapped out of his thoughts and looked toward Jacob, and his depressed expression suddenly turned into a shocked one. With disbelief written all over his ugly face, he flashed his little brown finger under Jacob's bloody nose. What? Decker couldn't help but shout out loud when he felt Jacob's warm, faint breath. H, he survived? But where is blood-storming bug then? My connection with it also cut off without me being noticed, so what the hell is going on? Decker's eyes shone with ecstasy as he hastened toward the metal tube, pulled it out from Jason, and threw it in a water tray. He quickly opened a small pocket of his bag hanging around his neck, took out a small, dark yellow round pill, and opened Jacob's mouth before throwing it inside. The tiny tablet instantly dissolved in his throat. Decker didn't stop there and hastily picked up a knife-like scalpel and started to cut out his left chest without caring that Jacob might die from blood loss. Hell, it was already a miracle he was breathing right now. However, Jacob's breath became steady after Decker fed him the mysterious pill. Decker paid little attention, as if he expected this to happen, and opened his left breast until he reached the sternum, where he could see his slowly beating heart. If Jacob saw his heart, he would be shocked silly because it wasn't red, but completely blue. Decker was stunned when he saw a perfect, beating heart. But then, excitement shone on his face. It seemed the bloodstorming bug died and did not survive like it was supposed to. He reached an astonishing conclusion. It was entirely out of his expectation. Because the bloodstorming bug can't be killed without a particular poison, and it was the first time he even witnessed it. Decker inhaled sharply as he mumbled with ecstasy. So, that journal is even more potent than I thought. Ha ha ha, truly worth the risk. But I had to do 2 more major transplants with other substitute organs before trying it on myself. However, finding the organs described in the journal is almost impossible, but I can always find the second or third best for myself. I won't be using Hound Rat's heart like this human. Decker excitedly looked toward the unconscious Jacob, who was covered in his blood with sparkling eyes as if he was gawking at the priceless treasure. Since you're still valuable to me, I'll allow you to heal in green healing liquid this time. Decker shouted. Pighead, come and place this human in the healing cell again and use the green liquid this time. The monster with a wild boar head and human torso, inside another giant glass cell very close to Jacob's, suddenly trembled as its eyes snapped open and beastly pupils revealed. Chapter 5, Resolve to Live. Jacob groaned in pain as his tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. I'm alive? He thought with incredulity as his eyeballs moved. The sheen in his eyes dimmed slightly when he noticed the same bleak surrounding, and the only difference was that he was floating in a yellowish, slimy liquid, this time not blue. The only relief was the hellish pain he felt before losing consciousness was gone. How am I even breathing in this liquid? No, wait, I'm not breathing at all, but I'm still alive. He finally noticed this strangeness because there wasn't any kind of oxygen mask or anything that could help him breathe, but he was still alive. He could tell by his steady heartbeat. What a strange, cruel place, Jacob thought bitterly while vividly remembering his previous experience. Decker was no longer seen in the room, which meant he was out, which gave him some comfort, but he knew this wouldn't last long because once that brown devil came back and saw him awake, he would indefinitely start some other hellish experiment on him. Just thinking about the pain caused by bloodstorming bug gave Jacob chills. I have to think of a way to escape this place somehow, but it's impossible unless I can move my body, Jacob mused gravely. He wasn't sure if he would remain sane if he experienced that kind of torturous pain again, or how much longer he could take it. That evil bastard was talking about some transplants, and he changes my heart first. Furthermore, I survived the bug test, and according to the bastard, the transplant was successful. He also mentioned killing over 200 subjects, which means I'm probably the only one who survived to this point, making me even more precious. After all, if someone is this persistent in one experiment and doesn't give up even after over 200 tries, either this experiment holds too great of importance or the person is a sick bastard who gets kicked out of others' misery. That evil bastard is definitely the latter, but the desperation was deeply hidden in his words, and my recovery made me the first one. So now I have to observe and find what this bastard wanted so badly from these experiments. Since he likes obedience and is probably a control freak, I might as well act as he wants, and he might let his guard down. But, unfortunately, he wanted to break my spirit, so I just had to act like a listless slave who completely submitted to his tragic fate from now on. Jacob's dimmed eyes suddenly turned cold as a hint of sharpness flashed past them. He wasn't some youngster who didn't have the experience of life. He lived a whole life and dealt with all kinds of people, primarily ruthless ones who hide behind a polite smile because of his weaponry business empire. Although he never killed anyone despite being a weapon dealer, the people who died from the weapons his company manufactured were countless, and he never ran from this responsibility. But his previous world was based on money, and without it, you're nothing, so he just decided to enjoy his life and rot in the afterlife, if there were any. However, now that he finally died and even reincarnated in this situation, he lamented if this was the retribution for his sins, which he had never committed by himself. But he won't just be going to stay helpless when he could change his fate, and he just needed to grab the opportunity the moment it came. Jacob closed his eyes after strengthening his resolve to leave this place alive. After an unknown time, the sound of an opening door rang in the silent room. Jacob's shut eyelids suddenly trembled, but he didn't open them and remained static. Decker was back with a big metal container in his hands and an excited smile on his ugly face. Still didn't wake up after 5 days? Decker's displeased voice entered Jacob's ear, and he remained static. However, his heartbeat wasn't as calm as his body. Your heartbeat is not with you in this act, I suppose. Decker sneered mockingly. If you keep pretending, I'll use 2 bloodstorming bugs this time. Is this evil bastard's ears that good? Jacob's heart turned cold, and he realized one of the significant flaws in his plan. He wasn't dealing with humans. Jacob didn't dare to antagonize this little devil anymore and quickly opened his eyes, but he still acted listless and fearful, which he actually was. Good, don't play any more games. You are destined to lose. But if you act obediently, I'll give you something for your pain from now on. Decker's voice sounded sincere, but Jacob wasn't the one to believe him. He really needed me for whatever experiment he's doing, so he quickly hides his joy and only acts statically. Oh? Decker was a little astonished when he saw Jacob's eyes remain listless even after his generous offer and thought, is he broke already? Well, what could you expect from a human? Just inflict a little pain, and they would sing their entire life story in front of you. But the pain inflicted by bloodstorming bug, rumored to be worse than 10 deaths, he survived and only lost his mind was a miracle on its own. So, why did he pretend to be unconscious before? Instinct or fear toward me? Whatever, as long as he lived through the 3rd implantation. Decker again pressed something, and after the yellowish liquid was sunk somewhere below, the old glass cell slid open, revealing naked Jacob. He had a bony body and face. He was the prime example of only skin and bones. It was as if he hadn't eaten for months, and his yellowish skin made him look highly sickly. He had shaved head, and his amber eyes were listless. His age was probably around 21 to 24, and his height was an average 1 to 6 meters. Even Jacob was shocked by his current condition when he vaguely saw his reflection in the transparent glass. Even when he was 96, he looked much healthier than this. Chapter 6, Blood From. Jacob does his best not to move his eyeballs and keep staring into the void like an idiot. Decker didn't even try to see if Jacob was turned into a vegetable or if he was acting. He didn't care because, in his mind, Jacob was just a test subject and slave who he could kill with just thought whenever he felt like it. However, he won't do it now because he still needs his body for further experiments and his bright future. Go, lay down in your usual position. Decker coolly uttered while he began to arrange strange equipment and other things on a table and put the large metal container in the center of the table. Jacob's eyes spasmed when he saw all those small tubes and long needles neatly arranged beside that large metal container. He very much wanted to run, but he knew this little devil wouldn't let him, nor he can move with his free will because of some mysterious power holding him in check. All he could do was remain calm and brace himself for whatever Decker had stored for him in that metal container. Since the first transplant was a complete success, it's time to move on to the second. Although it was written to wait 3 months before starting the second transplant, I think you're completely ready, don't you? Decker showed his sharp yellow teeth with his wintry smile. Jacob flinched a little while, doing his best to stare into the void as if he didn't hear anything, but his heart was on the verge of explosion because of what just Decker revealed. Hee, although you can control your eyes quite well, you still have a long way to go if you want to control your nerves. Well, I don't mind, since it doesn't matter because you can't do anything to me, Decker coldly sneered. Jacob could only sigh silently because he knew this guy wasn't a human, and he had far higher senses than humans, so it was meaningless to fool him with his chaotic emotions and without complete control over his heartbeat. However, he remained vacant and didn't do anything. He just lay there and waited for the pain. As long as you understand, I guess. Decker didn't mind Jacob's lack of reaction, and he picked 8 inches needle, which was hollow from the inside. He penetrated that long needle into Jacob's left arm. It was connected to a small glass tube, and thereby, red blood flowed from the other side of the tube and started streaming into a bucket right below. Jacob's body was frail, to begin with, and the moment his blood started to flow out of his body, he began to become dazed. Decker quickly took a small blue pill he had arranged beforehand on the table and placed it in Jacob's mouth without concern. Jacob suddenly felt the dazedness start to reduce, but the feeling of remaining empty was still there as his heart rate started to increase so that it could regenerate the lost blood. However, it was useless since the blood flow was faster than the meager regeneration. Decker scrutinized Jacob's condition, and when he saw his complexion was becoming paler and the blood flow from the needle also slowed down, his eyes flashed with excitement for some reason. Let's begin the second transplant written in that journal, the blood change. Although I don't know just which beast this blood belongs to since I collected this blood from a newly formed puddle, it's still vigorous and far more potent than human blood. I guess this was my luck since I don't have to spend any money on buying blood now. You have no idea. Just finding the auxiliary materials almost cost me 1/10 of my fortune. If you die now, I'll be very disappointed. Decker complained while bemoaning this wealth. Jacob nearly had a seizure when he thought this little devil was about to change his blood with something he had collected from a freaking puddle. This bastard definitely wanted me dead. Jacob really thought he was dead this time around. He wasn't ignorant when it came to medication. He had studied many old and modern medicines to prolong his life in the latter years of his life. Although with his deep contacts he managed to acquire all those machines and drugs that could keep him alive, he still ended up dead. The only good thing about all this was he didn't feel any pain. Anyhow, he knew changing one's blood wasn't some child's play, and it always left with many hidden side effects, nor it can be done on a fucking whim. Furthermore, this fucker didn't even care about his blood type or origin. He just wanted to pump that puddle shit into his body without caring for viruses and bacteria. Decker was utterly clueless about Jacob's thoughts. Even if he knew what Jacob was thinking, he wouldn't pay attention since he knew what he was doing, and the only thing that mattered to him was the results. Jacob's life and death had nothing to do with him. Decker opened the square container, and a potent, nasty smell suddenly wrapped the entire room. Jacob wanted to puke at this moment. Because of his wealth and status in his previous life, he lived the life of an emperor. Just when was the last time he contacted this kind of nasty smell, he doesn't remember, honestly. Nevertheless, his little bit of hope for survival instantly shattered with this nasty smell. He knew there wasn't any way he could survive if this smelly thing entered his body. On the other hand, Decker seemed utterly unfazed by this smell, as if he was used to it. He picked up a small sealed flask and opened and turned it upside down right above the opened container. Blue powered like sand entered the container. After completely emptying this flask, he opened the second one and emptied it one by one. He emptied 12 flasks into that container. Decker started to stir it with a long needle, and after he stirred it for 10 or so seconds, red smoke began to rise from the container as if the blood inside was boiling. 7 Chapter 7, 7 Mutation. Although Jacob was still conscious after Decker fed that unknown pill, he started feeling extremely drowsy because of tremendous blood loss. Even his heartbeat was becoming slower and slower. After mixing whatever he just threw inside that container, Decker picked a strange metallic ball with 2 holes on its opposite sides. He then picked a narrow tube and connected one end to one of this metallic ball's holes, which was a perfect match for this slender metal tube. Decker then mysteriously moved his thumb on his metal ball, and suddenly it started to vibrate. He nodded in satisfaction and then threw the metallic ball inside the container as well. Without delaying even a moment, Decker picked up the other side of that slender tube, connected with a long needle just like the one in Jacob's other arm. Suddenly, red liquid started to flow in drops at a languid pace, clearly the blood from that container. Decker quickly pricked this needle deeply into Jacob's right arm's deep vein. Decker's eyes flashed when he saw everything go according to his plan, and he nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't wait to see the result of this experiment because he knew if he succeeded, then there was only a third transplant left. After he succeeded with the third transplant as well, he'll be able to gather all the data he needed to ensure that these methods weren't hoaxed, and he could use them on himself without caring about any backlash or side effects. While Decker was daydreaming, Jacob, on the verge of losing consciousness, suddenly jolted from his lethargic state. He felt like boiling water was pumping right into his right arm and coursing through his veins. Jacob didn't even have the strength to think, as all his focus was on intense pain, threatening to melt his organs and vein channels. Yet, amid this scorching feeling, he felt somewhat excited from the bottom of his heart. I'm not masochistic, but why the hell I'm experiencing this weird feeling? No, something is not right. It has to be something with this shit this brown fucker is pumping into my body. Jacob was filled with dread and rage, but his old consciousness kept him sane despite all this scorching pain running wild all over his body, and that strange feeling was also helping him keep that pain in check. However, Decker didn't notice because all his focus was on Jacob's body. His pale skin was now bright red because of the heat of that unknown blood, while all his vein channels were darkly visible under his skin as if he was painted with black paint. He's still conscious despite this blood-changing process. It seemed he had built some immunity after bloodstorming Bug's experiment. Good. The more you resist, the more brilliant result I'll be able to gather. Decker was quite happy with all this development. Suddenly, the blood flowing out of Jacob's right hand stopped as the giant buck was almost full of crimson blood. Oh, his original blood runs out, but he's still conscious even that painless pills I gave him can't archive such a result, so it had to be something to do with the first transplant. Decker mused as he swiftly pulled out that long needle from Jacob's left hand since it served his purpose. Now, all I have to do is wait until half of the refined blood enters his body and then mix his own blood into the reaming half-blood. What a strange way of changing blood, whatever, as long as it prepared him for the third transplant. But I'm still worried if this human's body can contain this much blood. Just this container contains 1 gallon, while this bucket can also contain 1 gallon, and it's almost full. So if he exploded, then this hideout would become a mess. Decker mused deeply as he kept observing Jacob. Jacob had no idea about Decker's thoughts because that strange feeling was becoming more and more apparent as the scorching pain was becoming less, which was a good thing. Yet, for some strange reason, Jacob felt this wasn't that simple, as he could vaguely sense something was weird going on within his heart. Jacob was highly right about this because deep inside his heart was a carcass of a bug that was none other than a blood-storming bug that had drilled into the center of his heart. However, for some unknown reason, this blood-storming bug died right here, and it was also utterly impossible for Jacob to remain alive with this bug carcass in his heart, yet he was still alive and didn't feel a thing. At this moment, the new blood was seeping through his heart, or a hound rat's heart, implanted into Jacob as his first implantation. This new blood was slowly melting the blood-storming bug's carcass. Strangely, the melted corpse was getting absorbed by the hound rat's heart and the new blood. His heart was like a sponge that was crazily absorbing the blood-storming bug carcass, and that scorching blood which was entirely impossible in a sense. However, it was happening. Furthermore, as the hound rat's heart was absorbing this blood, it was slowly reshaping. This hound rat's heart was in no way structured like a human heart, and it was just the closest match Decker could find in sheep. Now, however, this heart, which was somewhat significant and broader than a human heart, was shrinking, and its structure was reforming as if it was molding into a heart of a human. Furthermore, that blood-storming bug was utterly an unexpected gift that was now merging with this newly reshaping heart. Moreover, something strange appeared right inside his heart's wall. It was too vague, but it was black. Decker did not know about this sudden mutation going on with Jacob's heart, or he'll be shocked and might have killed him instantly out of fear because this type of mutation was supposed to happen after the fourth transplantation. R8, Chapter 8. Pighead. Jacob also didn't know about the changes happening inside his body as he was waiting for trouble to come because he thought it would not be this easy. But it never came at all. The pain slowly faded away as he could feel fiery blood flowing through his veins. Half an hour passed, and Decker finally noticed Jacob was completely fine now. Besides his bright red skin, he didn't show any sign of pain or struggle as he kept staring at the void like he was oblivious to anything happening around him. Decker frowned a little because he thought this process would probably be quite painful. After all, the powders he mixed in that unknown blood were quite potent, and 2 of them were even highly toxin. That was one of the main reasons he was experimenting on others. Decker had doubts about these transplants after he acquired that journal, but as he watched Jacob was fine, his doubts suddenly started to clear, and they were replaced with ecstasy. Because if that journal was authentic, he didn't need to fear backlash or side effects. Just one more transplant. Decker's eyes flashed with resolution and deep madness. He quickly took the bucket filled with Jacob's original blood and poured it all into that blood container, which was now half. Jacob naturally noticed this, but kept his calm. He knew something like this would happen since the entire process was remarkably painless, and in his view, Decker was a sadist who would not let this slide by, and he will torture him. After a moment, the blended blood entered his arm, and Jacob suddenly felt extremely lethargic before he lost consciousness. This time not because of pain, but because of this combined blood, which was absorbed by his reforming heart. It seemed the actual pain started when the blended blood entered the system, and it also seemed quite intent that he become unconscious so quickly despite the painless pill. Or is there some other reason? Decker mused deeply. He placed his skinny brown hand on Jacob's chest and observed something. After a while, he retraced his hand and mumbled, nothing out of the ordinary besides his abnormal heartbeat. So, just what is going on? Abruptly, Decker opened the bag around his neck, and from deep within he took out a gray-wrapped cloth and unwrapped it delicately, and from within appeared a white book. Decker instinctively looked around, and when he saw no one was watching, he opened it and attentively started to read it, page by page, again and again. The blood transplant continued for over 3 hours, and Jacob's eyes remained shut during this entire process. Decker didn't leave his place and, every now, checked Jacob's condition and carefully wrote it inside a green cover book. The white book was nowhere to be seen. After Decker checked the blood container was completely empty, he pulled out the long needle from Jacob's right hand. Jacob looked completely normal, just like before. His bony constitution hasn't changed at all, only his skin remained rosy, nothing else. This made Decker even more puzzled because Jacob's body absorbed more than twice the amount of blood Jacob's body had previously, and it didn't overflow or make him explode. I think I need that thing if I want the accurate result of this transplant. Blood change is dangerous, and I can't completely believe my eyes or my own method. Besides, that thing will benefit the third transplant, the bone marrow fusion. Decker's beastly green eyes flash. Since the second transplant was seemingly a success, then I needed to wait for a year, and I needed to go myself if I wanted that thing, which would take me less than 6 months. Well, I still needed materials for the third transplant, so I'll be back in 9 months, which is more than enough for this human to be ready for the last transplant, Decker murmured to himself. He turned around and uttered coldly while looking at the second glass cell, Pighead, put him into green healing liquid. The pighead's beastly eyes snapped open, and the light blue liquid surrounding it sank to the bottom before the glass cell slid open, revealing the pighead. Its pig eyes were utterly listless, and its black pighead was covered in black fur, which completely covered its neck and chest, while his torso was of a burly human male. Pighead moved toward Jacob, and with one of his burly, solid hands, he picked him right from his head as his large hand was wrapped entirely around Jacob's bony face. Just like a rag doll, Pighead put Jacob into his glass cell before pressing a green color button, and the glass cell started to close, and after that, light green liquid started to fill the glass cell from bottom to top. After Pighead was done, it stood there listlessly like a puppet, as if it was waiting for its following command. Decker quickly put his green book into a hidden compartment below the staircase without being concerned about Pighead's listless eyes. After he was done with it, he checked the bag around his neck and closed it after confirming something. He looked at Pighead and uttered sternly, "Until I come back, you'll stand guard here. Anyone besides me comes from that door. You will kill it instantly. After every 3 days, drink 1 bucket of blue liquid. If that human slave showed any sign of strange movement, change his liquid to a black one." Decker repeated the exact instructions twice to Pighead, who just listlessly stayed still on its spot. No one could tell if it was alive or dead. However, Decker knew this Pighead was very much alive, and it could hear him loud and clear. So, after ensuring he had missed nothing one last time, Decker climbed the wooden stairs and left for his long trip. After the door was closed, the room descended into deadly silence. Pighead was now facing Jacob's glass cell, which was filled with a green liquid, with its deadpan pig eyes without blinking. At this moment, Jacob, who seemed unconscious, opened his eyelids, revealing his amber-color eyes filled with extreme composure. "I'm finally feeling like myself." PSS 9 Chapter 9. An energy Jacob had regained consciousness half an hour ago when the blood-changing process was almost done, but he never opened his eyes and remained stoic because he didn't want to give Decker what he wanted. Although Jacob didn't know how, after he woke up this time from his slumber, he could easily control his heartbeat and remain calm while his mind, which was a mess before, had become apparent. Jacob felt he had returned to his old, calm self. Perhaps it was this youthful body, the sudden shock of reincarnation to turn him into this mess, or both, but he couldn't control his emotions and was always on edge. Jacob has never been like this. He had a century of life experience while he was a wily old fox who had ruled over an entire weaponry empire of the whole world for 50 years after his groundbreaking discovery and had an ingenious mind. After regaining his consciousness again, he suddenly felt mentally and physically cold. This was also the most significant reason he remained so calm despite being manhandled by Pighead and even fooling Decker. This also gave him many pieces of new information, which Decker revealed himself when he thought Jacob was out cold. He never imagined that Jacob could fool him so easily. Moreover, Jacob discovered his ears and nose had become even more potent than before, and now that he had finally opened his eyes, he could clearly see despite surrounding by this green liquid. Is it because of that mysterious blood that little shit found from a pit? Jacob's attention was automatically drawn to that mysterious blood that the little devil found in a pit and pump it into his body. This also made Jacob instantly think about cold-blooded species. He was very knowledgeable about cold-blooded species because he had researched and designed an anti-infrared technology that can see through both warm-blooded species and cold-blooded species even in icy water. Well, it doesn't matter anymore since this helps me, and I must reevaluate my views about this mysterious world. I can't use my common sense from my previous world here. This place probably had magic as well, which is like a myth in my previous world, Jacob passively mused. Then his eyes landed on the tall, burly figure which was listlessly standing 2 meters away from his glass cell. He was still shocked and amazed by the sight of it and wondered, just how did that little devil make him, or was it also a slave from a special species? Nonetheless, Jacob clearly remembered what Decker had commanded Pighead, what to do in case he showed any movement, and wondered what that black liquid would do to him. But he was sure about one thing. Decker would not harm him before collecting whatever result he wanted. Maybe that black liquid can put me to sleep like sedatives, so Jacob concluded, but he soon remembered he couldn't move because of mysterious reasons. Yet, at this moment, Jacob suddenly felt something strange inside him out of the blue. It was right inside his heart, and when he focused on that spot, he suddenly felt something had moved a little. However, it wasn't tangible like an object, it was more ethereal. Jacob was naturally astonished and focused more on his heart, and he felt something reposed with the slightest movement as if it wanted him to control it. Just what is it? Jacob wholeheartedly focused on moving whatever this thing was. It was not like he had something else to do at this moment. 3 days pass. Jacob was still entirely focused on moving whatever was inside his heart, without caring about any time or fatigue. He also discovered this green liquid was marvelous because he didn't need to breathe. Secondly, he didn't feel fatigued or need to sleep and could easily concentrate. Most importantly, he didn't feel hungry. This dramatically alarms Jacob when he thinks his conjecture about this world is far more advanced than his previous world was likely true. He still doubted whether his theory of magic was fundamental or not, though. Besides, it wasn't his focus right now, as he was utterly trying to move whatever was inside his heart like he was possessed. Day 7, Jacob could finally move whatever was stuck in his heart, but he could only move it 1 centimeter upward. So it didn't even leave his heart area, but Jacob was still quite happy with his progress. Day 35, Jacob could finally move this ethereal freely around his left chest area. He also found out this thing wasn't inside his blood, but it was like something transparent because with all those veins and muscles, he moved it in any direction, and he had a proposition that he could even summon this thing outside his body. However, its origin was still a mystery to him. But Jacob also discovered that after this thing left his heart, he could clearly feel the area wherever it goes, like his blood circulation, veins, bones, and muscle fiber, like he was seeing them. This was his most significant discovery, which left him in both shock and excitement. He suddenly felt this thing was not normal, and it might help him in his current predicament. But he knew this was merely his feeling, which he desperately wanted. However, he still didn't lose hope and controlled that thing again. Day 50, Jacob's eyes were tightly shut, just like always, as he was deeply engrossed in himself. He had made a new discovery today that after his long practice, he could finally move that strange energy to his left forearm. Jacob started calling whatever this thing inside him was energies, because it could freely move inside his body with no barrier whatsoever, and this energy also had strange properties. However, he still wasn't sure if this energy was really moving without a path after his recent discoveries. 9:10, Chapter 10. A sliver of hope. Only this energy can give him an accurate feeling of his inner body, but I could also move freely in the same section of his body that this energy crossed after Jacob's weeks of practice. It was like he was opening block paths or just forging alternative pathways inside his body for this energy that was born in his heart. Right now, the energy was slowly moving toward Jacob's hand from his left forearm. If he wanted to retract it, he could easily do it while taking the same path it came from. However, he won't do it because he wants to see what will happen when this strange energy enters his palm or fingers. Will it come out, or was it something else, not just an energy? Jacob had many questions like this, and one of his biggest fear was, this energy was actually the blood-storming bug that once entered his heart. But he was uncertain about it because he didn't know what had happened after passing out that day. He didn't see the bloodstorming bug coming out of his body that day, but he felt that it wasn't coming out, but deep inside he didn't want that at all. Because if it was the bloodstorming bug, he might not be able to control it after it came out of his body or even harm him. He wanted this thing to be energy like magic or something like that, just as he read in all those novels. Nonetheless, he was willing to take this risk because this might be his only way out of there, or Decker might kill him after getting satisfactory results. Day 53 days. The energy finally entered Jacob's palm this day, and when he moved it toward his thumb, however, at this moment, he could finally measure its accurate length. It was only 3 inches long, while its width he had found out 2 days ago that it was as thin as a hair strand, or probably thinner. As for how he found out, he had seen it with his own eyes. Then, 2 days ago, he caught a glimpse of it in the reflection of his glass cell, but only for a moment. But it was enough for Jacob to see a very thin line moving toward his hand, just like one of his veins. This also relieved Jacob that it wasn't that bug, and he thought Decker didn't leave it inside his body, which also raised the same question again. Just what was it? Could it really be energy like magic or mana? Although Jacob was a little afraid, he was also excited. His old heart was filled with anticipation. He wanted it to be something like magical energy. At this moment, the energy has ultimately reached the tip of his thumbnail. However, it didn't go further. No matter how much Jacob focuses, it just won't budge from that spot. Which made Jacob's heart sink, and all his hopes were shattered. However, at this moment, something happened that caught Jacob entirely off guard. His thumb suddenly twitched. Jacob's pupils dilated and shimmered with sudden realization. He again tried to move his hand, but it was still stuck like always. Finally, when he focused on his thumb, he could quickly move it around free, but it wasn't completely free, and only the part which was covered with that strand of energy was completely free. But this much was enough to make Jacob almost mad with ecstasy because, from the moment he came into this world, he was never able to control his body except his eyelids and eyeballs. Some mysterious power constantly restricted him, and his absolute control was in Decker's hand. However, now suddenly, he managed to move his thumb without restriction. This naturally left him with great delight. Yet, his excitement didn't last long as he returned to his calm self. He quickly retracted that energy in the center of his palm and sent it toward his index finger. He wanted to ensure that this energy could free him from this mysterious restriction. But, unfortunately, after the energy left his thumb, it returned to the same restricted self, and Jacob was again helpless as before. However, he only paid attention momentarily to this and again turned his focus toward his index finger. After a while, the energy finally reached his index fingertip and was again blocked from coming out. But Jacob's focus wasn't on it. After he tried to move his index finger, he was elated when his index finger curved slightly under his control. So, this sliver of energy can really render these restrictions useless, but it's only a sliver, and I can't seem to be able to increase it, and I can only move it around my body. Jacob was perplexed. He felt just like someone who had just seen a ray of light but found out there was a bottomless abyss between him and that light. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Jacob's old mind. This restriction is not physical, then it had to be abstract, right? Since I can examine the inside of my body with this energy, can I find that mysterious restriction place of me with it and even fight it with this energy? Jacob's eyes brightened at this moment, and even his heartbeat increased significantly. He just couldn't get this thought off his head after it came. Without hesitation, the sliver of energy returned to the heart at a lightning-fast speed. This was one of the reasons Jacob felt this wasn't some bug or anything. He could retract it with just a thought, and its speed was almost unimaginable inside his body. That's why he thought of it as mysterious energy and magic. Nonetheless, it wasn't his main concern right now. So he tried to send this energy toward his head where the restriction was, and he was 100% sure about it. However, the moment the energy tried to go upward from his neck, it suddenly stuck there as if a mysterious barrier was stopping it. Jacob had never had this kind of feeling before, and he knew something was not right. Night 11, Chapter 11. Finding a path. Jacob focused all his willpower on the sliver of that mysterious energy and tried to move it upward toward his neck, but no matter how much he tried, he met with some invisible barrier. Suddenly, Jacob opened his eyes and saw a little bit of red flowing in the green liquid right in front of him. Blood? Jacob quickly found out where this blood come from. It was from his nose. He won't have known if he didn't feel warm on his nose so suddenly. Is it because I was forceful with that energy just now? Jacob could only think of this plausible explanation. Although he wasn't entirely sure, he didn't dare to take any more chances. He still didn't know what this energy was, or even if it was energy to begin with. He didn't want to cause too much self-harm, which he couldn't comprehend. But why is it resisting in this area while I can easily move it to the other part of my body? Jacob fell deep in thought. Could it be? It's not moved freely around as I thought and follows some kind of vine channel, and it follows some kind of pattern, like, what was it called again? I clearly remember reading it in the old Buddhist medicine when searching for a way to extend my lifespan. Chakra points, right? Jacob remembered something like chakra points that exist in legends at this moment because he was obsessed with extending his lifespan, and there wasn't anything he hadn't read that could help him prolong his life. It was another story though, since nothing worked in the end, and all those legends have very minimum effect on over 90 years old Jacob. He was left with only one choice, to use all his influence, favors, and a massive chunk of his wealth to buy advanced machinery just to live like a living corpse. However, even advanced medication wasn't able to save him from death. But there were only 7 main chakra points, and they're all located in the torso and head, which means it possibly can't be legendary chakra points. Then there were also meridians points, which were also related to inner energy as well. Jacob mulled over the information he had collected and read in his past life. But he didn't remember anything clearly since it was tens of years ago. He only remembered superficial information. Sigh, well, it's not like I need some proof or anything, nor did I have the luxury of time to think over all these legends. Let's see. Even if this energy is following chakra points or meridian points, then I think first I needed to circulate this energy all over my body just like my arm, and then try to go for my neck and head. Jacob simply went for it since he won't lose anything by doing this, and he might be able to succeed in the end. It's not like he had somewhere to go right now, he was just floating inside a glass cell. Thereby, Jacob again sent the energy toward his left hand and paved the way for the energy into his other fingers. It was day 65 since Decker was gone. Pighead would move toward a small metal door on the floor every 3 days, right in the center corner between 2 glass cells. He would open it, fill a rope bucket of blue liquid from inside, and then drink it before returning it to his old position and staring at Jacob's naked figure floating in green liquid with his listless pig eyes. One very noticeable thing about Jacob's glass cell was that the light green liquid inside had become lighter as if it was losing its potency slowly. Jacob also started to feel sleepy because of it, and he would sleep after doing his daily routine of carving a path for the sliver of energy inside his body. Jacob naturally noticed the change in green liquid and started to feel dread when he thought about the possibilities after this green liquid completely lost its effects. He couldn't help but thought that he would die of hunger or drowning. Although he didn't feel hungry or need to breathe inside this green liquid, it would still lose its effect, just like medicine, and it needed to be refilled. He even wonders if Decker will be back before he dies tragically. However, he didn't put his hope on Pighead because, after observing him for over 2 months, he knew this guy was a complete idiot with no will of his own, just like a puppet who followed orders blindly. However, he strongly didn't want Decker to come back, not before he clarified his theory about this energy. Jacob noticed that after he was done with his left hand, his progress of carving a path in his right hand was much faster, and today he finally completed it. Now he was going to start working on his torso and legs without any delay, day 13-4. It was over 4 months since Jacob and Pighead were left alone in his darkroom. It wasn't dark before though. But, just a few days ago, the source of light, which looked like a bulb, suddenly dimmed down and stopped working altogether, making the entire place descend into darkness. But for Jacob or Pighead, this didn't make any difference. Jacob started to sleep for over 10 hours because the effect of that green liquid was becoming vaguer and vaguer. However, Jacob still didn't feel any hunger or feeling of drowning, which made him reach an astonishing conclusion that after this green liquid completely turned transparent, he might fall into complete hibernation. Because Jacob always fell into a long sleep without even him noticing, which left him started for some time, but he soon saw that it was probably because of this liquid he was floating in, and it might have different effects from his assumption. 1-2-12 Chapter 12 Restriction and Freedom. This extirpated Jacob's fear of dying out of hunger or drowning, but this also put an unknown fear in his heart. If he fell into hibernation, then he won't probably be able to wake up on his own, which also meant only Decker would be able to wake him up once he came back. Jacob didn't want that at all because he was so close to completely circulating the sliver of energy into his body. Only half of his right leg remained, and he knew it would mostly take him a week to complete it as well. He could not rest if he didn't see the result of his theory, which was also the only hope of leaving this place alive. Even if this hope was based on his delusion, it was still hope that kept him going. Although I can't do anything in this darkness, I think I slept for 13 hours this time, or probably less, or might be more. This gives me probably 30 or 40 more days before I might fall into hibernation. Fuck if that pig idiot just refiled this green liquid. Jacob cursed Pighead in his mind before again turning his focus on doing his labor again. Day 14-8, 2 more weeks passed, and Jacob's right hallux was moving up and down as Jacob was quite excited about this moment. It was clear that he had finally been able to move the sliver of that mysterious energy all over his body, and only his neck and head were left. The moment of truth. Jacob's heart was galloping at this moment. With a thought, the energy moved back to his heart from his big toe. He didn't immediately send it toward his neck. He decided to circulate the sliver of energy in his entire body before going toward his neck, forming a pentagram just for a silly reason, which was that he read in a novel once. Jacob slowly controlled the energy and started with his left arm before going to his right arm and left leg. He didn't feel a damn thing, making him silently blush. I should have never believed in those damn stories. Jacob didn't dwell on his embarrassment for too long, quickly controlled the energy, and slowly moved it toward his neckline. Jacob's eyes instantly contrasted when the energy didn't meet any barrier like last time. Ha ha ha, so I was right about my approach. Jacob was elated and wanted to laugh out loud, which was out of his character. But who could blame him since this little success meant there was still hope for him? Jacob quickly settled himself down and crawled the energy toward his head. He thought it would also cost him some time, but to his astonishment, the energy moved toward his head with no restriction or need for an alternative path, making him even more excited. When the energy reached his skull area, Jacob thought it might come out of his mouth, but it didn't, and as it was moving to the back of his skull, Jacob quickly restrained his ecstasy and observed his head very thoroughly. He knew the restriction placed on him was probably here. Nothing in the back of my head. Jacob found nothing behind his skull area, which was the most expected area where the restriction might be, but it wasn't. However, Jacob wasn't disheartened and moved the energy toward the top of his skull, and he met with the same disappointment. Jacob was a bit panicked, but he still didn't lose hope and commanded that energy to move toward his forehead. At this moment, when the energy was right above his glabella, it suddenly met with a barrier that wasn't a natural one Jacob felt from his body. Jacob's eyes instantly flashed with a sharp light. Found you. He was 100% sure that he had finally found the thing restraining him because he had been controlling this energy for months now, and he knew how it felt like when he met with a natural barrier or blocked pathways. This thing wasn't a barrier nor a pathway. There was something solid, and he even felt the energy jolted a little when it touched it. That was why he was entirely sure he had found the thing he was looking for. First, Jacob looked right toward Pighead, who was invisible in this darkness, but he knew he was there, and every 3 days he could hear him moving and drinking his tonic. I don't know if this pig can see me or not. If he can, then he'll do as Decker command him and release that black liquid. And if he doesn't, then, well, I don't know what he will do without Decker's control, but I won't shun this chance of freedom. Well, it was still unclear if I will gain freedom or not, so there is no need to burn my brain cells on this. Without hesitancy, Jacob again made the energy to move in the same path, and this time he felt clear that something was in his glabella, and for some reason, the energy could tremble. However, Jacob suddenly felt a piercing pain in his brain that he wanted to scream, yet he couldn't. But sudden lunacy overcame Jacob's eyes as he used more force and rattled that thing which was in his glabella. Suddenly, Jacob felt his lip moving as the liquid entered his mouth. He quickly closed it since he was still inside the liquid. He had instinctively opened his mouth because of the pain. But he quickly reacted and controlled it. The good news was, this thing was losing its control over his body. However, this excited Jacob as he helter-skelter tried to push that thing from its place even more fiercely while completely ignoring the pain. This pain wasn't half as painful as the pain he experienced when he first was awake with his entire torso open, nor was it even close to the pain bloodstorming bug caused. Jacob knew this pain was the price of his freedom, and he'll pay it no matter the amount. Jacob continued to clash the energy with whatever was on his forehead without even stopping for a moment while continuing to endure maddening pain. He could feel this thing had taken root in his skull just like a parasite plant, and he had had to uproot it. As he was shaking the thing inside his head, he slowly gained control over his limbs. Jacob used his full force and tried to move his hand. He knew this energy wasn't enough to uproot that thing in his head. Now that thing wasn't in complete control of his entire body. He wanted to take this chance to use his hand. With extreme difficulty, his right hand finally moved. It was as if Jacob was possessed by lunacy and didn't care about anything or any consequences. All he wanted was freedom from this hellhole, and he will do anything to gain it. Finally, his head reached his forehead while continuing to tremble. Just give up. Jacob's eyes were utterly bloodshot as he stabbed the nails of his thumb and index finger into his glabella with no mercy. Blood got blended into an almost transparent liquid at this moment. Jacob suddenly felt his index finger's nail touch something solid, and he ruthlessly clawed it. This time, Jacob felt his entire brain jolt as that thing finally uprooted from its place. However, Jacob was in a frenzy and didn't let this chance go. With both fingers, he clawed whatever had come off from his skull and pulled it back with a small chunk of his forehead skin. Jacob suddenly felt he had just regained complete control over his body, but he was too tired and fell into slumber without even looking at the thing he was tightly clenching in his fist. The opening on his forehead suddenly healed because of the green liquid. As for the mysterious energy which made all this possible return to Jacob's heart without his command, it didn't come out of that opening. However, Jacob didn't know about it at all as he fell into a deep slumber in the crimson liquid with a clenched hand and a faint smirk on his lips. As for Pighead, just as he expected, he didn't notice his movements at all in this darkness and remained standing still. However, after the wound on Jacob's forehead was completely healed, the green liquid completely turned transparent or crimson since Jacob's blood was blended within now. The main point was that Jacob was now in a state of hibernation after finally being free. What a tragedy. 113 Chapter 13 Awakening. 4 months later, after Jacob fell into hibernation, the voice of tiny footsteps could be heard inside a dark, silent room. Thereupon, the door that had closed for over 8 months made a creaking sound of opening. A surprised yet husky voice sounded at this moment. What happened to the light pearl? Did it run out of energy? If Jacob were awake, he would have instantly recognized that husky voice. This was indeed Decker, who had come back after his long trip. A white light suddenly illuminated the small room from the staircase at this moment. Pighead could be seen standing listlessly right before Jacob's glass cell. He didn't attack Decker because of their connection of master and slave or the moment the door opened. The intruder would have been dead by now if it wasn't Decker himself. Decker slowly descended the stairs. He wore a black cape that was drenched with water, clearly implying that he had just traveled in heavy rainfall. However, Decker's green, beastly eyes suddenly went wide when he saw the glass cell filled with crimson color, and Jacob was vaguely visible. His heart sank as he yelled in an infuriated manner, "What the hell happened to him? Didn't I clearly say if you see any strangeness with him, you just have to release the black liquid quickly? Are you dead, you pig-ear chode?" Decker viciously kicked Pighead's leg, which was twice his size, and Pighead reaming, standing like a tower without any expression of pain or distress. Decker knew he was just egging a stone wall, and he wasn't a Pighead match at all, which made him even more infuriated. It must be because of that fucking light pearl. Fuck, what bad luck. Decker regained his rationality quickly. He knew Pighead was just an empty husk, and he couldn't expect him to do something rational of his own free will. Suddenly, Decker's long ears twitched as his expression turned into astonishment and ecstasy. His heart is beating. He's alive. Decker strode toward Jacob's cell and pushed a bronze button. Thereby, the red liquid started to sink into the bottom. Decker felt immense relief when he saw Jacob's face, which was completely fine, and he started to breathe normally. Was it some side effect of blood change? It was indeed the right decision to get a bloodline scanning scale. I won't be able to find accurate results without it. Decker felt quite pleased with himself as he looked at the large bag under his cloak. Before, he was startled by Jacob and forgot about the weight on him. Now that he knew Jacob was fine, he finally relaxed. He saw the red liquid was still only half sank, so he pressed the blue button beside the bronze and moved toward the table to put down the large bag. He barely missed Jacob's clenched left hand, or he would have been overreacting right now. On the other hand, Jacob still didn't know he had just dodged a bullet because of Decker's overconfidence. He finally opened his eyelids after 4 months. After a momentary confusion, he suddenly remembered what had happened and just happened to see Decker's back. He flinched for a moment before instantly understanding what had happened. I fell into hibernation. Jacob quickly saw the sinking red liquid, and he knew he was right. Then he suddenly remembered about the thing he pulled from his forehead before falling into hibernation. He felt inside his left fist a small stone-like object, not some parasite bug he was guessing before. But he moved quickly as he opened his mount, put whatever was in his fist between his teeth, closed his mouth, stood straight like Status, and closed his eyes. Jacob knew he only had time while Decker's back was still facing him, so he quickly reacted. He didn't want to clash with this brown devil right now. Not while he was still behind glass with unknown sturdiness and that pig freak was still gawking at him. However, his movement was clearly noticed by Pighead, and since Decker didn't give him a new command, he moved toward the button panel so he could press the black button since Jacob had just made a strange movement. Luckily for Jacob, Decker clearly caught the movement of Pighead, and he yelled in perplexity, "Why oh you? You empty brain chode, what the hell is wrong with you? First, you nearly let my precious subject die, and now you're going to waste my precious rare-grade healing liquid. Go back to your fucking cell and activate the blue liquid, useless crap." Decker cursed Pighead many times and even kicked him with his little legs to release some of his frustration. Jacob calmly listened to Decker's curses and sneered inside, "Yes, just caged those pig muscles. Without him, I don't believe you can put on with my surprise attack." Jacob's heartbeat didn't increase this time as he remained static while he felt a new liquid start to fill the glass cell. "I will only get one chance at this, and if I fail, I might as well commit suicide and then fall back into this brown fucker's hands." Jacob was ready for a do-or-die situation. Since Decker would wait for him to wake up, he knew he had time to make a solid strategy. First, Jacob's attention was drawn to the object in his mouth. He dared to bluntly put it in his mouth because even after months of remaining in his hand, this thing didn't do anything, and it was a solid object like stone. All he felt was 2 needles on this object's surface, and he could guess that this thing was probably planted by hands, and it wasn't alive like a parasite, and it probably only worked on the brain or the same spot it was planted in his head. That's why it was harmless right now. Jacob soon discovered that this thing was only half a centimeter in size and was very solid and diamond-shaped. Even with his teeth, he couldn't seem to damage it. This thing can do wonders if I'll use it right. Jacob's mind was working at lightning speed at this moment. He wasn't just some random old man, he was the freaking tycoon and emperor of the weapon industry, Jacob Steve, who shocked the world with his wits and discovery or couldn't have reacted so quickly only within seconds after just waking up. 114 Chapter 14. Positions changed. Decker quickly changed into a new green outfit that looked like a grown, and after sorting out all the things he had collected and bought from his 8-month journey, he sat on a wooden chair comfortably. He looked at Jacob's glass cell, which was now filled with light blue liquid just like Pighead's cell, and a light glint flashed past his eyes. Should I wait for him to awake, or should I just test him as is it? Decker mulled over this choice. He picked up the blue wooden cubic box from the table. It was 1 foot in diameter. He slowly opened it, and inside was a black rectangular device, which was 8 inches in size. It had a 5 inches black display, and round, shining red buttons were on the other 3 inches of the black area. Right below these 4 buttons was a tiny needle, which was hollowed from the inside. Decker caressed this device delicately, like it was his woman's bosom, and mused. Although this bloodline scanning scale is of a rare grade, it still cost me half of my fortune, and I can't even find it easily in this barren place. Whatever, as long as this last experiment succeeds, I will need all the data I want, and then I can leave this damn place. Once I become powerful enough, I will make those arrogant bastards tremble beneath my foot. Decker's eyes were filled with hysteria as he remembered something unpleasant and repulsive. He couldn't remain calm after that and stood up. Why the hell would I need to wait for my slave? Decker mumbled as he pressed the bronze button again, and the blue liquid started to sink again. Jacob was utterly awake as he remained static while he felt the blue liquid keep sinking, and he could breathe again. He knew this was his only chance, or Decker might notice something amiss as time passed. Decker was entirely oblivious to Jacob's ambush plan. He blindly believed in his strong hearing ability. He could have easily detected Jacob's fast heart rate, but Jacob had completely controlled his nerves, especially his heart rate, after controlling the mysterious energy for months. Likewise, he deeply benefited from it, unbeknownst to him. After 3 minutes, the liquid finally sank completely, and Decker pressed something again right beside the glass cell and then finally started to slide down, revealing Jacob's naked skeletal figure. Decker still didn't notice anything amiss with Jacob. He coolly extended his hand toward Jacob's right hand to grab it. But something entirely out of Decker's wildest imagination happened at this moment when Jacob's eyelids snapped open, revealing his icy amber eyes, and he quickly grabbed Decker's brown hand with a powerful grip. Decker was startled at that moment with this sudden turn of events, and this moment was all Jacob needed to react. Jacob's right hand, which was formed into a scissor-shaped, moved at full speed, and without any delay, his index and middle finger were stabbed into Decker's wild-opened eyes. "Ah-ha!" Decker shrilled and screamed like a pig when he felt Jacob's bony, sharp fingers in his eyes. Jacob still wasn't done. He released his grip from Decker's wrist, forming a punch, and let loose a sharp husky sound before throwing a punch filled with hatred and resentment toward Decker's pointy chin. Decker felt like he was struck by a sledgehammer and instantly fell to the ground, bleeding from his eye sockets and mouth. Jacob has completely caught him with his pants down, and with the boxing and defensive skills he learned in his past life, he quickly manhandled Decker, who was small and weak without his tricks. However, Jacob still wasn't calm, despite seeing listless Decker on the floor. He knew he wasn't dead, and didn't want him dead either. Jacob opened his mouth and spat something in his hand. He could finally see the cause of his suffering. It was a red diamond-shaped object with 2 needles on one side and a very tiny black symbol on the other side. Jacob didn't know what it was, nor did he care at this moment. He looked at Decker with a vicious smile on his bony, pale face. He sat on him and, with bare nails, he dug right in the middle of his forehead. Crimson blood gushed out, but Jacob was utterly unfazed. He would never show mercy toward his enemies, and Decker was someone he hated the most. Even in his previous life, he never thought of killing someone this much as he thought of killing Decker. Jacob placed the diamond-shaped object right where he dug Decker's skin and pressed it with full force, and when he felt he was properly stuck on the right spot, he vaguely saw a very tiny black light. "Oh, it's active like this, huh?" Jacob was finally assured. But he still wasn't done. He started to take off Decker's clothes. Decker was plump, as his brown torso was also filled with some battle scars. Jacob's eyes landed on 2 bracelets in Decker's hand. One had a black ribbon, and a red ruby was embedded in it, which reminded him of that diamond he had just planted into Decker's forehead. This should be the remote control of that stone. Jacob quickly took it off and saw a tiny black mark right in the middle of this ruby, the same as the red diamond. Decker wore it on his own wrist, and then his eyes landed on the second bracelet, which had a black band and a dark blue gemstone embedded on this one. But this one looked more exquisite, and there was a small string of tiny symbols in its center. This should be the controller of that pig muscles. Jacob took off this bracelet as well and put it on. Lastly, his eyes landed on a black chain and black pendant, which Decker was wearing. The pendant was a pitch-black circle, 4 centimeters in diameter. However, when looking at it closely, it was delicately carved in an extremely vivid snake that was eating its own tail, forming this circle, and it looked very vivid, as if it was alive. Furthermore, there were marks left inside the interior of this snake circle, which clearly implied that there was a piece missing from this pendant. Jacob instantly felt he had seen this kind of symbol before, but he didn't seem to remember where. Nonetheless, he also pocketed that chain and pendant, and after making sure Decker had nothing left on him, he put him into his own glass cell and released the blue liquid. Jacob never wanted to kill Decker in the first place, not after he got his hands on the slave stone. Jacob wore a stiff smile as he looked at the unconscious Decker in the glass cell. Their positions had changed now. I'm going to enjoy this. 115, Chapter 15, Blood Analysis. After Jacob was finally done handling Decker, he felt immense relief as all the adrenaline rushing through his veins finally started to calm down, and he felt tired. He still couldn't believe that he had managed to thwart a monster and completely turn the tables on him. He slowly walked toward the same chair where Decker was just sitting a couple of moments ago. Sigh, this feeling for walking again? Jacob let loose a heavy sigh like an old man as he completely relaxed on Decker's chair and closed his eyes, and for the first time after he reincarnated, he felt alive and free. Freedom. Jacob's hoarse voice rang at this moment. This was probably the first word he ever spoke. His voice was powerful for his bony self, as Jacob's old man-like demeanor made it even more imposing. A happy smile suddenly emerged on his pale face. It was a sincere smile of happiness. I can finally say I got another shot at life, and I'm going to live it to the fullest, just like my old life, and who knows, I might be able to live much longer in this mysterious yet magical world. Jacob's smile widened. He didn't seem like someone who just popped an imp goblin's eyes and beat the crap out of him. He just looked like an ordinary young man filled with grand ambitions. After enjoying the moment for a while, Jacob smiled wryly at his naked self. In his happiness, he almost forgot he was still in his birthday suit. He looked around and clearly saw what was in this small room beside that torture table and his old home. There was a small closet at one of the corners right below the stairway and a shelf on the other corner of the table. Besides these two extra things, there wasn't anything except the new large bag Decker had bought or Decker's old bag. Both of them were lying on the torture table at this moment. Jacob completely ignored everything else and went straight toward the closet and opened it. He would not feel comfortable without any clothing on his body. This closet has only 3 shelves, and only Decker's size clothes are in it, which won't fit Jacob, who is 2 heads taller than Decker. In the end, he picked up 2 black cloaks, he rolled one around his waist, and draped one on his shoulder. Much better. Jacob felt comfortable after hiding his assets and finally paid attention to those 2 bracelets he pocketed from Decker. He first looked at the dark blue gem bracelet. He didn't know how to use it or how to make himself its owner, but he never saw Decker using them openly since he always commanded him literally. Jacob tried to imitate Decker and speak closer to the dark blue gem bracelet. Pighead, come out. He looked toward Pighead's cell with anticipation, but nothing happened. Jacob's brows frowned a little and mused, could it be I need my blood to form some kind of connection with these gems? He picked up a knife-like tool from the steel tray and perked his finger, and his blood dropped on the dark blue gem, and it instantly absorbed it. Jacob's eyes flash as he quickly drops his blood on the red one, and it also quickly absorbs it. Although he didn't feel anything, by those 2 gemstone reactions, he knew his theory was successful. Pighead, move your head. This time, there was boundless confidence in Jacob's heavy voice. Pighead really moved his head after receiving Jacob's command. At least those books have some use. Jacob was quite satisfied with this development. Let's see how you escape my grasp now, little fucker. A cold glint flashed in Jacob's eyes as he gazed at Decker's cell before he averted his gaze. His eyes landed on the device Decker was carrying when he opened his cell and picked it up from the floor. It just looked like a smartphone. Could this world be as advanced as mine, or even more? Jacob's thoughts wandered for a moment, but he shook his head and smirked. I'm not even outside, and I'm already thinking like this. Heh, you're just as greedy as always, eh, Jacob? A light chuckle escaped Jacob's mouth before he pressed the buttons on the device and tried to activate it. He mused that since Decker had bought it, and it was in such fancy packing, it must be pretty expensive and essential to him. However, nothing happened, no matter which button he pressed or how long he pressed. Is it broken? Jacob murmured to himself, and his eyes finally landed on the small needle at the bottom of those buttons. Jacob remembered Decker coming for his hand at that time. Did it need my blood to activate? Jacob was fascinated and pressed his thumb on the small needle, which instantly pierced through his skin, making it even more evident that it was made for this purpose. Just as Jacob's blood entered the needle, the black screen lit up in white, and an unfamiliar yet familiar black character appeared. Numbers? Oh, I can read this language? Is it because of this body's previous owner I can read and understand this world's language? Jacob was quite sure about this. The countdown on the black screen finally ended after 9 seconds. New words appeared, which made Jacob intrigued. The blood analysis has been completed. Please press the button to check the result. Oh, is this thing like some measuring device? Jacob quickly pressed the first button, and the screen changed again. Species, human, sex, male, age, 23, strength, 2 weak. He pressed the second button without delay, as he expected this much after from his bony body. Bloodline, not pure fusion. Human bloodline, uncommon tier, 70%, rat hound rare tier. 5%, unknown bloodline, 20%, note. Please purchase a higher grade device to discover about this bloodline and more information. Unknown bloodline, 5%, note. Please purchase a higher grade device to discover about this bloodline and more information. I have 2 unknown bloodlines in my body, and this device is too low grade to identify them, which means this rare tier bloodline is this. Device's limit. But what the fuck is this rat hound? Just what kind of shit this little shit was doing with this body all this time? Jacob couldn't help but curse Decker before pressing the third button. 116 Chapter 16, Blood Lifespan. Jacob knew he had to now live with all those experiments Decker had done on him, and they can't be undone just like that, so he had no choice but to accept the reality. He pressed the third button to see just what kind of information this would reveal. Blood analysis report. Because of 4 different tier bloodline fusions within human species, uncommon physique and uncommon bloodline, this fusion is exceptionally harmful and deadly for the user. Please extract other bloodlines as soon as possible. Note: please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood analysis results and more information. The heck? Is this company selling products or advertising them by selling them? Jacob cursed and berated the company behind this device harshly. But he couldn't help but feel worried when he saw the bloodline analysis report. Even without this device, he knew this kind of blood change couldn't be done as Decker did, and his being alive was a miracle on its own. Jacob knew he was fucked and hated Decker even more when he glanced at the glass cell filled with a blue liquid with a hint of Decker's blood. Sigh, let's see what the last button can tell me. Jacob helplessly shook his head like an old man. A new display emerged. Blood lifespan. User has approximately less than 2,000 days of life because of user blood fusion. Warning, this result is not entirely accurate and only depends on the blood analysis. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood lifespan results and more accurate information. What? Less than 2,000 days? Jacob's eyes dilated when he saw this line and panicked. There wasn't anything scarier than death for him out there, and definitely not after he was reincarnated and finally became free. No, this shitty device is clearly flawed since they put such advertisements in every fucking report, Jacob muttered to himself. He just didn't want to believe it, even though deep down he knew Decker's experiments were enough to gain such results. Jacob threw the blood analysis device on the table and just remained motionless on his chair while his eyes closed. What a stroke of damn bald luck, hey? I got this new life in this new mysterious world. But I already knew I'd die in less than 7 years just because of a freaking little monster. Ha, truly lamentable, Jacob thought while bemoaning his bad luck. After he calmed down, he quickly accepted the fact about his lifespan because he wasn't someone who lived in delusions. Well, since this device had said to extract the types of the blood of other species can undo all this, then it might be possible to salivate my situation. Or I can always find another human and change his blood with my own. It's not like I didn't experience it already. Jacob's amber eyes snapped open as a vicious glint flashed past them before he regained his calm demeanor. Thumb, thumb, suddenly, a light sound of something knocking against a hard surface drew Jacob's attention, and when he looked at the source, he pulled an extremely frosty smile. He's awake. These strange liquids really do wonders. Decker was currently wiggling his limbs inside the glass cell while his mouth was opening and closing. He clearly was still shocked by what had happened to him. Although Decker was completely fine, his 2 eyes were now just black sockets. Before, Jacob didn't hold back with his surprise attack and ruthlessly destroyed Decker's eyes. Eyes were the weakest spot of any living being, and Jacob didn't know Decker was just bark and no bite. That's why he went for his eyes and was so ruthless with his attacks. Nonetheless, he didn't regret even a little what he did. Jacob finally stood up and coolly moved toward Decker's cell with a wintry smile on his face. Look what we have here. A blind little shit, huh? Stay still and close your mouth. Decker suddenly trembled when he heard this deep voice filled with mockery and viciousness. All his movement suddenly stopped after this heavy voice faded. The parasite gem. Decker instantly knew he had been enslaved, and his heartbeat shot up tremendously. He finally remembered how he ended up like this, and an extremely weak figure flashed past his mind. How did that human manage to extract the parasite gem without dying? His head was filled with these questions, but alas, he couldn't speak right now since he was now on Jacob's mercy, just like when Jacob was. Their positions have been swapped and changed. Jacob was quite pleased with Decker's reaction, as he also pushed the bronze button on the button panel on the wall, just like Decker. Pighead, come out. Jacob also commanded Pighead. He won't be taking any risk with Decker since he knows nothing about what Decker is or what kind of things he is capable of, and Pighead is his strongest trump card. Because he didn't have free will, like Jacob and Decker, he was sure of it because Pighead's eyes were always listless, with no luster of life whatsoever, which means he was dead or something like a death state. Or someone like Decker can never control such a monster. Pighead's eyes snapped open as he pressed something inside his glass cell, and the liquid started to sink. So, his glass cell had an inner control panel, which means Decker wasn't afraid he would turn against him. Moreover, he can easily awake from his sleeping slate. Was it the liquid or something else? Jacob mused. Jacob didn't dwell on this topic for now since Decker's cell was finally emptied, and he was eager to give Decker a taste of his own medicine. He opened Decker's cell and calmly sat on the chair again while looking at expressionless blind Decker, who was standing there like a little puppet. Pighead also came out of his cell at this moment. Jacob's lips curled as he said coldly, I don't like the way you're standing, slave, so, K. Kneel. 417, Chapter 17, A Confession 1K Kneel. Decker fell to his knees with no hesitation after hearing Jacob's powerful command. See, it wasn't so hard to kneel, right? Jacob said in his heavy voice with a hint of mockery. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jacob's eyes flashed. Decker had an expressionless face, and he didn't even have eyes to see Jacob's gloating expression at this moment. All he could do was just hear Jacob's mocking voice, which pierced his heart in millions of ways. I could escape pursued by an army of experts, but in the end, I fell into the hands of my own slave. Truly retribution, Decker silently lamented at this moment. He was a very careful person because you had to be very careful if you wanted to survive out there with no existing strength, and Decker was such a case. He didn't have anything except his knowledge and the life-saving tricks he had learned from deadly experiences. But in the end, he was played by his own slave, and the slave was a weak human, nevertheless. Although he didn't know how Jacob got free from the parasite gem, he knew after what he had done with Jacob. His death won't be pretty. Furthermore, his eyes were now gone, and he knew they couldn't be regenerated, not here at least, and without his eyes he was nothing but a blind old goblin who anyone could squish like a bug. That's why he stopped resisting and waited for his death. Jacob said again at this moment, "You can speak freely." Although he wanted nothing more than to kill Decker in the cruelest way possible, he wanted the most information about this world from Decker. Foremost, he knew nothing about where he was or what kind of place this was. He had already seen Decker's drenched cloak, but he had never heard a rain sound in this place before, which meant they were deep underground, and Decker must have left many traps outside for intruders. That's why he didn't dare to leave this place on his own. Secondly, Decker was clearly hiding from someone here. He could tell just by how rigorously Decker behaved when he left last time. Third, Decker seemed quite resourceful since it could acquire this kind of equipment and set it up in this hellhole. Those two glass cells and liquids were high-tech enough to leave Jacob speechless and to wonder. Lastly, Decker was a wily fox who had extraordinary life experiences, and he might know all kinds of places and secrets, and Jacob was very interested in them. As a wily old fox, he knew the information would be his biggest weapon if he wanted to survive in his world filled with monsters like Decker. Decker's lips finally opened as he spoke at this moment. "If you want information from me, then, boy, let me tell you this. I would rather die than give my knowledge to a human slave. This parasite gem might be able to control me physically, but it can't control my free will." So the diamond was called Parasite Gem, a fitting name indeed. Jacob nodded his head in understanding. Jacob coolly spoke at this moment as he expected it. "Ho-ho, wolves may lose their teeth but not their nature. It's quite fitting on you." Decker was suddenly intrigued by this strange phrase that he had never heard before. Jacob's bitter voice rang again. "You're indeed correct. I need information, but you're incorrect about something, and that is, I'm not requesting." Decker sneered at this moment. "Do, your worst human slave. I'm not like you humans who can be broken by pain." Jacob merely smiled and said, "Then let me ask you, even if Parasite Gem can't control your free will, it can still control your body completely, right? So, what if it can control my body? What can you do worse? Inflict some pain, or cut my limbs bit by bit, or put some bug in my body, or maybe even rape me? You have no idea how much suffering I had to endure to get to this point. You're just one of those lucky bastards. Nothing special." Decker chucked coldly, showing no fear whatsoever. Jacob's eyes finally narrowed. He could tell Decker was a complete madman who feared nothing and was always ready for death. This kind of person was something he hated the most because they were too hard to deal with. Furthermore, this little devil was not even human, and Jacob knew nothing about his kind or weakness, which put him in a disadvantageous position. "Fine, since you don't fear pain, what about a quick death?" Jacob tried another approach. "Quick death, huh? Thanks, but no thanks. I will not reveal anything to you even if you promise this entire world." Decker remained stubborn. Jacob's expression turned frosty this time. He blurted, "You know, all my life, I never killed anyone, nor did I torture anyone. You know why?" Decker sneered mockingly. "Because you're a pussy, and in the end, you become my slave. Ha ha ha, such is the fate of the weak and ignorant." His voice was filled with self-mockery and bitterness toward the end. Jacob didn't mind Decker's ridicule since he had no idea how this body ended up in this kind of situation and said, "Now shut up and listen. I never kill because it's not like I can't or didn't want to, but I was afraid that if I start, I won't be able to stop, that I will enjoy it and become addicted to it. It all started when I saw my mother getting shot right into her left eye by a stray bullet from a gang fight when I was right in her embrace. I was only 10 at that time, but I will never forget that scene and the feeling when I was covered in her warm blood and I was confused and didn't know what had happened. I just keep calling out for her while desperately crying. Afterward, I know I was never the same. I was so angry that I wanted to burn the entire world and let all the living beings feel my pain, which I can't describe." Ol 18, Chapter 18, A Confession 2. "I was always so angry that I just wanted to kill everyone, and the people I hated the most were not those gangs who were fighting, but my father, whom I never come into contact with until later and blamed my mother's death on him. Because if he were there, my mother wouldn't have to work so late, and she would never have always come and get me from my grandparents' house. Despite that, I never get myself to see through my desire because I knew deep down if I ever started, I could never hold myself back, and I always have my grandparents watching over me. Yet, I always had this demon deeply hidden within me, so, to keep it in check, I put my attention elsewhere, and ironically, I chose the same business which caused my mother's death, weaponry. I didn't know why, but I got a strange satisfaction whenever I researched those weapons of mass destruction. It put me at ease, or I could say it keeps that demon in check. The people who died because of me were many, and despite knowing this, I still didn't stop because I couldn't stop. Even though I never killed them myself, I designed and created the tools that can kill anyone and anywhere. I created them so meticulously that when they use for the kill, the target will never have a chance to escape alive. I even developed a new weapon and released it to the world, and I even became a tycoon because of it. Because of it, people called me a genius researcher, not a killer. However, that wasn't the only technology I developed. There were 10, even more, terrifying weapons I designed, but I never made them public or even told anyone about them because I knew if any one of those weapon blueprints saw the light of the day, then it might really burn the entire world down, and I don't want it since I would turn into ashes as well. However, I could never stop myself from continuing to walk on this path because this will give me the most incredible pleasure. This is how I could live like an average person. I even had a happy family. But you know what? I was never able to throw that thought of how it would have felt to kill myself out of my mind, not until I was close to my death. In the last years of my life, I found I crave my life far more than that bloodlust or anything else, as a matter of fact, and finally overcome that demon which was with me for my entire life and my bloodlust. However, what I could never conquer was death. Even if I slow it down, it still comes and gets me. This finally made me understand that life was far more precious than I thought, and I even felt remorse about what I had done in my entire life. I feel genuine despair, a terror which only a dying person would understand. Regardless, somehow, after I awake here, and you put me through all those suffering that I never imagined before, I found out that the demon within me was still there. It never left or was eliminated. I unknowingly hold control of it, and you help me understand it. Jacob's face was exempt from any emotion as he confessed he had been carrying for all his life. He never thought he would tell anyone about it, and he'll carry it to his grave, and he did. But after encountering Decker, he felt like telling him all this because Decker was someone he got to talk with after a very long time. In all those years living with the help of those machines, he could never speak or think straight. Someone seldom visited him, and even if someone were talking to him, he would hardly understand the words because of the condition which he put himself into. But after taking over this body, he felt alive again. But Decker still taught him that this world was full of ruthless people and monsters like him, and it was far more dangerous than his previous world, and he had to be ruthless if he wanted to survive here. Nevertheless, he still hated Decker since he put him through all that pain and despair, and now he was even refusing to talk. "Do you know why I was telling you all this?" Jacob impassively said. "You may speak freely." He didn't want Decker to interrupt him, so he made him shut up before. Decker suddenly started laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha. It seemed like your brain was thoroughly damaged because of all those experiments. Your delusions really know no bounds. Ha ha ha." How could he not laugh? Jacob was talking about his previous life and reincarnation. Decker didn't understand any of it since it all seemed like a fantasy story to him and a lunatic's imagination, so he would naturally not believe it, even if you beat him to death. The concept of reincarnation just does not fit well with someone like Decker. Jacob remained expressionless and said, "Maybe you're right or maybe not, but don't you understand the hidden meaning behind my story? Or are you just an intelligent idiot? Heh, you're just a maniacal human, so stop talking about intelligence with me," Decker sneered. Jacob didn't mind and continued, "It's simple. Actually, it's like this when you're in a desperate situation, or desperate for something. Your mind will never stop thinking about its solution, and even started to create different ways to solve it or get the thing you wanted. You'll even imagine robbing that thing you want or magically solving your situation with almost impossible facts in play. However, when you accept that the situation is hopeless or you can't get what you want, your mind will never think about these solutions. But this will also put a hold on your thinking, and you'll just limit yourself as you keep doing the same again and again until you simply stop thinking creatively and cage yourself in a mental cage you create for yourself. You see, your situation is like the latter scenario. Since you accept your death, you'll never budge or at least think this way. However, I'm the former kind because I desperately want that information, and I will keep trying and thinking all the possible ways to obtain it, and this helps me think out of the box, which is what we call imagination. 119 Chapter 19, Clues About New World. However, I'm the former kind because I desperately want that information, and I will keep trying and thinking of all the potential ways to obtain it, and this helps me think out of the box, which is what we call imagination. And this is also the reason you lose to me. I never lost hope, even when I felt like death was the right and easy end to my suffering. I just never stopped thinking and grab any straw that can help me float in that despair, and now I'm sitting here without a parasite gem while you're kneeling just like me at the same spot with a parasite gem. Jacob's words were like invisible blades that cut deeper into Decker's heart and mind. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Jacob was telling the truth. He had already given up resisting and accepted his unprecedented death. But he still didn't admit it because he still looked down on Jacob, partly because he was a human and partly because he was his former slave. He would still rather die than admit anything to Jacob. He just didn't want to give him the satisfaction he wanted. "Human slave, your words are nothing but empty, and you are a lunatic, so you still will get nothing from me. You said you were afraid of killing others just because you'll get addicted to it? Don't let me laugh." Nobody can resist such a temptation their entire life, much less someone like you who is still wet behind his ears. You're saying you create weapons that will never miss their targets, huh? Well, your imagination is admirable, but let me break it to you. Do you hear of giant race? Not even weapons created by the dwarf race can penetrate through their skin, much less this nonsense you're spouting. Decker finally retorted with an angry tone. But Jacob's expression couldn't help but change into astonishment when he heard giant race and dwarf race. He still didn't know what kind of race Decker belonged to, but he never thought there were mythical races like giants and dwarfs that would exist in this world. This world probably had magic as well. Jacob's heart couldn't help but race slightly when he thought about magic because he still could feel that strand of energy inside him, and after hearing Decker's words, he was more assured that magic existed in this world. However, Decker took Jacob's fast heartbeat in the wrong way and disdainfully scoffed. What afraid? Now? You humans merely live in the uncommon races region with all those uncommon rank races, so you naturally didn't have any idea about the terror of races from the rare races region. So, shut your fucking bullshit and snap out of your horny delusions where you can fuck whoever you want and stop your fuck shit about imagination. There's nothing but the strength that can give you the right even to fantasize. Jacob finally returns to his calm self as he listens to Decker's disdainful words, which reveal even more about this world and the status of a human here. So, humans are considered an uncommon race, huh? Jacob couldn't help but felt pity for humanity since he was also a human in both his previous and new life. Jacob asked again, so, why don't you just tell me everything I want to know and I might let you go? What do you think? After Decker's brief outburst, he now wanted to acquire more information about this world. Decker also calmed down after he castigated Jacob and said stubbornly, go fuck yourself. Jacob merely shook his head in disappointment and said, since I can't control your free will, so be it. But don't forget, I can control your body. Huh, do your worst, slave. Decker merely sneered as he revealed a mocking smile, shocking his beastly teeth. Jacob suddenly chucked before saying, you say you need power even to imagine, right? But let me make it absolutely clear, you're nothing but someone who has been suppressed all his life by others, and now you only see this world in two colors, black and white, right or wrong, life and death. Your mind has become accustomed to being suppressed after your entire miserable shitty little life. I can easily see through you just by the depression you showed while experimenting on me, and the way you're living out of nowhere with no friends or family is proof of your pathetic life history and narrow viewpoint. Decker's expression twisted in shock and then hatred after Jacob's taunt. Jacob merely sneered coldly and said, what? Did I hit a nerve? Did the little guy finally remember being trampled under others' feet so often that you can still feel the pressure of their foot and taste the dirt under their foot? Tell me, oh magnificent little shit. Decker almost spat fire from his mouth because what Jacob said was very close to the actual truth, and he hated nothing but this period of his life and finally couldn't take it anymore of Jacob's insults. You fucking chode. Shut up, Jacob snorted before Decker could utter another word. I have enough of your shits. Let me show you there's always a third way. Decker had again become completely expressionless after Jacob made him shut his mouth. Since your eyes are gone, I have you use the power of imagination to get what I want, and this will also prove that you can also imagine, despite being my little slave, said Jacob coldly, with a calm expression. Although he knew this was going to be troublesome, he really had a way to get what he wanted, and if even it didn't work, then he'll just have to put Decker's words about not being afraid of torture or pain through a savage test. Jacob knew very well that if you do not experience it yourself, you'll never know the fear of approaching death. In his youth, he wasn't afraid of dying, just like any other hot-blooded youth, and only when the time really came did he find out just how much he feared not being able to live. 20. Chapter 20. This is bad. Let's test a slave's imagination, shall we? Jacob's cold voice sounded in Decker's ears, which were utterly expressionless right now. Jacob said, I already told you, you're kneeling in the same position as once I was, so you could immediately picture it intuitively since you once had eyes, and you're more familiar with this place than anyone inside this room. Jacob's eyes flashed as he said, point your right-hand index finger toward the pighead glass cell. Decker's right hand suddenly raised straight, and his index finger started to point toward Pighead's glass cell, and when it stopped, it was only 2 centimeters off the mark. Adjust it 2 centimeters left, and you'll be pointing at the right in the center of the glass cell. Jacob coolly commanded, and Decker did just that. See, now you know exactly where you're kneeling without even having your eyes. Not bad for a salve imagination, I might say. Jacob coldly sneered. Decker, on the other hand, had very different thoughts right now. This bastard human is more cunning than I imagine. He even found the trick to use the rare-grade parasite gem. Decker felt a chill run down his spine because he clearly knew the parasite gem could only control the physique, not the brain. But it was still not to be underestimated because even without a brain, the body was still capable enough to talk. As long as the other party knew what to ask and how to ask, they could easily control the celebration, and Jacob was doing just that right now. Jacob quickly saw this advantage to Parasite Gem, although the victims still had their free will and celebration. It was still not that simple because the body could quickly reveal what you're thinking as long as your brain thinks about it. You can't just turn off your brain, nor can you get control over it because it is just too impossible. Decker was trying his best not to think about what Jacob wanted, but no matter what, for a microsecond, his brain would instantly think of what Jacob will ask, and this window was enough for Jacob as long as he asked the right question. Even if Decker controlled his brain and instantly removed the information, Jacob wanted to know he couldn't beat his brain to it. Jacob again asked, "Are we underground right now? If yes, then move your hand right. If no, then move it to the left." Decker's hand quickly moved to the right. "I thought so. Are there any traps? Move your hand in the same pattern for yes and no," Jacob asked. He wanted to make sure about this point as well. Decker's hand again moved to the right, which meant there were traps outside. Jacob only sighed and asked, "See, this wasn't too hard, right? Now, let's see, I clearly remembered the last time I heard an extremely familiar sound, a sound of a book being closed, followed by a strange sound when you thought I was still unconscious after the blood-changing process, but I wasn't. Can I get the information I want from that book?" Decker's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard Jacob's words, and he desperately tried to think about something else. But alas, he had already thought about that book, and his hand moved to the right in affirmation. This is bad. Decker couldn't help but think grimly. Jacob instantly followed with another question without giving Decker any chance to ruin this opportunity. "Is this book inside this room? If it is, point your finger in that direction, and lower your hand if it's in your bag." Decker's finger trembled slightly as if he was fighting for control of his body as blood started to trickle from his nose, but Jacob didn't try to stop Decker. He already got his answer from Decker's desperate action and the slightest movement of his finger toward the right side. Before he wasn't sure if his guess about this book was correct or not, but now he was absolutely sure that book was inside this room and hidden somewhere. He just had to find it now. But Jacob was shocked when he saw Decker's finger jammed in one place while trembling as blood was trickling down from his nose and eyes. He couldn't help but marvel at Decker's willpower. He had experienced just how powerful this parasite gem control was. Even he could only do something like Decker with the help of that mysterious strand of energy, but Decker was doing it without it. Stop! Jacob knew if he didn't stop Decker's struggle, he might die, and Jacob didn't want that for now. But it also made it more apparent that Decker was really ready to die and wasn't afraid of pain or torture. However, Jacob still underestimated Decker's lunacy. He continued to try to move his body without any sign of stopping. He clearly intended to kill himself. Jacob quickly said, "Pighead, knock him cold." Pighead, who was listlessly standing behind Jacob, finally moved and quickly slapped Decker unconscious while shattering his teeth. Jacob was speechless with the Pighead method, but he knew he couldn't expect anything from this muscle-head pig, so he could only sigh helplessly and said, "Just throw him inside the glass cell and release that blue liquid." Pighead instantly complied. Jacob stood up from his chair with a heavy expression on his bony face. He never thought his first interaction with Decker would cause such a result. He again reevaluated his view of this world and Decker. Nevertheless, he still got what he wanted though. Even though it was only written information, not Decker's entire knowledge, it was still enough for Jacob to start somewhere. He started knocking around the room walls to find any hidden compartment, as he was familiar with this kind of compartment. He had many of them all over the world in his past life. After knocking around for some time, he breathed heavily since his health wasn't his strong aspect right now, but he still didn't stop looking. He finally knocked on the staircase, and when he was knocking below the staircase, the sound of something hollow rang in the room. 21, Chapter 21, Decker's Journal, 1. When Jacob heard this hollow sound, his eye lit up. He knew very well this kind of sound could only be made when you hit something empty inside. He quickly started to press the area, and his finger suddenly pressed something before a small trapdoor opened, revealing 1 cubic meter compartment. Jacob's eyes fell on 2 things. One was a green book, while the other item also looked like a thin book shape, but it was carefully wrapped around a tattered gray cloth. Jacob first picked up the thick book with a blank green cover and ignored the old gray cloth folding. Jacob finally opened it and read the first page. Decker Shaw Journal, a proud alchemist of Shaw family of imp goblin race. Jacob cocked an eyebrow, seeing the words goblin and alchemist, and thought, "So, I fell in the hand of a goblin, huh? No wonder this guy looks so hideous. And he's even an alchemist, which also explains his experiments." Jacob turned the page and saw an introduction that read, "My name is Decker Shaw, and this is my journal about my research on special physiques of different races living on the Zodiac Plains. Zodiac Plains are rumored to be endlessly vast, and there lived many species in this vast plain. There are 5 known regions of Zodiac Plains. The first, Common Races region, where live ordinary animals and that vast forest, but no one seemed to care about this region since there's nothing extraordinary about it. The second is the Uncommon Races region, where intelligent life forms live without special physiques, bloodline, or talent. This region is also completely ignored and left alone to rot. The third region where I'm from is the Rare Races region. This region is very popular because of the special races that live here, with many special physiques and bloodlines. The fourth region, Rarer Races region, is the home of rarer grade races with supernatural strength and many special bloodline abilities, which made the races of this region extraordinarily proud and arrogant. They look down at us. True bastards indeed. The fifth region is very mysterious and called the Epic Races region. We simply didn't have the qualification to know about this region because those bastards from the rarer races region completely blocked any kind of information about epic grade races. They're their faithful dogs. But the widely known factor about the epic grade race is they possess something called magic, which I have no idea what it is, but those bastards of rarer races region were extremely fearful of it. Jacob's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he read to this point. This literally confirmed his guess about magic. Although Decker's introduction was too vague about magic, Jacob had read fantasies about magic. He knew what this word represented, absolute power. He could also understand why those arrogant people of the rarer races region were so afraid of people from the epic races region. He quickly continued to read as he flipped to the next page. Just this first page revealed many things to him. The races of zodiac planes are divided into ranks or grades according to the regions they're born in: common, uncommon, rare, rarer, and epic. There are different professions as well, and they're also divided into the same grades. I'm an apothecary alchemist, a unique profession in our imp goblin race, and I love to experiment with living things of different races. Jacob couldn't help but sneer at this point and mumble, "Sick bastard." After that, he sat down and continued to read, completely forgetting about the other thing. He also discovered that this book was written by Decker from a very young age, as he could imagine his enthusiasm in vigorous words. It didn't sound like the cruel Decker of the present. Jacob found there were many experiments noted and some formulas of medians Decker created after a long string of experimentation. This also revealed a lot of information, but Jacob wasn't interested in Decker's alchemy research, nor could he understand it entirely because he had no clue about the alchemy of this world. Decker seemed to be an extremely high-level alchemist as well. This book could be said to be an encyclopedia for the apothecary alchemists, and no alchemist would reveal their research to another quickly, not to even their apprentices. This was simply Decker's life work. Jacob quickly turned page after page about alchemy. He knew this book would be beneficial if he decided to become an alchemist, but now he was interested in the information. As Jacob turned page after page, the writing became more refined and mature and exempt from young Decker's bullshit, while his experiments also became longer and longer. Jacob finally decided to just see to the end since this book was 8 inches thick and almost complete. He wanted to know what kind of experiment Decker was doing on him before he took over this body. He finally found the last entry, which was about his blood change result. Decker left it empty, which meant he was going to write it after checking Jacob's blood analysis report, but it never happened. Jacob turned back many pages, and after turning back over 100 pages, he saw a note which wasn't about an experiment and read it. Today, a rarer race, the mountain giants, approached our imp goblin race. They wanted to hire some apothecary alchemists for an expedition inside the rarer races region. This was clearly a death mission since everyone knew we'll be killed right after this expedition just so those bastards could keep this a secret. But we have no choice and can't reject their request, just like always. I was chosen with others by my arch-rival for this death mission, who had become an elder of the Elder Council because of his top talent, and he finally decided to get rid of old me. His name is Loop, and he's a hypocrite, scheming bastard. He had taken advantage of my research many times and gained that position that rightfully belonged to me. But alas, I was just too trusty and blindly trusted him since I was already busy with my research, and now he wanted to get rid of me once and for all, so I could not get in his way anymore. But I will not leave this book. I will take all my research to the grave, and if you're reading it, then this means I'm dead, so this is your luck you found this book, and I have no hard feelings toward you. C22, Chapter 22, Decker's Journal, 2. But I will not leave this book. I will take all my research to the grave, and if you're reading it, then this means I'm dead, so this is your luck you found this book, and I have no hard feelings toward you. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read Decker's note, which was more like a letter before death. Since he continues to write, then this means he managed to escape alive from that expedition. Also, it was clear that he was hiding here from someone, which means he either ran away from his clan or those mountain giants. Or he somehow survives that expedition and the other died, which also meant he can't show his face ever. Jacob considered many other such scenarios where Decker had no choice but to hide like a rat. He turned to the next page and read. He was astonished when he was a large string of ha ha ha, and half the page was filled with this ha ha. Furthermore, he became more curious, and reading the words after that made laughing. I managed to escape alive from those scheming bastards, and not only did I manage to run, I even stole that small treasure box they unearthed from the misty abyss. But I know I can't go back anymore, and they might even massacre my entire race because of me, but I don't care about those tribesmen in name who suppressed everyone they deemed a threat to their position. It's even better if they killed all of them, ha ha ha. But I have to say, I really pulled the wool over those big idiots and tricked them with this treasure. This will also teach them a big lesson to never look down upon a goblin. Jacob nodded slightly when he seemed his guess was correct and read to the next page. I come to one of my hideouts in Rainy Mountain Ranges right between the boundary of uncommon and rare races regions. It is the only place where I had set up a facility for my experiment. No one knows about it. After cleaning my tracks, I finally felt relief and turned my attention to the small treasure chest. This treasure chest is ancient and only sealed with a wooden lock and a strange piece of cloth filled with a strange symbol. Nevertheless, I broke it open and found three things. An ancient beast skin letter, a pendant that looked like a snake eating its own tail, and a thin book that was carefully wrapped in a tattered gray cloth. The words on this letter were from a very ancient language, which we called rune language. I only had a little understanding since our goblin race is keen on collecting all kinds of knowledge. There were only 2 red words on this palm-sized beast skin letter, and I don't know if I translated it correctly, but it means, Cursed Immortality. I didn't know what the other person was trying to imply by these words, but I didn't see any profound meaning behind them. As for the pendant, it looked highly new without a scratch and vivid, so I know it was extraordinary and kept it. The last thing was that thin book wrapped in the gray cloth. When I unwrapped it, its cover was utterly white without any scratch or decay. If I didn't open the old chest myself, I would never even believe this newly looking book was unearthed. And there were 3 words inscribed with dark ink on its cover, which were also in the rune language, and I was shocked when I translated them. It said, Immortal Making Journal. I thought it was bullshit until I opened it. I don't know if this was my imagination, but the moment I looked at those rune letters, I could instantly understand them, as if I were reading my mother language. The more I read, the more astonished I become. If this journal was real, then one could really archive immortality by following those instructions. But I won't believe it entirely because the instructions in this journal were just too unreal. First, you have to change your heart with a modified heart, and there is only a 1% chance of survival. I will first ensure the authority of those words before I try them on myself. This is just too crazy, but if it is true, I will become a powerful immortal and take revenge on those bastards. Jacob's eyes twinkled like stars when he saw words like immortality and a journal that can make someone immortal. Even though he didn't dare to believe it, his heart couldn't help but beat fast as he closed Decker's journal. He finally got his answer to why Decker was doing these experiments on him and why he was so desperate to succeed. It was all because of this immortal-making journal. Who didn't want immortality? Who didn't want to live an everlasting life? Who can resist such temptation? Only self-righteous idiots. Jacob's biggest wish was immortality, and he didn't want to die this time around. Even in his past life, he tried every single method to prolong his life, even if that was utter bullshit. He didn't believe it before he tried himself. Now a journal was offering direct immortality to him? How could he resist? It's not like he lost anything since he only had 5 or so years to live because of Decker's experiments. In a sense, he was already following the path inscribed on that journal, so he wanted to see if it was really worth it. 23, Chapter 23. Immortal Making Journal. Jacob slowly moved towards the hidden compartment while holding his breath. His eyes were fixed on the gray wrapping. Although he knew this might really be just a sham, he still didn't want to believe it completely and hoped there might be some truth hidden in that journal. Jacob extended his hand, which was slightly trembling from anxiety and fear at the same time. He unwrapped the gray cloth, and a thin white book appeared in front of Jacob's shimmering eyes. This book was 2 inches thin and looked highly ordinary. If he didn't read Decker's journal, he might have thought this was a newly purchased book by him. Moreover, there was a black-inked title on the white book cover, which was a collection of strange symbols that he obviously didn't understand. Without any further delay, Jacob extended his hand toward the book. He wanted to see if he could read its contents with no prior understanding of it, just like Decker. If it worked, he had no choice but to believe this book, which he also wanted. But if it didn't, then he could only curse his luck. Because he can't understand any of those symbols on the cover, Decker would never teach him even if he begged. However, the moment Jacob's hand touched the book, his heart jolts thunderously. More accurately, it was not his heart but that mysterious strand of energy that always seemed dormant and completely under Jacob's control. It wasn't just the strand of energy, but the dark pendant which he got from Decker, and right now, it was hanging on Jacob's neck, also starting to heat up. Jacob was shocked by this strange turn of events, but he knew it all started when he touched the white book. Any sane person would instantly retrieve their hand, but Jacob didn't. On the contrary, not only did he not retract his hand, he even gripped the book. Jacob's thoughts differed completely from others. Firstly, Jacob deemed this was an opportunity, a life-changing opportunity, because after controlling that strand of energy for months and circulating it in every part of his body, he knew it wasn't harmful to him at all. Secondly, when he touched the book, that pendant also reacted, and from Decker's journal, he knew this pendant was found with this book, so it gave him even more courage to take this gamble. Thirdly, Jacob now knew this strand of energy was the product of Decker's experiments, according to this book, and since it reacted to his touch, then this meant there was a big reason behind it. Lastly, and most importantly, Jacob was a reincarnated person and someone insane for immortality, and as long as he saw hope, he'll do anything to get it, and he saw a big hope in this book. As Jacob gripped the book, he felt the eager sensation from the energy becoming stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. As for the pendant, it suddenly started to shift toward Jacob's heart like a pendulum on its own. It was evident for Jacob to guess that it was moving towards the energy, or the energy was making it move towards it. When the pendant finally fixed on the position where his heart was, and also right above the energy strand, Jacob suddenly shrieked in pain. He clearly felt the energy coming out while drilling through his heart. He wanted to clench his chest, but he didn't and endured. He was afraid to interrupt whatever was happening, nor did he let go of the book. Not only that, but he just looked like a lunatic while screaming to avert his pain while continuing to stand still. After 10 seconds, which were like 10 years for Jacob, he finally felt something drilling out of his skin, and he watched as a very thin crimson needle came out of his chest as blood flowed from the small hole. Like a bolt of lightning, that red needle instantly passed through from the hollow pendant and directly entered the white book in Jacob's hand. However, this wasn't the end. The next moment, the white book in Jacob's hand turned into a white streak and entered the black pendant hanging on his neck. Jacob was breathing and coughing heavily as blood trickled down from both corners of his lips, and his chest was also dyed red. A hole in the heart wasn't a joke. Even a small one was enough to kill. However, Jacob's eyes were shining like the sun when he saw what happened, but he also knew he couldn't remain like this, or he might really die. He said in a hoarse voice, "Pighead, take me to your glass cell and activate that black liquid and protect me." Pighead listlessly followed Jacob's command and arranged him inside his own glass cell, which was much faster than Decker's glass cell. Jacob also decided to use Decker's black liquid just in case. He heard Decker saying that this liquid was the highest grade healing liquid he had stored here. After arranging Jacob's body in the glass cell, Pighead pressed a black button which was right inside the glass cell, and afterward it closed, and light black liquid filled from the bottom. Jacob was almost unconscious because of blood loss, and he only felt a freezing sensation from that black liquid and warmth from the pendant on his neck before he fell unconscious. Pighead remained still outside, protecting Jacob as he commanded. Inside the glass cell filled with black liquid, if Jacob were conscious, he would shock to see the pendant on his chest currently glowing in a white hue, as the eyes of the snake were glowing brightly. Suddenly, something emerged from the interior of the snake ring. 2 white lines slowly form from the interior and connect to the opposite side while twisting in a shape and forming a white symbol in the empty interior. 24, Chapter 24. The truth. In endless darkness, an old man with a tall and bony body was floating aimlessly without any clothes. His wrinkled face was peaceful, while his murky eyes were staring into the dark void without blinking. This old man was none other than Jacob in his actual old frame before his sudden death. So, it was just a dream after all, he thought bitterly. I have really outdone myself in creating such a reality like a dream. Sigh, death, 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 death. I wasn't able to escape you in the end, even in my dreams, hey? I always wonder, was life so weak that it can't even win against death? Now I got my answer. Life and death. They said they both have 2 sides of a coin, but it's wrong. It's indeed a coin, but you didn't have the luxury to flip this coin because it's constantly flipping endlessly until it eventually fell and stopped. In the end, the side of death always wins. The period it took while flipping is the life which will come to an end, but it still gave false, painful hope that it will fall on the side of life. But the truth is, there isn't a life on any side of this coin, only death and misery. Hor ha 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 ha. At this moment, Jacob's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an eerily laughter which frightened him. What? I'm hallucinating again? Jacob thought. That eerily voice spoke this time. Well said, old brat, well said. Equal life and death cycle are just bullshit. There's only endless death and fleeting life. There's just no comparison. Jacob's mind jolted this time. He finally understood he wasn't hallucinating because he could clearly hear this voice inside his head, and he didn't seem to move his body at all. It was the same feeling he felt when affected by the parasite gem, but it was far more horrible. He shouted in his mind, "Who are you?" The eerily voice playfully replied, "What, you already forget that you're the one who awakened me?" Jacob's mind trembled when he heard this, suddenly remembered the mysterious white book, and promptly asked, "You're the immortal making journal." Ha ha ha. The eerily laugh rang again before it said playfully, "That name was just to trick everyone. That's not my true form." Jacob felt a chill all over his body when he heard this, and questioned with an unfriendly voice, "So, it wasn't a dream, but why did you want to trick others? Are you a ghost that wants to possess me?" Jacob wasn't an idiot, and he knew if this thing wanted to trick others, then this meant it wasn't something good, so he quickly raised his guard. The eerily voice replied with a hint of disdain, "Of course, to find a worthy successor that can inherit me, but alas, those fools can never condense the immortal mark and always end up dying by walking on the wrong path." Jacob was shocked by this sudden realization and asked, "So, you're saying that Immortal Making Journal was just a big test that no one could pass?" Yes, the first 2 parts, heart-changing and blood-changing, were a kind of test to see if the other could condense an immortal mark which would awake me, but alas, those inferior beings were just too talentless and never able to awake me. Some of them thought these words were empty, and they were afraid to change their heart because it sounded too unrealistic and dangerous. Very few believed my incarnation words and tried it, but almost 99% died because they had a very weak soul. You see, in my endless years of existence, only 10 beings could condense the immortal mark. But those idiots didn't have the courage or patience until I woke up, and they always either threw my incarnation away or didn't wear the infinity pendant. All because they thought I was too suspicious, or when they felt the pain of immortal mark drilling through their hearts, they become even more determined that I'm harming them. One of them even threw away the infinity pendant once after calling it ugly, and that ugly swine died cluelessly after following my incarnation's third modification. She didn't know the pendant will always return to me, no matter what and where it was. That arrogant swine deserved to die, nevertheless. The last one was even more excessive, and that little lizard even dared to seal me with a ghost-eradicating talisman and then buried me deep underground. That fool was just too damn hateful. It even tried to burn me and then decomposed me. But he has no idea that the great me can't be destroyed even if he awakened his ancestors. Humph. Jacob was completely speechless after hearing such truth and couldn't help but feel this book was just too arrogant and unrealistic. But he has no way to retort it since he knew this book was unearthed by Decker's party and heard its last phase. It was clear it was telling the truth. He also knew this infinity pendant was the same pendant hanging around his neck, and he finally remembered a snake eating its tail was also the ancient symbol of infinity. He couldn't help but ask, then that strand of energy that drilled through my heart was an immortal mark? The eerily voice said with a hint of excitement, yes. The immortal mark only forms after the modified heart completely resonates with the body and new blood. But your heart not only resonated, but also mutated, which was almost unbelievable. That's why your immortal mark was unique, and you could control it at will, and you even managed to open all the meridian channels and acupuncture points of your body with it as well. I must say, you're really something. Not only did you manage to condense the special immortal mark, but you even used to turn the table on that little idiot who would have died just by the first modification. He was just foolishly experimenting on everyone while completely ignoring the fact his body structure differed greatly from others, nor did he know about the soul strength. Jacob finally understood everything and couldn't help but feel chills when he thought just how this book created such cruel tests to find a successor, and no wonder no one could succeed. Because only crazy people will dare even to consider changing their heart and blood, and then even wait until something is drilled out of their heart. 25 Chapter 25 Cursed Immortality. So, you were watching me? Jacob asked. He was now serene again. Ha ha ha, my incarnation and the infinity pendant are my eyes and ears. I can observe my surrounding with both of them, but I can't interfere with or express my thoughts to anyone without finding a real successor. I was also watching your every action, and must I say you're a lunatic. Not only did you manage to break free from that little slave stone, you even dared to endure the pain of an immortal mark drilling through your heart while gripping my incarnation. I have never seen someone playing with their life like this before, Jacob Riley replied. You don't understand. If you're watching me, you have already seen that device result, and I only have little time to live, so I just wanted to see if I can gain the secret of immortality. Even though there was only a 1% chance that it was true, I'll still take it without any hesitation because now I'll rather die for that 1% chance of life rather than live with a 99% chance of death with a hoax life. Jacob truthfully answered, hiding nothing. Ha ha ha, only someone who experienced true death can know what I mean to live. I right, Jacob Steve from Earth? The eerily voice playfully called Jacob as such. Jacob merely sneered, heh, yes, you're right. He never even thought for a second that this thing couldn't read his mind or see his memories because this book was just too mysterious and was talking inside his mind. And it was talking about the soul like drinking water. Then it was nothing but simple. Let me ask you then, do you want immortality? It was a simple question, but this time this voice sounded solemn. Jacob suddenly felt this question was as heavy as a mountain, but this was his biggest wish. He will give anything for it, so he answered without any hesitation, yes. Think carefully. Immortality will grant you an endless life, but all those you love or will love will perish one by one, leaving you alone every single time. Think if one day everyone and everything turned into nothingness and only you remained, you can't even kill yourself. You just had to live with nothing but darkness. Do you still want immortality? It asked again with a solemn tone. Jacob felt a shiver in his spine this time. It's not like he never thought like this before, but immortality was just a legend before as well. But now that he was given a chance, he was forced to think this way and even hesitate. Suddenly, a beautiful face surfaced in his mind, and he remembered a very painful memory that he had buried deep in his mind for decades. JS, I don't want to leave you and my children, but it seems life won't allow it. Just promise you won't forget me, ever. Hope, Jacob quickly recovered and menacingly replied, I don't care about anything as long as I live endlessly, so yes, even if everything turned to dust, I still want immortality. Even if you have to sacrifice everything, kill everyone, destroy everything which comes between you and immortality, will you still want it, even if the price is to become a vicious devil? This voice was icy, like an abyss. Jacob was again momentarily stunned before decisively answering, I don't care, so yes, I'll pay any price. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. You have resolved to do anything for immortality, and only someone with this kind of resolve can walk the path of an immortal who's willing to sacrifice anything and keep walking forward. The maniacal, eerily laughter rang again with a hint of hysteria. Congratulations, you have passed the third test of absolute resolved, And with this, you have passed all 3 tests and become my first inheritor from time immemorial. Let me officially introduce myself. I'm one of the 9 universal godly scriptures, Cursed Immortality, and I'm also the only scripture that can grant true immortality. He never thought this thing was still testing him, but he was gobsmacked when he heard the other words. However, he felt remarkably calm. Jacob asked ambiguously, "You're saying, beside me, no one can inherit your prowess or become immortal?" Cursed Immortality replied with a hint of pride, "Yes, the 9 godly universal scriptures can only be inherited by a single person. It was impossible to learn until that inheritor died, and I'm the only scripture that grants true immortality." Jacob asked again, "Then, I'm an immortal now?" "No, you're still immortal, an extremely weak one. You have a little over 5 years to live, and you have to change your body according to the real me, or I don't want to become inheritorless again." Cursed Immortality said, with no hint of anxiety. Jacob only sighed and lamented, "Why, I'm not surprised all that talk, and you're still useless. In the end, I have to rely on myself." Cursed Immortality sneered, "Yes, you're correct. You have to rely on yourself if you want to achieve immortality, and I know you have resolved it, so I'm looking forward to your performance. Now listen carefully. I don't have much time left since the inheritance test is complete. Firstly, in the future, I won't be able to communicate with you freely like this before you complete Phase 1. Second, I cannot help you even if you were to die. Remembered, I'm just a scripture, not a weapon. Third, now that you're my inheritor, I'm in my true form, which is living inside the infinity pendant, and that pendant is now bound to you. No one can take it from you, nor will it drop, so you don't have to worry about losing it. Fourth, you can only summon me once a day for half an hour by thinking or calling my name. Fifth, you will only gain access to the knowledge of body transformation Phase 1. Before completing it, you won't be able to see the second phase. Sixth, now that Infinity Pendant has been activated, you'll get 1 cubic meter of storage space. You can store anything living or non-living being inside the Infinity Pendant as long as it can fit inside. That's all for now. In the future, you'll be able to do far more with Infinity Pendant as long as you cultivate me to higher phases. Lastly, free advice. Don't throw that beast skin with red letters. It is very useful for you in the future. See 26, Chapter 26, Cursed Immortality. See Jacob suddenly opened his eyes in bewilderment as he looked around and saw himself in black liquid, and pig face, broad, ripped back, could vaguely be seen. Was it a dream? Jacob thought, but he soon shook his head since it was too vivid for a simple dream and confirmed it since it was straightforward. He looked at the button panel, which was inside the glass cell's top corner, and pressed the button, making the black liquid sink. This cell is probably more advanced than the other one, or it's just that the other cell is for prisoners or something, Jacob mused as he saw his vision becoming clearer. He saw his body and smiled bitterly. There wasn't any chance, except the small hole in his chest was gone entirely and he didn't feel any pain in his heart. I should be that black liquid, I guess. Jacob nodded in satisfaction before his eyes landed on the pendant, and he was astonished when he saw the white infinity symbol right in the center of the snake circle. Infinity pendant, huh? Jacob touched the white infinity symbol, which was as smooth as jade and spinnable. There was nothing extraordinary about it except its new appearance. No one would believe it if Jacob said it was a treasure. The glass cell slid open at this moment, and Jacob came out with a hint of excitement on his bony face. You can go back and use the blue liquid now. He first excused Pighead before he got closer to the table. Jacob looked at Decker's journal and placed his hand on it before he thought of storing the book inside the infinity pendant, and the book instantly vanished. Jacob nearly laughed out loud when he saw this was really a storage treasure that he had read about in all those fantasies, which also confirmed that it wasn't a dream. He quickly calmed himself down and again thought of taking the journal out before it emerged in Jacob's hand again. After trying a few more times and getting the hang of it, Jacob stopped playing with the infinity pendant. This storage space is too little, only 1 cubic meter, but I guess I have to do with it now. Jacob thought before he stored Decker's journal inside the infinity pendant again and moved toward the hidden compartment. He removed the gray cloth in which Cursed Immortality's incarnation was wrapped and saw palm-sized beast skin. He didn't forget Cursed Immortality's last advice. Furthermore, he saw some red letters which, according to Decker's journal, spell Cursed Immortalities as well. Didn't that book say no one knows its name, but then why did its name engrave on this beast's skin, and how is it useful to me? Jacob couldn't help but think of this point as he found nothing special about this beast's skin or red letters. According to that book's explanation, it was buried by the last immortal mark-bearer, which was a lizard. This means this book can be inherited by any kind of life form as long as they pass those vicious tests, not just humans, and I'm currently in a world filled with monsters. But is it really as simple as it told me it is? I can't completely take that book's words for truth. It can read my mind, but I can't. But since it still told the truth about the infinity pendant, I guess I have no choice but to believe it. Let's try summoning it now. Jacob also thought before he stored that beast's skin in the infinity pendant. He also stored that bloodline scanning scale inside the pendant since it was essential to him for measuring his lifespan. Jacob sat down on the only chair in the room before he took a deep breath and thought, Cursed Immortality. Suddenly, a white book appeared in front of Jacob, floating in the air. It was slightly glowing in a black hue. Its cover size was 9x12 and an inch thick. There wasn't any clue about its spine or pages. It was just like a slate. In the center of it were beautiful crimson words that Jacob could clearly understand despite never having seen them before. Those crimson words spell Cursed Immortality. Nothing else was on the cover. Jacob was astonished at seeing the floating slate in front of his chest. He couldn't help but try to touch it, and he could and felt this book's jade-smooth cold cover. Jacob tried to flip the slate to see the other side, but it turned like a book cover before revealing a white page in thin air. There were crimson words written on it as well. As for the cover, it vanished into the other side in the air. So that's what it means when it said it was in its true form now. Does this mean this book is extremely thick that I can't fit in this room? Jacob wondered in astonishment. Truly magical, really. I don't see and feel all this with my eyes and hands. I wouldn't believe it's real. But it still made me worry about just how thick this book is. Won't I die before I complete it and archive immortality? Jacob wasn't swayed by just befits. His eyes were still on the facts. He sighed before reading the very first page, which was the same size as its cover. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases, current phase, first phase, body transformation, stages of body transformation, 3 first stage, Cursed Heart Emergence, second stage, compete first stage, third stage, compete second stage, inheritor, Jacob Steve. Current stage, 10% of first stage. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw the very first page, which revealed little information with much mystery. Why is there cursed everywhere? Jacob finally paid attention to the word cursed, even though this book's name was Cursed Immortality. Before, in his excitement, he paid little attention to it, but now that he did, he felt this book was defiantly now simple, and it didn't reveal everything clearly about itself. 27, Chapter 27, Immortal Mark. Into Cursed Mark. In the end, Jacob could only sigh because first, he was the one who decided to walk on this unknown path, and second, he couldn't question Cursed Immortality because it couldn't communicate with him before he completed the first phase. And lastly, even if he got another chance to choose, he'll still choose to walk on this path without any regrets. Jacob flipped the first page, and it vanished to the other side of the air before revealing a new page with new information. It was information about the Cursed Heart Emergence, first phase of body transformation, Cursed Heart Emergence, first stage. This stage is divided into 3 levels. First level, formation of Immortal Mark, inside the Modify Heart, complete. Second level, turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark, DO 1% completion. Description, please insert different Tier 1 or higher species heart essence directly into your heart until the Cursed Mark is completely forged. Note, a species heart essence can only be inserted once, not again. Third level, complete second level completion of this stage affected in 100 years youthful lifespan. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he saw the description about the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence, and when he saw the reward of completing it, his heart galloped. Youthful lifespan? Did this mean I won't turn into an old man? Jacob couldn't help but feel moved, just this first stage effect alone. This made him even more determined to walk on this path even if he had to go through hell. Jacob tried to turn the page, but no matter how much force he mustered, it won't just budge, and when he tried to go backward, just with a thought, the previous page emerged, and with another thought and page turned again. This also clarified that no matter what, he won't be able to see the other knowledge without completing the previous one. So, Jacob gave up and said, so I have to find the heart essence of other species now and then injected into my heart directly. No need to circulate anything or mutter any chants or mantras or anything? This is rather convent and simple, but this also means I have to kill them to get that heart essence. But how the hell am I supposed to know this is heart essence? And how would I know if the species is tier 1 or not? Jacob became extremely perplexed when he thought this book had only given him half-ass information. However, the wording on the second page suddenly changed, and he was astonished when he read it. Tier 1 species are known as the uncommon species in this world. As for heart essence, let me make it precise in your language. After collecting the steam, you can gain heart essence after boiling the heart into the species' own blood inside a furnace at 1000 Celsius temperature. The steam is the heart essence, and you only need 100 milliliter to inject into your heart. Jacob felt goosebumps all over his body when he read it. This meant he had to kill no matter what. He frowned. So, you can answer my questions? The wording changed again, and it read, only questions related to the scripture. Then tell me, does one species per heart mean an entire race or just a subspecies of that species? If I kill that imp goblin, then does it mean the entire goblin race will become useless to me, or just the imp goblin race? Jacob's eyes turned cold when he asked this question. The words changed again. Only the subspecies, not the entire species. Simply put, as long as you get the heart blood of the imp goblin race, then you can't get anything out of another imp goblin, but if you get the heart of a vile goblin, then it will work, but only once. This also meant you must kill one member of a single tribe until you complete level 2 of Cursed Heart Emergence. Ha ha ha. Jacob felt annoyed when he saw the ha-ha. He could imagine that eerily laughter and pursed his lips and asked again. Then what about youthful lifespan? The words changed again. No old age and grantee 100 years, as long as others won't kill you. Ha ha ha, fuck off. Jacob annoyingly replied. He just felt annoyed every time this book spoke. Make the classification of these species clearer, like the requirement for me, is to get at least one species heart essence, but it also said higher as well. The imp goblin is a rare species, so will I get any benefits for ingesting higher species blood than a requirement or not? The words changed. So, you're not so dumb after all. Those idiots only classified the species into common, uncommon, rare, rarer, epic, and so on, but the truth is, it's not that simple. Because some species can be more powerful than rare species despite being uncommon because they have the potential to evolve, the rank of species is never evaluated like this. They are divided into tiers. From 1 to 3 tiers can be considered uncommon species with low, intermediate, and advanced levels. From 4 to 6, they can be regarded as a rare species with the same 3 levels. From tier 7 to 9, those tiers suit the rarer species, while the epic species are not classified into tiers. They had a classification of their own, which you don't need to know for now. That imp goblin is from a tier 5 species, but his bloodline is too thin. That's why he's akin to a tier 3. If you really ingest his heart essence, then your progress will naturally be faster though. Jacob's eyes shone with understanding. All in all, as long as I can a higher species heart essence, my progress will be skyrocketed. But how the hell did I know their exact tier? I don't know. It's your problem. But you can ask me by wasting your one chance of summoning me a day. Ha ha ha, Jacob frowned. He knew this book could only give him limited help and sighed. With a thought, the book vanished again. He had no more questions and wasn't in the mood to listen to that annoying book's laughter. He threw his head back to the chair, stared at the rotten ceiling, and sighed continually. Likewise, he muttered, a path forged with killing leads to immortality, huh? If it was in my youth, I might probably feel excited about it, but now, I feel nothing but calm. I finally got a way that led to immortality, yet there's nothing but darkness. But deep down, I can never detach myself from this path, no matter what. Jacob closed his eyes, and at an unknown time, he fell asleep on the chair. It was his first time sleeping without fear or anxiety about his life. He finally got what he wanted, but there was still a vast yet cruel price he had to pay for it. List 28, Chapter 28, Deadly Hunger, 1. After a long sleep, Jacob finally opened his eyes. I fell asleep, Jacob mumbled drowsily. Because of his sitting posture and wooden chair, he felt soreness all over his body when he tried to move. I never thought I missed my wingback chair of all the things. Jacob smiled wryly. Suddenly, he felt extreme hunger as his expression changed because his body started to shudder slightly while his breath became rough. Jacob had no idea that after living on those liquids for so long, his body had become accustomed to them, and this was very dangerous. That was why if anyone used those liquids, they always intake food first so that they won't get addicted to those liquids. But how could Decker care about a slave like Jacob? Decker never considered Jacob would remain alive after his experiments, nor did Jacob anyone important to him. Hence, he left Jacob as it was, and now Jacob was facing a dangerous situation. If he intakes a large quantity of food so suddenly, his condition will become even more serious. At the same time, if he goes back to the glass cell and uses the liquid to stabilize his situation, his body addiction will become even more serious. In the end, Jacob searched for food without even thinking about going back and soaking in those liquids. From the start, he always wondered why he never felt hunger and if this was good or bad, and now he finally got his answer. Jacob took things from Decker's bags, both old and new. He saw a 6x6 container, which was icy cold, and he quickly put it down since he knew this must be something Decker had bought for the 3rd transplant, and it won't be anything he could eat. The next thing he took out were many glass bottles filled with different color powders and some strange dry plants, which were obviously auxiliary materials that were supposed to mix together with whatever was in that container. Jacob didn't dare to eat those strange plants, so he also put them aside. In the end, the new bag became completely empty, and it seemed Decker only put all the things he needed for the experiment in this bag. I don't believe this guy didn't need to eat. Jacob's condition was becoming increasingly dangerous as he quivered more violently. He quickly picked up the old bag, which was Decker's own bag. He promptly opened its cover and took things out after another. There were 2 old books and 2 small glass flasks, which reminded him of the flask of blood-storming bug. He carefully placed them on the table with lingering fear. Next, he took out a palm-sized metallic box, and after opening it, he saw 4 blue capsule-shaped pills and 3 green pills. He clearly remembered Decker's feeding him a blue pill for pain, so he quickly deemed those blue pills as painkillers and didn't know what those green pills were, and he didn't have the luxury to think about it either. He put those pills aside as well. Jacob suddenly saw a hand-sized transparent packet and quickly took it out, and his eyes lit up when he saw dry jerky sticks inside. His hunger was getting increasingly out of control, so he didn't even think about examining it and quickly opened the pack, which was already opened. When a strange smell entered his nostrils, he wanted to vomit his stomach out. Fuck it. Jacob took out a dry jerky stick and tried to chew it, but it was just too damn hard, like a rotten tree trunk. He felt like he was drinking those herbal shakes he used to drink to increase his life, but more terrible. That fucker can't even spend on himself. Jacob cursed Decker while continuing to swallow that jerky like rotten wood. However, Jacob didn't know this jerky was made with very special meat, and it can sustain hunger for 2 or 3 days, and someone like Decker, who remained on foot for most time, this was the best choice for food. Beings like Decker weren't too picky with what they ate as long as they kept living and continued to do their research. Jacob was also like this once, but after he handed over his business to his sons, he completely changed his lifestyle, especially after his wife's death. With his full willpower, he swallowed 2 jerky sticks and stopped. He knew if he tried to swallow any more, he'd throw up. Besides, his hunger was reduced after he ate those jerkies, so there wasn't any need to torture himself any further, for now at least. However, if Jacob knows he just dodged a very lethal bullet by eating those special jerkies, he might even thank Decker as well as strangle him for putting him in such a condition. He saw a bottle of water in Decker's bag and gulped it, and it just tasted like water. Nothing special about it. Finally, alive. Jacob sighed. However, did it was really over? After he felt alive again, he finally looked at the other things in Decker's bag. He found another sealed packet of jerkies, and then he took out a white card. After reading it, he found out it was an identity card that was from Decker's nation. This turned his expression somewhat grave. If this world has identity cards, doesn't this mean their technology is also like my word? But this identity card has no photo or any chip. It looks more like something from the 18th or 17th century. I hope it was the case, or my life would become more complicated if this world had the same advanced civilization as my world. Although Jacob still hasn't come in contact with this world civilization, after he saw those glass cells, colored liquids, that device that can measure someone's lifespan and read Decker's journal, he could guess this world was much more advanced when it came to the medicinal field. He had no idea about the weapons, but the parasite gem was enough proof of this world's strength on its own. As for communication and security measures, he still can't be so sure. Chapter 29, Deadly Hunger 2. Jacob put Decker's ID card to the side carefully. He knew this could be quite useful, but he also knew it could be quite disastrous, since Decker had stolen a treasure chest from a rarer race, so he would not use it if not absolutely necessary. The last thing Jacob found was a small black pouch. Upon grabbing it, he felt it was quite heavy and heard a light, sharp ringing sound as if glass or metal were clashing together. Coins? Jacob opened the small pouch with some anticipation. This was his first time seeing the currency of this world. He upside down the pouch on the table, and small coins landed on the table, making sharp sounds. He saw there were round coins 3 inches in size. There wasn't any engraving or any imprint or brand on these coins. They were all spotless. There were 20 golden, 58 silver, and 21 bronze-colored coins. Jacob did not know the distribution of currency in this world, but seeing the 3 colors, he could already guess the gist of it. I don't know if this guy was rich or poor, but since he was an alchemist, he won't be poor at least. Jacob mused before he placed the coins into the small pouch again and stored them inside his infinity pendant and the other things, and only left those 2 books and the contents of the extra bag on the table. He was interested in those 2 books since they were worn out. It was clear Decker read them quite often, and this was the reason enough for Jacob to read them as well. Jacob easily read their titles. One was called The Advanced Herbology of Rare and Rarer Plants and Plant Lore. The second was the Rare and Rarer Beast Encyclopedia. Jacob's eyes shone. It was quite clear what these books were about, and Jacob needed this kind of information since he wanted to complete the first stage of the Cursed Heart emergence. However, just as Jacob was about to read those books, his expression changed because that extreme hunger was back. Just what is going on? Not even 2 minutes passed, and I was hungry again. Did those 2 shit jerkies won't enough? But I clearly felt full after eating them. Jacob became very confused, but he had no choice since this hunger was like it could kill him if he didn't ease it. He again took out the jerky packet he had just stored inside his infinity pendant and ate 3 jerky sticks, despite wanting to puke. He again felt quite full again, but this time he didn't let his guard down and observe if that hunger had come back again or if it was just his imagination. This time 5 minutes passed, and when Jacob thought it was just him being paranoid, the hunger returned stronger than ever. There is something wrong. Even an idiot would find this situation strange and amiss. Cursed Immortality. Jacob tried to summon the book to learn about his situation, but it never appeared. Shit, I can only summon it after a day, mean 24 hours, and I don't know how long I've been asleep, but it wasn't 24 hours, so I have to wait. Jacob cursed inwardly before he started swallowing the jerky again. This time he swallowed 5 of them before the hunger went away. Every time this hunger came, I needed to intake more food. Could it be some kind of effect after I live inside that liquid? Or it's related to my extremely strong heart? It's not rocket science. Everyone knows if you put a train engine inside a car, it will explode, and my heart is mutated according to that damn book. My body is too weak, and if my heart is really like a train engine right now, then I'm really screwed. Jacob's mind reached an astonishing conclusion that he didn't want to acknowledge. If he knew those jerkies he was eating like normal snacks were enough to keep Decker alive for an entire month, he would become even more assured about his latter theory, while the former hypothesis was quite close to the truth. Jacob wasn't in the mood to read anymore. He clearly knew just how much danger he was in if his guesses were correct. However, he can't just finish his limited ratio until he has a clear view of the situation, and only Cursed Immortality can shine some light on it. Pighead, come out. In the end, Jacob decided to soak inside the liquid until he could summon Cursed Immortality again. It was far better than aimlessly wasting his rations. Inside a thick forest with towering lush trees with high humidity, the sky was dark with rain clouds as if the rain would fall at any time. 3 figures were currently moving in this thick forest at this moment. 2 of them were abnormally tall, while one of them was only 1-4 meters in height, and it barely reached the 2 tall persons' kneecaps. All 3 of them wore dark cloaks. One of them spoke at this moment in a husky voice. "Are you sure you saw that thievish goblin in Cloud City?" The voice came from the short person. Yes, how could I dare to lie to esteemed lords, although he was in a cloak. But his sharp, pointy nose still somewhat revealed his identity, and after I followed him around for a while, I confirmed it was an imp goblin, and he came in this way. If I wasn't afraid to follow him in this forest and contact my lords first, I might have found his hideout. You did well not to follow him, or you've died. That thievish goblin is too cunning, and if he even got wind of you following him, he'll definitely escape. But now that we are here, let's see where he runs to. Again, the same voice sounded with a hint of hatred and killing intent. 30 Chapter 30. Deadly Hunger. 30, you heartless demon. A sobbing voice sounded of a young man filled with bitterness and grief. You didn't even come to her funeral and didn't show any sadness while she was on her deathbed and calling for your name every day. You don't deserve her love. You never loved her. You just left her alone even on her deathbed because of your selfishness. Farty. Jacob's eyes snapped open, filled with deep sorrow and melancholy. However, when a slimy liquid entered his mouth, he quickly snapped out of his stupor state and calmed himself down. I was dreaming, Jacob thought with deep sadness and yearning in his eyes. Ryan, I let you down, and her, Jacob stared into the empty air for a long time without blinking. At this moment, the blue liquid was almost transparent, which had never happened before, while Pighead stayed inside. This implied the liquid was losing its effect, and Jacob was feeling hungry despite the liquid. But he doesn't care or not even bother to notice it because of his bad dream. In the end, the hunger reached the same level as before and made Jacob snap out of his daze. He came out of the cell. He didn't know just long he's been sleeping or how this liquid worked accurately and for how long. But his killer hunger was not normal, and he knew this had something to do with his change after he inherited Cursed Immortality. Cursed Immortality, Jacob said in a hoarse voice. This time, the white book appeared in a flash. With a thought, Jacob reached the page he could open and said coldly, "Tell me what this hunger is about. Does it relate to you?" The wording changed and unfamiliar words appeared. Why are you asking me if you already guessed? You're right about your heart being too powerful for your weak body. But don't worry, your heart was modified according to Great Me and even mutated. So, all you have to do is to provide nutrition, and your heart will change your body until it reaches a sufficient standard. Jacob sighed softly. I was right. Tell me just how much nutrition I need before this hunger goes away and my body reaches a sufficient standard. The writing changed. Just drink that bone marrow that little goblin bought for your 3rd implant, and don't forget about mixing all those herbs and powders. It should be sufficient to convert your body to 20%. Jacob frowned. Drink the bone marrow of some unknown animal or monster? But it will only convert up to 20%? Ha ha ha, don't underestimate a mutated heart. Besides that, 20% is enough for your hunger to alleviate at least half, but only for a few weeks before it comes back more potent, so be prepared. Heed my advice. In the meanwhile, just slaughter that goblin or that pig and inject their blood and then eat them whole. It should be enough for your body to reach 50%. Jacob wore a weary expression and coldly snorted, Do you really expect me to eat those innocuous fellows? Ha 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 ha, don't pretend to be noble. The moment the second wave of hunger hits, you'll even slaughter a human to quench your hunger, or you'll die, which I know you will never let happen. Oh, and remember, every time you inject a species' heart blood, your body will also change, which simply means you need to eat or provide high-quality nutrition. And if you are thinking about using those colored waters, then don't bother. They will start to lose effect on you the longer you soak in them since they're not high-quality enough. Jacob frowned his brow as Cursed Immortality seen through his thoughts. He was really planning to drink that black liquid, but it seemed this wouldn't work. This book simply wanted me to kill and then eat whoever I kill, but I want to survive. I have to. Jacob's heart turned cold. I started to understand why you called Cursed Immortality, Jacob commented coldly before he closed the book with a thought. He didn't want to see that maniac laughing. The things I have to do for a living from now on, Jacob sighed softly as he walked beside the table where everything was ready. He strengthened his resolve, pulled the cold container toward himself, and opened the clay-like seal before removing the cubic meter container's top. The moment the top was removed, a potent smell filled the room, making Jacob almost faint. He saw a thick, dark purple liquid like jelly. I have to drink this? Jacob fell into despair, but his hunger was getting stronger and stronger, and he knew he didn't have time. Damn it all, he randomly picked those dry plants and threw them inside the container. Since the book didn't instruct him about the order, then it clearly means he can just throw them randomly. One by one, he emptied those powder bottles as well. After everything was floating in the container, he picked up a long metal spoon-like piece of equipment and stirred the entire mixer. It caused a massive reaction as those plans melted, and the jelly-like bone marrow started to boil mysteriously, and an even more potent smell rose with pinkish smoke. However, Jacob's eyes were turned bloodshot as he endured the smell. His hunger had finally reached its peak and was far more substantial than the first or second time. He finally realized that the book was really speaking the truth, and at this moment he really would kill anyone just to quench this hunger. I can't take it anymore. Jacob threw the spoon to the table, picked up the container, and drank without even caring about the smell or taste or if it was hot or cold. He just wanted that deadly hunger to go away. The mixture was strikingly cold despite the smoke and its taste. He just can't describe, in contrarily, that jerky was far more scrumptious than this. Within a minute, he drank the whole container without dropping or leaving any single drop. First 31, Chapter 31, I'm already cursed. Jacob controlled his urge to vomit everything out. He knew, if he did, he might have to butcher someone in this room. Drinking a mixture of bone marrow was far better than eating some humanoid monster. He wasn't ready for this. Jacob somehow reached the wooden chair and sat down. He was feeling a freezing sensation in his stomach, and it was slowly reaching every part of his body. He could even hear his extremely fast heartbeat. Furthermore, the deadly hunger was finally decreasing, and, for some reason, he was enjoying the cold sensation as his eyes started to turn drowsy. He just wanted to sleep all of a sudden despite just waking up, and in the end he fell into a deep sleep on the chair in that comfortable feeling. At this moment, abruptly, hair grew on Jacob's bald head at an astronomical pace, while his bony body, which looked like a dry skeleton, started to slowly bulk. The transformation has begun. After some unknown time, Jacob's eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion as he quickly remembered he fell into sudden sleep out of the blue. My hunger has really reduced to a bearable degree, but it's still there. I can feel it, and according to that cursed book, it will only last a few weeks before it will come back even stronger, Jacob mumbled helplessly. Suddenly, Jacob's eyes landed on his hands, and he was astonished because his bony hands were long gone and mass had already appeared. Although it was only a minimum, the change was obvious. His skin has also turned pale from yellowish. Jacob quickly stood up with a hint of excitement, and suddenly he felt silk-like threads feel on his shoulder. He couldn't help but touch the silky threads. My hair has grown so big? Jacob was astonished, and when he saw his long hair, which had reached his shoulder, it was completely silver white. An unusual color, Jacob mumbled. He quickly stood in front of the glass cell and saw his vague reflection. He was shocked because before he was bony and now he was skinny. Although it was a small change, however, for Jacob, it was quite obvious. Furthermore, his previous 1.6 meter height had also changed. He was now 1.7 meters tall and could feel much stronger than his previous weak self. This is only the result of a 20% transformation. And as I inject heart blood, the transformation will continue. Doesn't this mean I can become strong just by eating and sleeping? Jacob's heartbeat raised suddenly just thinking about it, and he felt it was all worth it. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly as he heard a heartbeat from behind. My hearing has also grown. Jacob was thrilled because he knew human hearing couldn't be this strong. This is truly magical. Jacob quickly calmed down and mused, although my change is quite great and unnatural, I have to keep eating high-grade nutrition, or that hunger will come back stronger. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Since this base is in some forest, there might be animals I can hunt with pighead strength. But this guy is strange. He didn't have any heartbeat like he was dead. This world is just too damn strange. Well, I didn't care as long as I can use him. It's far better than eating him. This guy is like a strong killing machine. Using him properly will bode significant results. But I have to deal with those traps set by that blind shit, and only he knew the safe passage. Jacob's eyes turned cold as he turned around and looked toward Decker's cell, filled with light blue liquid, which almost turned transparent. He knew Decker was the key if he wanted to go outside, and he couldn't let Pighead waste his strength just to cross some traps. It would affect his plans. I know you're awake. Let's have another chat, Jacob said impassively. He could now feel the slightest change in Decker's heartbeat, just like Decker before. Jacob released Decker, who remained stoic. You can speak freely. Jacob again sat in his chair. Decker said in his husky voice, Just give up, human. I will never tell you anything. How stubborn. Jacob chuckled coldly. But I already know about you, Decker Shaw. Decker's expression finally changed when he heard his full name. He quickly guessed Jacob had already got his hands on his hidden journal, which also meant he got the treasure book he stole right under the giants. Bastard, bastard, cursed you, he started to utter in a mad frenzy. How could he endure when the fruit of his labor was eaten by the other? He was now the enemy of a rarer race just because of that book, but now it would benefit someone else while he took all the blame and hate. Jacob was quite pleased with Decker's expressions and said coldly, Just give up and tell me everything I want to know, and I might leave you alone. What do you think? Although he got some information from Decker's journal, it wasn't enough and was too vague. Decker was a veteran who had managed to pull the wool on the giant's eyes and escaped alive, and he could still get his hands on all those materials and advanced equipment despite the giants on his tail. This alone proved his survival abilities and contacts, and Jacob wanted that all. However, Decker madly replied, his voice full of hatred, You can go fuck yourself, you thievish bastard. You took everything from me. I was so close, B, but you human ruined it all. I'll curse, you'll die in the same way as me, full of despair and bitterness. Jacob sighed heavily, and his expression turned extremely icy as he said, with no hint of emotions, I'm afraid I'm already cursed. E32, Chapter 32, opening the door, one die, Decker had lost his mind after he found out Jacob had got his everything, even his precious life work. Shut up. Jacob was irritated by Decker's maniacal behavior, and he knew Decker was a hopeless case and he was on his own. But he still had Decker's journal and only read a fraction. He might find something useful, and he also had 2 new books, which were even more helpful than Decker's journal. Decker's stoic face appeared again after Jacob made him shut up, but his thoughts were in a mess and despair. Jacob looked at Pighead, who seemed somewhat drained. He finally remembered he had forgotten to put him in that blue liquid, or he didn't let him drink it. Pighead, go drink 2 buckets of blue liquid. He also understood why Decker gave such a command to Pighead. It seems Pighead's body is somehow special. Although he didn't have a heartbeat or breathing, he could understand and observe fine. I have to look into it after I get a chance, Jacob mused. However, his expression changed when he saw Pighead draw a bucket of extremely light blue liquid, almost transparent. He knew something was amiss and quickly strode there. When he looked into the well, his heart turned cold because he could see the bottom, and from his estimate only 5 gallons worth of liquid was left, but it was almost transparent. The well was 15 cubic meters in diameter and 20 meter deep. It was divided into 3 portions of 5 meters with a metallic wall. He quickly opened the next lid, saw the green liquid, and sighed in relief because it was more than half filled, and he couldn't see the bottom of it, and it still didn't lose its color. As for the last portion, it was only 4 to 5 meters filled with dark liquid. The blue liquid is about to end, while the green one is still more than half full, and the black one is the most potent one of all of them. I can't use them recklessly anymore, and Pighead needed them to sustain himself. Fuck, one problem after another, Jacob cursed under his breath. He had almost forgotten Decker was using these liquids for God knows when, and they were something exhaustible. Blue was the weakest of these 3 liquids, followed by green and then black. He could see a large hole at the bottom in the blue liquid portion, and he knew the liquid entered the cells from there and again exited back. He even felt nauseated when he thought about how this liquid was used again and again while everyone was soaking in it. Let's just hope I won't need to enter that cell anymore. Jacob sighed bitterly. Pighead was also done with his meal and finally started recovering. This blue liquid could only last a week, and then I have to let him drink the green one, which might take a year or 2 to finish. Which means I have to leave this place within 2 or 3 years, Jacob quickly calculated. But first, I have to reach the outside and then think further after seeing just how deep we're in the forest. Jacob nodded and commanded, Pighead, carry him and follow me. Pighead grabbed Decker's head from his palm, picked him up like some rage doll, and followed Jacob, who was making his way toward the staircase. I'm finally going out. Jacob felt a little bit of excitement and reminiscence when he thought about how he was reincarnated and opened his eye in this room and experienced hell before finally turning things around and even getting a cursed book that promised him immortality. It all just like a bad yet pleasing dream. He sighed as he ascended the stairs barefoot. He was still wearing a cape and wrapping another cape around his waist. Decker's boots were too short for him, and he also didn't have any clothes of his size, so he could only do with this for now. Jacob finally reached the steel door, put his hand on the handle, and breathed deeply before he twisted it open. A creaking sound rang in the deadly silence when the door was opened inwardly. A pitch-black corridor appeared, which looked bottomless abyss. Jacob had already carried a small lamp that Decker had bought. It was lit in white light. The pathway was almost illuminated, but Jacob still didn't see the end of it. Just which shithole did you dig this room in? Jacob couldn't help but exclaim, Put him here. Pighead does as he said and put stoic Decker right on the doorstep's center. Oh, stubborn little shit, just like before, listen carefully. You're standing in the center of the hidden room's door, and we're standing right at the pathway's edge which leads to the outside. Start walking on the safe route. Jacob knows Decker can't control his thoughts, not right now since he had suffered a huge mental blow. Decker took a step and slowly walked. Follow his every footstep, and if he stopped, then stop. He ordered Pighead as he handed the lamp to him as well. Pighead followed suit, and Jacob followed right behind Pighead's footsteps. Decker walked straight without changing directions, and Jacob carefully observed the surroundings. This was an underground cave naturally formed, and Decker chose this as his hidden base, I have to admit. This is an ideal place if someone wants to hide, Jacob felt glorified. In the end, no trap came their way as Decker finally reached the end. There was a stone wall. Jacob frowned. Could it be there aren't any traps? But how could it be this guy would not compromise his safety? He saw Decker move toward the right side of the wall and crouch down. Jacob's eyes finally landed on a small stone lever at the right corner of the stone wall. C33, Chapter 33, opening, the door. However, Jacob's expression changed when he saw Decker's hand tremble when he touched the stone lever. He barked, Stop him! With his big hand, Pighead instantly reacted and pulled Decker back from his head and nearly crashed it. Jacob sighed in relief and uttered coldly, I knew something was not right since you didn't try to put any resistance, just like last time. So, that lever is the trap, or it's a trap, as well as the key to opening this door. Since you're able to reach it so easily, this also confirmed my theory. And when you wanted to trigger the trap, the parasite gem stopped you. You're a schemer, little Deck. Just speak and let it out. Decker's stoic expression turned into a maniac, and he roared, "Human, no matter what, you can never leave this place and die. When all those nutrition liquids run out, you will die here, ha 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 ha, die." Jacob sighed. He knew very well how it felt if someone stole your hard work right under your nose and then profited from that work big time. Furthermore, Decker had not only lost his life works to Jacob, but he also lost a journal that guaranteed immortality. This kind of hatred was nothing compared to anything. It was far deeper than killing one father or mother. That's why Decker will do anything to kill Jacob, even if it costs him his life. It will all be worth it if he can take Jacob down with him. You're an idiot. Since you give me clues, this is enough for me to figure it out. Let me see. Jacob's eyes were glued to Decker's twisted face. He said, "Since it's a lever, it can move up or down, or even can be turned around, and you try to move it, which means it would be a disaster if I try to move it, right?" Decker's right eye twitched slightly at this moment, and Jacob's smile widened. "So, I only have two options now, either put it out or push it inside like a button, and I know someone like you makes it even trickier, so let's go with the first option." Decker's expression finally changed, and he barked madly, "You bastard, how did you find out? Just why can't you die?" It was just as Jacob described. Decker had set this lever up as a gigantic trap, and he knew anyone would try to move it, and it would be their doom at that time. He even calculated that anyone who can reach this place will be someone from the inside and want to escape, so their mind would be in a mess, and all they could think about would be freedom, and this would greatly raise their chances of triggering the trap. But Jacob saw through it, and how could he not? He was someone in the weapon business, and traps were also a part of the weapon industry for a long time. How could this measly mind trap fool Jacob, who can make a trap far deadlier than this? "I said you're an idiot, so act like one. There's no need for you to play smart. You can never escape my grasp," said Jacob coldly. He spun around and walked back to the staircase and put the metal door in front of him, and after making sure he was completely covered, he shouted, "Pighead, pull that stone lever out." Bam! Thereupon, he slammed the door shut. Although he was confident in this theory, he won't be so brave as to confirm it himself when he had two meat shields. However, nothing happened after waiting for a while, and the cave remained silent. Jacob smiled in victory, opened the door, and reached Pighead and Decker's position again. He saw a crack had appeared right in the center of that stone wall, and he said with a hint of anticipation, "Little Deck, if it's safe to open the wall, then move, and if it isn't, then remain still." Decker's expression filled with despair and unwillingness, but he was helpless, and his leg moved as he cursed Jacob. "Bastard human, you'll die when just you wait. We have to see about it." Jacob chuckled coldly and completely ignored Decker's curses and said to Pighead, "Open it." Pighead pushed the stone wall, and with the slightest effort it was completely opened outward like two stone doors. Jacob finally saw just 10 meters away. A stone ladder was going upward, and his heart was filled with ecstasy, but he didn't make any rash move. He again looked at Decker and said with a smile, "Little Deck, there's a stone ladder. If it's safe, move, and if there are traps, remain standing." Decker's entire body trembled as if he wanted to move, but he wasn't strong enough to overpower the parasite gem. Stop, it just started, and I'm looking forward to more information." Jacob chucked in a mocking tone, which made Decker even madder. "Tell me if the stone ladder is the trap. If yes, move, and if no, remain standing. Is the floor have any trap door? If, does a weight trap? Is step number 3 safe? Is step number 9? Is there a stone door or anything hiding the exit, any sense-type trap?" Decker felt like his mind was spinning. Jacob had asked so many questions about traps. Actually, he had never heard about some of them, and he suddenly remembered what Jacob had told him when they spoke the first time. Could he be a reincarnated person? An icy chill ran down Decker's spine with just the thought of it, but he quickly threw that thought away from his head because it was just too unrealistic. But he couldn't suppress it completely because Jacob was just too sharp for a weak human, and he could easily see through a veteran like him despite his young age. Only someone who had gone through all these experiences could know this much and know how to deal with it, and Jacob was just too much of an anomaly. Chapter 34, Opening the Door. Deep inside lush woods, the mossy forest floor suddenly trembled before a square crack appeared, and it lifted in the air before it, the air and then thrown to the side, and a 3 square meter deep dark hole appeared in the mossy floor. Thereupon, a pig head suddenly popped up from the dark hole, followed by its humanoid burly body, and after him appeared a skinny youth with a face full of ecstasy. The youth looked around with great curiosity and took deep breaths. He sighed and said, "I'm finally out, ha ha ha." His voice was filled with thriller and relief. This youth was obviously Jacob. After his long interrogation process, he could finally find the actual and safe passage outside. Jacob looked down and felt the soft yet wet mossy floor. A delightful cold sensation was running all over his feet. He looked around and saw the hidden passage was completely surrounded by towering trees, and it was extremely hard to tell there was a hidden cave there. He mumbled, "That bastard really knows how to choose a hiding spot. No one could tell this part of the ground was a hoax, and underneath it was a whole cave. Even if they find it, they would be quite lucky if they were able to escape those traps." Jacob really admired Decker's work and his meticulous way of doing things. He looked up and saw the large crowns of trees had completely covered the sunlight, and only some beams of yellow light were visible. The air here is quite chilly, and according to Decker's journal, this place is called Rainy Mountain Ranges, which means I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I don't have a map nor that bastard left any clues about this place. If rain is common here, then I can't wander around aimlessly, or I might lose my way. Since I now know how to exit the hidden base, I should first read those 2 books, and there isn't any hurry as well. As for my hunger problem, Jacob's eyes shimmered with coldness and resolved when he thought at this point. He knew he had to get his hand dirty if he wanted to survive and archive immortality. I won't have to suppress my demon anymore. A ferocious glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as he looked at the dark hole. "Let's go back," he said to Pighead and entered the hole again. After they both enter the hidden base again, Jacob carefully closes the passage again and goes back to his room with listless Decker. After Jacob gained all the information with his words game, Decker knew it was meaningless to struggle, and he was just waiting for his death. He had completely given up on resistance, but if Jacob asked him about his experience or information, he would still stubbornly refuse because it would make things less difficult for Jacob. Albeit, he'll die. He would make sure Jacob's journey throughout the Rainy Mountain Ranges cannot be easy because he knew just how dangerous this mountain range was if someone didn't know the safe routes or if they were someone as weak as a human. Jacob locked Decker in a glass cell again, used the depleted blue nutrition liquid, and left Pighead to rest in his own cell while using a green nutrition liquid. After this short trip, he clearly understood just how important Pighead was to him, and without him, he might have become Decker's suicidal attempt victim. That's why he decided to use the higher grade liquid this time, and he knew this liquid was special since it also transformed into a hibernation liquid after its healing effect from exhaustion. Now, I should start memorizing the contents of those 2 books as soon as possible, and I should start with Advanced Herbology of Rare and Rarer Plants and Plant Lore, since I'm in a forest and plants can be more dangerous than animals if you don't know it's poisonous or not. These mountain ranges are between the boundary of uncommon and rare races regions, which means there won't be any rarer type plants here, and even if there are, the chances are extremely low. Jacob mused before he took the Advanced Herbology of Rare and Rarer Plants and Plant Lore, which wasn't 6 inches thick, and engrossed himself in it. Before long, Jacob was completely immersed in that book with a fascinated look on his face. Although he wasn't a botanist, he had researched many herbs because of his obsession. This book was filled with inoffensive and toxic plants. The more Jacob read, the more he felt these plants were really terrified. Iron pike vine, rare rank. Danger level, high ability, able to penetrate iron with its pike-like iron vines. Weakness, water smoky flower, uncommon rank. Danger level, intermediate ability, produce a white smoke-like flora in the air which is highly hallucinating. Its range is 1 meter. Weakness, water and fire, blue pine tree. Jacob read one after one plant's information, and he was somewhat shocked because his memory was quite good, and he only needed to read the information 3 or 4 times before he completely memorized it word by word. Is it also the effect of my new heart? Jacob was quite happy and continued to read. Just like that, an unknown time passed, and Jacob remained engrossed in his reading. Jacob also noticed the special traits of his new body. Foremost, he can awake for a very long time. Although he didn't know the exact duration, he knew it would be around 3 or 4 days. Second, he only needed 1 hour of sleep to recover his exhausted mental strength. Third, one jerky lasted for 3 days before he felt his hunger reaching his bearable limit. However, he could feel the duration was getting lower and lower, and he would soon meet the deadline of the second deadly hunger attack. So, to ensure it won't happen, he began preparing himself, prepared to unleash the Demon, 35, Chapter 35, You Are a Devil. On this day, outside the hidden cave room, just below the stone ladder leading to the outside forest, Jacob could be seen assembling a metal structure made with different scrap parts. There was a large container with a lid with a slim, long, twisted metal tube attached to it, and another container connected to the other end of this metal tube. Furthermore, there was a large collection of different dry woods on the other side. Jacob was naturally prepared to collect his first heart essence with a distillation process described by Cursed Immortality. Although his crude, self-created equipment for the distillation process can't be compared with the modern technology of his world, they were enough to serve their purpose. As for who was going to become his first target for Heart and Blood, it will Decker. Firstly, Jacob had a deep grudge against Decker for what he did. Second, Decker was from a rare race, which makes his heart essence more potent than any uncommon species. Third, he didn't know just what animals resided in this vast mountain range, and he didn't feel secure going out hunting while constantly being afraid of his hunger and the unknown when he had a source beside him. Fourth, he knows as long as his body can become strong enough to sustain his heart, he'll get superhuman strength, and by taking this first step, he'll get stronger. Lastly, the resources in Decker's hideout were limited, and Decker was no longer useful besides his information value, and he was only burning those precious color liquids, so it was best to get rid of him. Furthermore, Jacob didn't want to torture Decker anymore. He was afraid Decker might lose his nutritional value. As for his intricacy with killing, Jacob had long prepared himself for this since he couldn't live without killing in this world, which was just too damn cruel, and if he still didn't use his inner talent, he could just forget about living here and obtain immortality. After Jacob made crude distillation equipment with the change of a furnace-type reboiler since he needed at least 1000 Celsius. Decker's secret hideout was a lab, and he found some equipment he could use to make this crude setup easily there, which saved him from a lot of trouble. After making sure that it was airtight and testing it once, he nodded in satisfaction before making his way back toward where Decker was held. My hunger is becoming worse and worse, and I only have 2 or 3 days before it reaches its peak. I need to start today, Jacob mumbled as he opened the door of the secret room. There wasn't any change in the room, only the table had been modified. There were 2 holes on each side of the table's center edges, they were connected with another 2 metal tubes, and 2 containers were below them. Furthermore, deep carvings on the table edges formed a pathway leading to the 2 holds. Jacob had carefully crafted this table to collect flowing blood without wasting it. His forging skills and advanced knowledge were coming in handy. Besides the table, there wasn't any change here. Decker had been floating in green liquid for a week now, and Pighead as well after collecting all those woods. Jacob stood in front of Decker's glass cell and calmly looked at him for a long time as if he was readying himself for what he was about to do. Sigh, Jacob sighed softly before he emptied the glass cell and dripping Decker appeared. Do you know what I'm about to do? Jacob coolly asked as he had unrestrained Decker's mouth. Huh, does it matter? Decker sneered coldly. Although he didn't know what Jacob was about to do with him this time, he was ready for anything. You're an annoying bastard, do you know that? Jacob scoffed. Follow me and lay down to your favorite table where you killed Lord knows how many. Decker coldly chucked as he followed Jacob's lead and slowly lay down at the center of the new table with lots of deep cravings. What, are you finally going to torture me? Just don't disappoint me, Decker coolly said as he showed his beastly teeth. Jacob chuckled coldly. As much as I want to, it might damage my premium quality rare meat, so you're going off easily. Decker's expression finally changed as he said with disbelief, You want to? Eat me? Jacob coolly replied, Well, it's not like I have any other choice. Besides, I had read in Rare and Rarer Beast Encyclopedia that rare goblin wolf is quite a delicacy on the mainland, and it's directly related to your goblin race, so it made me quite curious about what an imp goblin tastes like. Decker felt a chill run down his spine as Jacob's voice sounded like the devil. You bastard dare to compare me with livestock? Are you not afraid of retribution after thinking about eating an intelligent life form? Even I won't stoop to such a level. Jacob merely chuckled and said, I already said I have no choice now. Either I eat you or risk my life out there and even die from hunger. Besides, as long as it's not a fellow human. In my eyes, you are an intelligent camel that can be slaughtered in need of water or its meat. Decker felt Jacob's voice was exempt from any emotions and suddenly felt a cold sensation gripping his wrist as Jacob's devil-like voice sounded again. Although I never killed any human in my life before, it doesn't mean I never slaughter animals to suppress my urge to kill. Don't worry, you'll die of blood loss without any pain or suffering. Jacob slightly rubbed Decker's wrists with a strange, twisted smile on his face. I know every signal nerve in the human body, and your body isn't much different from a human as well. It's just that I don't know if I would become addicted to it. Oh well, I don't care anymore. Just as Jacob's icy voice faded, he picked up the scalpel-like knife he had ready beforehand. You'll die like me. You'll be eaten alive in these mountains. Not even your bones will be left. Decker started to curse manically, as he couldn't resist or move his body. Although Decker wasn't afraid of death, he was afraid of being eaten by his enemy. Just the thought of it gave him endless nausea and hate. He never thought Jacob would be so cruel. Jacob said with a hint of mockery, This is the exact reason I'm doing it, and you can only blame yourself for this. As for being eaten alive by others, I don't know about that, but you, on the hand, will be going to turn into a nice stew tonight. Jacob carefully made a deep cut on Decker's wrist as red blood gushed out and placed it right above the hole. As Jacob made the cut, knowing that he was about to kill Decker, he felt a delightful chill over his body, making his fine hair stand and tremble in excitement as he breathed heavily. Don't move, Jacob said as he saw Decker was again trying to struggle, but he didn't care since, at any rate, he'll die today in this way or another. He moved toward Decker's other wrist and again made another deep cut on his wrist and placed it carefully on the hole. He looked exactly like a serial killer who had done this before many times with an exact, twisted, satisfied smile on his face. Bastard, you'll never escape the retribution. One day, someone else will do even worse to you. Decker continued to curse as he felt his body and mind going numb. He knew today was the day he'll die and become someone's dinner, which made him resentful. But alas, there wasn't anything he could do. Jacob completely ignored Decker's curses and calmly sat on the chair as he looked at Decker's flowing blood in the container with a hint of elation. Little by little, the container started to fill with Decker's blood, and Decker's voice was becoming vaguer and vaguer. After 10 minutes, Decker was on the verge of losing consciousness as he kept mumbling, devil. A minute passed, and Decker's voice completely faded at this moment as his blood flow was also slowing down a lot. Jacob finally closed his eyes as he remembered those last words of Decker and felt deep satisfaction after knowing he had killed his most hated enemy with his hand. Jacob's eyes finally opened, and the darkness in them had completely faded away, and he exhaled. Just as I thought, I felt nothing but excitement while killing him, and I already want to experience it again. If I continue, I can never stop myself. Jacob smiled coldly the very next moment. Anything to achieve my goal, now it's time to put you out of your misery. Jacob stood up again, and this time he slit Decker's throat without hesitation, and more blood flowed on the table, making its way towards those two openings. With this, Decker, the first person Jacob saw after reincarnating, was finally dead at Jacob's hands. C36, Chapter 36. Extracting Heart Essence. It was nighttime outside, and the sky seemed clean from any clouds. The ground door leading toward Decker's hideout was currently opened, and smoke rose from it like a chimney. On the underground floor, crude equipment was set up, and the fire was lit underneath the metal container, which had been made into a crude furnace. The red smoke rose from it as the crimson liquid was boiling. Jacob stood there calmly observing as Cursed Immortality hovered in front of him. He said, "So, Immortica, should I throw the heart inside now and close it?" Jacob was very careful with this task of collecting heart essence. That was why he summoned the Cursed Immortality to seek its opinion on every single detail. He was also calling it Immortica now, since he didn't like always calling it Cursed Immortality. He wasn't a chemist in his past life, but he had some very rich experience working with chemicals and active elements because of his profession and research, which was why he was able to build this crude distillation equipment from scratch. Immortica replied in elated words, "Hee, I never thought you would choose the little imp for your first target and abandon your morals so quickly. I'm impressed, and don't call me by that name." "I'm Cursed Immortality," Jacob replied in vexation. "Immortica, can't you just answer my question? Don't you say you can't answer anything besides questions related to the book?" Immortica replied, I can't answer your question, but I didn't say I can't freely give my opinion on other unimportant things. As for the answer to your question, although that thing looked like it would explode at any time since it reached the sufficient temperature, I don't think there's a need to hesitate anymore. Just throw the heart into it and start the distillation after 30 seconds. You only need 100 milliliter of heart essence, so it won't take long even if that thing ends up exploding. Jacob rolled his eyes, even though he knew the equipment was very unstable, and if he closed the lid, then it would become a bomb if it wasn't able to handle the pressure. In the end, he inhaled a warm breath, and the moment a warm, bloody heart appeared in his from his infinity pendant. His infinity pendant can not only keep living things alive in it, but I can also keep things fresh, just like the moment they were stored in it, and it was perfect for storing food supplies. It's just that its space was too small for now. Jacob glanced at Decker's heart he extracted this afternoon and sighed. "You changed my heart once, and now I'm holding your heart, and we're both doing it for immortality. How lamentable." He threw the heart in the boiling blood and sealed the lid as smoke rose from the twisted metal tube and another tube. Jacob waited over 30 seconds before he closed the twisted tube into the second container he prepared for distillation and let the other tube open to release some buildup pressure. Jacob didn't stay close to it because if this thing exploded, he didn't want to be anywhere near it and enter the passage while closing the door. Immortica wrote at this moment, 5 hours should be sufficient if that thing can hold this long, that is. Jacob replied, "I know, but I also have confidence in something I built. It won't explode easily. Besides, the containers I used were all made of special materials from this world, and they were quite tough, so I won't think this much pressure could crack them up." Pity I won't be here to see the result. But you must remember to inject that heart essence within 6 hours after its extraction or store it inside the infinity pendant, or it will lose its effect and you will get fewer benefits. Jacob sighed and asked with some concern, "You sure with 15 kg rare meat I got after slaughtering Decker and his heart essence, I'll be able to convert my body up to 50%? What about the hunger, or if that fellow was poisonous?" The writing changed. "Why are you fretting over it so much? Since you're unwilling to eat that guy's head, then it should help you about 45% to rebuild your body, and this Tier 3 heart essence will also convert your immortal mark into cursed mark up to 3% completion from 0.1% completion. As for your poison complaint, do you think you can be poisoned by a Tier 3 species meat after condensing a mutated immortal mark? Stop being a worrywart. Look at the bright side. Your hunger problem will not be accrued for at least 2 years after this, and in the meantime, just hunt some other races outside there. It's time for you to leave this turtle shell. Let me see the liveliness of the outside world." Jacob scoffed, "You just wanted to see me kill others, right? So, what if I am? Don't forget without sacrifices, there won't be any gains, and it's not like you don't enjoy it yourself. I'm a perfect fit for you, so stop rejecting and suppressing your impulses. It will only get you killed by others. I'll do what I want. You're just a book, so act like one and vanish." Jacob sneered coldly before he closed the Cursed Immortality. He didn't want to read more of this book's sarcastic remarks and preaching about killing. Although it said nothing wrong, Jacob didn't want to be completely controlled and indulged in his inner impulses, or he would become a mindless killer. Even if he enjoyed that feeling, this doesn't change the fact that he had rich life experience and knew what kind of result these nefarious urges would bring. I could suppress it in my whole past life, so controlling it in this life should not be a problem for me either. Eithers 37, Chapter 37, Position Revealed. A couple of miles away from Decker's hideout in rainy mountain ranges. It was already dawn, and the sky was turning bright, but dark clouds were also gathering over the mountain range. Inside a large cave, two colossal figures were sitting around a bonfire while a large, unknown animal was currently skewered on top of the fire. These figures were at least 7 meters tall, even while sitting. One could only imagine their heights when they were standing. Brother Aaron, we've been searching for weeks in this vast mountain range, but we still didn't find any trace of that thievish goblin. Do you think that Bronze Goblin is tricking us and wasting our time for the reward? The person with a husky voice spoke with uncertainty. In reply, Aaron said in his heavy voice, I don't think so. Goblin's race knows what happened to the Imp Goblin tribe after their tribesmen dared to double-cross us, so I don't think they would dare to try anything funny anymore despite their greedy and shrewd nature. As for this Bronze Goblin, I have already investigated him before following him here. He held some deep grudge against the Imp Goblin tribe, so he didn't have any reason to court death, and he had some ability in tracking, so he's our best choice right now. At least it's far better than searching in the dark. Just keep your patience, Brother Montel. Montel sighed and said with a hint of hate in his husky voice, It's not like I'm impatient, but I can't forget how that little thief made a fool of our race and stole something we worked so hard to find, and our brethren sacrificed their lives to get. He even poisoned 15 men to death, including my little brother. I would never rest until I skinned that bastard alive. I know how you feel, but you can't let your judgment be clouded by hate, or that bastard might escape. Before Aaron could complete his sentence, he came to an abrupt stop as he coldly turned toward the entrance of the cave. These were not worried about any ambush, since there weren't any creatures in this mountain range that could pose any threat to them. Montel also sensed something as he also narrowed his green eyes toward the entrance. At this moment, a cloaked figure of 14 meters in height could be seen running toward those two giants. Aaron sternly said at this moment, You better have a good reason to disturb our meal, little ant. The cloaked person completely ignored those pairs of icy eyes and hastily said, My lords, I think I found the hideout of that thievish imp. Montel's large green eyes suddenly shimmered in a sharp glint as he blurted, Where? Last morning, when I was scouting 2 miles in the east, I saw smoke rising from the far northeast, but it only remained for 10 minutes, and before I could pinpoint the exact position, the smoke vanished because of the humidity here. All traces were gone. The cloaked person replied truthfully. Aaron cussed. Are you certain this was the little bastard? It could be a hunter, and I don't think that astute little shit will make this kind of rookie mistake. I also thought about it, but then there were a few hunters who wanted to come into these deep parts of the rainy mountain ranges where toxic beasts reside. Furthermore, just last night, when I was investigating the suspicious area, a strange smell suddenly appeared. After following that scent, I found its source, and it was coming from an underground hole. But I didn't dare to investigate the area around that hole. I was worried about traps or being found out, so I left a mark over there and came straight here to report. I think it's that imp bastard, and he might be doing some sort of experiment, but he never would have thought we were already here on his tail and overlooked this small detail, making a huge mistake on his own. The cloaked person's voice was filled with coldness and ecstasy. A burst of booming, sharp laughter rang inside the cave at this moment. Montel laughed like a fiend as if Decker's neck was already in his hand. He blurted, Led the way. Let me see where that bastard can run this time. However, Aaron shook his big head and said calmly, We should wait for the rain before moving toward that hideout. It still isn't confirmed if this hideout is that little bastard or not. We don't want to startle some old monster who's living here and doing his research. The cloaked person nodded in agreement. Yes, we can hide our footsteps in the rain, and if there's some senior living there, we can pretend we lost our way and accidentally stumbled upon that area. Besides, I don't think anyone would dare to offend two lords, but it is still better to be assured. Montel's excited expression was also sour, hearing this, and fell silent. He can't retort to those two since they were talking about reasons. He said, Fine. I'll let that bastard keep his insignificant life for some time more. He finally settled down. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and looked toward the cloaked person. You go there and keep a watch from afar. If there's any movement, don't engage. Observe. The moment the rain starts, come and get us as well. There's not any gap for failure this time, or you can also forget about your life. The cloaked person trembled slightly hearing that cold voice and quickly said before leaving, I understand. Please rest assured I'll do this task carefully. Aaron watched the cloaked person leave the cave and said to Montel, I told you to be patient and see. We have already received the good news. I hope it was that bastard, not some old eccentric. Montel scoffed coldly and said, don't worry. Even if it were an old eccentric, he would not dare to offend our mountain giant race. 38, Chapter 38. Improvements 4 hours before Decker's hideout was reported. It didn't blow up after all. Let's reap the rewards. Jacob mumbled in ecstasy as the wait was finally over. He closed the book in his hand, calmly opened the pathway's door, and saw that his crude equipment was intact. Without further delay, he quickly extinguished the fire, moved toward the collecting container, and opened the lid. A cloud of light red smoke escaped the moment the lid was removed, and a potent smell attacked Jacob's nostrils, making him cough. "Fuck, it better not be as bad as it smells," Jacob mumbled with a noxious expression. After the smoke cleared, Jacob finally saw the crystal red liquid on the bottom. "It should be slightly more than 150 ml," Jacob mused as he looked toward the slightly lit outer door space. Probably no animal was attacked by the smell and smoke. Jacob closed the outer door, however, he had no idea a pair of brown beastly eyes scrutinized this entire scene. The only comforting thing was Jacob didn't go outside or pop up his head, so his identity as a human was still safe. After closing the doors outside, he returned to the small room where only Pighead could be seen in the green liquid cell while the other was empty now. Jacob had already prepared for the injection process beforehand. He had already found a metal syringe which was exactly 100 ml. Jacob couldn't ask for more. However, piercing that 8-inch needle directly into his heart and then injecting the heart essence was a completely different matter. If it was any other time, or if he had a choice, Jacob would never play his life like this, but since he had already come to this point, there wasn't any need for hesitation anymore. Jacob filled the warm heart essence in the metal syringe. Sigh, in front of this rising hunger, this little bit of suffering should not be a problem. Jacob took a deep breath as he lay down on the floor flat and took deep breaths as he held the metal syringe in his hand. Thereupon, mad resolve filled Jacob's eyes as he clenched the metal syringe and instantly stabbed it meticulously between his ribs, directly into his heart. Jacob's eyes opened wide as he grumbled with clenched teeth and endured. However, something completely unexpected happened before Jacob could pump the heart essence. His heart rate suddenly increased to an abnormal level, and thereafter the heart essence slowly simmered into his heart from the metal syringe on its own. Jacob was flabbergasted momentarily, but the warm sensation simmering in his heart with pain quickly snapped out of his stupor. "That cursed book didn't warn me about this at all," vexed Jacob muttered through clenched teeth. At this moment, Jacob felt the warm heart essence spreading through his whole body as his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot before a sudden electric shock ran down his whole body. His body was too weak for such endeavors. Jacob let loose a shrill scream before his eyes went upward, and he lost consciousness. 2 hours passed. Jacob finally opened his eyes at this moment with a hint of pain on his face. He sluggishly looked at his chest, saw the metal syringe was still on it, and instantly removed it with a painful groan. What happened? Did I fail? No, I won't be alive if it was the case. My hunger is completely gone. Jacob noticed the astonishing change within himself and got up. The first thing he noticed was his vision point had again gone more elevated, which meant his height had increased again, and this change was much more apparent. He stood in front of the glass cell and saw his vague reflection, which alarmed him. Before, Jacob's constitution was skinny. However, his body was now toned with ripped muscles as they were carved. Furthermore, he was now 6'2" feet tall, and his skin was pale white with a slightly rosy sheen. His silver-white hair had also reached his hips and become more shining and silkier. His face was also covered with a long silver-white beard and mustache. Jacob was completely gobsmacked by this tremendous change, and he felt it was all worth it. He had done anything and got an athletic body just by enduring pain. Moreover, he could also feel a strong power within him and a thought surface in his head and the bloodline scanning scale device. He quickly pressed his thumb on the needle, and a countdown appeared on the black screen. Just like before, a message appeared on the screen. The blood analysis has been completed. Please press the button to check the result. Jacob pressed the first button without any hesitation. Species, human. Sex, male. Age, 23. Strength, rare species. Bloodline, unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device to discover about this bloodline and more information. My species is still human, but my blood had turned unknown from fused. Furthermore, my strength is equivalent to the rare species now. I don't know how much that is, but it is far better than 2 weeks from before. I should test it out soon. Jacob mumbled with ecstasy and pressed the next button. Blood analysis report, unknown bloodline can't be mature with the current device. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood analysis results and more information. Jacob scoffed and pressed the last button. Blood lifespan, unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood lifespan results and more accurate information. Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment. My lifespan became unknown as well? It seemed that the cursed book didn't lie to me. As long as I follow its instructions, I will get 100 years of youthful life. All the small doubts about cursed immortality completely vanished from Jacob's mind at this moment. He turned off the device and stored it again since it was still useful. I should probably go outside and measure my strength. But first, I have to get rid of this long hair. Jacob was now brimming with confidence and wanted to see how much improvement and benefits this first injection brought him, and it was also the time to look for an exit from these mountain ranges. Lee 39, Chapter 39, Improvements 2. At this time, while the mountain giants were getting the report about Decker's hideout, Jacob appeared outside the hideout, followed by Pighead, as he contemplated the cloudy sky. He had already cleaned himself and cut his hair to shoulder length while shaving his beard and mustache. This made Jacob's appearance more apparent from his past skinny self. He had a handsome diamond-shaped face with amber eyes, arched eyebrows, a sharp thin nose, and thin lips. He looked like a handsome youth in his prime. I should slowly scout the area and see if there were any of those rare animals living near here, and then widen my range before leaving on the journey to leave this place. This place is extremely humid, and my water source is about to end, so finding water is my top priority. Jacob mused before he led Pighead in a random direction, leaving hidden marks on trees so they could not forget their way back. The hideout was currently on a high mountain that was filled with greenery, and it wasn't far from the mountain peak, just a few miles away. Furthermore, the temperature here can drop quite a lot at nighttime, and many poisonous animals, bugs, and other dangerous creatures roam in this part of the rainy mountain ranges. It was extremely large since it was between two extensive regions of zodiac plains, and if one didn't know about the safe passages, one could roam there aimlessly for years and might die from dehydration, cold, or being eaten by some vicious animal. Jacob only wore crude clothes, and he was barefoot because he didn't. Decker didn't have any clothes or shoes of his size. He looked just like a wild barbarian at this moment. While Pighead only had his waist covered and was even more exposed than Jacob, that listless pig brain seemed to feel nothing. Nonetheless, Jacob also felt he had become quite resilient after the recent changes in his body. Not only did he not feel discomfort walking barefoot or any pain, he felt like he was walking on a soft surface. His body felt extremely light, and he also didn't feel any heat or cold right now. Everything was normal for him, but he knew this was all because of the first injection since he knew how it felt walking like this here before the injection. Follow me closely. Jacob's eyes shimmered with expectation. Let's see how fast I can run. Thereupon, Jacob sprang into action, and he ran at full speed. He was shocked when he felt just how fast he was going right now, and he had this feeling he could go faster. My speed should be between 60 km/h to 70 km/h to 70 km/h, and if I gave it my all, it could probably climb up to 80 km/h, which is almost impossible for a human. Moreover, my body is still not completely compatible with my heart. Since I still didn't eat the rare meat, I might be at 30% or 35% compatible, and with each injection my heart will become strong and my body will follow suit. According to Immortality, with each 10% progress with my cursed heart, my body will transform again. Jacob's eyes shone with expectation and elation. He never thought he would get this power with a mere injection, and he was already beaming with confidence and more eager to complete the process. Jacob turned around to see Pighead and was astonished when he saw the guy was only 1 meter away from him and he was keeping up with his speed, breaking no sweat. Just who is this guy, and how did Decker get his hand on him and enslave him? I should probably start examining Decker's journal as well, Jacob mused as he stopped wasting his energy. Although he can run fast, he could feel superficial fatigue from a 30-second full-speed run. Speed was not a problem, but how should I measure my strength? Jacob mused as he looked around, and his eyes landed on a mossy boulder, and his eyes lit up. He galloped to the boulder and tried to lift it. This boulder was 3 meters in diameter and was probably 250 kg to 300 kg in weight. Jacob grunted coldly before blood vines stirred all over his body as the boulder trembled. Thereupon, Jacob slowly lifted it over his head and then threw it back to the ground, making the ground shake slightly. Jacob breathed for a moment and smiled in satisfaction. Hey, with my speed and this strength, I can probably throw quick, powerful punches and shatter rocks. So, this is the strength of a rare species. I should start practicing my kickboxing with this body and get the hang of it before moving to those other disciplines I learned that claim to prolong life but do nothing, but they are deadly fighting styles. Jacob made his plan and used his knowledge from his past life to become stronger, especially the fighting styles he learned in his youth when he earned money by fighting in underground rings, which also helped him to suppress his urges. And this was his biggest source of income, which he used to study and pay his tuition with. Some fighting styles he learned in his old age, but not for fighting, but for the sake of prolonging his life, and he didn't know how to use them in fighting, and most of them were incomplete. But he had ample experience with army boxing, Muay Thai, Aikido, and street fighting. All in all, he knew how to use his arms and legs like deadly weapons, so it wasn't a problem for him to get back to his former self in a short period. Let's see if we could find one of those beasts described in that book before the rain, and if we're lucky, I might be able to inject the second heart essence soon. Jacob's confidence soared after crudely measuring his strength. However, he didn't know that someone had just reached his hideout and was monitoring it right now. 40 Chapter 40, Fighting the Arrow-tailed Jaguar. Over 10 miles away from the hideout, Jacob and Pighead were hiding behind the shade of a large tree, and Jacob was peering from the side with his cold eyes without making any extensive movement. 50 meters from the enormous tree, a 2-meter animal was resting under it without fear of anything attacking it. Its color was a tan with an orange hue, and its underbelly was white. There were dark spots consisting of solid black markings on its undersides and hollow black circles on its back. It has large teeth, large eyes, 4 muscular legs, and a long, unusual arrow-shaped tail. Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment. That's an arrow-tailed jaguar, one of the strongest uncommon species. But its strength is virtually closer to a rare species, and it can fight toe-to-toe with those rare animals known as beasts. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky to encounter such a vicious animal. Even in my old world, jaguars were one of the strongest apex predators. Jacob naturally got all this information about arrow-tailed jaguar from the Rare and Rarer Beast Encyclopedia. Although this wasn't a beast, it wasn't far off. In the Rare and Rarer Beast Encyclopedia, any animal that fell in the category of a rare species was known as a beast, and these beasts were as strong as any rare species. Although it's only an uncommon species, as long as it fell under the tier classification of Immortica, it's useful to me. Since that cat didn't bother to hide its presence, that means there aren't any other animals stronger than it in this vicinity, or it could be just that it's dumb. If I just had a rifle, that cat would be regretting in the afterlife right now. Jacob bitterly lamented. Even if he had superhuman strength, he still thought weapons that could shoot projectiles were far more effective in this situation. Nevertheless, since he had already spotted the prey, he won't let it get away, and the sky was already getting darker with dark clouds. It won't be long before the rain starts, and Jacob wants to go back before the rain. Pighead, go and kill that cat for me. Jacob gave a simple command to listless Pighead, standing like a log beside him. Pighead instantly sprang into action after receiving Jacob's command, and without caring about the commotion, he directly launched toward the arrow-tailed jaguar. Fuck, this guy is too simple-minded. What if that cat runs away after seeing your ferocious appearance? Jacob was flabbergasted and cussed. However, nothing like this happened. On the contrary, when the arrow-tailed jaguar sensed the eruption, it was startled for a moment before its beastly eyes locked on the incoming Pighead. It viciously growled in Pighead's direction, showing its big, sharp teeth. It was taking Pighead as an intruder and prey. Thereupon, the arrow-tailed jaguar pranced toward Pighead head-on and leaped at him with two sharp claws in its front. Pighead expressionlessly threw a punch toward arrow-tailed jaguar's head. However, at this moment, the arrowtail suddenly moved, and the arrow-tailed jaguar maneuvered in the air, completely dodging Pighead's massive punch and clawing at his chest. Jacob's eyes contracted to see this unnatural movement from the arrow-tailed jaguar. However, he had information about these uncommon animals. But the book didn't describe uncommon animals much, like how they hunt or what kind of special trails they have. Just like how this arrow-tailed jaguar's arrowtail can help it maneuver in the air, this insignificant detail can be extremely deadly for someone who didn't know about it beforehand. I should have known better. How could an uncommon species be so easy to deal with? I have been blinded by victory over that brown bastard, and he was just wise, not powerful, while this arrow-tailed jaguar is powerful. It can kill 10 deckers easily. Jacob had an ugly expression on his face as he looked at the claw mark on Pighead's chest, and blood was gushing out non-stop. Although the wounds weren't too deep, it was still deadly if he lost too much blood. He can't afford to lose Pighead right now, not until he exited the forest, or if it was absolutely necessary, and definitely not to this uncommon cat. On the other hand, Pighead didn't even notice the claw wound on his chest and again sprang into action. The arrow-tailed jaguar coldly roared and again launched another claw attack, and this time it also wanted to take a bit on Pighead's hairy neck. However, at this moment, before arrow-tailed jaguar could dodge Pighead's punch, its hair stood from its back as if it had sensed something deadly from the side. Now it had to either dodge Pighead's massive punch or the danger for the side since it can't dodge both. However, just this momentary indecision was enough to spell its doom. Pighead's punch connected with its left side jaw, and another punch landed on its right ribs. The arrow-tailed jaguar was sent flying by these two-sided attacks. The second attack was naturally Jacob, who had used his speed and perception to sneak attack the arrow-tailed jaguar just in the nick of time. Jacob coldly uttered without giving the arrow-tailed jaguar any chance of running or recovering from the aftershock. Pighead obliged without expression as it raised its foot and viciously stomped on arrow-tailed jaguar's head, which was still in a daze because of the previous attack. Crack, the crushing sound of someone's skull being crushed rang in the silent vicinity. Jacob coldly looked at the mingle head of the vicious animal, and he said before Pighead could stomp on it again, "Enough, it is already dead. I don't want you to trample on my specimen." Pighead instantly stopped and returned to his listless self. Chapter 41, Vague Encounter. Jacob quickly sprang into action as a container appeared in his hand, and he quickly collected the arrow-tailed jaguar's blood before it was absorbed into the ground. His infinity pendant space was limited, and that big jaguar's carcass can't fit in. That was why he was carrying 2 containers inside to collect blood and heart, so they won't go to waste. Furthermore, the infinity pendant was the perfect place to store these things because it could keep them in the same condition they were stored. This was the biggest advantage he had of this storage space, and he wanted to increase it so he could also store Pighead inside if needed. Notwithstanding, he quickly collected the sufficient amount of blood he needed for the extraction process and also cut open the jaguar's chest and acquired its heart and threw it into the blood-filled container as well before storing it away. Sigh, finally now, I don't have to worry about anything. Jacob breathed in relief before a cold drop fell on his head and he looked at the dark sky. Within a few moments, heavy rain poured down and washed away all the blood on the group and completely soaked both of them. Jacob couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy this rain shower after a very, very long time, and a distant memory surfaced in his mind. It was a dark, rainy night when a middle-aged man was dragged into the rain by a beautiful woman as she laughs lovingly with elation while pulling this middle-aged man around despite his burly build. The middle-aged man helplessly said, "Hope, let's go inside." "What if you catch a cold?" Hope giggles in excitement and retorted, "JS, you're always cooped up in that shitty lab of yours or tanning fields. You have to enjoy nature something and make happy memories." JS replied with a faint smile and pull Hope into her embrace. "Really, I guess you're right. But what if I forget? Don't you need to do something to make it an everlasting memory?" Hope wrapped her slender arms around JS's muscular neck and looked lovingly into his eyes and seductively said, "We have never done it in rain." Rumble. Jacob's eyes snapped open with a hint of melancholy as the thunderclap rang. He looked at Pighead, who was standing beside him like a log as his blood was gushing out from that deep wound on his chest and washing away with the rain. A bottle filled with black liquid appeared in his hand and he gave it to Pighead. "Drink it. At this rate you'll bleed to death." He had stored some black liquid just for emergencies like these before moving out. After drinking it, the blood from the injury suddenly stopped and the wound was mending, but very slowly. "Let's go back and pick up the carcass. This rain won't stop anytime soon, and there might be some predators appearing in this rain soon." Jacob's command coolly and they walked toward the hideout. Although most animals will hide when rained, this place was not ordinary, so he didn't want to put his life at risk, and he already got what he wanted, so there wasn't any need to be greedy. To make sure Pighead's wound won't get worse, they move at a slow pace, and they took triple the time to reach the hideout position from the time they traveled before. However, Jacob's footstep came to an abrupt halt at this moment while his eyes narrowed into slits. Thumb, thumb, footsteps. His hearing has become extremely sensitive after his first injection, and even in this rain he could hear small sounds from a few tens of meters away, and these sounds were extremely startling. Jacob knit his eyebrows together because these large footsteps were also approaching his hideout and at a quick pace, and if he tried to enter the hideout now, he'll meet the owners of those footsteps before he could close the door. "Let's hide." Jacob quickly commanded Pighead, and they slowly creeped behind the large tree only a few meters away from the hideout. Jacob wanted to wait and let whoever it was pass before going back, since they won't be able to find the hidden door. However, he soon saw something which left him in horror and gobsmacked. Even from his place he saw two large cocked heads appearing from the trees, and they were extremely tall. Even from his place he could see those two towering figures, and his heart trembled when a word came to his mind. Giants. Instantly, more information flooded what he read from Decker's journal, and he felt goosebumps. Could they be mountain giants, a rarer race, and also the ones who Decker stole the Immortica from? But how did they appear here, so far from their home and so close to this hideout? Did that bastard make some kind of mistake and reveal himself? Jacob suddenly felt like killing Decker again in the curliest way possible. Because if what he guessed was true, then he was in massive trouble right now, and if he didn't leave, there won't be any chance for him in the future. He didn't dare to face those massive mountain giants. No, he didn't even think about it because he wasn't even the size of their waistline, and they could easily crush them like an ant. Now all he could pray was, those giants won't know about the hideout yet and only stumbled upon this area and just passed by. So, he could quickly get some more black liquid and other important stuff and leave this place. However, a furtive voice that sounded from their feet made Jacob's heart palpitate. "My lords, this is the place, and the hidden door is only a few meters away. Follow me." "Fuck," Jacob cursed, and he knew he has been discovered by someone else, and even though he can't see the person because of all those long bushes, he knew that might be the culprit who led those giants here. 42, Chapter 42, Storming, the Hideout. Just how in the world that fucker Decker made this kind of grave mistake? But it didn't seem they come prepared or sure about the hideout. Because if they knew Decker was hiding there, then there won't be just two giants coming here after what he did. Then this means this is just a scouting party led by someone who might be the one who found Decker's traces without him knowing. And from that tone, it's clear he didn't know who the owner of that hideout was or my identity. They also seem to discover it recently, or they could have come sooner. Furthermore, they're moving with caution in the rain, hiding their footsteps despite their powerful physiques. I didn't know if I'm lucky or unlucky, although I'm not present in the hideout and I have all the important things in my pendant, but those liquids and equipment will be lost. Shit! Jacob cursed in silence and bemoaned at this bad but good luck because he had avoided a calamity. But he didn't feel happy about it because he wasn't prepared for this at all, and this will also be the end of his haven. He no longer can extract heart essence and remain hidden while increasing his strength before embarking on his journey to find the exit of this mountain range. All his plans suddenly went to the gutter just because of an unknown mistake. In the end, Jacob clenched his teeth and slowly creep away from those three dangerous fellows. He knew he can't go back, and he had to flee as far as he can while he still has the chance, and the other party didn't know he wasn't inside the hideout. Pighead naturally followed him, with the carcass of the arrow-tailed jaguar on his shoulder. Jacob left in the opposite direction from where those three came from, and in this heavy rainfall, his tracks were easily washed away. Just great, first slave and now a lost vagabond, Jacob muttered while clicking his tongue in exasperation. After they were a mile away from the hideout, Jacob increased his speed and ran at full speed without stopping. He wanted to create a vast distance between himself and them, and then found some area to spend the night before continuing his aimless journey. At Decker's hideout, the cloaked bronze goblin followed by Aaron and Montel finally reached the place where the door was hidden. There's no trap outside, which means the maker didn't want to startle anyone and wanted to give the disguise that this is an ordinary moss floor, and it would have worked if I didn't see the smoke myself. The bronze goblin said with a hint of satire in his voice. Before he didn't dare to come close to this place, but now that he had two mountain giants beside him, he became shamelessly fearless. Chad, stop your nonsense and made that person living here come out, Aaron vexedly said. If not because of their precaution, they would have stormed the place already. Chad didn't dare to delay and bashed on the moss floor, which was also the door to the underground facility, and he bellowed, Anyone is there? I see this door in this stormy rain, and I humbly request to take shelter inside. I didn't have any malicious intent, and I'll pay 1 gold coin for a night's stay? Their aim was clear. As long as there wasn't any powerful hermit living here, they would storm the entire place. The weak didn't have the right to put resistance in this world. However, after Chad's torrent of heavy strikes, the door remains calm, with no noise except rain. Fuck off now, it's clear. The one inside is an ant, or even that thievish goblin, and who knows, he might escape from the underground passage while we're wasting our time being careful. Let me see who dared to offend us mountain giants. Montel lose his patience because he was eager to get this hand on Decker the most, and he didn't want to let him escape if really inside. Aaron also didn't stop Montel this time, and he knew if Deck was really inside with his astute personality, he might really slip away from their hands again. Chad quickly moved aside, and the moment he saw furious Montel move, Montel swung his gigantic fist right at the door with full force. Bang! The ground trembled slightly as water splashed everywhere, and at the place where that hammer-like fist landed, a dark hole appeared. The metallic door was lying on the bottom with a giant fist imprinted on it. Tiny hole, let me make it big, Montel sneered before he sent a volley of powerful punches and widened the hole enough for him and Aaron to fit. Let's go. Montel took the stone staircase without waiting for Aaron or Chad. However, just as he took the third step before they suddenly hear a crackling sound under Montel's feet, and the very next moment thereafter, Montel suddenly grunted. Bastard, a lighting trap? I'll skin that guy alive. Montel cursed and continued to move while he received a lighting blot on some steps, but they only seemed to slightly tingle him, nothing else. Gulping sounds could be heard from Chad. He knew those lighting traps were packed with almost 1,000,000 volts, but that guy was taking them with a pinch of salt. He couldn't help but wonder just how strong these giant skins were. Aaron smirked at this moment while following inside. This boorish idiot. Before long, Montel has triggered almost all the traps in the underground base. Spikes, poison arrows, poison fog, but Montel didn't even receive a scratch from them as he reached the end of the passage where the hidden room was located. However, the place was too short for him and Aaron to enter, and if they try to funnel their way in, the entire underground cave might crumble. Aaron sternly ordered at this moment, Chad, get your ass down there and go inside and see if there's anyone there or not. All the traps have been dealt with. Us the X-scanner. If there's an escape tunnel, let us know. Post hastily. 43, Chapter 43, Rainy Night. Somewhere on a rainy mountain, after resting and running for a full day, Jacob was fully exhausted and, with the heavy rain, he was even more worried about catching some unknown disease. He was literally wearing 2 pieces of clothes right now, and even they weren't fully covering his skin. The only relief was that carcass of arrow-tailed jaguar which can provide him with a good nutritious meal, and he was also thinking of turning the thick hide into a warm coat. But first, he had to find a place to hide from this rain, and the surrounding has already turned dark. Now I understand why sometimes a small roof is far better than a vast sky, Jacob thought bitterly as he continued to move slowly while looking for shelter. However, he knew it was a pipe dream to continue searching for something in this darkness where he can't even see Pighead clearly. So, he built one himself with tree leaves and branches, which took him 2 hours to compete with Pighead's help. Although it was extremely crude, the water was still flowing through the leafy roof, but it was far better than walking into darkness aimlessly. Although I'm not feeling any cold because of my special body condition, I still have to remain caution, Jacob mumbled as he took out a knife and skinned the large jaguar. He meticulously separated the jaguar hide, which was more like fleece, and let it wash into the rain. Then there was only meat and the animal's viscera which he threw away and only meat left. Shit, I can't even light the fire, Jacob lamented about how there wasn't anything dry to burn when suddenly his eyes opened wide and he mumbled. Fire, those guys found the hideout right after my injection, and the rain also didn't fall for the day I did the extraction process. Then didn't this mean they were drawn here by the smoke rising from the door? Although I took the precaution of doing the process at the night, it seemed I still underestimate those high-level species. Now I understand how they found the hideout. It was my own damn fault. Jacob quickly believed his hypotheses, and he was 90% sure this was the real reason he got exposed. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly because he can't cry over spilled milk anymore and ate the meat raw since it would go bad if he left it in the rain anymore. He stored as much as could in the infinity pendant and eat the rest, leaving nothing. Even he was shocked at his appetite and strange instinct to devour anything once he started to eat without caring about taste. Jacob knew he wasn't like this, but after the first hunger pang in drinking the bone marrow, he stopped caring about taste or what he was eating anymore. As long as it can provide him with the nutrition, he can devour anything, and this urge has become even more definite after the first injection, and he only noticed it now. This meat isn't as nutritious as the goblin, but it still sends steam of warmth in my body, and now I didn't feel the urge to sleep anymore. I can feel the warm flow of energy flowing through my whole body. Is this how the heart converts my body? Ace wondered with elation as he closed his eyes and felt that strange warmth spreading in his body. He could feel his fatigue was going away, and he was recovering at an extremely fast pace. He remained in that half-conscious and half-asleep state for 3 hours before that warmth completely faded away, and he was now full of energy. His eyes opened and glowed as he said, "Cursed Immortality." The white floating book appeared in front of him, and with a thought, the cover flipped and the first page appeared. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases, current phase, first phase, body transformation, stages of body transformation, 3, first stage, Cursed Heart Emergence, current stage. Second stage, compete first stage. Third stage, compete second stage. Inheritor, Jacob Steve current phase, first body transformation. First stage progress, 13% O, extra 3% progress from 10 in one go. Jacob was astonished and flipped to the second page. First phase of body transformation, Cursed Heart Emergence, first stage. Cursed Heart Emergence, 3 levels. First level, formation of immortal mark. Inside the modify heart complete, second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark, completion, 5% description, please insert different tier 1 or higher species heart essence directly into your heart until the cursed mark is completely forged. Note, a species heart essence can only be inserted once, not again. 2, third level, complete second level, completion of this stage affected in 100 years of youthful lifespan. Jacob's lips curled upward when he saw the first injection give him 4% in 1, and he wondered how much he'll get with the Arrowtail Jaguar's heart essence. But his expression fell when he thought he can't extract the heart essence anymore because everything was in the hideout. Jacob asked with a hint of perplexion, "Immortica, tell me how much my body changed." As much as he didn't want to talk with this annoying book right now, he knew only Immortica know his condition the best. That was why he reluctantly asked the question. However, just like always, Immortica wrote erratically, "He. I much say I quite like the scenery. He. Dark lines formed on Jacob's forehead and snapped. "Can't you just answer the question without your shitty sarcasm?" Immortica wrote. He. It isn't sarcasm, I'm enjoying the show. I wonder if those 2 big logs will find you or not. Aha, so much excitement. As for your question, don't worry. After consuming that big cat, your body is at 59% compatible with your current heart strength. You just required to continue to kill and consume high-level meat, and you'll be just fine. 44. Chapter 44. A Familiar Sound. He suddenly thought of something and asked with uncertainty, "Can you tell me more about those 2 giants and the third person with them? Consider it me asking about what tier they belong to. The writing change, if you ask me directly, I won't be able to answer, but since you put the question in the right way, I can naturally tell you about them. The big logs were from the giant race branch called Mountain Giant Race, and they're supposed to be the 9th tier. But just as that goblin, their bloodline has declined, and they're currently at 7th tier. They had physical bodies as strong as rocks. As for how strong, only a 5mm bullet can penetrate their skin. You can get the idea from this. As for the third one, you're going to like this one, I'm sure of it. That was another goblin. And pretty sure he was the one who found that shithole, ha. Jacob's face clouded the moment he read the word goblin and gritted his teeth in frustration. He didn't know if he had some kind of ominous affinity with goblins or grudge, but these bastards keep making his life difficult. He even felt like destroying the entire race when he had power. Immortica continued playfully. That goblin was a bronze goblin, and a tier 4 one at that. If he was at tier 6, I'm afraid he would have heard your footsteps in that rain, and your escape will be impossible. A bronze goblin had a very high hearing, and their vision is very close to an infrared vision of a snake, but not as good as one. However, they had a very keen sense, and they are very good at scouting and finding people. Now you understand how you were found? Ha, fuck, it was really that smoke. Jacob cussed with a perplexed expression, although his guess was right, but was still infuriated about how another goblin fucked him up, and this one seemed to be even more dangerous than Decker. Wait a moment, did you know I was already being watched but still didn't warn me? Jacob finally noticed this point and coldly questioned. I told you I can't save you even if you're about to die, and you're on your own. Furthermore, I'm not an alarm clock nor can babysit you all the time, so deal with your problems. Besides, don't forget, I can only answer your questions related to scripture. Jacob naturally didn't believe the last words and rebutted coldly. You just enjoy watching me suffer, don't you? And stop that bullshit about not speaking without my questions. We both know it's a white fucking lie. He, so what? A vein popped up on Jacob's forehead, and he couldn't help but berated, "Fucking bastard, if I died, I'll make sure to take you down with me." And closed the annoying book. He sighed helplessly afterward. Even though this book is hateful and unreliable, I still need it to achieve immortality, and it's a fact that I'll just die without it. But every time it speaks I want to burn it. How infuriated. Well, at least now I know who's after me. Jacob peeked outside, and the rain has slowed down substantially. He mused it won't be long before it stopped, but the sky was still dark, so he waited until dawn before continuing his journey. Now, he knew his enemy can see heat signatures, so he had to be careful and hide his tracks, or he won't know when those two giants will ambush him. Just like that, a week passed since Jacob had fled from his hideout and he didn't know where he was or where he was heading. But he was careful in his way, and he was 90% sure he didn't leave any traces. And now, if those giants or goblins find him, they can't connect him with Decker's hideout, and he could simply play a helpless human lost in this vast mountain range. However, he still preferred not to confront them because they can easily kill him on a whim, and he won't be able to escape those giants' pursuit either. He wasn't worried about the goblin at all if he was alone. One thing worth mentioning was that he encountered some animals and even hunt 2 uncommon animals on his 5th and 7th days. But because he only had one last container to collect their heart and blood, he felt extremely regretful. Now, he was only focusing on building his body, and with every hunt and meal, he grew stronger, and he still wasn't done. Jacob also noticed as he moved in this particular direction that the animals were becoming weaker and weaker, that he even encountered common species. He mused he might be close to the exit. As for Pighead, he had greatly wilted from his burly self, and Jacob was completely helpless because he didn't know how to nurture him without those liquids. He simply didn't eat or drink normally, even after he tried to feed him meat, even blood. But it just continued to wither with each passing day, and Jacob was afraid that Pighead might perish before he could find an exit. Although he still had one last bottle of black liquid, he was saving it for himself, all this time in an emergency. Pighead was completely disposable while his life wasn't, and if he fell into some trouble, he could run alone and faster now. Time continued to pass, and Jacob has been wandering in these mountain ranges for over 3 months now. On this particular day, boom, Jacob, who was sitting on a large tree branch, suddenly heard an extremely familiar sound that he would not forget, even if he had forgotten everything. He had heard this sound countless times and for the better half of his life. His amber eyes flickered in serendipity, and there was also a hint of elation as he mumbled, "A gunshot, 45, Chapter 45, Humans." Jacob looked entirely different from 3 months ago. His body was brawny as he wore a crude coat made from arrowtail jaguar's hide and a pant made with another uncommon animal's hide. His face was covered with a thick layer of mud and a long, messy beard, while his hair was crudely cut to his shoulder length. His eyes were filled with sharp, murderous intent. He gave the feeling of a vile barbarian who has gone through many cruel battles. It was in fact the case as well, because after his first month of wandering, he stopped using Pighead to fight those animals and started to brawl with them himself. One reason for doing this was Pighead was wilting with each fight, and the other reason was to get accustomed to his rising strength. After hunting and consuming 9 uncommon and 25 common animals, his body has already become 100% compatible with his current heart. He didn't dare to believe he had such a strength, which was nothing but superhuman, and it was only the beginning. On the other hand, Pighead was now half of his former burly self. He even appeared slightly weaker than Jacob now, and if Jacob let him continue to fight, he might have already been withered completely. However, this matter was the least important at this moment because of that gunshot Jacob heard a few moments ago. Before, he wasn't sure if this world has guns or not before, but after hearing this sound, he was now sure of it. Furthermore, he was searching for the exit all this time, and this gunshot also meant there was someone who came here for either to hunt or they were also escapees like him. The chances of the latter scenario were minimum, but they were still there. Since they're using a gun, this means they're weak, and from the muzzle blast, it's probably shot from a rifle with a 66 cm in barrel and 15-round magazine, or a carbine with a 51 cm in the barrel and 12-round magazine, give or takes. Ho, I never thought their technology is only at a Colt Lightning carbine level, or this person simply can't afford another one. Well, I'll find out soon. Jacob's heart raced just thinking about guns, which were his bread and butter in his past life, and he dominated the entire world's advanced weaponry industry with them. Although he worked with modern firearms, their foundation was built on their predecessors, and he even had the biggest collection of antique guns. All in all, he knows these weapons by heart, and just by the sound he could tell which kind of gun was bullet has been shot, just like now. This was the true face of Jacob Steve, who devoted his life to sharpening the art of murdering. With quiet steps, he quickly reached the area where the gunshot sound came, and he heard some voices, which make his heart fill with excitement. "Great shot, Sir Gus." "That wild tusk boar died instantly," a female voice exclaimed in praise. Another male voice rang with a hint of pride. "Lady Kiana, it was nothing. I once hunted a 3-horned lizard." Jacob slowly crept toward the trees when he finally saw the owners of these voices. He was astonished when he saw 4 horse riders wearing English hunter outfits. 2 were young girls with beautiful features, while 2 were young men, tall and handsome. One of the young men with blonde hair was holding a black rifle which looked exactly like Colt Lightning Carbine in his hand, just as Jacob guessed, and the other 3 were also armed with the same rifles. Humans. It seemed I wandered into the uncommon region. According to Decker's journal, humans lived in uncommon regions, and this place is the weakest of the 4 known regions. Well, this is also good since it would be difficult if I accidentally enter the rare region. I first have to get the knowledge of this world and then move toward the upper regions, and mingling with my kind is the easiest way. But those 4 looked like scions of some rich family. If I appeared before them, they might turn hostile from the way I look right now. Then I can just follow them back, and I'll eventually reach human territory. Jacob quickly decided to remain hidden and follow these 4 around until they led him to some human city. Well, he was also interested in their conversation and those Colt Lightning rifle. Sir Arian, where should we go next? Gus looked at the black-haired young man on a brown horse. Arian thought for a moment before he said, "We're currently on the peripheries of the Rainy Mountain ranges, and if you want to hunt uncommon animals we have to ride for 5 days or even longer if we're unlucky. But we can't be out for this long, right? So let's go toward the Dark Wolf Ridge, which is the closet, and hunt the dark wolves. Only common animals, and some can evolve into uncommon. They're vicious and hunt in a pack. They can even hunt uncommon animals in numbers. We can easily retreat if we encounter any danger. What do you think?" The 2 girls looked at Gus with anticipation. He was clearly the leader of this small party. Gus nodded without even thinking and pridefully said, "Then Dark Wolf Ridge, it is them. I just happen to need some wolf fur, heh?" The 2 girls giggled hearing Gus joke with admiration in their eyes while Arian smiled wryly at his employer. With Arian guidance, they galloped the horses and ride toward the direction of Dark Wolf Ridge. Jacob, who watched and listening all this, couldn't help but click his tongue. So, that place was called Dark Wolf Ridge, and those dogs were sneaky. They even managed to almost phase my coat. I'm afraid those 4 scions will be dead before they could lead me to human settlement. What to do now? See 46. Chapter 46. Dark Wolf Ridge. The 4 horse riders carefully moved toward the Dark Wolf Ridge, which was a few miles away from the point they stopped before. But they were completely oblivious to the fact that someone was following them despite their horses, and this person was on foot. Furthermore, this person was doing this with extreme agility and without breaking any sweat at that. After half an hour of journey, they finally reached the footstep of a mountain valley. The blonde-haired youth named Gus questioned the black-haired Arian. "Is this the entrance of the Dark Wolf Ridge?" The 2 beautiful girls were also admiring the beautiful view, completely oblivious to how dangerous this place was. Arian nodded and replied solemnly, "Yes, Sir Gus, if another wanted to enter the deeper parts of the Rainy Mountains, one way is to cross this Dark Wolf Ridge. We should only hunt within 10 kilometers, or we might attract large wolf packs, and we have to leave before dark. Those dark wolves are extremely active in the dark, and we'll be in trouble if they ambush us." Gus said, "Then why are we waiting for? We only have 3 hours before it got dark. What do you think, ladies?" Kiana, the young petite and vivacious lady with a round face and smooth white skin, replied with a hint of excitement. "Yes, we'll need to hurry. I don't want to miss the chance to experience hunting, right, Jennifer?" Jennifer, who had a captivating oval face with pale white skin and bright long blonde hair, wanted to say something but, in the end, was hesitant while looking at her best friend's expected expression and her brother Gus' confident smile. She took a deep breath and nodded with a smile that was somewhat forceful. "All right, but we have to leave before it gets dark." "Heh, just trust your big brother in this." Gus confidently declared and signaled Arian to lead the way. They all slowly moved while holding their rifles in the active position so they could react at any given moment of danger. But to their misfortune, they didn't encounter any wolf or any kind of animal, even after entering 5 miles deep in the Dark Wolf Ridge. Arian couldn't help but knit his eyebrows. "We didn't encounter a single wolf all this time. What's going on?" Gus coolly said. "Don't worry, maybe we need to go deeper before those dogs show themselves. With these latest cannons, we didn't need to worry about some lowly dogs at all." Arian didn't retort, nor did he reply. He was feeling uneasy because he wasn't like these 3 aristocrats who hunt once in a while for fun, but he was a professional hunter who make living with hunting. The Rainy Mountain ranges were extremely vast and dangerous, so he seldom came here, especially after becoming someone's guide. If Gus hasn't offered him this latest cannon, he wasn't willing to enter the Rainy Mountain range with these 3 house flowers. Nevertheless, he knew he can't leave them here because of their backgrounds unless he wanted to live his life in these mountains, which was akin to not living at all. That was why he had to do his duty of guide and kept them safe while letting them hunt some animals in the outer parts of the Rainy Mountains. And this Dark Wolf Ridge was quite safe as long as they didn't enter too deep within, and these 3 will also get their kick out of hunting the wolves. But now that no wolf was pouncing on them even after entering this deep in the Dark Wolf Ridge, he started to feel uneasy. Just like that, had entered over 10 miles deep into the Dark Wolf Ridge, and if they continue to move, they'll enter the breeding place of the Dark Wolves, which will spell their death at any day. Arian signaled them to stop before he said, with a grim look in his eyes, "Sir Gus, we should leave. There's something wrong with this place." Gus looked at Arian with an unkind gaze and sternly said, Sir Arian, I don't see any wolf in here, but you keep being overly dramatic. I think I'll have to talk with your agency leader after I got back. Arian frowned, but he didn't back down. You can complain all you want, but I don't think the leader will punish me because I think there's a rare wolf king in the Dark Wolf Ridge now. That's why all the wandering wolves have retreated to the core of this ridge, and only a wolf king can make this happen. Trust me, you'll thank me later, but we have to leave before the thousands of wolves will be upon us. Or we don't even have a chance. Gus was startled hearing Wolf King. It was a rare species that can control its kind as long as there wasn't another wolf king in the pack. Furthermore, the birth of the Wolf King was a very grave matter for the people who lived close to this area of rainy mountain ranges. A Wolf King can easily cause a wolf stampede, which will not be good news for humans at all. Jennifer also spoke with an imploring tone. Brother, listen to him. We'll go to some other place. Kiana also seemed terrified and looked at Gus. Gus clenched his teeth and finally agreed. Fine, let's go then. Arian have massive sighed with relief, and he quickly turned around his horse and led them toward the exit of this ridge. However, the dusk was already starting, and when there were only 3 miles between the exit and them, they heard a ghastly cry from afar which made them shiver. A-woo! Arian couldn't help but shout, That's definitely a Wolf King's cry. We have to leave quickly. It was a clear signal for the hunt. We've been discovered. In shades of trees, Jacob, who has been following and listening to this group all day long, couldn't help but wonder with gleaming eyes, a rare species. I have never encountered it during my entire travel. If I can collect its blood and heart. At this moment, Jacob looked at the galloping group of horses with extremely cold eyes like they were high-quality baits. 47 Chapter 47. Fishing Jacob followed the galloping group with steady yet silent footsteps while calmly observing the situation at the back. That little girl Kiana is wearing an aromatic scent. Even I can smell it from here, not to talk about those annoying dogs. They're going to get killed no matter how much they run because of their own stupidity. Since that's the case, they better be baits for me and let me see if I can sneak attack the Wolf King. As long as I killed that beast, the leadership will crumble, and I can easily get the heart and blood. The animals above uncommon rank was known as beasts, and they were far more powerful than any uncommon animals. Those rare species with high intelligence and low physical strength can't hold a candle to those beasts if they don't have the means to deal with them. Jacob hasn't encountered any beast from all the way here, and it was only natural because he was heading in the direction of the uncommon region. Luckily, or else he might have been chased around by the beasts in the rare region if he had taken the opposite route. Nevertheless, he didn't want to miss the chance to acquire a rare species heart and blood. As for going to a human settlement, he had already spotted a map in Arian's possessions, so he cared less about those strangers' lives anymore, since they were more important as his baits than guides. Besides, just as he said, even if he wasn't here, those 4 reckless fools were destined to die, but now they'll die because of a cause. Just as Jacob's prediction thereupon, multiple footsteps sounded within the valley, and those 4 also noticed this and started to panic. Gus couldn't help but shouted in horror, What is happening? How can they track us so quickly? Arian has also had a pale expression, clearly appalled by this same question. He suddenly thought of something and proclaimed, It's the smell. Dark wolves have a terrifying sense of smell. We should have prepared for this, damn it, it's too late now. They were riding as fast as they could, but the trees were making it difficult for horses to gain distance, and those wolves were catching up. Kiana's expression was ashen as she shouted in frenzy, Do something, I don't want to die. Arian retorted grimly, There's nothing you can do now. Those wolves behind us are just the vanguard. As long as they surround us, more will come. We can only run for our lives. Gus felt great despair at this moment when he saw dark wolves, the size of an adult lion, chasing while viciously looking at them with their beastly eyes. He suddenly thought of something. His eyes landed on Arian, who was also looking back, and a ruthless glint flashed past his eyes. He pointed his rifle at Arian's horse's head and pulled the trigger. Boom. Arian didn't even know what happened, and after this explosive sound, his horse suddenly somersaulted, and he was sent flying into a tree. He slammed right face first, and his face banged open like a watermelon as blood gushed out. Jennifer couldn't believe what Gus had just done and looked at him with frightened eyes as she looked back and saw those wolves pouncing on the dismembered horse and still hanging by a threat, Arian. Gus exclaimed coldly before Kiana or Jennifer could utter a single word, If I haven't done this, we all would be torn into pieces by those animals right now. It was either us or him, so just focus on running. They couldn't retort to his statement because now those wolves weren't chasing them like before, and they could only keep their head low. Jacob, who was moving in the shades of trees, naturally observed everything and pulled an amusing yet cold smile. Hee, backstab when needed, just like me in the old days. Let's see who will be sacrificed next. I want to see if he could kill his kin for survival. I'll collect that rifle and other stuff later since those dogs won't eat them, probably. Although he wanted that map, he didn't want to put a target on his head right now, so he gave up and decided to look for it after this was all over if there was something left of it. Awoo! The same powerful howl rang again, and those wolves trembled slightly before they stopped eating the corpses and again chased the reaming 3. Jacob's eyes shimmered when he saw those wolves leaving and looked at the bag laying in a bloody pool of dead horse and the rifle not far away from Arian's mutilated corpse. If I want to sneak attack the Wolf King, my already jagged knife won't be enough anymore. Jacob looked left and right before quickly leaping toward the leather bag and rifle at full speed. He successfully grabbed the bag before he picked up the rifle and retreated hastily before any wolf could notice him. His speed was 90 km/h after his body fully became compatible with his heart, and not only that, he can achieve this speed within a second. That was what made this snatching occasion so easy just now, or he might have got noticed by those vicious animals by now. Jacob threw the back into the infinity pendant without checking the interior and examined the Colt lightning rifle with searing eyes. He couldn't help but creased its smooth magazine gate. Although this is the crude imitation of Colt lighting, it still has its power, but its muzzle is of inferior quality and the trigger pins seem to be of silver. I wonder which idiot made it. This will blow up in 50 or 55 shots, and from the look of it still new and fully loaded, so I should be able to use it for some time. Jacob thought the rifle's flaws at a glance, but he was satisfied as long as it can shoot some bullets in succession since he didn't have the time to modify it right now. 48 Chapter 48. Killing Dark Wolf King. Jacob continued to follow the galloping horses and the dark wolves. He was waiting for the Wolf King to show itself and then a chance to ambush it. He didn't care about those 3 lives anymore since they bought it upon themselves. Furthermore, he already got what he wanted, and he didn't want someone like Gus traveling with him at all, even though he was the same. Scatter quickly or we won't survive. Gus's expressions were ashen when he saw those wolves didn't give up on them and the Wolf King was controlling the wolf pack to hunt them. He knew killing another won't work this time, so he chose another option, which was to escape alone by using the other 2, even his sister. Kiana madly shouted hysterically at this moment, "No, I don't want to die and I don't know the way. I'll die if I go alone." Jennifer, on the other hand, didn't lose control of her emotions and quickly agreed with Gus's suggestion with a subtle look in her eyes. "Fine, let Kiana go with you. I'll go on the other side. This way wolves will be divided." Gus didn't have time to think about anything else and shouted, "Go." Jennifer didn't delay either, and she meticulously controlled the horse's reins and turned in the other direction. The pack of dark wolves also separated into 2 groups and chased after both of them. Jacob's eyes shone with a cold light, watching this sudden turn of events. That woman seemed to guess why they're being tracked so easily, huh? Jacob completely ignored Jennifer and continued to follow Gus and Kiana because most wolves were after them. Gus also noticed the wolves seemed to double than before, and his expression turned extremely grim. He looked at crying Kiana with killing intent. However, before he could use her like Arian, he heard powerful footsteps in front, and thereafter he saw a 4-meter silhouette lunging toward him from the front with a huge maw filled with sharp teeth. Before he could react, the maw completely engulfed his face, and it closed instantly, and he didn't get the chance to utter a single word before his head was severed from his torso. The enormous silhouette also tackled the horse and sent it flying with Gus's headless body, and Kiana lose her consciousness seeing this horrible scene and fell between the bloodthirsty wolf pack. The enormous silhouette was a 4-meter dark wolf, but it also has silver fur on its neck. It was the newly evolved Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King spat Gus's marred head and looked up in the sky and let loose a powerfully imposing roar, "Awoo!" The other dark wolves trembled before they lowered their heads in fear like dogs. However, Dark Wolf King seemed to sense something as it stopped roaring and turned its head toward a tree, and it instantly noticed a humanoid silhouette. Boom, boom, boom. But before it could react, 3 consecutive gunshots rang in the vicinity, catching the Wolf King off guard, nor did it have any time to dodge the insanely fast bullets. They directly landed on its skull, and one of them was between its eyes. The Wolf King didn't have the chance to react before it was shot down by Jacob. Those other wolves didn't know what happened. But when the Wolf King's massive body fell to the ground, they all roared in panic and ran in all directions in perturbation. Well, this goes quite well. I should quickly collect its heart and blood before those dogs came back to their senses. Jacob quickly jumped off the tree. A metallic container appeared in his hand and he quickly emptied it. There were blood and the heart of another uncommon animal. Since he had already hunted a rare beast, he naturally didn't need an uncommon animal's heart and blood. He quickly sprang into action and acquired the Wolf King's big heart, which was 1 foot in size, and filled the container with its blood before storing it away. Just a pity I can't eat it. Jacob felt great regret for leaving this rare quality meat for those wolves. But he knew he can't carry this large carcass, or he'll be hunted down by those wolves as well soon. His eyes suddenly landed on Kiana. She was still alive and only bleeding from the wound on her head, and then looked at those bags and rifles carried by Gus and her. He nonchalantly picked up everything. The leather bags and rifles were now hanging around his neck. He said to the unconscious Kiana, "You should never wear perfume while hunting. I hope you can survive to remember this." With that, he left toward the Dark Wolf Ridge exit. He was going toward where he left Pighead to wait for him since that guy has become his burden, but he still was unwilling to let him go because he could tell as long as he found those liquids, Pighead could be revived back to its peak, because Pighead was still stronger than Jacob in its prime, and this was the reason Jacob didn't want to dispose of him this soon. But Jacob also knew it was a long shot if he wanted to find those liquids, after observing Gus's group and the crude rifles in their possession. He was doubtful that humans could produce such liquids. In the end, he was awakened in the presence of a rare species, and that guy was nothing but ordinary, so he had little hope after coming to the uncommon region. Nevertheless, this place was still perfect for him to hide until he completed the second stage of Cursed Heart emergence and absorbed the information from human society. It won't be too late to move toward the rare region at that time. After finding Pighead, Jacob found a place to rest and also to see what was in those 3 bags that he got from this small encounter. 49, Chapter 49. Raintown Jacob opened the first bag, which was the cleanest of the 3 leather bags he got, and it was from Kiana, who wasn't dead and intact when he took it. However, when he saw the content, he frowned. There were 2 sets of women's clothes, makeup, and even a bottle of scent. Other than that, he found 15 Colt bullets and a small pouch with 10 silver coins and 48 bronze coins. These coins were the same as he got from Decker. She deserved what happened to her, Jacob mumbled annoyingly. He stored away the bullets and coins and threw everything else aside. Then he opened Gus's bag, which holds a pair of new hunter cloths, a machete knife, 35 Colt bullets, and a money pouch that holds 64 silver coins and 12 bronze coins. There was a silver insignia. Lastly, he opened Arian's bag, and this guy was carrying 2 machete knives, a leather map, 42 Colt bullets, another money bag with 23 silver and 75 bronze, and the last thing which made Jacob delighted, a revolver with 12 extra bullets for it. Jacob quickly examines the revolver. It's another crude imitation of Enfield revolver, but its length is 13 cm in and cartridge .576, which also increased its caliber to .576 as well, and effective firing range has increased up to 35 YDs. All these firearms were used between the 19th and 20th centuries in my world, and they're not at their peak yet. Could it be this world technology is only at this level? But how is this possible? Well, I have to see for myself. Jacob stored away the revolver and other small things, except for the map. The map wasn't as detailed as he was hoping for, but it was marked by Arian neatly, which Jacob appreciated. If I keep moving north, I'll reach Gloria Country border, and these people were also from there, and this map only denoted a small part of the Rainy Mountain Range and Gloria Country. Well, it's enough for me, Jacob smiled in satisfaction before he stored the map away as well. Now his eyes landed on the 3 rifles as they shone with ingenuity. I hope I didn't lose my touch. With that, Jacob started to dismantle the 3 rifles and modified them with his peak skills. The Gloria Country was a small part of the human kingdom, and it was under the jurisdiction of a baron. There were 4 big cities in Gloria's country and many small towns. The closest town to the Rainy Mountain Ranges was a mid-sized town named Raintown, and many hunters who make their living with hunting, or others who enjoy hunting as a hobby, first come here for supplies. That was why this town was always lively and filled with armed people all year long. However, this was also the reason for this town's high crime rate, and no one wanted to offend anyone without no good reason. Because here just a normal-looking person can be from a noble household, and in Gloria Country, if you offend a noble, you won't meet a good ending. Nevertheless, all this has nothing to do with this newly arrived handsome man. With long silver hair, he was wearing a hunter outfit while a revolver hung on his belt. He was none other than Jacob, who has cleaned himself up and wore the hunter outfit he found in Gus's bag. After scrutinizing the small town for an hour, he noticed many were wearing the same outfits and carrying firearms openly, without any restrictions. So, he does the same, but he only showed his revolver because he didn't see anyone carrying a rifle, and he mused those guys were from some rich family, and it would be troublesome if someone suspected anything. Now he looked just like the others, besides his unusual hair color, but no one seemed to be interested in him as he passed the unguarded town gates. They're quite lax. Jacob smiled as he curiously observed the town, which looked like the town from the middle 18s, and his guess about humans being so inferior in technology became even more substantial. But this also means he can't get what he wanted here, not the liquid or any equipment in Decker's lab. He suddenly felt that shithole might be the biggest boon he received from Decker, but it was gone in smoke because of his own mistake. However, he didn't have the time to reminisce about his past mistakes. He found a middle-aged man who wasn't wearing a hunter outfit and was normally dressed. He politely asked, "Sir, can you please tell me where I can find a bookstore or healing medicine?" Jacob didn't find any kind of medicine in Gus and others' bags, so he was quite curious about this, and he also wanted to find the liquids as soon as possible for Pighead, who he hid in the forest far away from the town. The man was startled when he heard Jacob calling him and asking such a question. He became scared for some reason and replied with a trembling voice, Please forgive me, sir. I'm just an ordinary mason, and we don't have such a luxury to afford any medicine, so I can't help you." Jacob frowned slightly, and he could tell from this man's facial expression that he was extremely afraid of him and also telling the truth. His heartbeat also increased rapidly when he saw Jacob's frown. "Thank you." Jacob let the man go. He was afraid this guy might start to cry if he held him longer, and he didn't want to cause a commotion. Strange, he knew about the medicine, but he can't afford it? It seemed I still have to investigate more, and I should talk with a hunter since these natives seem to be afraid of hunters. I won't get anything out of them. Jacob moved on, and this time his eye landed on an old building, which was a pub, and suddenly remembered drinks. With a hint of anticipation, he entered the pub in large strides. Chapter 50. The pub. Jacob entered the pub, and a strong, intoxicating alcoholic smell filled his nostrils. His lips curled. Finally, a familiar smell. Jacob looked at the pub interior, and it was like the old pubs in the 1800s. There was a huge counter covering a corner with stools around it and round tables and chairs. He felt he has entered some kind of old movie set. Many burly men were drinking and chatting happily, while some of them were flirting with waitresses in revealing gowns. Some customers noticed Jacob's eye-catching appearance, and he had this cold aura around him which made him look like a cold killer. Jacob didn't mind those stares. He was already used to them in his past life, and nonchalantly walked over to the counter and sat on an empty stool. He curiously looked at the pub's alcohol display and felt reminisced. The bartender, who was a tall, muscular man with a short goatee and bronze skin, approached Jacob with a smile and asked, "You're new here, friend? What can I make for you?" Jacob, easily seen through those exploiting eyes, and coolly said, "Yeah, just landed here today. Give me something strong." "Just a sec." The bartender smiled and made Jacob drink. Another man with a slightly chubby figure sitting on Jacob's left was sneakily glancing at him, especially his revolver. He said with a smile showing his green teeth, "You sure know your guns, brother? It's the D4 revolver, extremely slick." Jacob looked at him and merely said while glancing at the silver revolver on the man's gun belt, "You're not bad yourself. That long-barrel revolvers are far more powerful than mine. Hee, this old thing isn't as fast as yours. I'll be dead if an agile animal attacked me." He scoffed as he gulped his beer. "Well, you seemed pretty alive to me," Jacob commented with a smirk. "Here's your Hell's Tour, a specialty of our Raintown." The bartender put a square glass half filled with bubbly blue translucent liquid. Jacob didn't stand on ceremony and took a sip, and his eyes widened slightly. "Now this is what I survive for." He drank the whole thing in one gulp and smashed the glass on the counter and said, "Good, another one." The bartender's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. "Right away. Man, you can really drink, huh?" The man beside him clicked his tongue. "Nothing to brag about. My name is Jack. Tell me, are you a native of Raintown?" Jacob asked as he picked up the newly refilled glass. Miller introduced, "No, I'm from Lionheart City, and only here to hunt some petitioned animals. What about you?" "Gloria City, and for the same reason. But I'm looking for some medicine for my journey. Do you know where I can look for them?" Jacob asked in a roundabout way this time. However, to this surprise, both bartender and Miller suddenly looked at him with disbelief, as if they heard something ridiculous. Miller sneered, "You're not from Gloria City, are you? What's wrong with them?" Jacob thought. Jacob's expression didn't change at all, and merely said, "Does it matter?" Another bumpkin who wanted to be mysterious. Miller snorted with a hint of disdain. Jacob's expression fell slightly as he put his hand in his pocket and took out a silver coin and put it on the counter and looked at the bartender. "Answer my questions, and it's yours." The bartender was startled for a moment, but his eyes shone with greed as he looked at the silver coin. It was equivalent to his month's salary. "What do you want to know?" he asked while his eyes fixed on the silver coin. Miller's expression was also somewhat ugly now when he saw Jacob completely ignore him and slap his face with that silver. "Medicine, where can I find them?" Jacob sternly asked while his finger remained on the silver coin. The bartender truthfully said, "I don't know where you're from, but in Gloria Contrary you can only buy medicine from apothecary guilds, and they're extremely expensive." "Where can I find these apothecary guilds?" Jacob questioned with a hint of realization. "Only in the 4 major cities. Those apothecaries disdained small towns like us and didn't bother to open any branches, nor did they let any merchants sell them. Furthermore, it's a crime to sell medicine without the apothecary guild's permission, and only in the black market you can find them, and that's if you're extremely lucky." Miller disdainfully commented at this moment, "You have no idea about the status of the apothecary guild. Its roots are spread all over the 4 regions, and they didn't give even the humane king face. That's why no one dared to cross them and eye the massive medicine business. A monopoly on medicine? It's like controlling the life of the masses. These guys are playing in gold." "I need more information." Jacob felt extremely ignorant. "Last question, where can I buy books?" Jacob didn't even glance at Miller and only looked at the bartender. "There's an old bookstore 2 stresses away. You can buy common books there," the bartender replied. Jacob finished his drink and put away his finger from the silver coin. He stood up and was about to leave when the bartender's unhappy voice sounded, "You didn't pay for drinks." Jacob didn't turn around, and only his stony voice sounded, "A silver is enough for the drinks, and you can keep the change. If you're not satisfied, follow me." With that, Jacob walked without even looking around. Miller felt Jacob was too imperious, and he moved his hand toward the revolver's handle. The bartender also didn't stop Miller, as his eyes were filled with ridicule at Jacob's blind confidence. It was the lawless Raintown. How daring of him to show his back. Bang. A gunshot sounded, drawing everyone's attention in the pub before a body fell on the group. Surprisingly, it was Miller with a bullet hole in his forehead and his brains scattered on the floor while his hand was still on the gun handle. Jacob finally turned around and looked at the gobsmacked bartender with the revolver in his hand. "You can collect the payment from my bumpkin friend there and keep the change, again." Chapter 51. Common Knowledge. Jacob exited the pub with an impassive expression. I just kill a human for the first time and didn't feel a thing? Is it because of the book, or it's just my true nature thriving after I stop resisting it? Jacob thought a little about it and headed toward the bookstore. He won't provoke anyone and kill wantonly as long as the other party won't show any kind of hostility or killing intent. Furthermore, this town was completely lawless. That was why Jacob directly go for the kill, because he could easily discriminate Miller was eyeing his possessions from the start. That was the reason he first started a conversation to probe about his backing, and seeing him ignorant about the common customs, he directly labeled him as a target and provoke him. But since Jacob didn't react in any manner or start a fight, he wanted to kill Jacob when he got the chance and reason, but he would have never thought Jacob's danger sense was not something a chubby like Miller could have. Even if his back was facing someone, Jacob's ears were like radar, and he could easily discriminate sounds like heartbeats and so on. That was what spelled Miller's doom. This will also warn the others who were looking at him like he was a fat pig. It was just like that saying, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Now, no one would dare to label him as an easy target. After a while, he finally found an old, run-down shop that looked like it wasn't maintained for decades. When he opened the door, a small bell chimed and he entered the shop. He saw an old grandma napping in her chair. Even the bell didn't wake her up. Jacob's lips curled upward and he didn't disturb the old lady and started to skim through old books on the old shelves. Uncommon Species Region History? He was drawn by this thin book's title and took it out, reading it. The more he read, the more his expression sank. First, he found out that the uncommon region wasn't just dominated by humans, and there were two more intelligent, uncommon races with their kingdoms, like humans. These three kingdoms rule the uncommon region together, and the human kingdom was established last and was the weakest of them as well. The human kingdom, named Humane Kingdom, was established over 500 years ago by an ambitious human, Philip Grover, who united the humans who lived in tribes before, and they were always hunted down by the other two kingdoms like livestock. The other two kingdoms were the Oriate Kingdom established by the Green Goblin race and the Earthen Kingdom established by Hob Trolls. Both races had excellent relationships with each other, but not with humans because they were supposed to be their food. How could they accept them as an equal? Furthermore, the goblins were famous for their engineering technology, and all the guns and other firearms blueprints were plundered from them. While the Hob Trolls were known for their craftsmanship, they also helped quite a lot in human development to this stage. However, to grow, humans have to fight endlessly with these two races and evolved. But those two races have very strong foundations, and it wasn't enough for current humans to shake them. That was why, to not cause huge wars with them and stop them from teaming up, the Humane Kingdom will pay annual tributes to those two kingdoms. Although Jacob's expressions remain impassive, his eyes were deadly cold when he read, humans pay tributes to others and live like dogs, especially when he saw goblins were involved as well. His grudge against the goblin race was quite deep, so he was naturally unhappy about this. But he also noticed that this tribute rule was established after the first king, Philip's death, or as long as he was alive, humans never lower their heads and even push two races back. This has happened when some spineless bastard took the leadership, and now they need to pay some monsters to not attack? I'm mortified. Jacob was from a world where humans were at the top and there was nothing they can't conquer, but here he felt these world's humans were even qualified to call themselves humans. In the end, he simply put the book back. He wasn't here to liberate humanity, nor he was interested in the power struggle. He already had his fun in his previous life. Furthermore, he was going to use anyone to reach his own goal, immortality. Afterward, he browsed through more books and broadened his horizons. He also found the distribution of currency in his world. The lowest currency was bronze coins. Then a silver coin, which was equivalent to 100 bronze coins. Then there were gold coins. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. All this currency was managed by the Zodiac Taurus Bank, which was like the Apothecary Guild, everywhere. Its origin was also unknown, while no one dared to mess with them, and all the currency was controlled by them. Another hegemony, and they monopolized the money. Moreover, only nobles were eligible to open a bank account in this bank, and they won't accept commoners. He also found some more information about the Apothecary Guild. They not only controlled the medicines, but also apothecaries in the kingdoms, and without their license, if an apothecary tended to someone or sell his medicine, they will be imprisoned by the guild. Jacob suddenly felt this world was ruled by powerful people, not on the base of equality like his previous one. He also noticed the Taurus's word with zodiac and couldn't help but thought of the 12 zodiac signs. But regretfully, there wasn't any knowledge about continents or zodiac planes here. There was the same as Decker's journal. They only know the name zodiac planes and the 5 regions that were it. Jacob spends the entire afternoon in this shop while the old lady was still sound asleep and familiarized himself with the common knowledge of the Humane Kingdom. After he was done, he left a silver on the counter and left the shop. His next destination was a smithery. 52, Chapter 52, Jacob's Plan. Jacob didn't have to wander around for long before he came in front of a small store with ephemeral which was quite unusual in this town. There was a small name board on the wooden door, Isaac Smithery. Jacob entered the smithery and felt the high temperature inside, unfazed by it. His eyes landed on the weapon display, where all kinds of cold weapons were shown. "Welcome to my humble establishment, dear customer." A polite, firm voice sounded from the side. Jacob looked over and saw a burly man with a long beard. He was Isaac, the blacksmith, and owner of this smithery. Jacob nodded in greeting and directly stated his request. "I want to make something. I wonder if you're up to the task." Isaac smiled confidently and said, "As long as you have a design, I can forge anything. Is that so? Give me something to draw." Jacob curled his lip. Isaac was startled by Jacob's request. He carefully looked at Jacob. "Are you serious? What? You think I'm messing with you?" Jacob smirked. "Well, you don't seem like such a person. Here, you can draw on this." Isaac was an honest man, so he thought a little of it and handed Jacob a notepad and pencil. Jacob didn't delay and started to draw the distillation equipment. Since he can't find the equipment, he might make them, and they weren't difficult to make as well. Isaac was also astonished when he saw Jacob's elegant drawing and couldn't help but praise him inwardly. "Here." Jacob handed the design to Isaac. "How long will it take to make them?" Isaac solemnly looked at the design and said, 3 days. Jacob nodded in agreement. "You want payment now or when I recover the goods?" "You need to pay half right now and the other half the day of delivery," Isaac stated. "It'll be 5 silver coins and 5 on the day of delivery. Here." Jacob didn't care about money as long as he was spending it on himself. "If I like your work, I might order even more." After saying that, Jacob left the smithery. "Although I can make far better firearms myself, I need gunpowder for bullets, and bullets only sell in the mercenary agency. But I have to acquire an identity first, and I still didn't know if I'm a native of the humane kingdom. It will be troublesome. I still didn't know who this body belonged to, and why this guy was sold as a slave to that bastard. I didn't have memories of his life, but I somehow understand and read the language of this world, which means he wasn't some lowlife and probably schemed against. Now that I think about it, the humane kingdom didn't have slave trading since they didn't have the right to make other races their slaves, and it was probably them who was captured by slave traders to become slaves. This means this body was probably captured and then somehow entered the rare region or somewhere close to it. Decker was being chased at that time, and he won't dare to show his face in the rare region. Just who was he? Jacob was always curious about the real identity of this body. It wasn't because he wanted to seek revenge or care about him, but was afraid of trouble. It was already clear that someone wanted to get rid of this body's previous owner, and they even wanted him to suffer before he died, and it happened as well. But who would have thought Jacob would be reborn in this body after the person died by Decker's experiment? Nevertheless, Jacob was careful, and he was planning to remain in the rain town for the time being. Because the rainy mountain ranges were close to it, he could easily hunt and then absorb the heart's essence. It won't be too late to move to the cities when he needed, but there were still many things for him to understand about this place. I should register with the Star Mercenary Agency, which is also sponsored by the Zodiac Taurus Bank. It's the only place that sells and buys animals and beasts, while they also sell firearms and the things I require. They had branches all over the humane kingdom as well. According to the book, anyone can be registered with them as long as they had skills. After making up his mind, Jacob started to find a place to stay. Thereupon, with 1 silver coin, he rented an old house for 7 months, where he could easily extract the heart essence and live. But more importantly, this house was on the edge of Raintown, and he could easily sneak in Pighead for the time being. He never thought of getting rid of him unless he died himself. Pighead became even more important after he understood the uncommon region's structure and human strength. As long as he could find those liquids in the Apothecary Guild, there was still hope for Pighead. At night, Jacob sneaked out of the Raintown since the security was as shitty as it could get, and sneaked in Pighead into the old house basement and felt relief. While Jacob was settling in the Raintown, inside the Lord's mansion of the Raintown, a middle-aged man with a noble bearing had a hideous face right now as he looked at the city guard. "Are you sure Lord Gus's group hasn't come back yet?" he sternly asked with a flustered look on his face. The guard nodded. "Yes, my lord. Just as you instructed, I was paying attention till Lord Gus's group returned, but they weren't back yet. Do you know what this means? If they went missing or anything happened to Lord Gus or his sister, our entire town will be executed." The town lord roared as he trembled in anger. The guard didn't dare to raise his head anymore. He knew what will happen if the children of a barren household went missing from Raintown. At this moment, another guard entered, and he was panting for breath as he said, Miss, Jennifer has returned with injuries, but she's alone." 53, Chapter 53, Star Mercenary Agency 1. The next morning, Jacob felt refreshed after sleeping in an actual room without being careful about any animal attacks or running rainwater from the roof. After dressing in casual clothes of the natives, which he bought from the Raintown the other day, I should get the identity of a star mercenary first today. That place should be close to the town lord's mansion. Jacob locked the door and headed toward the most prominent area of Raintown. The Star Mercenary Agency was established and sponsored by the Zodiac Taurus Bank when the Humane Kingdom was founded. This agency was not only exclusive to the Humane Kingdom, but, just like the bank, its roots were widely spread. The Star Mercenary Agency was quite lax with the members, and its purpose was quite simple. They would accept missions from anyone for commission, and as long as you have sufficient mercenary rank, you can take the mission and earn corresponding rewards. Furthermore, besides the mission, they also deal with the animals and beasts as well as anything that can interest them. They have an ample amount of resources to buy anything. That was what made the Star Mercenary Agency so compelling to common folks. But this job was also very dangerous, and few survived the life of a mercenary. The Raintown Plaza was the most bustling place in the entire town. It was not because of the Lord's Mansion, but because the building of Star Mercenary Agency was located here, and it was even more lavish than the Lord's Mansion. Many mercenaries were going in and out. Some held large bags dripping with blood, while some were going in to accept the mission. At this moment, a silver-haired man appeared outside the building, drawing some attention, but not much. Everyone was minding their own business, because in the Star Mercenary Agency there wasn't any rule about any infight, and if you provoke someone with a deep background, you might die on your next mission mysteriously. Especially a place like the Raintown, which was closest to the Rainy Mountain ranges, and many adventurous souls come here, and some of them vanished without any traces. It was a very common case, so no one dared to provoke anyone, not without knowing their background first. Jacob entered the lavish building and saw a spacious hall with some tables and chairs. Many mercenary teams were discussing their mission while some were waiting. Now, this place has the vibes of a fantasy place. Jacob curled his lips slightly. His eyes scanned the place when they landed on a huge blackboard with many posters, and there was a huge crowd swarming around it. Then he noticed a large counter in the west, and 5 beautiful receptionists were dealing with queues of mercenaries. He directly headed their way. He noticed the bronze signs in front of those 5 receptionists. Mission registration and information, mission completion and rewards, material sales, material trade, and registration. Jacob looked at the queue in front of the registration counter, which was the shortest, and joined them as he waited for his turn. Jacob observed the person at the very front, and he was answering the questions of the receptionist as she noted them down on a paper. After the questioning was done, she handed him the paper and directed him toward the stairs not far away from the counter, and he headed toward the second floor. After waiting for 15 minutes, it was finally Jacob's turn. The receptionist was a pale-skinned beauty with long black hair and sharp eyes. Any man couldn't resist her invisible charm. First and last name, she said impassively as she didn't glance at Jacob and kept her eye on the registration form. It was her daily job, so she cared little about who took the test since there wasn't anything worth seeing in this countryside town. Jacob also impassively answered, Jacob Steve. He didn't hide his name since he wasn't a wanted criminal or any refuge, so it wasn't worth hiding. She jotted it down before she called again, age and gender. Male, 24, citizenship, Gloria Country, Raintown. Please show me your identity proof. Jacob had already seen the person before him giving an identity proof, which looked like the identity card he found in Decker's possessions. He coolly said, I lost it. The receptionist finally tilted her head and looked at Jacob. Her eyes dilated slightly at seeing such a handsome man in this town. She said with a hint of gentleness, Sir, if you didn't have any identity proof, you have to pay 10 times the registration fee. Jacob's eyes flashed for a moment. 1 gold coin? She nodded. Yes, the registration fee is 10 silver coins, but without any identity proof, you have to pay the penalty. Come on, man, if you didn't have money, get out of the way. A burly with average height sneered impatiently. Jacob didn't retort and took out a gold coin from his pocket and put it on the counter. Thank you for your trouble. He had 20 gold coins from Decker, and now 19 were left. The receptionist smiled and received the gold coin, before she filled the identity section. The man behind Jacob also showed an embarrassed smile, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. He was silently afraid that Jacob would take revenge. Anyone who could take out a gold coin wasn't someone ordinary in the Raintown. The receptionist handed Jacob a paper with his information and said with a smile, Please go to the second floor, where an examiner will test your strength and allocate you a corresponding mercenary rank. Thanks. Jacob received the form and headed toward the second floor, minding his own business. When it was finally the burly man's turn, the receptionist's expression turned stony again as she said, 50 silver coins first. The burly man's face fell, and he knew he will have to pay the price for his foul mouth since he can't cause trouble for the managing staff, or he could just forget about the mercenary license. 54, Chapter 54, Star Mercenary Agency, 2. The floor was also the same size as the first floor, but there weren't any desks or tables, but typical training equipment, a fighting ring, and an eye-catching black pillar with a dark screen on the top. Jacob noticed all the people before him were gathering around that dark pillar, and there was a tall, muscular man standing beside the black pillar. As he headed the same way, he saw the tall man take the form of a dark-skinned person, and he said coolly, Punch with your full strength. Anything lower than 100 kg force is failed. You'll get 2 chances, and your fee will not be refunded if you failed. The dark-skinned person nodded since he already knows the rules of Star Mercenary Agency's entry test. Everyone watched with great interest. Some veteran mercenaries were also present to rope in promising newcomers. Many mercenary teams scout and recruited their members this way. The dark-skinned man punched with full power, and his vibrant punch landed on the dark pillar. Everyone looked at the top screen, and a string of numbers appeared. 98, the examiner nonchalantly uttered, last chance. The dark-skinned man's face heated when he felt those gazes filled with ridicule. He took a deep breath before he punched again with everything he had. A new number appeared on the dark screen, 95. Next. The examiner didn't even look at the dark-skinned man who seemed to have lost his soul. The next person entered and moved toward the black pillar with an anxious face. In the end, he only managed to score 84 and 87, which meant he also failed. Jacob remained uninterested in other participants and waited for his turn silently. At this moment, a tall woman with 5'11" height, an oval face, slender waist, and long legs wearing tight garments moved forward. The examiner's eyes lit up, seeing this woman's long legs and big bosom. He smiled lewdly as he said, "Sugar, don't break your hand here. If you failed, you can always look for me. I'll support you." "Humph, asshole." The woman snorted coldly with contempt. The examiner didn't mind, and his smile widened as he looked at her form. Rosalia, huh? A thorny rose indeed. Rosalia completely ignored everyone's coarse expressions and let loose a punch with an angry shout. Bang. Everyone looked at the dark screen without any high expectation, but what appeared made many scalps tingle with dread. 432. What? The examiner's eyes widened as his view of this woman changed in an instant, and many others. If they see her as an easy and delicate prey before, now they didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. This much strength can't achieve just by playing hunter, but only with years of practice. However, the show still wasn't over. She suddenly moved her voluptuous hips and struck the black pillar with her long leg, which created a booming sound. Another number appeared, which shocked everyone. 2001. The examiner finally spoke with a hint of enthusiasm. Rosalia Lyon, Rank D mercenary. Welcome to the Star Mercenary Agency. Rosalia gave him a dead stare and asked, "Where can I get my license?" The examiner didn't seem flustered at all, but he also didn't show any strange expressions anymore. He smiled as he started to write down on her form and then stamped it with a star stamp. He handed her the form and said, "Go to the 3rd floor. You can get your Star Mercenary license after handing this form." Rosalia took the form and headed toward the 3rd floor without giving anyone a second glance. She even ignored those mercenaries who came to invite her to their teams. Next. The examiner continued the test. After Rosalia, no one passed the test, and then it was Jacob's turn. The examiner nonchalantly repeated himself and signaled him to start. Another pretty boy wanted to show off, but the poor thing chose the wrong place. He sneered inwardly as he looked at Jacob's appearance. Although he was tall and muscular, he didn't look anything special from other experts' perspective. Jacob suddenly asked him passively, "I heard the higher ones ranked, the more benefits they'll get from the Star Mercenary Agency, right?" The examiner plainly replied, "Yes." Jacob merely nodded and took a boxer's stance before he performed a hammer strike with 50% of his power. The examiner naturally knows about knight boxing, which was commonly used among the knights. Is he from a knight family? His eyes narrowed slightly. This time he seemed extremely interested in Jacob's strength as he looked at the screen. 464. Everyone was flabbergasted by that number and looked at the silver hair, Jacob, as if they were looking at a monster. Even the examiner felt his heart palpitate seeing that number since it was almost equivalent to his own. "I don't want to use the second chance, is that okay?" Jacob calmly looked at the examiner. "If I use my full power, I'm afraid it will draw unwanted attention," Jacob mused. He also got the general idea of just how strong he was. Examiner took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "Jacob Steve, Rank C mercenary. Welcome to the Star Mercenary Agency." He wrote his evaluation and handed him his form, but he whispered something in his ear that only Jacob heard. "I'm the vice leader of this branch. Ralph Sevenian, a word of advice. Don't join any mercenary team in Raintown. Visit in 8 days. I'll introduce you to the agency leader." Jacob received the form showing no expression. Ralph winked meaningfully at Jacob before he continued the test. "Agency leader, huh? If I have time, I might," Jacob sneered inwardly, completely talking Ralph's words as wind. He simply didn't care about anything except the identity of a star mercenary and their items. Nothing interests him, especially working for someone else while they reap the benefits of his hard labor. He had played this game many times in his past life. 55. Chapter 55. Mercenary Ranks. On the 3rd floor, there were another counter, tables and seats. Jacob spotted Rosalia on a table in one corner, and she was the only one present on this floor. She was waiting for that mercenary license. She also noticed Jacob and her eyes flashed, but she didn't react in any way and remained aloof. Jacob also minded his own business and headed toward the counter, where another beautiful receptionist was sitting and reading a book. She heard Jacob's footsteps and looked over. She smiled and greeted, "Good day, sir. Congratulations on passing the entry test. May I have your registration form?" Jacob nodded in greeting and handed her the paper in his hand. However, the receptionist's expression suddenly changed when she was C ranks on the form and exclaimed, "C rank from the start? Her voice was quite loud, which was clearly heard by Rosalia, and her eyes were also wide with astonishment as she looked at the silver hair man impassively standing in front of the counter. She was quite arrogant with the D rank, but even she knew the threshold for receiving C rank directly was 450 kg plus force, and it wasn't something easy to achieve. In the Star Mercenary Agency there were 6 ranks, F, E, D, C, B, and A respectively. The lowest rank F was for those who had only 100 kg of force, while the E was for those with force above 150, while D was for those with above 200. Even D-rank mercenaries were respected everywhere they go because they could be considered at the peak of the uncommon rank fighters. While from C rank to A rank, these ranks were for those fighters who can fight with rare rank species. The threshold for a C rank was 450 plus, and these mercenaries were treated like nobles in the Humane Kingdom, and they all have prominent positions. Just like, the leader and vice leader of this Raintown branch were C rank mercenaries. As for B rank, the threshold was 1000 kg plus force, and there weren't even 10 presents in the Humane Kingdom, and every one of them were monsters in human skin because they can fight with top rare rank beasts. Lastly, in the A rank, the threshold was 10,000 kg plus force, and these rank mercenaries were something only those top of the list, rare races which rules the rare region could have. That was why the C rank was respected in the entire Humane Kingdom, and they have many privileges of nobles and no one dared to provoke them. Jacob also knew this, and that was why he wanted this rank, so he didn't have to worry about moving around or acquiring anything from the mercenary agency. If he wanted, he could pass the B-rank mercenary trial, but it would be too high profile, and he would have appeared on some people's kill list thereupon. So, C rank was perfect for him, and no one would mess with him easily. This will also spare him the trouble to deal with those annoying flies who will come after him for his wealth. Just like a few moments ago when he was heading up, no one dared to approach him for recruitment because they didn't have the strength to talk equally with him. One had to know there was only one mercenary team with a C-rank leader who was active in the Raintown. Furthermore, Jacob didn't use his second chance, which gave him another veil of mystery, and those people have tread careful with him now, just like Ralph, who didn't act arrogantly in front of Jacob and politely invite him. The receptionist finally snapped out of her stupor and her tone became extremely respectful. "Please wait. I'll arrange your Star Mercenary license in 15 minutes. Jacob smiled faintly and nodded. "I'll be great, thank you." With that, he also sat at another table and watched the receptionist hastily entering the door behind her counter. "Finally, I can move freely now without having to worry about my identity. As for that B rank, I have to wait to exit the Humane Kingdom and took the test in the rare region. A rank is still far from me, and it also made it clear there are far more powerful existences out there, and being invincible among humans means nothing. My goal should be those hegemonies at Epic Region," Jacob mused as he made plans for his future. His eyes suddenly flashed as he looked toward the person who had suddenly joined him at his table. This person was none other than Rosalia. Jacob impassively looked at the fierce beauty in front of him, and he had to admit that if she was in his previous world, she would be a top model. But those models were nothing to him back then. As long as he wanted, they would jump into his bed, he said impassively. "You want something?" Rosalia was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt this man's gaze differed completely from others, and it felt like in his eyes she was nothing but skin and bones. She bit her lips and said, "Are you really a C-rank mercenary? That's why they said." He answered with a shrugged shoulder. She took a deep breath, and she said with deep resolve, "Team up with me." Jacob felt quite amusing when he saw her forced expression. It was like someone had beaten her to say this. But he didn't reject her instantly and questioned back, "Why would I?" Rosalia suddenly felt vexed by Jacob's attitude. She pursed her lips and said, "I want to gain a foothold in this place, and to do so, I want someone like you by my side. Besides, teaming up with me won't be a bad thing, since you know I just passed the test with you, and you won't have to worry about me approaching you with ulterior motives." Jacob curled his lips. "That's what you said." She suddenly lost her temper and stood up from her seat. I'll make you regret your decision. Don't think you're invincible just because you're a C-rank mercenary." Before it was she who showed temper and attitude everywhere she goes, but it was the first time something showed her attitude and looked down on her. How could she take it? "I believed you." Jacob merely scoffed, watching her stomping away. CF 6, Chapter 56, C, Ranked Mercenary 1. Jacob didn't want to entangle with Rosalia even if she offered herself to him because that woman had a peculiar attitude that can't be established by a humble background, and only those who have lived their life in luxury and prosperity have this kind of attitude. She was also quite a short temper and wasn't good at requesting, which made it clearer that she was used to getting whatever she wanted with a single order. This make her background even more obvious. Most importantly, the Star Mercenary Agency didn't have absolute records on who registered with them and how many times they can be registered with different names. This was the biggest loophole in this system. As long as you can pay the price, you can take the test and get another identity. Although Jacob wasn't sure if this was deliberately left or the agency didn't care about it. But after mulling over it for some time, he concluded that a hegemony like the Zodiac Taurus Bank won't leave this kind of loophole without any reason. There had to be some kind of deeper meaning behind it. That was why he didn't even believe Rosalia's word for a second that she has taken the test here and was here to get a foothold in Raintown. She had some ulterior motive, and if he decided to team up with her, he might get involved in something he didn't want. Besides, he wasn't planning on teaming up with anyone, as a matter of fact. Even if Rosalia was good at acting, he would have still rejected her no matter what she offered him. At this point, nothing interested him except anything that was related to the Cursed Immortality. While he was deep in thought and waiting for that license, another man appeared on the 3rd floor, which also meant he had passed the test. Surprisingly, it was the burly man who picked on Jacob at the registration counter on the 1st floor. When saw Jacob, he was startled for a moment before his eyes landed on Rosalia, who was scowling at Jacob, and his eyes flashed with rapture. He first goes to the counter. The receptionist was already back to her position as she glanced at Jacob now and then, before she noticed that man coming in her way with a big smile. She greeted him like before, but she was somewhat cold, and when she looked at the man's form, there was F ranks, which means he just barely passed. She told him to wait like everyone else and headed toward the door behind again. The burly man's name was Luca, and he first went to Jacob and smiled apologetically. "Brother, I'm sorry about the way I spoke with you in the line. I hope you don't take it to heart. Congratulations on passing the test. What's your rank?" Jacob gave him a death glare and said, "Don't disturb me." Luca's expression fell slightly, but he wasn't interested in Jacob at all. He was just making sure he won't find trouble with him for what happened. Ignoring Jacob, he quickly moved toward Rosalia, and she was what he was truly interested in. He smiled brightly as he was about to strike a conversion with her when she stared at him with killing intent as she uttered viciously, "Scram, or I'll break your teeth in 5 seconds." Luca felt a sudden chill on his spine, and he suddenly felt this woman was extremely dangerous, so he quickly fled and sat down on the corner without making any noise. He suddenly felt he was in the presence of wolves. At this moment, the receptionist appeared again, but she didn't appear behind her counter but in the hall from another door which drew everyone's attention. She approached Jacob with a smile as she said, "Sir, please follow me." Jacob looked meaningfully at her before he nodded and followed her toward the room in Rosalia and Luck's peculiar gazes. The room was only medium size, and there was a table and chairs where a middle-aged man was sitting on the other side. When he saw Jacob enter, he stood up and said attentively, "It's my pleasure to meet with Mr. Jacob. Please take a seat. Thanks for the trouble, Nyla. Please give us the room." Nyla nodded and entered another door, which led to her counter. Jacob calmly sat in front of this middle-aged man with a short beard. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "My name is Tudor, and I'm the registration manager of this branch. Your star mercenary license is ready, but since you've passed the C-rank test, there's something we need to discuss before I handed you your license. I hope you understand it's a protocol." "Go on." Jacob nodded. Tudor explained, "You might have heard of the ranks of mercenaries, right?" Then it would be easy to explain. You see, the D, E, and F ranks are very common, and you can have as many licenses of such ranks as you want. I'm sure you have noticed this loophole already? Tudor smiled meaningfully. Jacob's eyes flashed and nodded. "Indeed." Tudor continued, "But from C rank to A rank it wasn't the case, and we won't issue the same rank license more than once, and it'll be permanently registered within our database. Are you implying that you guys can tell if I took another test somewhere else, and I won't be able to forge another identity of C rank mercenary? Is this also the test to see if I'm first-time registering with the agency as well?" Jacob quickly got the point. Tudor was extremely happy to deal with such a person and nodded, "Yes, it's indeed the case because a C-rank mercenary has special privileges, and we can't have others exploit the identity loophole on this rank. Although, the agency didn't care about C-rank as well. But because of humans' limited ability, they have agreed to arrange this process which was supposed to take place at B rank. However, the benefits are still nothing compared to the B rank, but they're still better than nothing, and they were only placed for the good of humanity and to strengthen it, and the royal family had a big part in it." Jacob could feel the pride behind Tudor's words for humanity. "What kind of benefits?" Jacob asked. He was only interested in benefits and didn't care who managed to put them there. Tudor suddenly took out a dark screen device from his drawer. Jacob's eyes contracted, seeing the dark screen device. It was exactly like the blood analysis device he had, but there weren't buttons on it, only a small pin. He felt extremely alarmed because he thought this device would reveal his real strength. He looked at Tudor and asked, "What is this?" Tudor didn't know Jacob had already come in contact with a high-tech device like this, so he explained, "This is the registration device for C-rank mercenaries. You just have to press your finger on the pin, and it'll record something called deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, in your blood and record it within the agency database. Afterward, you'll be a C-rank mercenary and enjoy the benefits without worrying about anything. Just don't try to register with another branch at C-rank, or you'll get caught by this DNA recorder." Fuck, I knew the technology of humans in the uncommon region didn't match with Decker. But I never thought those from the higher regions will have such devices that can record DNA as well. This agency really has prominent roots. Jacob cursed inwardly as he looked at the DNA recorder. He suddenly regretted his decision to get C rank from the start. If he had known they even know the DNA, he would never risk it. because he wasn't sure after he started to follow the Cursed Immortality, his DNA might get changed, and if someone checked they might find something and expose his identity and secret. However, it was just his hypothesis. He had to be absolutely sure. He suddenly thought, Cursed Immortality. The white book appeared right between him and Tudor, who didn't detect it at all. Jacob quickly asked, I knew you heard everything. Tell me, can they find you out by my DNA or anything that can draw unwanted attention? Immortica wrote, I can't answer that. Jacob cussed before he changed his question. Can heart essence change my DNA with injections? No, for the time being. Besides, they can't find anything from your DNA. Are you an idiot? Just how many species are far more abnormal than you exist in this world? How could they suspect anything? Jacob sighed in relief and looked at Tudor. He was waiting for Jacob's answer. Tudor knew no one wanted to give away something that can track them down, especially those who wanted to be mysterious and didn't want their identity exposed. If Jacob decided to back down, he would allocate him a D-rank license without any demands. However, Jacob suddenly moved his finger and pressed it on the pin. The screen suddenly lit up, and 2 words appeared, registration successful. Tudor smiled and put the DNA recorder away and said, Congratulations, you're officially a C-rank mercenary. He then took out an envelope and put it in front of Jacob. He said, in this envelope is your C-rank license, as well as the detail about your bank account in Zodiac Taurus Bank. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. Bank account in Zodiac Taurus Bank? Tudor nodded with a smile. Yes, this is one of the privileges of C-rank mercenaries. They'll all get an account of their name after registration. You can use your mercenary card and special account code to get access to your account. Not only that, after you pass the C-rank test, you're rewarded with 100 gold coins, which had already been transferred to your account. Every month you'll receive 1 gold coin salary in your account. You can also use your bank account to pay for your purchases in any agency branch or receive the money in the account directly. You don't need to go to the bank directly. Quite convenient, right? This process was too familiar to Jacob, and he suddenly felt this was a good thing to have an account with the Zodiac Taurus Bank since it was the only bank here. He nodded. Convenient indeed. Anything else? Tudor noticed Jacob's uninterested expression and find it quite strange, since this process was only known to nobles, and it was also clear that Jacob has just registered with them. The DNA test just made it apparent. Nonetheless, he answered, the other thing is, you'll get a 5% discount on your purchases in any agency branch. And you don't have to get in line to receive or submit any missions. Directly come to the 3rd floor and your business will be dealt with instantly. Lastly, if you want a C-rank mission, look for Nyla. We don't post them on the mission board. And if you have any complaints, approach the vice leader or leader. They'll prioritize you. That's all. Jacob nodded. The C-rank mercenary was indeed a lucrative position. That was for sure. And he got many annoying things out of the way just by becoming one. Thank you for your trouble. Jacob picked up the envelope and stand up to take his leave. Tudor also stood up and said, when Jacob was about to leave, I just have the last thing to say. It's more of a personal request. Jacob halted his step and looked at Tudor while his hand was on the door handle. Tudor took a deep breath and said, please look out for your own kind. He bowed thereafter. Jacob felt this guy was really a patriot. He coolly said before he left, it's not a promise. Tudor smiled wryly. Sigh, at least he didn't reject me directly. Jacob put the envelope into his shirt pocket, while he actually put it inside the infinity pendant. Outside, he noticed another man has appeared, and he was happily chatting with Luca. Rosalia was the first to notice Jacob and frowned. Jacob ignored everyone and again appeared in front of Nyla. He said calmly, I want to look at C-rank missions. 58, Chapter 58, Town Lord inside the Lord's mansion. The Town Lord, Ciaran, was standing in front of a seated beauty with an agitated expression on his somewhat wrinkled face. Ciaran spoke politely, despite being the Town Lord. Lady Jennifer, how are your injuries? This beauty was indeed Gus's sister, Jennifer, who escaped from the Wolf King chase and found her way back to Raintown with some minor injuries. Jennifer replied impassively, I'm fine, thank you for asking Lord Ciaran. But I need to know if you found anything about my brother's whereabouts or Lady Kiana. Ciaran's expression clouded at hearing this and thought resentfully, Bitch, you clearly knew what would have happened to them since you said there was a Wolf King. But you insist on putting this fa-ade and turning the trouble on my way. He was extremely resentful and horrified after he heard there was a Wolf King on the Dark Wolf Ridge. But he was more afraid of the Baron of Gloria's country because it was 95% possible that Gus was dead, and he had to suffer the backlash from the Baron for this. However, he had to deal with the Wolf King first before giving an explanation to Baron. He knew that as long as he could present the Wolf King's head to the Baron, he might escape the disaster with minimum losses. But he also knew to kill the Wolf King, he needed to hire C-rank mercenaries, and not just 1 but 3 or 5, which will also cost him a fortune, since hiring those C-rank mercenaries wasn't cheap. But what can he do? If he didn't do something, even if the Baron didn't demolish his Raintown, those wolves might. However, Jennifer was giving him more headaches with her princess attitude and making things difficult for him. She just insisted on searching for Gus, despite knowing their possible ending. Ciaran said with a forced smile, I'm afraid we'll be only sending our men to their death if there's really a Wolf King. Jennifer narrowed her eyes. Are you implying I'm lying? Or those commoners' lives are more important than my brother and friend? Kieran felt unhappy inwardly, but he remained polite. Milady, I know you're worried about your loved ones, but we have to send some powerful people. What if we found the young lord, but they drag him down? We can't have that, right? Jennifer nodded. Yes, you are right. Issue a mission in the mercenary agency to arrange a search party. Also, please send a letter to my father about what happened here. He'll help you find my brother. Sierra nodded. I have already taken care of the mission, milady, and sent a messenger pigeon to Lord Baron as well. We'll get Lord's response in a week. Jennifer showed a joyful expression. Thank you. I'll remember your favor. Please don't jest. It's something I should do. I'll take my leave now. Please rest easy, my lady. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Kieran bowed slightly before he left the room. The moment Kieran left the room, Jennifer's pitiful expression suddenly turned cold, and her lips curled upward. It seemed those people aren't simple to even arrange a Wolf King to get rid of my brother. The title of Baron will be mine as long as I do what they say. Sieran appeared in the hall with an exhausted face, without knowing about Jennifer's hidden motives. At this moment, an old man with gray hair and wearing butler clothes appeared. He bowed slightly and said, My lord, I have something interesting to report. Sieran smiled seeing the old man and said, Uncle Harland, how many times do I have told you that you didn't need to act courteously when we're alone? Harland smiled and merely said, Please don't. I'm merely a servant of the house, Taran. I don't deserve such a privilege. Sieran smiled wryly. You're as stubborn as my father when it comes to manners, aren't you? Please tell me the important report. Harland said, My lord, I just received the news that a new C-rank mercenary has appeared in our town. Sieran's expression suddenly changed and quickly asked, Are you sure? Is he from our town? Sieran knew if this C-rank mercenary was a resident of Raintown, he didn't need to worry about backlash from Baron because no one would be foolish enough to move against a hometown of C-rank mercenary. At least not a Baron-ranked noble, Harland replied. We don't know yet, but according to our sources his appearance is new, and he just recently appeared in our town and rent a house at the town's edge. Not only that, he seemed to be extremely mysterious because he only used one move to achieve the C-rank. I'm afraid some people might make a move, especially the Golden Claw team leader. That fellow is quite cunning and won't let such a person roam free on his turf. Sieran's expression turned somewhat ugly when he heard the last sentence and couldn't help but gnashed his teeth. That ungrateful scum has forgotten the benefits he received from us, and now he didn't even give me face after becoming famous. I want you to approach this new C-rank mercenary personally before that scum had the chance and offer our congratulation gift and invite him to our house, Taran. As long as he agreed to give us his protection, anything is open for negotiation. If he didn't agree, don't push the topic, just form a good relationship with him. We had already tried controlling a C-rank mercenary, and look, we only bought up a snake in our backyard. Harland sighed as he remembered the past and nodded. I'll deal with it personally. Don't worry, my lord, but that mercenary is quite something. It appeared he took a C-rank mission right after receiving his license and left the town. Now no one could approach him until he gets back. Sieran frowned. Then keep an eye on his return and make a move instantly. I don't think that arrogant prick would resist the allure of hunting a Wolf King and wait for him. 59. Chapter 59. Visiting the Blacksmith. While the news of a new C-rank mercenary continued to spread in the Raintown and some closer powers to it, the person in question who caused this big ripple was cooking leisurely. Jacob had indeed taken a hunting mission and left the town, but it was only because he wanted others to believe this and won't bother him. Although C-rank wasn't much, they were still respected figures by humans, and he knew if he wanted to avoid those annoying figures, he had to leave this place in their eyes. It was extremely easy to sneak back with his speed, and no one would bother him anymore. He wasn't planning to show himself until he was done absorbing the 2 heart essences he had prepared. It won't be too late to go on hunting to collect more heart essence at that time. Furthermore, Jacob had seen the Wolf King hunting request in the C-rank missions, and he could guess Jennifer had returned alive since only she managed to escape that day. Only she could report this back, and he wasn't worried at all because only bones would be left of the Wolf King right now. He had already got the most of it and wasn't interested in that reward that would put him in the spotlight. Just the C-rank fame was enough for him. Time passed, and in a flash, it was the night of the 3rd day since Jacob has become a C-rank mercenary. Right at this moment, the door of Isaac's smithery was pushed open, and Jacob entered the familiar interior. Isaac was hammering an iron plate with a sweated face when he heard the doorbell and saw Jacob. Isaac smiled as he put the hammer down and said, You're finally here. I almost thought you had forgotten our meeting. Jacob was training and eating for these past 2 days in his house and only leaves secretly at this hour since it would reveal his whereabouts to others. He had already noticed some people loitering around his house in these 2 days, so he was even more vigilant to show himself. Some flies delay me. Are my things ready? Jacob chuckled. Isaac didn't take Jacob's words seriously and headed toward the back door, and shortly after returned with a big box in his hand. He put the box in front of Jacob and said, You can check them. Jacob didn't stand on ceremony and opened the box. He saw the shining steel parts of the distillation equipment. After examining them, he found nothing out of the place and nodded in satisfaction. He handed the reaming 5 silver coins to Isaac and said, "Good work." Isaac smiled contently and received the silver before he asked, "Do you want to forge anything else?" He clearly remembered Jacob had said he would give more orders if he liked his work, and he looked forward to Jacob's designs. They were unique and exquisite. Jacob looked meaningfully at Isaac. "Although he could forge this with ordinary steel, for the parts of a gun it won't be enough, and I don't know if this town had ordnance steel or something like it. That Colt rifle was made from something like carbon steel, which causes its fragility. I still knew nothing about the natural minerals of this world, nor did they have any books." Jacob asked Isaac, "If you want to forge for me, I have to know, what is the strongest metal you have and what is its melting point?" Isaac was surprised by Jacob's question and answered, "I have around 10 kg of graphite steel. As for its melting point, it's around 4,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius, but it's quite expensive if you want to use it to forge." Jacob's eyes lit up. "This will do. How expensive?" he asked. Isaac replied, 1 gram of graphite steel for 2 silver coins, and I'll charge 1 gold coin for my service. It's indeed expensive, but I have coins to spare. If I can change some parts of the revolver and new bullets to make it deadlier, and change the skeleton of the Colt rifle and its bullets, it should be enough for a while. As for creating model guns, I need my lab, which I can't have at this moment." Jacob picked up the notebook and drew parts he needed to further increase his 2 firearms. Isaac was also absorbed in those small, exquisite parts. Jacob was drawing with significant details. After drawing, Jacob gave it to Isaac and explained, "Forge everything with graphite steel except these shells and heads. Use bronze and carbon for casing and head." Isaac looked at the bullet designs and exclaimed, "Isn't that ammo? You know how to create firearms?" Jacob smiled. "I just know how to create ammunition. As for other parts, they're for something else." "So, how is it can you create these small bullets?" Isaac was shocked this time because he knew those gunsmiths that can create ammunition weren't something a small blacksmith like him could compare with, and Jacob's identity became even more mysterious in his eyes at this moment. He said in embarrassment, "Sir, these bullet parts are really quite difficult to create, but as long as I can create a mold, it wouldn't be difficult. But I'm afraid it would take me more time to create them." Jacob coolly replied, "I'll draw you these 2 mold designs as well, but you have to give the first 2 molds to me for free, and you have to give me a 40% discount on bullet parts, and those mold designs would be yours to use however you wish." Isaac was shocked because he understood those bullet molds were even more precious, and with them, he could have an endless bullet stream, which he could sell to the mercenary guild and increase his business to an unimaginable height. "We have a deal," he agreed without any hesitation because Jacob's bullets looked far more precious than normal bullets, so paying this small price was nothing. Chapter 60. At 99%, after finalizing his deal with Isaac, Jacob sneakily returned to his house with the box full of distillation equipment. Now the question was where he was going to assemble them, and he still didn't forget about how he got spotted because of that smoke. Although he was in a human settlement now and there wasn't any problem with the smoke, he wasn't supposed to be in his house right at this moment, and if anyone found out he was there, it would be cumbersome. Nevertheless, Jacob still decided to just assemble it in his backyard, which wasn't in others' view, and there was only the town wall a few tens of meters away from it, and as long as no one sneaked in that place, they won't be able to see the smoke in the night. It took him half an hour to assemble the distillation equipment, and it wasn't too big or small, it was just right for his need. Thereupon, he put the dry woods he collected the other day in the furnace, and then took out the metal box with arrow-tail jaguar heart and blood in it. He chose to first absorb the uncommon animal heart essence because he was afraid if he first absorbed the Wolf King's heart essence, which was a rare beast, he would get fewer benefits. He still didn't know if it would affect his progress to absorb strong species heart essence or not, and how much he needed to reach 100%. But according to Immortality, he didn't need to worry about not getting the effect of any new species heart essence. As long as he absorbed the heart essence of new species, he'll indefinitely progress, and the only difference was in the tires of species. The higher the tire of a species was, the faster he'll progress. After closing the lid and making sure that everything was in order, enter the house again and waited like before, and he was also keeping an eye on any intruder or some curious prick. However, in 8 hours, nothing out of ordinary happened, and the distillation process went smoothly without a hitch. Sun was also rising, so he covered the equipment with an old cloth and returned inside with an iron beaker filled with crystalline heart essence. He took out the same metal syringe he used for his first injection. He was lucky to keep it inside his pendant, or it would be another problem to find another one like this in this place. Jacob was in the basement right now where Pighead was hiding, and he also chose this place because if anyone intruded, Pighead could handle them as long as they weren't above B-rank mercenary. After giving the order to Pighead, he sat bare chest and took a deep breath before he pierced that syringe in his heart. Not only he didn't feel any excessive pain like before, but as the arrow-tailed jaguar's heart essence quickly get absorbed in his heart and a cold sensation ran all over his veins. He didn't lose his consciousness and remained static while he felt that cold sensation all over his body and his wildly beating heart. On the inner wall of Jacob's mutated heart, the dark mark stirred, which had appeared after the carcass of bloodstorming bug merged with his heart. The dark mark was becoming more and more apparent and taking a shape, but it was still too vague. This was the immortal mark, which was now becoming the cursed mark, according to the second level of the cursed heart emergence. This process continued for 2 hours before Jacob felt that sensation vanish, and he knew the entire heart essence was absorbed. But he could tell the change brought by this heart essence wasn't as apparent as the last time. Is this the difference between rare and uncommon species heart essence? Although my strength has increased, it's subtle, Jacob mumbled. Nevertheless, Jacob stood up from his spot and headed toward his small kitchen, since he felt hungry after this injection. He had already bought supplies, which would last him a few days, but they weren't nutritious since the meat was from common animals, but they taste alright. Afterward, Jacob again started to sharpen his fighting styles and get used to his increased strength until the night was upon him. He bathed before starting the distillation process again. Just like yesterday, he waited all night for the heart essence and then injected it into the basement. However, this time, Jacob felt slightly pained when the Dark Wolf King's heart essence entered his body, but it wasn't unbearable that he couldn't handle. Furthermore, he suddenly felt a large amount of sweat releasing from his pores and his hair grew at a fast pace like before. This time it took him 10 hours for this absorption before his amber eyes opened with a ghastly glint present deep within them. This Wolf King was stronger than Decker, and I could feel my body reached some kind of wall, Jacob mused, and the very next moment he thought, Cursed Immortality. He quickly looked at the progress of the second level, and he was astonished. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 999%, only 0.1% away from the 10%. Afterward, I would have to again eat like a lunatic to match my body with my heart. Well, it's not like I'm complaining. Jacob's lips curled upward. Although it was only his guess, but he presumed if he hit that pillar with his full strength, it would show 1500 kg punching force. But he was still far away from matching an A-rank mercenary. Nevertheless, he knew as long as he continued to absorb the heart essence, a rank wasn't far, and he looked forward to it. At this moment, the scripture's writing changed, and Jacob knew who it was, and he frowned. Your luck is not bad. It seemed you might awaken ability at the 100% of the second level. 61, Chapter 61, Golden Claw Mercenary Team. Jacob's eyes contracted after reading this and couldn't help but question. Explain. The writing changed. Impenitent, aren't we? I already said you might not will, so it still isn't clear. But I can tell that your mutated heart might bring you some benefits like a supernatural ability on this level, but as I said, it all depends on your luck. Jacob's eyes instantly shone with elation, since it was nothing but good news. However, it wasn't clear, and Immortica also didn't explain clearly, and he knew asking it was meaningless. He yearned for a supernatural ability like in the fantasies. Although he knew he might get such an ability eventually as long as he cultivated this book on a high enough level, hearing it still made him elated and filled his heart with anticipation. But he quickly calmed down since he knew riling up won't do anything and sneered disdainfully. You only told me this because you felt bored again and wanted to motivate me into leaving again for your entertainment. I right? Ha ha ha, I can't answer your question, ha ha ha. Jacob shook his head helplessly since he could tell by that laugh he was right and closed that pesky book. Nonetheless, he was still optimistic and headed toward the bath to clean himself first. Jacob appeared again with long hair and a clean face. His body had become even more devilish after 2 more injections, and he felt enormous strength in his muscles. After wearing a black shirt and pants, he ate 5 pounds of meat before he headed to his bedroom. There was a paper on a small table he took and saw the detail. C-rank mercenary mission. Danger level. C collect uncommon. Flora spider's venom glands. Reward. 5 gold coins for each flora spider venom gland. On the other half of the paper was a picture of a leaf-like spider and its information. It looked just like a wither leaf, and that was why it was extremely difficult to find. Its poison was also deadly, and it could kill any normal human within 5 minutes after its bite. That was why this mission was for rank C mercenaries, and the reward was also lucrative. And this mission has no limit on how many venom glands you could hunt, and the agency will buy as many as you had. This was the exact mission Jacob wanted, and this spider existed in the deep southern parts of rainy mountain ranges, where he could hunt for heart essence as well. But this time he was going to carry over 2 metal boxes for heart and blood, and he was fully prepared. He waited for the night before he left the house without being spotted, and he was heading straight toward the southern rainy mountain ranges for hunting. In the central area of Raintown, there was a 2-story house with a beautiful exterior. Inside the house, 5 men and 2 women were sitting around a square table, looking at the burly man with a mole above his left eyebrow. This man's name was Jaunty, and he was the famous C-rank mercenary of Raintown and quite active. The other 7 were his teammates and the members of the famous Golden Claw mercenary team, and all of them were D-rank mercenaries. Jaunty had a mild smile on his square face as he said, "Did you find the new C-rank yet?" In reply, a man with a long black beard spoke. He was the vice leader of the Golden Claw team, Corbin. No, he's still not returned to the town after he left for the mission, and the agency won't reveal the information about what kind of mission he took. Jaunty's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Is that so? Then forget it. I just want to invite this new guy for the Wolf King hunt to see his strength. But he's too inconspicuous, and if we wait any more, those two annoying fellows might join the fray of the Wolf King." Corbin nodded. "Yes, the agency leader is still absent, and Ralph won't move without him, so we're clear for now to hunt." Another tall man spoke with a frown. His name was Ton, but aren't we going too lightly? We're talking about a Wolf King of rare rank, which strength is only below B rank. I'm concerned. No one refuted Ton, since he was telling the truth, and they all looked at Jaunty for his reply. Even the shrewd and obedient vice leader Corbin was expecting an answer. Jaunty smiled confidently at this moment as he said, "I know your concern is valid, and it looks like I'm underestimating this Wolf King. But I have already talked with the leaders of Sharp Sword Mercenary Team and Purple Mercenary Team, and they agreed to lend us their assistance in this mission by giving them 20% of the materials we'll get from the Wolf King's carcass." Corbin frowned. "I don't think they're enough. According to the information, there are many dark wolves around the Dark Wolf Ridge, so the more people we have, the better." Jaunty pulled a wintry smile. "Hee, I have already taken care of it. I have announced that anyone who wanted to join our Wolf King hunting party, they are welcome, and there'll be more than enough cannon folds to distract those minions." Tan couldn't help but smile coldly in praise. "As expected of leader, now we don't have to worry about meat shields, and we can also use them to weaken the Wolf King before killing it. We'll be famous." Jaunty smiled in satisfaction and looked at the petite woman with black hair and asked, "Nala, do you test the new recruit? I heard she's a thorny rose. Is she clean?" Nala answered with a hint of unhappiness. "She's quite something. Not only she's extremely overbearing, she even beat me and arrogantly said she'll change team leader next time, but she didn't have any hidden identity, and she'll be an excellent addition to our team. I'm only waiting for your confirmation." Jaunty smiled, hearing this, but there was a hint of desire in his eyes. "Let her join this mission, and I'll see what she's made of." "What's her name, though?" Nala replied. "Rosalia Lyon, 62, Chapter 62. A strange encounter. Jacob was hiding within a tree branch as he impassively looked at an adult moose drinking water from a small pond. However, he had no intention of attacking, as he calmly looked at the black moose like a predator waiting for his chance. Right at this moment, the moose seemed to sense something as it rushed toward the thick woods. But before it could, 5 small silhouettes lunged from the tall grass from different directions and stabbed their claws at the large body of moose, which ran wild while shrilling. These newcomers were crimson strip hyenas, an uncommon species, while the black moose was a common species, and Jacob was waiting for them to make a move before he does. And just as those hyenas were struggling with the mosses, Jacob pointed his revolver at the biggest one in the group and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled the animals, but it was too late for the targeted hyena as the bullet pierced into his brain, and it died within an instant. The other 3 hyenas were shaken as they abandoned the bleeding moose and ran for their lives, while the moose also ran wildly, but with all those wounds it won't be able to stay alive for much. Nevertheless, it has nothing to do with Jacob, who was only interested in uncommon species, and he already got the heart and blood as well as his dinner. After making sure no one was nearby, he jumped off the tree and quickly headed toward that bleeding carcass. It has been 10 days since he left the rain town for this spider hunting mission, and he was quite efficient in his newly found strength. Not only his stamina has increased, but his speed and senses as well. That was why he could collect 3 uncommon hearts and blood, including this crimson strip hyena. However, he was losing interest in hunting these uncommon animals and wanted to find a rare species to test his strength, and they were also more potent and can give a high percentage of the heart essence. He even had the thought of heading toward the rare region for a moment before he brushed it off since it was still too dangerous, and it won't be too late to head there after he had a rank strength. He still hadn't forgotten about those mountain giants, and he wasn't sure if he could take a hit from them even after becoming an A-rank mercenary. Nevertheless, things were going extremely smoothly, and he was very close to the place where the nest of flora spiders was located. I wonder if spiders have a heart. Jacob couldn't help but smirk at himself. Another night passed. The next day, Jacob was moved between trees as it has become his habit, and it was relatively safe to remain in these tree crowns as long as he didn't encounter any snakes or insects. At this moment, his step came to an abrupt halt as he hid his presence and looked between those trees a few tens of meters away with narrowed eyes. Thereupon voices of hooves rang before a carriage covered in a black cloth pulled by 3 horses as a hooded man was controlling it, and 2 more riders in dark hoods were following this covered carriage appeared. They were slowly moving with the carriage. 3 hooded persons and cover carriage in this remote location. Not suspicious at all, Jacob thought as he deeply looked at the carriage. His eyes were fixed on that metal part that wasn't covered with the cloth, and he couldn't help but think, is this a cage carriage? But what is caged inside? Since they're moving this sneakily without any insignia or revealing their faces, they didn't want anyone to find out. I shouldn't get involved with these kinds of strangers. Jacob remained calm and let the carriage pass until he heard a reverberating voice which made him shudder slightly. Those horses staggered as well. The hooded coachman shouted in panic, quickly, it's awake again, use the tranquilizer. One of the riders quickly sprang into action and dismounted the trembling horse. He then pulled a tranquilizer gun from the backpack hanging around the horse and lifted the black cloth from the side. There was indeed a cage, and something was inside. He shot the tranquilizer shot without any delay, and that voice quickly calmed down before vanishing. The rider couldn't help but sigh in relief. The effect of this rare-grade tranquilizer is started to diminish on it. We need to hurry, or we might get spotted by someone. You know what will happen if someone were to find what we are doing? The coachman sighed and shook his head. Do you think we have any other choice? Besides, you don't need to worry too much. This is the human kingdom. They didn't have many powerful beings in their ranks. As long as we remain careful, we can easily pull this off. Or we can just kill them if they get in our way. He sneered disdainfully in the end. The second rider's voice also sounded in agreement. As long as there isn't a B-rank mercenary blocking our way, we'll easily let this beast lose close to the Lionheart City and enjoy the show. They were about to continue their journey again when a nonchalant yet icy voice rang through the silent woods. So, this means there's a beast in this cage? Those three were startled by this sudden voice and become alert as they started to look around and pull their weapons, which were quite advanced in comparison to what Jacob saw so far. One of them was holding a shotgun, while the other two took out 2 pistols. Who are you? Show yourself. The coachman shouted as he held the shotgun with both hands, ready to fire at any moment. The voice rang again with a hint of ecstasy. Oh, you delivered a beast and some excellent specimens for me. How should I thank you? 63, chapter 63, Tiger Bull. The voice rang again with a hint of ecstasy. Oh, you delivered a beast and some excellent specimens to me. How should I thank you? The coachman holding the pump-action shotgun roared, Bastard, come out if you dare. They were all having an extremely hard time finding the location of this voice in those woods, but they hold their ground to wait for the person to make a mistake, because they had a huge advantage with their guns. Jacob's voice sounded again with a hint of ridicule. Although this imitation of Ithaca 37 is good, its tubular underbarrel magazine can probably hold 2 12-gauge cartridge rounds at most, while the 2 of you were holding pistols which can only shoot water at most, so how about you leave all this and scram? It'll be a win-win for both sides, or, trust me, you are all dead. The coachman quickly shouted and pulled the trigger, while the other 2 followed suit. They emptied their magazines in that direction and quickly started to reload. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just as Jacob's voice trailed off, a sharp gunshot reverberated in the vicinity. The coachman who was bussing loading the gauge was instantly sent flying backward as his head exploded. He also had, before the rider could complete his word, another thunderous sound rang and sent him flying with a hole in his stomach. The last one wanted to run, but how could he escape Jacob's rifle? He was also killed with a headshot. The forest regained its calm as 3 mingled corpses lay on the dirt ground, and 2 horses were already fled and only the cage carriage remained. If it wasn't heavy, those horses would have already fled at full speed. Thereupon, Jacob emerged as he held the silver rifle with smoke rising from its muzzle. Although it was still the same, there were some changes with its trigger, chamber, and handle. Nevertheless, it was still far from an optimal rifle in Jacob's view, but beggars can't be choosers. Jacob looked at the corpse, and his eyes contracted when he saw the face under that hood. It was a brown-skinned person with a long face and sharp teeth visible from its mouth, and he looked at the others, but their faces weren't intact anymore, yet their skin color was the same. Hob trolls from the Earthen Kingdom. Jacob quickly identified them because he had seen the Hob trolls' pictures in the history books. So, they were sent here to cause trouble with this beast in Gloria country. It seems something was going on in the shadows between the 3 kingdoms. Well, it has nothing to do with me, since I reap a huge harvest. 1 uncommon heart from Hob troll and, of course, this beast. Jacob sneered as he collected the loot first. He first collected the heart and blood of 1 hob troll before he picked 2 lather bags laying on the ground and their firearms. My storage space is completely full, and I can only store 1 more heart box in the pendant. I have to carry these bags and firearms. It seemed my trip come to an end without completing the agency mission. Jacob smiled without any regret at all. The hunting and collection missions have a fixed time, 1 year, and if you took the mission and didn't complete it in 1 year, it'll automatically declare failed, and the mercenary only needed to pay 5% plenty the next time he collected another mission. So, Jacob wasn't worried. Even if this mission failed, he had gained far more than he was expecting, especially this caged beast, which was even more powerful than the Wolf King, he could tell by that roar. That was why he took the risk of exposing himself, because he knew if he missed this chance, he won't get another beast on a silver platter. As for killing these hob trolls, he cared little since accidents always happened in these vast mountain ranges, and he also got more guns to work with, and those tranquilizers that can put this beast to sleep were also quite interesting. Jacob put the bags and guns on the front of the carriage where the coachman's things were, and everything was Jacob's now. After putting everything on the carriage, he finally lifted the black cloth and saw the beast inside, and he was astonished when he saw the creature. It was a crimson bull with tiger-like white straps around its body and huge bull horns. Tiger bull? Jacob quickly remembered seeing this beast in the book he got from Decker. Tiger bull were extremely vicious creatures, and they were at the very apex of the rare beast list because they were carnivores and had extremely strong bodies almost like iron, and it was written that if their skin were a little bit tougher, they would fall into the rarer beast category. Nevertheless, this was a tremendous surprise because these hob trolls somehow managed to capture this tiger bull from the rare region, and they were extremely hard to find as well. It seemed this plot was far more complex than it meets the eyes. Jacob guessed someone was scheming something, and these three were just pawns. If they succeeded in releasing this tiger bull into the Lionheart City, then there would be huge casualties, as it wreaked havoc and only B-rank mercenaries can hold their own against this tiger bull. I'm also going to cross the 10% hurdle, and I just happen to need meat like this tiger bull, so I can't kill it here, nor can I leave it as it is. They clearly said the tranquilizers are losing effects, and it can break free from this cage as well. However, the Lionheart City is still quite far, so they had to have enough tranquilizers for the trip. Jacob quickly moved toward the front and checked those bags. There was a total of 8 bags, including the ones on the carriage, and he opened them one by one. 64, Chapter 64, Gossip of the Town. Just as Jacob thought, 3 of the bags were filled with tranquilizer shots, and they were a total of 120 shots, and he mused one shot would last for 8 or 10 hours because only with this ration one could reach the Lionheart City with this much supply. 2 of them were filled with dry meat and water, while the last 3 were probably the personal belonging of those 3 hob trolls. He found a total of 103 bullets for all the firearms, 3 mercenary IDs which were affiliated with the Earthen Kingdom, nothing to surprise about, 3 long knives, 433 bronze coins, 303 silver coins, and 105 gold coins. Lastly, he found an unopened envelope with a sword stabbed into a human skull insignia imprinted on the back. Interesting. Jacob opened the envelope, but he frowned when he saw the letter inside was filled with symbols and nothing makes sense. An encrypted letter? There's a conspiracy behind this, and they are superb at hiding their tracks. This letter was probably meant for someone important, and only they could decipher this letter. Or even if something happened just like now, this letter will be useless even if someone read it. Jacob smiled and stored the letter and envelope away. Although he wasn't interested in the politics of this world, he was interested in information because nothing was set in stone, and he might need this information someday for his own use. Afterward, he controlled the carriage and changed its route and headed toward the rain town. He was planning to hide this tiger bull in a remote region before he would quickly make a trip to his house and make an injection of heart essence and then absorbed it close to the carriage. After he reached the 10% mark, he would then slaughter this tiger bull and collect his heart and blood before devouring it for nutrition before coming back and continuing to create reaming injections. Although his plan seemed flawless, nothing was flawless when nature was involved. On the first night, the rain started to pour like mad and the carriage nearly turned upside down on a hill slope. If not for Jacob using his strength to keep it steady, he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if that beast broke out of that cage. Jacob had already examined that cage, and he even shot it with his rifle, but it didn't leave a scratch on it. This made him excited since he could use this cage to forge high-quality gun parts. But he knew it was a pipe dream for now since it would take some time to set up a forgery and make the equipment he needed to work with. Furthermore, he didn't want to abandon this kind of lab in the future. So, he was still hesitant to decide and leave that thought for the future when he would be powerful enough to protect his things. Anyhow, Jacob became more careful after that incident and his pace plummeted. The travel that took him over 10 days to reach that point, it took him a whole month just to reach the outskirts of the rainy mountain ranges, and he was still half a journey away from the rain town, only if he traveled alone at full speed. Despite that, he wasn't planning to go there with this cage carriage, so he headed toward a remote area where he could hide this carriage. He quickly found an old cave that was abandoned by some wild animals, and it was size-wise perfect as well. After taking care of the carriage, he first released those horses since he won't be needed them anymore and then break the wheels. Now, even if someone found this cage, they won't be able to take it away, and they definitely won't be crazy enough to provoke that tiger bull unless they had a death wish. After giving the tiger bull a large dosage of the tranquilizer, which was enough for 2 days, he hid the cave with a huge boulder and left toward the rain town, carrying those bags and guns on his shoulder. Dawn was already breaking, so he entered the town without any hitch. But he suddenly noticed the commotion on the streets and heard some bystanders talking about something interesting. I heard the Golden Claw mercenary team came back yesterday after they left for the Wolf King's hunt with an enormous Wolf King hunting party. But the thing is, they came back empty-handed, and it turned out someone else has already killed the Wolf King, and they only found its bones, and the agency refused to pay them without evidence of killing the Wolf King. A person gossiping in front of a butcher's shop. Heh, it's ancient history now. Just this morning, the leader of Golden Claw Mercenary Team, Jaunty, with the leaders of Sharp Sword Mercenary Team and Purple Mercenary Team, storm the gates of Town Lord Mansion and demand the rewards. They accuse the Town Lord of publishing a hoax mission and wasting their time. But the truth is, the wolf hunting party they gathered is demanding compensation for wasting their time as well. So, they had no choice but to look for the Town Lord for payment, or they might go bankrupt this time. But seriously, just who killed the Wolf King and left it to rot? That person might be a B-rank character and killed it when he was passing by. Now the whole town is talking about this, the butcher presumed. Jacob smirked at hearing this and silently moved toward his house. He wasn't worried that someone would find out about him since nothing could connect that corpse to him. On the contrary, they might have found the bullet wounds on its skull, and the only one who was carrying this kind of bullet was none other than Gus's party. So, this thing might come back to bite that sole witness in survival of this entire hunt. Jennifer, 65, Chapter 65, The Night Order. While Jacob was peacefully making the heart essence in his home. The Lord's mansion was extremely lively at this time. In the dining hall, Jaunty sat around on the left side of this big rectangular table with an ugly expression on his face, while there were two other men with the same kind of expression sitting right next to him. One was a fat beard man. He was the leader of Sharp Sword Mercenary Team Wahi, while the other was a short man with purple long hair. He was the leader of the Purple Mercenary Team Ch. On the right side of this table were sitting the Town Lord Kieran and his two younger brothers as they looked at the three on the other side, specifically at Jaunty, with hostile and outraged expressions. But no one dared to speak as their focus was on the mean seats of this table. There was an old man in black robes with scholarly air around him, while a young man was sitting on another chair with a haughty expression. Right in the middle of these two was none other than Jennifer, who has recovered and regained her aloof charm. But there was a hint of fear deep within her eyes, which she was trying to hide. The old man spoke impassively while he looked at Jaunty and the two others. So, you are the famous C-rank mercenary of Raintown? I heard you were once nurtured by the House Terran, but then went rogue after having your way? Jaunty's expression changed slightly as he felt a sudden chill in his spine despite being a C-rank mercenary. He couldn't help but felt dread from this old man and didn't dare to antagonize him with his arrogant attitude. Sir, Knight, don't believe in baseless rumors. I left because our beliefs were different, but I'm always grateful for the Town Lord's kindness and will repay it any time House Tehran faces any danger. A young man who had some resemblance to Kieran retorted, You dare to spout lies? Don't you betray us because you had a new master and were offered more coins? Slap! A sharp slapping voice rang in the entire hall. The slap came from none other than Ciaran. His face was livid as he rebuked. Eowyn, enough. Don't be disrespectful when Sir Knight is speaking. He then quickly looked at the old man and apologized. Please forgive him, sir. Knight, he's still young and yet to learn his manners properly. In the humane kingdom, the Knight Order was above all and only below the royal family. Even the nobles were afraid of offending them because these knights were the protecting force of the kingdom, and they were extremely terrifying to fight with as well. In every noble household, knights were appointed as their protectors, but everyone knows they were more of watchdogs than protectors, and they directly report everything to the higher-ups. Even mercenaries were afraid of them, not because of the royalty, but because of the terrifying existences within their ranks. The strongest person of the humane kingdom was not a B-rank mercenary, but the Marshal of the Knight Order. That was why those mercenaries don't poke their nose too much in the noble affairs, especially if that matter involved knights of any rank. Although this old man was only an 8th rank junior knight, he was still a scary existence, and he can execute anyone as long as he had valid reason without giving any explanation to anyone, and his strength could rank in middle levels of C-rank mercenaries. That was why everyone in this hall was so tense since this knight showed up for the investigation of Gus's death, not the Baron. Which was out of their character since they won't normally poke their nose in the noble household's personal matters as long as it didn't affect them. When Jaunty, Wahi, and Jet stormed into the manor, they didn't know about the presence of this old knight, or they wouldn't dare to barge in so arrogantly, and now it was too late to escape. The old knight didn't say anything, as his eyes were fixed on the three mercenaries with clear contempt. The Knight Order had a very hostile relationship with the human mercenaries, not with the agency itself, because many promising youths decided to join the agency, which was lax and not like the disciplined Knight Order. But they also died in the agency much sooner because of other schemes and benefits. In their view, they should be serving their kingdom, not wasting their life in the wild while working for others. But they can't act against the agency because of the hegemony behind it, so they could only vent their anger on these humans who offer themselves to them. Jaunty and the other two sweated in the old knight's sharp gazes and felt as if they were sitting on thin ice. Jaunty couldn't help but say, Sir, Knight, we know we were disrespectful today, and we are willing to compensate and swore to never do any disgraceful act in the future. He then looked at Ciaran and lowered his head. I know, my departure was sudden and without any prior notice, but I have my own reasons. But I'm telling the truth when I say I'll help the House Terran if it ever needs me. Please forgive me. Wahi and Jet nodded after Jaunty, but the unwillingness in their eyes told otherwise. They were like two innocent bystanders who got dragged by that sly bastard Jaunty into this, who told them they didn't have to pay those cannon folds with their own pockets as long as they forced the town lord. But now they were forced to pay without doing anything with him, and it was he who decided this for them as well. They silently decided to never collide with this sly bastard in the future, ever. The old knight suddenly smiled, but there was a hint of chillness as he spoke. 666, Chapter 66, A Knight on the Case. The old knight suddenly smiled. Since you seemed an upright person, I won't pursue the matter about you barging into a noble household under the Gloria Country Authority. Jaunty and others have a massive sigh of relief, but the old knight wasn't done yet. This time there was a hint of chillness as he spoke. But each of you three has to compensate with 1,000 gold coins annually to Gloria City for 5 years. If you missed even a year, I'll report this incident to the higher-ups. What? They were all shocked and panicked. 1,000 gold wasn't a small amount even for them, especially for Hadi and Jet, who were only D-rank mercenaries. They might die in collecting this kind of wealth. What, are you unhappy? Then how about joining the Night Order? The old man's lips curled. Jonty felt his misfortune was on a roll because first he found the Wolf King was already dead and didn't get the payment. Now he was here to extort the town lord, but it was he who was getting extorted. He couldn't help but clenched his fist, but he didn't retort. He knew if Night Order acted, no one would save him, not even his backer. Night Order was infamous to be unreasonable when it came to mercenaries, so he didn't want to try his luck, nor did he want to join them since it was far more dangerous to be a mercenary. At least he had freedom. He gnashed his teeth and nodded. All right, we'll pay on time, you don't need to worry. Hadi and Jet again cursed Jonty to decide for them, but they had no choice, so they agreed in silence. The old knight nodded in satisfaction. You may go now, I'll be waiting for your report. I hate those who go back on their words. He chased them away with a stern warning. Ciaran, Eowyn, and the third Tarn brother couldn't help but admire the influence of this Night Order. They also felt quite refreshed when the arrogant Jonty, who was dancing on their heads for years, get taken care of with few sentences. Now there were only the 3 Tarn brothers, the old knight, the young man, and Jennifer left. The atmosphere was again tense when the old man looked at Jennifer with a smile. Little miss, you don't seem happy to see me? Jennifer's expression changed ever so slightly. She knew this old knight was a watchdog of the Night Order, and he monitored her father's every move. As for the young man on the other side, he was this old knight's disciple, and he was also her suitor. She would also feel uncomfortable in these two presences, but she knew she can't appear afraid, or they would notice something. She was long ready if such a thing would ever happen, but she still thought it was too soon, and those people might have lied to her. Nonetheless, she won't be going down so easily. She smiled and said, Grandpa Austin, please don't jest. I'm the happiest to see you and Kai. Kai, who remained silent this whole time, spoke with a content smile. Jennifer, when I heard you were almost got killed by that beast, I begged the teacher to come here and take you back safely. So, it was this brat who moved this old thing. She couldn't help but get perplexed. She knew Austin doted on Kai the most and treated him like a son since he had no family. Kai also had a crush on her from childhood, and Austin made sure he would get her in the future as well. But she never liked Kai because he was too strange, and she felt uncomfortable around him when he saw her as if she was naked. That was why she wanted to inherit the Baron's position to have a say in her marriage, or she would become a tool for her father to curry favor with Austin. Austin chuckled. This brat treated you well. He nearly cried with joy when he heard you were safe and sound. Kai's face flashed as he lowered his head and mumbled, I was just worried about you. However, Jennifer didn't buy Kai's act and only pretend to be happy as well. Really? Thank you, Kia. You are so good to me. Austin looked at Ciaran impassively at this moment and said, Do you find the whereabouts of the young lord and who killed the Wolf King? Ciaran quickly replied while sweating, My lord, according to the agency, there were some fresh human bones found on the Dark Wolf Ridge, as well as the Wolf King. We presume he hesitated to speak as he looked at Jennifer. Her eyes started to get misty. Austin got what he wanted to say and nodded. What about the person who killed it and how it was killed? Did they find their belonging? They were carrying the latest firearms with them. Ciaran's heart palpitated when he felt Austin's piercing gaze. He took a deep breath to calm himself before he said carefully, The killer's identity is still unknown. As for how the wolf died, they said there were holes in its skull, made with bullets, but they didn't have the means to find out from which kind of gun they were shot. As for the belonging, I'm afraid nobody reported it. I think those mercenaries took them for themselves. They would never hand over anyone they found during the mission, nor would agency demand it. Austin fell into deep thought before he said while glancing at Jennifer subtly, I understand. But this Wolf King's appearance is strange. I would meet with the agency leader here tomorrow. You did well on your part. I'll handle this case myself now. Kieran felt as if he was pardoned from a death sentence. He was afraid that his family would get slaughtered under the pretext of Gus's death, but it seemed he had dodged the bullet. On the other hand, Jennifer's heart sank when she heard this. This is bad. 67, Chapter 67. Titan Iron. At night, Jacob again sneaked out of the rain town and headed toward the cave, where he hid the cage carriage with Tiger Bull. He had already made a heart essence injection from Hobtroll's heart and blood, and it was in his pendant right now. However, when Jacob reached the hidden cave, his expression turned ashen because the boulder he used to close the entrance was now completely shattered apart as a huge bulldozer hit it. He ran toward the cave, and when he saw that one side of the cage was broke open, he cursed out loud, That damn bull escaped. Jacob couldn't help but doubt the tranquilizers because he clearly gave it an overdose, and it was enough to let it sleep for 2 or 3 days. But it didn't even last 20 hours. He suddenly had a dangerous proposition about this as he thought with a grim expression, could it be that bull fake its sleeping hours, and when I finally dropped my guard, it took advantage? I still underestimate a rare species like tiger bull in the end. Fuck. However, Jacob knew there wasn't any reason to cry over spilled milk anymore. He had already done his best and just miscalculated the intelligence of a rare species. They adapt just too fast, and this was his first time experiencing this kind of defeat by an animal. Truth be told, it kind of hurt his pride. Nevertheless, he wasn't overly worried because he knew that Bull would wreak havoc soon, and it won't be too late when it got spotted. Or it won't be too late to hunt it down himself once he broke the 10% threshold. He didn't mind hunting it down at that time, but now he was hesitating to inject this heart essence since he didn't know how much longer he had until he experienced that hunger attack. To find that answer, he summoned Immortality and asked, "Can you tell me how long I can last without eating after crossing the 10% completion?" However, as always, it didn't answer the question without its sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, that little bull really pull a fast one on you, didn't it? Well, don't worry, you won't experience a hunger attack for 3 months after every 10% completion, and that's only if you don't eat anything, so go for it. Can't you just answer the damn question for once?" He rebuked and closed the book before it could say anything. "I should head back and inject it when Pighead is head around. It's not safe here anymore with that livestock on loss." Jacob left the cave, but he didn't forget to take the broken cage with him. Even the tiger bull wasn't able to break this iron and only managed to break the bindings. Furthermore, despite this cage size, its weight was extremely light, only 150 kg, and as for drawing attention, Jacob was confident in his speed. Even if someone spotted him, he could just say he was bringing it to raise livestock, which wasn't strange at all. This time he wasn't stealthy because of the enormous cage, but the guard didn't stop him from bringing it in since it was empty. But Jacob failed to notice just after he left that one guard quickly headed toward Lord Manor. Jacob's appearance was quite eye-catching because of his bright silver hair, and everyone knows in the Rain Town that the new C-rank mercenary had silver hair and a handsome appearance. Jacob reached Isaac's smithery, and when Isaac noticed the iron used in that cage, he nearly jumped in shock. "Where did you find it?" he exclaimed as if he was in a dream. Jacob coolly answered, "Don't ask a meaningless question. Can you work with it or not?" Isaac didn't ask again and thought for a moment as he shook his head with great regret. "I'm ashamed I can't craft it into those parts you ordered. If I'm not wrong, this is the famous uncommon grade Titan iron of the Earthen Kingdom. It's not only extremely sturdy, but lightweight. I don't know how you get your hands on it, but just a gram of it worth, 10 gold coin, and here we have almost 200 kg of pure Titan iron, which means almost 2 million gold coins. Only the Gunsmith Guild has this much Titan iron in their possession, and only they can help you with it." Jacob's eyes narrowed with a hint of disappointment, but he knew Isaac won't play tricks with him. As for those 2 million gold coins, he wasn't fazed by it at all. Money was the least bit of his worries right now, because he knew if he sold it to the agency, some people might take an unwanted interest in him or from where he got it from. Jacob asked, "Then can you make 2 short swords and turn the rest into iron bricks of 1 kg each? You can have 5 bricks, and we'll consider our account close?" Isaac's eyes brightened hearing this. He knew even if someone had money, this Titan iron wasn't easy to get, and 5 gigadrive of it was generous enough for someone like him who probably could never get into contact with this Titan iron in his entire life. He couldn't help but felt grateful to Jacob because, from the moment he met him, his skills improved tremendously. He was an honest man and an upright person. Furthermore, he wasn't greedy for momentary gains. Additionally, he knew someone like him won't be able to survive with this much wealth, so it was enough to just have a good relationship with Jacob. He replied, "I can do that. Your previous order would take 3 more weeks and included this order. Give me 1 more week." Jacob shook his head. "I need those swords in 2 days. You can take your time with the rest. But don't show this to anyone. Hide it. I don't want unnecessary attention, and it would also put your life in danger. I hope you understand." Isaac thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I understand. You can collect your swords in 2 days. 68, Chapter 68. Visitors. Jacob returned to his house and directly entered the basement to start the injection procedure. This time, when he took the injection, his expression suddenly changed when that heart essence started to course through his veins. This time he felt a sharp pain in his blood vessels, and his heart seemed to be expanding in his chest and then reducing. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound that was coming out of his ribcage, and he caught up blood and groaned in pain. Just what is happening? He was in extreme pain, but he could still bear it. But he could also feel those bones were mending slowly as the pain was also decreasing. He wasn't in impending danger. The dark mark in his heart was also becoming more and more visible with every heartbeat. Thereupon, Jacob noticed dark blood coming out of his chest pores before it spread all over his body. Even his eyes were bleeding in dark blood. But this time he didn't feel any pain, but as that blood was gushing out, he felt lighter and lighter. This process only lasted for 5 minutes, and so was the essence absorption process, since it was only from an uncommon species. Furthermore, Jacob could feel the change in his heart rhythm, and it was almost soundless, and his body had become weightless. He felt it was someone else's body. As he tried to stand up, his palms left a deep crack on the stony floor, but he could also feel the pain in his hand. He exclaimed, "It seemed I got more power than my body could handle, and if I used it carelessly, I might get hurt. I have to start eating soon." I could feel that light hunger again. Jacob noticed the process only last for over 15 minutes, and he mused it was because the more heart essence he absorbed, the faster the process would get. He straight headed toward the bath before he cleaned himself, and he noticed he had become slightly burly from his ripped self and slightly taller. After cleaning himself up, he took the advantage of the nighttime and started to turn more heart and blood into heart essence. He wasn't planning on leaving until he absorbed all the heart essence, and he still had 2 days until his swords got ready. Afterward, he was planning to look for that tiger bull on the run. He was extremely confident in subduing it now with his current strength, and it was also the only piece of nutrition that can help him convert his body in one fell swoop, not to forget about its heart essence. This time after making an injection, Jacob didn't wait or go into the basement and directly absorbed it, and just as he suspected, the heart essence of this uncommon crimson strip hyena got absorbed in 5 minutes, and he didn't feel any change at all, although I'm raising the percentage. But at this rate, I might need hundreds of uncommon species to complete this process, Jacob mused as he put another heart and blood into the boiler. Nah, I'm too impatient, like the old days. I should calm myself down and think with a tranquil mind. Jacob smiled and returned to this resting position. However, after he just absorbed the third uncommon heart essence and was about to put the last one on the boiler, he heard a sharp knock on his door for the first time he came to live in this house. It seemed news of my return spread quite quickly. Only those bigwigs around here will try to approach me, though. It might be cumbersome to offend them for no reason. Let's see who you are. Jacob hid the distillation equipment and headed toward the door. He wasn't afraid of anyone in this town or in this kingdom as a matter of factly, right now. So, he didn't have to hide his face here anymore. This heartbeat rhythm is quite peculiar, calm, and sturdy, at least a C rank. The other is slightly fast, while the third one is seemed to be in high gear, probably agitate. Jacob's hearing has become extremely precise after this small breakthrough, and he started to notice unique heart rhythms. This could be a terrifying ability if he could refine it to a top level. But he wasn't even close yet. Just as the door opened, an old man and a youth appeared in his view. Surprisingly, they were Austin and Kai. Behind them was the butler of Terran's house, Harland, with a somewhat pale expression on his face as he looked at Jacob with somewhat apologetic yet uneasy eyes. What's the deal with him? Jacob looked at the refined old man in butler clothes and wondered. But he merely glanced at him as he looked at the old man in a blue suit. He impassively said, "What do you want?" Harland wanted to warn Jacob about Austin, but he knew better, so he remained silent since he knew Austin and Kai had followed him for some other reason. If he messed it up, it might inflict the house, Taran, so he could only watch helplessly. Who would have thought this old knight would be interested in meeting with Jacob, the new C-rank mercenary of Raintown, and followed Harland here when he was about to come with a meeting gift from the town lord? Harland knew if Jacob had a poor impression of the house Terran, they could just forget about his friendship. In the end, it all depended on Austin now. Austin looked at the silver-haired young man, and he suddenly felt he wasn't just merely a random C-rank mercenary like Jaunty. He was full of openings. But Austin has this strange feeling that if he made a move, he might regret it. Austin smiled amiably and said, "I'm Austin Port, an 8-rank junior knight. I'm here out of curiosity. Please forgive my blunt visit." Kai couldn't help but looked at his teacher with a hint of a surprise because this wasn't his usual style to talk with these mercenaries. 6-9, Chapter 69. The Three Hegemonies. Jacobs cocked an eye when heard the word, knight. He naturally knows about the backbone of the humane kingdom, the Knight Order. It was not because he was curious, it was because these knights had too many storybooks about them. It was quite clear that it was done deliberately to encourage the knighthood within common folks and inspired them to join the Knight Order. However, Jacob has nothing to do with those folktales, and he wasn't interested in becoming a knight, no matter how many benefits they would offer him, because the humans were too weak and can't sustain his needs. If the humans were like the mountain giant race, he might have considered setting here for a decade or two, but he knows it was just a pipe dream. After encountering those hob trolls, he was even more sure that humans were in constant danger and very easy to push around, so he had an even worse image of them right now. Nevertheless, this didn't give him the reason to antagonize the knights from Knight Order, since they might bring unnecessary troubles to his door. He still needed to stay for some time in here, so he didn't plan to fall with the strongest force of this kingdom, unless they're courting death themselves. He looked at Austin and nodded slightly. No need to be polite, come in. Jacob brought the guests into the small living room where a table and 2 chairs were. He took one chair and pointed toward the other. I don't have any more chairs since I wasn't expecting other guests. Harlan's expression changed and Kai's eyes turned stony as he was about to rebuke him when Austin took the chair and sat down with a smile. Don't worry, I won't take your precious time. You two wait outside. Austin's words made Kai stand down with resentful eyes and gave Harland a tremendous surprise since he knew Jacob was just being extremely rude. But Austin didn't react at all, and he started to get suspicious that they both know each other. But when he saw Kai clenching his fist slightly, he thought otherwise. They both left the two alone. Jacob didn't even glance at Kia or Harland all this time, so their departure wasn't anything for him. He asked impassively, "So, what brings Sir Knight to my door? If you were just an hour later, I was going to leave for another trip." Austin smiled amiably in reply, "I was here out of curiosity to see what kind of C-rank mercenary has appeared here." As you know, people use the identity loophole all the time, and it's seldom that a C-rank mercenary appeared, especially in such a small town. Jacob coolly replied, "This place suits me for the time being, so I decided to register from here." Austin nodded in understanding and didn't discuss further into it, since everyone has their reasons. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, "I can tell you are extremely strong, far stronger than me. You also look like someone with hidden motives, so I won't beat around the bush with someone like you. I want to invite you to join the Black Knight Order." Jacob didn't react, but his lip curled slightly. Black Knight Order? Let me guess. It's some personal army under the crown, and they are free to do whatever they want, but they had to protect the royal family whenever they are in danger. Or they are some kind of assassination squad, or like this. Let me tell you straight, I will not join anything if it's affected my freedom. Austin pursed his lips. You didn't even hear me out and directly rejected me? Don't you want to know what the Black Knight Order is? Jacob shrugged. My answer is the same. I will not join anything if it affects my freedom. Austin sighed. I will still tell you. You can then decide to join or not. Jacob remained silent and let Austin continue. You see, the Black Knight Order is different from the Knight Order because it wasn't made public and only nobles know about it. The Black Knight Order isn't under anyone's command, not even the crown, but it's under the Nightmare Knight Legion. Nightmare Knight Legion? Jacob's interest was suddenly piqued when he heard this unfamiliar name. Austin nodded. Yes, the Nightmare Knight Legion is like the Stark Mercenary Agency, Apothecary Guild, and Gunsmith Guild. You're probably wondering why such an organization isn't famous as the other three, right? Jacob nodded. He had already known about 3 famous forces that represent and target unique aspects of professions. Austin smiled. Just like the Star Mercenary Agency had the Zodiac Taurus Bank, and the Apothecary Guild and Gunsmith Guild had the Alchemy Guild behind them, the Nightmare Knight Legion also has the Zodiac Warriors Alliance behind them. So, there were some important parts they missed in those books, huh? It seemed this Alchemy Guild and Zodiac Warriors Alliance are on the same level as the Zodiac Taurus Bank. But the Zodiac Taurus Bank seemed more famous and open than the other two, or they simply aren't worried about influence? Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Please, continue. Jacob nodded in understanding. Austin smiled meaningfully, as he had already guessed Jacob didn't have this kind of information, and he knew he had to convince Jacob with facts if he wanted to persuade him. He said, these 3 are the 3 hegemonies in 4 regions, and their roots are so deep no one knows where they end, so no race goes against them. As for why I tell you about the other 2? It was because it would be simple to understand this way. First, the Alchemy Guild. Their strongest strength is their control over life knowledge, the forerunner of life and unimaginable technology. They had all kinds of knowledge of different professions which greatly affects our life and others, even wars. That's why they were dreaded by everyone, and on one dare to fall out with them. The Apothecary Guild and Gunsmith Guild were just fragments of their knowledge. We humans just weren't interested enough to arouse their further interest. Second, the Zodiac Taurus Bank. I don't have to introduce them since you might have already known. Their strongest strength is wealth, and their way to keep increasing it and keeping it safe. The biggest reason for Zodiac Taurus Bank is one of the 3 hegemony, is their way to protect the wealth they controlled, and they had many mysterious ways to hunt you down if you ever try to rob them. That's why everyone trusted them. Even those arrogant apothecaries and gunsmiths have accounts and safes in the Zodiac Taurus Bank. Lastly, the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. They didn't have the knowledge or technology like the Alchemy Guild, nor did they have the wealth of Zodiac Taurus Bank. But it ranked first between 3 hegemonies. Do you know why? Austin smiled mysteriously, which made Jacob's eyes narrow with prudence. 70 Chapter 70. Black Knight Order. Jacob impassively replied, enlightened me. But the wariness in his eyes increased. He suddenly felt like a frog in the well who only see the world with that narrow viewpoint. Austrian said, Zodiac Warriors Alliance is the strongest because they only had fighters or true warriors in their ranks, and they didn't let just any Tom, Dick, and Harry into their ranks, even if it's the Nightmare Knight Legion. They only give access to the Nightmare Knight Legion through a kingdom's army while creating a Black Knight Order within the army, and then to join the Nightmare Knight Legion. Through the Black Knight Order you have to be someone below the age of 30 and strength equivalent to a C-rank mercenary. Jacob's eyes shine with understanding. He finally understood why Austin was going to such a great length to tell him all this. It was because of his young appearance. Austin's next words just confirmed his guess. The moment I saw you, I can guess you're extremely young, and I don't want you to waste your youth and potential like those fools in the wild and then die. I'm training my foster son to enter the Black Knight Order, and he might be able to make it in the upcoming test. But on the other hand, you are completely another story. You are like those youths trained under first-class knights. That's why you'll get into the Black Knight Order and then might have a chance to enter the Nightmare Knight Legion. I won't lie to you about the Nightmare Knight Legion. Only someone with B-rank mercenary strength and age below 40 can join their ranks. In the history of our human race, only 3 humans managed to join them. The current Marshal of the Knight Order is also a Nightmare Knight, and he is the strongest person in humanity. That's why everyone is afraid of offending the knights. Austin's voice was filled with longing and worshipped in the end. But there was also bitterness since he knew he had little potential. He wasn't even qualified to enter the Black Knight Order, and that was why he trained Kai to fulfill the biggest regret of his life. However, Jacob wasn't moved by Austin's speech in the least bit, and all his focus was on the information about the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. I have to be careful of this alliance. Since they are so strict with their selection process, then they are really not to trifle with. Who knows what kind of existences are within their ranks to have them become the strongest force. He looked at Austin, who was still lamenting about his past. He said, "You say they didn't have anything the other two powers have, then what do they have to offer?" Austin was surprised by Jacob's uninterested expression and thought it was his fault for getting off rails. He didn't tell Jacob about the true strength of the alliance and directly told him about the joining process. He said, "I'm sorry I got slightly emotional. So, as I said, they had fighters, but what drew those fighters and made them strive to join the alliance is not wealth or any technology, but the fighter manuals in their possessions. Don't look down on these fighter manuals, although there isn't much information about them in Knight Order. But according to some senior knights, those fighter manuals have the ability to increase your fighting potential and prowess." Just that? Jacob felt his expectations got burned all of a sudden. But when he thought from the perspective of someone like Austin, he thought it made sense that all those fighting maniacs would choose to join the alliance since money and knowledge can come with power as well. Furthermore, he knew there might be some important information being held back, and someone like Austin or the ordinary knight from Knight Order won't know the complete mystery of these fighter manuals. Nevertheless, he was still half-hearted because he had a manual of his own that can increase his strength to an unknown height, so the allure of this alliance was almost like dry meat to him. As long as he wasn't desperate, he won't eat it no matter what. But he can't tell this Austin, since he told him this information which gave him more prospects about this world. He won't be ruthless to the old knight. He said as he nodded, "So, how can I join this Black Knight Order?" Austin smiled broadly as if he had already expected it. "You just have to head toward the Royal City and pass the examination of Black Knight Academy in 6 months. Jacob nodded, but he suddenly sensed something and asked, "I think you're missing something? I heard you guys hate the mercenary agency, but why did you promote the Black Knight Order?" Austin's expression changed ever so slightly, but Jacob noticed it and he knew he had hit a bullseye. Austin sighed, "You're just too sharp for your own good. But since you have noticed it, I'll tell you which you're supposed to know after the test. This is also good since you won't think I trick you. The thing is, the Black Knight Academy accept anyone under the age of 30 as long as they pass the strength and comprehension test. But they only train them until they reach the age of 39. No matter at what age you joined, you'll be kicked out at the age of 39. As to the reason for this rule, it's because, during your stay in the academy, you have to become a true Black Knight, which is equivalent to a B-rank mercenary. If you succeed, you'll get a chance to join the Nightmare Knight Legion Academy in Rare Province as long as you pass the entrance test. But if you failed," he deeply looked at Jacob's cold eyes and sighed, "if you failed, you have to join the Black Knight Order Academy as a teacher and serve your kingdom for your entire life. It's the rule of every kingdom with Black Knight Academy. This is the steep price to pay for who wants to join the Nightmare Knight Legion. Since they had already spent resources on you and let you practice in the fighter manuals, they won't leave you free. But don't worry," Jacob cut Austin short with his icy voice, "I understand. I'll consider it. You may leave now." 71, Chapter 71, Visitors Again. Austin left Jacob's house with a slightly regretful expression. He looked at Jacob's stoic face and sincerely said, "Please consider it carefully. I'll be staying here for some days. If you have any questions, you can find me in the Lord's Manor any time." Jacob merely nodded before he closed the door. Kai couldn't help but utter in an unhappy tone, "How rude. Teacher, why did you give him so much face while he doesn't put you in his eye?" Austin walked toward the exit and said faintly, "He's worthy of this respect. If he can give up his pride this time, I think you two might meet soon in the examination." Kai's expression changed as he questioned, "Don't tell me. Yes, I invited him, but he's too sharp for his own good. Let's see what happened. I tried my best in the end." Austin sighed and didn't continue the topic anymore. Kai also remained silent, but deep within his eyes, a killing intent flashed. Harlan had no idea what they were talking about, but he knew he won't be able to present the gifts after he saw Jacob closing the door at Austin. Jacob returned after making sure those three left the vicinity of his house. He couldn't help but sneered, "That old goat wanted to trick me into taking this Black Knight Academy's test, and then I would be forever tied by the Humane Kingdom if I can't achieve a B rank or pass the test in the Rare region. I bet that Marshall fellow is at the bottom of this organization and probably exhausted his talent and sent back to promote the organization. Who wouldn't want to be like him if they were normal? But that Marshall is just a pretty display here in the Uncommon region, while he didn't mean shit in the Rare region. Heh, trying to play with this old man? You're a life early? Humph." Jacob was extremely displeased in the end. The slightly good feeling he had toward Austin completely vanished. He wasn't a fool, and he knew these things very well. An organization that allowed others to take from it will always take back and much more than the others took from it. This was like a slave contract. Once you sign, no matter what you do in your life, you can never escape from it. The others will find a way to exploit it, and you will fall deeper and deeper into that endless hole until you died. Jacob was just too familiar with this process. This Zodiac Warrior Alliance was doing just that. Although they gave the methods to become strong, they took away your freedom. Furthermore, their way of doing it was quite meticulous because they won't directly enslave anyone to them, but instead they let them serve in their homes, which no one felt uncomfortable with or thought of rebelling. The nations would also be pleased with this setting because they were getting the trained soldiers by the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and they would even promote it with everything they had. However, Jacob knew if this alliance ever felt threatened by a big enemy, these prideful discarded fools would be the first ones to summon back and become the cannon folds. At that time, those nations won't have the guts to reject them, nor those fools will dare to raise any objection since in their mind they were being rewarded by summoning back. They're using the way of creating longing and then giving back with more longing. Jacob smiled disdainfully. Even if he was desperate enough to join such an organization in the future, he would make sure to leave a way out. Because he didn't want to have such a big enemy on his tail unless he didn't have reason to, and besides, he knew eventually he won't be afraid of these hegemonies. But as long as he can remain neutral, he doesn't take the path of war and avoid it, if he could. That was why he asked Austin to leave rudely, since it won't create much hope in the old man's mind, nor would he feel resentful toward Jacob because he knew the pros and cons himself. Throwing the matter with Austin's back of his head, he started the last distillation process again. It was already late at night when Jacob was done with brewing and injecting. He didn't fatigue at all, but he felt the hunger that was increasing with each injection, and he was planning to head to the wilderness again as soon as he got the Titan iron swords. But the peace didn't last long, as he welcomed another visitor the next morning. This time, there were two, and Jacob was even slightly familiar with one of them. It was none other than the vice leader of the Raintown Mercenary Agency, Ralph. With Ralph was another middle-aged man with short pepper salt hair, average height, and tone build. The man introduces himself with a polite smile. "I'm the leader of Star Mercenary Agency in Raintown, Warren." However, to both men's surprise, Jacob didn't even invite them in and asked in a vexed tone, "What do you both want?" "I'm telling you, I won't join anyone, no matter what you offer me." Warren glanced at Ralph with a questionable gaze, and Ralph shrugged. He meant he had no idea why this fellow was like this. Although Ralph had a brief encounter with Jacob, he still didn't know his personality. He had already invited Jacob to meet with Warren, but he never appeared and instead vanished for over a month. It was yesterday they received news of his return and thought he would visit them since they consider it beneath them to visit Jacob with their status. But when they heard Austin had paid Jacobs a visit with the man's own mouth before coming to them, they suddenly felt something was amiss and came here first thing in the morning. But Jacob was just cold and without any manner. He didn't give them any face at all, despite their introduction. This made them slightly unhappy, especially Warren, who had a bad temper. Chapter 72, Scaring Away Visitors. Despite his displeasure, Warren didn't rebuke and pull a smile and said, "I learn you joined when I was out of town, which was quite unfortunate. However, Vice Leader Ralph invited you for a visit, but you never came, so I came personally to satisfy my curiosity." Jacob impassively replied, "Are you satisfied now?" Ralph's expression turned unkind at this moment as he sternly said, "Kid, don't push your luck anymore. We are here with good intent." Before he could finish his word, a blur flashed before Ralph's eyes, and the next moment he suddenly felt the powerful claw in his mouth which was clenching his entire jaw, almost to the point of breaking it. Ralph tried to struggle, but no matter what, he couldn't get free from Jacob's claw in his mouth. Fear creeped out in his eyes. Moan. Warren's heart palpitated as he looked at Jacob, who had a cold smirk on his face while he held Ralph like he was a helpless rabbit. He didn't even see when Jacob moved, and he finally understood they were barking up the wrong tree this time. Truth be told, these two were like gangsters of this town. They collect monthly free from every mercenary who stayed in the Rain Town and the Lord's Mansion. They both used their positions to take advantage of the powerless, since they knew as long as they won't offend anyone with a higher status, they won't get in trouble. The agency would protect them from minor charters like the town lord, as long as won't go too far. Even Jaunty had to pay them if he wanted to stay here. They have been doing this for years now and never suffer any backlash. Well, until today. When they found out Austin has met with Jacob, they thought he was moving away from here and wanted to test the water. If it was true, they won't interfere or show their true colors, but if it was just their speculation, then they would demand the monthly fee from him. However, they never thought Jacob was strong to the point that he could make Ralph immobilized like a chicken. Now, Warren perspired as he looked at Ralph, who was struggling while glancing at him with his bloodshot eyes, asking for help. Jacob coolly looked at Warren and coldly uttered, "Listen carefully. I'm saying it one last time. If you two eyesores appeared anywhere near my sight, I'll skin you alive right in the middle of the town. Is that clear?" Warren couldn't help but took a step back as his back was filled with cold sweat and eyes with fear. He replied in a hoarse voice, "Aye, we understand." Jacob nodded in satisfaction as he waved his other hand and tossed Ralph like a rag doll. Warren's eyes nearly popped up from their place when he saw Raft was literally flying out of the fence. Warren suddenly felt like slapping Ralph silly since he didn't even recognize this monster in human skin and nearly bring them to the death door. Jacob looked at Warren, which made him flattered. "Fuck off," and announced this as well. "If anyone had some business with me, they can send written letters. If they dare to knock on my door and disturb me anymore," he smiled viciously, "I'll find you." Warren hurriedly nodded before he fled without caring about Ralph, who lay in the middle of the road, listlessly. Jacob closed the door again and shook his head in frustration. This should put an end to those scheming idiots' visits. Afterward, no more visitors appeared, which made Jacob content mentally, yet he was restless physically because of that creeping hunger. He had already eaten everything in the house, but he just couldn't get satisfied. This made him even more eager to start this hunting season because he could get uncommon animals' meat in the wild, which was far more nutritious than these common animals. Even if he failed in finding the tiger bull, he can still slowly quench that hunger with uncommon animals out there. When the first ray of light shone on the rain town, Jacob exited his house and directly headed toward the smithery. Isaac was waiting for Jacob when he appeared and handed him 2 sheathed, curved, short swords. Jacob grabbed those dark hilts and drew those 14-inch swords, and thin dark blades appeared, giving a cold dark sheen. He looked at Isaac and nodded. Thanks, this should be enough for now. Isaac smiled in satisfaction. Those short swords should be able to cut rocks like butter without leaving a scratch on the blades. I should be the one thanking you for giving me the chance to work with Tish and iron, Jacob replied as he attached those scabbards to his belt. I might be gone for a while now if I didn't find what I'm looking for, so keep my things safe. Isaac nodded and assured. Don't worry, I had a safe place. Jacob merely nodded and left. He headed straight toward the town gate and left toward the direction where the tiger bull left some trails when it ran away. Jacob was pretty sure that bull wasn't something that will remain low-key, especially not in this place where it was the strongest. Most importantly, Jacob didn't want someone else to spot it and alert some annoying people. Or worst, that hidden force might have already been looking for it after they found out about the incident with the tiger bull delivery. It was pretty easy to guess since the tiger bull was supposed to be appeared in the Lionheart City by now, but it doesn't, so someone might investigate the reason behind it. Nevertheless, if they came in his way to get that bull, they will be courting death. On the eastern part of Rainy Mountain Ranges, a man with deep wounds on his face and chest was running madly toward the exit of the valley with an aghast face. His mind was filled with deep dismay and fear as he ran. How could such a creature have appeared in this region? My entire crew was wiped out, and if I hadn't escaped in time, I would have been like them as well. Only B-rank mercenaries might deal with it, but that might be too late since it's heading toward the Humane Kingdom. I have to hurry. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Finding the Bull. Jacob has been on the bull hunt for over 2 weeks now, but he had no luck. However, it doesn't mean he hasn't hunted any prey in these 14 days. He had already collected 2 uncommon hearts and eaten many uncommon animals of the same species. But he could feel the progress was quite slow, and he probably reached 15% compatibility with his heart yet. Nevertheless, his hunger wasn't increasing, so this was a plus, and he mused this way he might reach a 100% compatible rate with his heart in 3 or 4 months. 3 more days pass, and Jacob was going deeper within the Rainy Mountains where uncommon animals were abundant, but he still has found no trace of that bull, or they were all washed away because of the rain. But it matters not to him as he continues forward. However, on this particular day, Jacob's ears perked when he noticed footsteps that didn't belong to animals, and he could tell they were coming from someone on 2 feet. He quickly jumped on a tree and hid. Thereupon, a man appeared in an extremely sorry state. Jacob noticed the wood on his left shoulder, which was like he was stabled by a thick drill. The bullhorns. He quickly thought of those massive bullhorns and he felt excited. However, before he could act, his expression changed slightly and he remained static in his position. Thereupon, 3 clocked figures appeared before that wounded man. They were extremely quick. Even Jacob only noticed them when they were 10 meters away from this place. That wounded man was startled, but when that man saw they were not wild animals, he nearly cried in joy and relief. The next moment, his eyes rolled upward as he lost consciousness. One of the cloaked figures spoke. It seemed he's extremely exhausted, so the moment he saw us, that exhaustion washed over him, and now we can't question him. Another voice, feminine voice, rang. Heh, we don't need him anyway, right, Captain? The cloaked figure, who was 2 meters tall, spoke in a deep voice. No, we need to know how that bull escaped, or this person was with the group who interfered with the cargo and then failed to keep it. Most importantly, we need to know if someone has the letter. Awake him. The female nodded. I was waiting for you to say it. There was a hint of wicked elation in her voice. Suddenly, a handgun appeared in her hand. She pointed it toward the unconscious man's crotch and pulled the trigger. Bang! Just as the gunshot voice rang, the unconscious man's eyes sprang open, filled with extreme agony as his screams filled the area. The captain crouched in front of that man's agonized face and coldly said, If you want the pain to go away, tell me where do you get that wound? The man seemed to not hear him at all. The other man said at this moment, He's in hyperbolic shock. I don't think he can talk. The captain waited for a moment before his hand suddenly blurred and he stood up. But the man has stopped screaming, and there was a finger hole in the man's forehead right now. A drop of blood fell on the ground from that cloaked figure. How fast? The woman seemed to click her tongue in wonder as she admired that clean kill. The captain said, It seemed we won't be able to know for now what happened. At least our dinner is arranged. Hee hee, it's been a long time since I eat the human flesh. The female spoke with ecstasy and she took out a knife. Jacob saw all that inhuman scene from the tree not far away, but he remained stoic without feeling anything, and all this focus was on those three. That captain fellow is probably a B rank or somewhere close to it. Their skin color is also like those hob trolls I killed, which means they are from the same organization and also searching for the tiger bull. And they had some means to track it down. I should follow them, Jacob mused. Those three cloaked figures fed on that dead human and then they moved, but they had no idea Jacob was following them from a distance. Jacob also saw a device like a mobile phone and a red blinking dot could be seen on it and an arrow. So, they put a tracker inside that bull's body? It seemed I have to treat this world like my own. They had everything. It's just that humans don't, so I can't keep seeing everything from their perspective anymore. Well, it's also a good thing that I ran away, or they might have caught me off guard when I was in my vulnerable state. But now, Jacob coldly smiled. Jacob followed that group for 3 days. He found out they won't talk with each other much and only use signals sometime or small commands. They were extremely careful to not reveal anything about their background. Ow, www, they all heard this ghastly roar at this moment and everything thought of the same thing. Tiger bull. It was only 50 meters away from their current location. The captain signaled them with a hand and those two quickly go in a different direction and moved in. Jacob was already hiding within the trees with no intention of joining them. He wanted to see their strength, even though he had some idea where they stand. But he was still going to enjoy the show. Those three slowly moved in with silent steps and halted. Just 10 meters away from their position lay a crimson bull with tiger-like white straps around its body and a pair of crimson bull horns. That tiger bull was munching on a big leopard, which he probably just slaughtered. The captain again signaled and the other two took out their firearms. He held a silver axe in his one hand and an action pump in the other. He suddenly charged at full speed as he roared. Attack. 74. Chapter 74. Killer Skull Society. 1. Attack. The tiger bull instantly notices the attackers and stands straight while lower his head. It was taking a charging stance to black the attacker with an axe and shotgun. However, before the bull could charge, gunshots rang from a distance and one of them pierced into its left eye. Mount! The attack with an axe was ready for this, and he first took a shot at the bull's right eye. Boom. The gauge was packed with special types of sharp nails, and the moment it burst, the bull's head was filled with small holes as blood gushed out. However, it didn't slow it down in the least bit, and it roared more violently as it charged. The cloaked man seemed to expect this, and when the bull was only a meter away from him, he suddenly launched himself in the air. The bull then naturally lost its target, but the man was now in the air right above the bull horns. Within an instant, that man let go of his shotgun and grabbed one of the bull horns and somersaulted on the bull's back. The bull naturally wasn't happy about it and started to jump around to throw its attacker off. However, that man's grip was solid and he didn't lose his balance. The very next moment thereafter, he lifted his axe and swung it with full force, and it landed right in the middle of the bull's head. Yet it only managed to cut through the skin and little muscles. Its skull was still undamaged. That's why it's so hard to deal with, the man thought with some frustration. But he didn't stop swinging and kept hitting the skull until it was finally broken. The bull let loose one last eerily cry before it fell on the ground with a big thump, raising a dust cloud. The other two appeared from the woods at this time. It was really intense, far better than anal. The woman spoke hysterically. T-esque, nasty woman. The second one clicked his tough as he kept his distance and looked at the man with a bloody axe in his hand. So, that's how you kill a tiger bull, huh? His voice was filled with admiration. It's the only weak place it had. If you go for its body or neck even, then you're only wasting your energy and, swish, however, before he could finish his sentence, a dark blur flashed past his neck like a gust of cold yet sharp wind. The other two only noticed when the body and head separated and start falling. But in this small window, another gust of sharp wind blew past that woman. Now, only the last person remains, and he only reacts when he heard his comrades' heads falling to the ground. Ah, ha! He screams historically and starts pulling the trigger of his gun madly as he shot in all directions without aiming. Even after emptying it, he was still clicking the trigger while spinning like a lunatic. In the end, he exhausted himself and fell on his butt, groaning and panting. Already done? This icy voice was like a lightning bolt that jolted that fellow. Please, I don't want to die. I'll give you everything. Just please let me go. I won't tell anyone. He starts prostrating himself while crying. The cloak on his face also fell at this moment. It was an ugly, skinny hob troll. Jacob appeared in front of the crying fellow with a cold smirk on his face. He had long decided to spear this fellow because he wanted information. He had noticed while following these three that this hob troll never acts unless it was necessary, and avoided a dangerous situation while shielding himself with the other two. They were both fearless, and that woman was straight crazy. Moreover, this fellow seemed to know about medicine. So, Jacob concluded that this fellow was afraid of death, and he was perfect to extract information from. He wanted to know just what kind of organization was behind them and why they were looking for this bull. It wasn't just a simple reason to recover that letter or kill it. It was more to their advantage if they simply let it roam freely in human towns. There was more than to meet the eye, and he wanted to know because he had this strange feeling that it wasn't over yet. All in all, Jacob wanted to know if they had a way to link all this back to him or not. Alright, I'll let you run, but you have to answer my question first, Jacob coolly stated. The hob troll finally looked up with his snort-filled face. His eyes widened with disbelief when he saw this was a human, but he quickly nodded his head. His life was more important than some petty enmity between their predecessors. Who are you, and why are you here? Asked Jacob. I'm Skull Number D, 1989388833 from Killer Skull Society. As for why we were here, only he knows. Skull Number D, 1989388833 pointed toward the beheaded man. However, a dark blur brushed past Skull Number D, 1989388833's arm, and the next moment it dropped separately from his elbow. Aha! He reacts a moment later and shrieks like a dying pig the next moment. Jacob coldly looked at him. Did I forget to tell you? My bad then. Listen, you fuckface. Every time you lie, I'll cut a part of our body, and after you left with no part, I'll skin you alive, and trust me, I won't let you die. Skull Number D, 1989388833 finally spills the beans. We were only told. 2. To kill the tiger bull and investigate the whereabouts of a missing letter. I swear, he only tells us this much. Our ranks were lower than his, and he knew more details than us. Please, just let me go. Intriguing. Jacob pulls a spooky smile at this moment. Something tells me you have some idea why he was here. So, are you going to tell me nicely or not? 75. Chapter 75. Killer Skull Society 2. Skull Number D, 1989388833 felt like he was stared at by a demon and horridly speak. I think he was here for the tracker in that bull's body because it can tell us locations where it has been for the past 3 months. And no, I'm sure of it because if they wanted to track the letter, they would retract the footsteps of the tiger bull to see where all it happened and find clues about it. Furthermore, I think that guy was after the Titan iron cage as well because it is worth a small fortune. Please, I know nothing else. Jacob deeply looked at the crying Skull Number D, 1989388833 with squinted eyes. The tracking device can be traced back to the bull's location. If that's the case, they might really be here for that letter, but I still can't reach any conclusion right now. He said, tell me about this Killer Skull Society. Skull Number D, 1989388833 finally felt some relief when Jacob stopped questioning about the mission. He said, it's a dark organization without any ties with any race or region, even if they had. With our ranking, I simply didn't have the right to know. But one thing is for certain, they had ample resources. They approached me on their own accord with an invitation, and if I want to join them, then I have to complete the assignment in that invitation to prove my loyalty and resolve. Then, if they are satisfied with my response, they sent another invitation with my special ID number. Any future contacts were done with the same method to ensure their secrecy. The current mission was the same, but this was my first time attending a team mission and meeting with others members of the society as well. Jacob couldn't help but, though with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, they're like the sleeper cells of a terrorist organization, huh? What's the purpose of this Killer Skull Society and why do they approach you? He questioned. Their dictum is they are changing the world for the better and seeking a justifiable position for us powerless. I was just a random cowardly nobody who was always bullied by the rich, and that's why I agree with their viewpoint and joined their ranks. They not only give me a purpose, but also wealth and help me see the hope. Nevertheless, I'm not frantic enough to die for this cause as well. I'll leave to the common region and you won't see me ever again. Skull Number D, 1989388833 plead. Jacob's lips curled upward. Man, a terrorist society, really? What about the ranks? Your name is your ID, right? They had the same rank as mercenary agency, A, B, C, D, E, F, but each rank had a skull word attached to it. But we can't move up ranks like the mercenaries. We have to complete missions to move on the ladder. As for my name, from the moment we join the society, our names become our ID numbers. They encourage us to state our ID numbers instead of our names to show just how many skulls we have after us. Furthermore, the lesser the number, the older and stronger the skull is. I only know this much about it. Interesting. So, you have no loyalty toward your kind anymore? If they asked you to cause a massacre in your kingdom, will you do it? Jacob looked at him nonchalantly. As long as it won't endanger my life, I will. In fact, any member could do the same. They probably selected us because we have no belonging to the community. However, they never gave me such assignments to harm my kind, he answered. Last question. Can you read the content of this letter? Jacob put his hand in his side pocket and took out the same encrypted letter he looted from the 3 hob trolls. Skull Number D, 1989388833 eyes widened when he saw the letter in Jacob's hand, and he looked at him in shock. So, you were the one who intercepted the cargo? Jacob shrugged his shoulders and coolly replied, I was just in the area and I even asked those 3 to hand over that tiger bull nicely. But they disagree and now you can imagine after what happened then since I'm standing here while they're not. Skull Number D, 1989388833 expression turned even more grim as he looked at the nonchalant human. So, the bull escaped from him and he was also searching for it and we happened to bump into him. He took a deep breath and said, This is my first time seeing those symbols. I never received that kind of letter. But whoever this letter was meant for, they're at the very high ranking of the society, and they might have required this letter since they sent us here to search for it. Jacob sneered. Can't they just send another one? Why this bravado? This I don't know, but if this letter was from the higher region, then I'm afraid the upper echelon in the uncommon region won't dare to report this blunder unless they're certain they can't handle the situation themselves. They might have been afraid of the punishment. Skull number D 19893883333333, truthfully told. Jacob thought a moment and nodded. He also thought the same. Especially after concluding that this Killer Skull Society was like a terrorist organization, and a blunder in such an organization was unacceptable. This mean, they'll try every means to get their hands on this letter and continue to investigate unless they hit a stone wall. Well, as long as they didn't have any A rank here, they would only deliver me more gifts and make my life easier. He suddenly smiled deviously. Thank you for your information. You can scram now. Jacob glanced at skull number D 1989388833 and gave him the go signal. Skull number D 1989388833 had already stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, and he was waiting for these exact words. He spun around the ran at full speed. Boom! A gunshot ran, and the next moment, skull number D 198938883333333333. Jacob scoffed disdainfully as stored his revolver away. I only say I let you run, not let you go free. 76. Chapter 76. A Feast. Far away from the rainy mountain range, inside a bright room, a burly hob-troll was reading some documents with a serious expression on his face. Took. Suddenly, he heard noises from the window in on his rear. He turned around and saw a small blue bird gnawing on the glass window with its small beak. He stood up from his chair and moved toward the closed window, and he opened it without any hesitation. The little bird flew inside and sat on his shoulder. A small smile appeared on this hob-troll's ugly face as brushed his finger on the little bird's head. However, the next moment, his eyes turned icy, and he suddenly formed a pincer with his thumb and finger and instantly broke the bird's neck, killing it in an instant. Forgive me, little one. A trace of tear appeared in his eyes as he cradled the dead bird in his hand as if he was in extreme pain. The next moment, he took out a knife from a drawer of his table and cut open the bird's belly, and startling, a small tub appeared. The hob-troll took out the small tube before it picked up the bloody bird again and mumbled, "You'll live forever within me," and then gobbled it whole. He then opened the tube and a small chit appeared. There was writing on it. Skull number C 871989650 has been crushed. Skull number B 34903232323 move out. Assignment details and materials have been delivered into the bank locker. The hob-troll frowned, seeing the content before he swallowed the chit as well. No one is allowed to hinder our noble cause. With that, he opened the door and left. After killing the 3 hob-troll, Jacob finally turned his attention toward the big prize, which was naturally the tiger bull. However, he tried to pierce open its stomach. He soon found out why this bullskin was compatible with iron. He had to use his full strength to cut it open, and without the Titan iron blade, he was afraid no normal blade could pierce through this bull's skin. Nevertheless, he just had to work extra hard to guts this bull, and he considered it an exercise for himself. After his heart's new evolution, he had yet to feel fatigued. Only hunger was his biggest enemy. But it still took 3 hours to completely remove the skin and inners. He had already collected the loot from his newly killed hob-trolls. He got 6 handguns, 2 shotguns, and 1 axe, which was clearly made of special material as well. But Jacob tried to swing it on his Titian blades, and it didn't manage to leave a scratch, which means it was far inferior. A total of 2,674 bullets for all the firearms and mercenary IDs from the Earthen Kingdom. 3 long knives and 12 small daggers from that crazy hob-troll woman, 50-20 bronze coins, 3,904 silver coins, and 1,726 gold coins. Lastly, the tracking device that was still working and showing the dead tiger bull. Jacob had found no tracker inside the bull's body, even after looking for it, which could only mean it was inside its head, which was still untouched by him. This should come in handy. He moved toward the bull's head, which was already half opened. He then put his inside its gory skull and started to search around. Here it is. He finally found a small gemstone that was planted right on its forehead by someone. This also explains why they needed to kill it, but it also made it clear that whoever put this inside this bull's head wasn't someone normal. After putting the tracker and tracking device away inside his storage, he looked around, and it was a huge mess. Blood and gore were all over the area and the potent smell. I can't cook it here. Jacob shook his head and picked the huge iron bowl, which was now a meat slab. He also took his skin, and he was planning to make clothes out of it because of its defense. As for the others, he left them for the animals to clean them. He had already taken what needed. After moving a few miles away from the kill zone, he started to make his camp, and the first thing he did was light a huge fire and skewered the entire bull. Afterward, he set a nice camp before starting to tend the meat with all kinds of spices he had stored before coming here, but regretfully, they weren't enough for such a huge bull. The bull was 3 meters in size, and one could imagine just how difficult it was to cook it whole, but Jacob still took it upon himself. He knew he can consume it whole, and he was planning to do just that before returning. After 12 hours of waiting, the tiger bull was ready to eat, and Jacob didn't stand on ceremony and turned an entire leg piece and start to eat like a barbarian. The sky was already filled with rain clouds, and Jacob didn't want the meat to go bad, especially not this quality. As he ate the delicious meat, he felt the hot wave of energy spreading all over his body as his heart beat like crazy. He could literally feel meat being digested within seconds as it reached his stomach, which made him eat even faster than he could feel his body started to get strong. It took him 3 hours to consume the entire bull and bone marrow even. Now he felt full of energy and his hunger was no longer apparent. But the greatest change was, Jacob was now bulky, like Mr. Olympia, which made him frown to no end. He didn't like this kind of physique because it restrained his movement despite giving him a wide area of motion and strength. Then he decided with a dangerous glint in his eyes, I'm going to compress my muscles, and the best way is to practice that suicidal martial art that lunatic gave me. I never thought anyone is capable of learning it, but now I'm required such a martial art. X77, Chapter 77. An old deal. So, Mr. Jacob, we have finalized our deal with your company. A tall, handsome man held a champagne glass as he purposed a toast to old Jacob, who seemed to be in his late 50s. Old Jacob looked outside the glass wall, as he can see the entire city from this floor, which was 1,000 meters from the ground. His eyes were calm and uninterested in anything as he looked at the city from the very top. It was like he had lost his interest in the entire world itself. Mr. Jacob, the tall man called again. Jacob finally looked at the man with a faint smile and nodded. Yeah, whatever. But I still don't understand why you purpose a personal meeting while my sons can do the same. You should know I'm about to retire, and my sons will inherit my entire legacy. A wily glint flashed past the man's blue eyes as he said, I know, and I'm very grateful that you agreed to this meeting. I'm an admirer of yours, Mr. Jacob. You have changed the entire weapon industry in 20 years. Jacob didn't even feel anything as he said, I heard this thing for a long time. So, his eyes suddenly turned sharp as knives. Why did you want to meet me? You even gave my son $1 billion just to arrange this meeting. If not for your relationship with that greedy brat, trust me, I'll blow this entire city from the face of the earth and no one will even ask why I did it. So, last chance, why do you want to meet me before I'm out of here? The man's eyes were filled with shock now as he looked at the old man who was still as sturdy as a tower, and his muscular build clearly wasn't from just exercise. All right, since you already know about my deal with Ryan, I'll come straight to the point. Everyone with my status knows you only show just a fraction of your research to the world and you have far more to offer. But for some reason, you held back on us. Jacob suddenly shook his head and cut the man's speech. He said, I've seen countless people like you who sound like they wanted to change the world for the better. But in the end, we all know you're just a power-hungry businessman who wanted to control the world. I'm not wasting my time with you anymore. Finished, he starts walking toward the door. The man suddenly panicked and blurted, Please wait, I heard your wife has terminal cancer and you've been searching for a cure or anything that can prolong her life. I can help you with that. Jacob's footsteps come to an abrupt halt and he finally turns around. There were ripples in his eyes, which were as cold as stone just a few moments before. What kind of help? He asked. The man sighed in relief. My relationship with Ryan is quite good. He told me about how you were searching for anything that can prolong life or get rid of that terminal cancer. I'm not threatening you or using this as leverage to demand things from you. I just want to trade with you. Anything that is not released to the public will be enough, and I even give Ryan half of the profits from this technology. We can sign a contract if you like. He quickly guaranteed Jacob. He knew threatening this old man was like playing with an atomic bomb naked. Jacob deeply looked at the youthful man and said, So, that little bastard is with you in this, huh? The man wanted to say something, but Jacob wasn't done. Fine, you win, but I'm warning you. The moment this thing comes out in this world, no one will be safe anymore. No bulletproof glass or bomb-proof technology will be able to stop this thing. So, I'm asking you again, do you really want this? People will be able to kill even you while you're drinking here from a city away. Think about it carefully, or I can offer you billions for your information and 2% shares of my company. What do you think? Jacob offered. However, greed shone in that man's eyes, and he answered without even thinking as if he didn't listen to Jacob's warning at all. I want it. Wealth means nothing when you can leave your name in history, he said with full of confidence. But since you want it to go down in history, I'll give you the quantum rifle technology. Jacob merely chuckled with a dark glint in his eyes. You dare to use your mother to trap me? I'll make sure you'll regret it. Jacob's eyes turned freezing. Quantum rifle technology? The man mumbled with ecstasy and disbelief. He knew what quantum theory was, and it seemed Jacob has some kind of phenomenal breakthrough which was never revealed to the world. Now, he can take credit for it and become the richest man on this planet, even surpassing the current richest man who was standing right in front of him, swaying that greedy prick was worth it, he thought with ecstasy. He didn't waste more time in case Jacob changed his mind and quickly opened a secret safe and took out some papers and a tattered cloth which looked extremely ancient. Furthermore, he placed the papers on the table, which was the contract that stated Jacob would give this aforementioned technology to his company and won't reveal it to another company, nor can he disclose it was invented by him. Half of the profits would be given to Jacob's second son Ryan as well, which was the deal between them. but if Jacob played them after the deal was finalized, he will lose half of his fortune. Jacob didn't read, nor did he sign it, and looked at the man. Tell me the information. If it is worth the quantum rifle technology, I'll sign it. The man didn't delay and lay the tattered ancient map on the table. This is the ancient map passed down to in our family. This led to an old shrine. I have already extracted the contents of this place and found an ancient book. After deciphering it, we found this was an ancient exercise, a martial art that can not only give 50 years of extra life if practiced successfully, its practitioner would never fall ill, he told. Jacob looked at him like he was looking at a clown. And I'm supposed to believe that fantasy shit? Even if that's true, do you think my woman had time to practice this shit at this age? Are you fucking weemy? He abruptly stood up in fury. The man seemed to predict it and said, I know it sounds absurd, but do you know my age? Jacob's eyes suddenly widened slightly as he looked at the youthful appearance of this man. Did you practice it? The man smiled mysteriously. He took out a folder and placed it in front of Jacob. Jacob opened it and saw pictures with dates, and they were clearly quite old, and these kinds of cameras weren't used in this modern age. Jacob saw every photo was from this man in front of him. If you think they are forged, you can have someone check them. I'm currently 59 years old, the same age as you, or might be older. As you can see, I've found this technique in my youth and practiced it ever since, and I maintained my youthful appearance. It's just a pity I can't cultivate it on the second level because that is just impossible. But if you or your wife can practice this technique for 5 years, I'm sure you buy her more time, and yourself included. The man assured with confidence. Jacob's heart was now beating quickly as he looked at those pictures. Even he could tell they weren't forged, and the man in front of him was the same person in the pictures. But he still has his doubts. If you can give me the real ancient book to examine, I'll sign this contract. As you know, I'm a man of my word, or you can come to my research facility if you don't trust me. Jacob said he was already half convinced, and this was the first time he saw hope in this, so he didn't want to let this chance go. The man smiled. You can have the original book. My family had a copy. I know you'll make the right choice, Mr. Jacob, and if you want, we can. Jacob stood up. No, this is the first and last deal between you and me. Unless you can offer me immortality itself, don't try to play any tricks. The man sighed regretfully. Can you tell me why you didn't want your research to change the world? Jacob smiled skeptically. Why didn't you want to share this technique with the world then? The man chuckled. We are both the same in the end. Jacob shook his head. You are a blind lunatic, while I'm long past this stage. 78, Chapter 78, Art of Nature, Water Meditation. Jacob couldn't help but felt nostalgic when he remembered that meeting decades ago and smiled lightly. In the end, it still took them 30 years to create one quantum rifle, while I was completely obsessed with finding how to increase my life and grasping every straw I can. The art of nature I got from that lunatic was really authentic and might be the biggest reason I lived that long. That ancient book helped Hope live another 20 years as well. But it was just too difficult to progress any higher because we start practicing it too late in our life. If we have got it in our youthful years, Jacob couldn't help but sigh sadly, but soon he locked those sad memories deep in his mind again. Only the memories of the ancient book were left in his mind, and he completely concentrated on it. The art of nature, the ancient exercise that can help humans to tap into their secret potential. It can increase the lifespan, but it was also deadly if someone makes mistakes. It can have an opposite effect as well. That's why even that lunatic didn't dare to practice too deep into this technique. Even I, at that time, it seemed impossible to practice and thought it was probably just a legend. But now, Jacob pulled a sharp smile on his face as he left the place to find a water source. The Art of Nature was the name of that ancient book he once traded for one of his secret technology, as well as to teach those greedy businessmen a lesson that sometimes they should leave some things to remain hidden for the greater good. Especially his second son Ryan, who was the greediest one, and was after Jacob's hidden research all his life. In the end, he was content with the quantum sniper technology because he thought it was the only technology Jacob had hidden, since there didn't even dare to imagine that he could have hidden more superior technology. But no one knows just how much hid in Jacob's mind except Jacob himself. He had destroyed all this research so it would never see the light of the day after he became obsessed with increasing his lifespan. And it all started after his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer. It was at that time that he realized that he cared about more things than his research on weapons. Anyhow, The Art of Nature was a book that was discovered from an ancient shrine deeply hidden in the ground, and the book wasn't erosion even after thousands of years. Jacob found every detail before he dared to practice this method in this book. He even had someone else first practice it just to be sure. In the end, the book was authentic and really worked. But the thing was, a human can only practice the small part of the first exercise, and it had 5 levels in total. Furthermore, there weren't any details about what these levels will do to the human body once they exercise in them. In the end, Jacob only knows the first level can slow down the aging process of cells in the human body if someone practiced it daily. The first exercise was called water meditation, which included someone meditating underwater and exhaling in a unique rhythm until they were completely out of breath and felt suffocating. Then they can take only a single breath of air before doing the entire process again, and they had to repeat this process for 3 hours, minimum. If they took even 2 breaths, or they weren't suffocating in the water, this won't work, and they had to start the entire process again. From Jacob's research, it was found that if this exercise was done correctly, the O2 in water will decrease, which was impossible for a human to achieve since they can't breathe underwater. That's why he believed what was written in the book was true. But the things went into the realm of fantasy once someone read the latter part of the water meditation. This includes them meditating underwater for 3 days and night without taking any breath of air and continuing to exhale the air in their lungs extremely slowly, and only then they'll be able to qualify to practice the second level, which was even more absurd. Anyhow, Jacob was now in a world, which was nothing but a fantasy in his previous world, so he couldn't help but think about this art of nature suddenly. He wanted to see if he could practice this art to a higher level or not. As for compressing his muscles with this art, it was a strange phenomenon that occurred after he held his breath underwater and exhaled it at 30 minutes intervals. His muscles felt pressure with gravity. This was also the biggest reason he was never able to increase his limit from 35 minutes. His old bones weren't strong enough, and he even concluded that any adult male can only do this process for 1 hour before their bones will crush if they keep doing this practice. However, now his body was like the tiger bull, and he knew just how much a freak he was with this physique. He even tried to punch a 1-meter-thick tree with his full strength and almost blasted it in half. That's why he now wanted to see if he could compress his muscles while practicing the water meditation. Most of all, he was curious about what happened if he really can complete the first exercise. Soon, Jacob reached a small pond while only 50 meters in size. He tossed his ragged clothes and jumped straight into the lake, creating a massive splash. As for any animal in it, he wasn't afraid anymore, but to his luck, there wasn't anything dangerous inside except for some toads and tadpoles. The pond was 10 meters deep, which was enough for him. He first took a deep breath before diving toward the pond bed and sat cross-legged while he put his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. He was just too familiar with this process. In his previous life, he only stopped doing it after he found out there weren't any benefits left from just 35-minute meditation, and his old bones won't allow him to practice this exercise any longer. Anyway, as time passed, Jacob released a tiny air into the water every 3 minutes and continued to maintain his position. Strangely, the small tadpoles swarmed around Jacob as if he was their food, but they didn't touch him and only swim around him from a small distance. Half an hour passed like this, but Jacob was still peaceful like a statue as he released his small air every 3 minutes. Suddenly, he felt that strange pressure again, which started to weigh down on his body from every corner. But this time, he didn't feel the urge to stop and take a breath. Furthermore, he was now feeling a strange sensation in the water as this strange misty image started to appear in his mind. For some reason, he felt the more he breathes in the 3-minute rhythm, the clearer that image got. 1 hour passed. Jacob finally started to feel the tension in his entire body, but it wasn't enough to make him give up. Furthermore, he was started by the time he was underwater while continuing to release his breath. However, as soon as the 1 hour limit was reached, the gravity suddenly increased visibly, as his body dug slightly under the pond bed because of its weight. 5-time G-force, not its 10 times? Jacob instantly guessed, but he still felt he can hold one. But he was aghast when he thought no normal human can survive this much gravitational pull. If this G-force increases by 10 every hour, won't someone have to bear 720 G before they would complete this level? And is it still the minimal threshold to practice the second level? Just what kind of person wrote that art of nature, and how can it appear on Earth? Many questions rose in his mind, but he knew the answer to such questions was not just any random person could answer. Nevertheless, the misty image in his head also becomes clear while he continues to endure. His bulky muscles also broke in that pressure, and his heart beat fast to recover them. His recovery speed was abnormal with his abnormal heart. In the end, Jacob exhales his last bit of air when 1.5 hours passed until he started to feel suffocating in 5 minutes since the pressure again started to increase after this point. After 1 hour and 40 minutes, Jacob finally couldn't endure it and stood up so he could take a breath. But his eyes almost popped up when he stood because that 10G force still remained affix even after he opened his eyes and break the mediation stance. Jacob's heart lurched. What the fuck is going on? 79, Chapter 79, a raid offer. Jacob's mind accelerated when he felt the 10G force on his entire body and he was 10 meters deep in the pond. Could it be I need to breathe to break free from this gravity? In the past, I was never able to increase the meditation time, so I still don't know about this particular effect. It was stupid to just practice it like this. I should have known better. Jacob had a grave expression as he was now suffocating under this massive weight. But he wasn't willing to die by his own stupidity, so with extreme difficulty, he started to paddle his limbs. As a result, blood oozed out of his orifices. However, he had more grave things to worry about than some blood, so after paddling for 3 minutes, he was only 3 meters away from the surface. His eyes were now bloodshot and hazy. It was his will to live that kept pushing him toward the surface. Splash, cough, cough. The moment Jacob appeared outside the water, the pressure on him instantly vanished as he coughed uncontrollably with a pale expression. I can't believe I nearly died the moment I let my guard down. Furious, he swims toward the surface. Sigh. He has a massive sigh of relief the moment he touched the ground, and, with depleted energy, he lay on the muddy surface for a long time as he catches his breath. I should do this meditation on a lower water level surface in the future. He stammered and finally stood up. He couldn't help but notice his muscles were slightly compressed after this life-threatening experience. Several days later, Jacob appeared back in the Raintown and directly headed toward Isaac's smithery to pick up his things. He was now silently planning to leave Raintown for Lionheart City. He wanted to go there and check this Apothecary Guild and Gunsmith Guild out. Furthermore, he wanted to make weapons far more advanced than he had already seen all this time. Only then he will leave toward the rare region when he had complete confidence in protecting himself if he fell into some dangerous situation. As for staying here until he completed the cursed mark, he now knows better that it was just a pipe dream with only consuming uncommon animals' heart essence. He required rare beasts like Tiger Bull. Furthermore, as a result of his body growth this time, he guessed it shouldn't be wise to hasten the process too much, or he might turn into a slab of muscles after 20% competition. That was why it was now inevitable for him to use the water mediation until he reached his previous toned physique. But he didn't dare to practice it in a deep pond or lake anymore after his previous lesson. When he reached the smithery, he felt another presence in the shop for the first time. As he entered the shop, he saw a familiar, curvaceous figure standing arrogantly. It was none other than Rosalia, who had a furious expression on her face as she looked at Isaac. He entered just in time to hear Isaac's gloomy reply. "Miss, your sword is beyond repair. Please don't be unreasonable. You can buy a new one, or I can reforge it for you. But I can't restore it." Rosalia and Isaac's argument came to an abrupt halt when they noticed Jacob entering the shop. Rosalia's eyes widened when she saw the burly man with silver hair, and couldn't help but remembered a certain someone who rejected her team-up offer when she registered with Raintown's mercenary agency. Isaac was also startled because the change in Jacob's physique was too great to be not noticed. However, Jacob wasn't fazed by their gazes and said nonchalantly, "Is everything ready?" Rosalia's face fell when she heard the familiar arrogant voice, and she knew it was indeed the same person. Isaac, on the other hand, smiled meaningfully. "Yes, sir. I was waiting for you all this time. Everything is ready and in the storage room. Please wait while I handle the customer, then I'll show you the goods." Jacob coolly nodded. It was indeed not wise to reveal the things he was about to pick up. "So, what do you decide, miss?" Isaac looked at Rosalia with an aggrieved expression because she was being unreasonable and arguing with him over her broken sword. Rosalia coldly said, "I want my sword to restore, but you didn't have enough skills, so you're finding excuses." Just trash in the small trash town." Fuming, she picked up her black blade sword and stomped out of the shop before giving Jacob a death glare, which he completely took as a wind. Isaac's expression was also livid, but he knew that the woman was dangerous, and if Jacob wasn't present, she might have not left with just humiliating him. "He's been there before. Please follow me." Isaac beaconed Jacob toward the underground storeroom. Inside the storage room, there were 3 crates separate from the other materials, and Isaac opened the lid to show Jacob the goods. The size of 3 crates was 2 cubic meters, and 2 of them were filled with Titian iron bricks, neatly arranged. The last one was filled with gun barrels, bullets, and small pieces, which were also for firearms. Isaac said with a hint of pride, "I hope you're not disappointed. There are 66 Titian iron bricks, and, as per our agreement, I took 5 of them." Jacob nodded slightly. "Seal them." Isaac sealed the crates as he was told, and Jacob picked them with little difficulty. "It was a pleasure dealing with you," Isaac said while Jacob was leaving. Jacob chuckled and nodded slightly before he left the shop with 3 crates in his hands. However, as Jacob was heading toward his house, his eyes squinted ever so slightly before his lips curled into a wintry smile. Suddenly, Jacob picked up speed, and soon he was jumping on people's rooftops while holding the crates like they were feathers. Not far away from him, a shadow suddenly flashed past some buildings as it healed him, but Jacob's speed was still superior and he remained ahead no matter how much that shadow tried to catch up to him. Soon, Jacob reached his house and landed in the small backyard and put the crates down without breaking any sweat. He finally looked at the wall and said coolly, "So, what do you want? You're quite impressive for a C rank." Just as this crisp, icy voice trailed off, a figure jumped inside Jacob's courtyard, and it was none other than Rosalia. Jacob chuckled, "And you're not just a D rank." His eyes suddenly turned murderous. "Last chance. Why did you follow me? What is this feeling?" Rosalia's eyes shimmered with a trace of fear. She felt like just been gawked by a rare beast. But she had her own pride and thought it was just her imagination and brushed it off. She said, "Since you figured it out, I won't beat around the bush this time. I'm indeed a C rank, but I can't tell you my background. As for why I follow you, I wanted to see if you're qualified to join this expedition, which is the real reason I'm in this town." Jacob's expression remained apathetic. "I'm not interested. Leave before I change my mind." He had long guessed this woman was nothing but trouble from their first meeting, and now he appeared right as well. She wasn't just any random girl, and she was here for something which might bring nothing but trouble. Besides, there wasn't anything she can offer that can arouse his interest, except if she offered a few rare beast hearts and blood, which he knew was impossible for these people. Rosalia's expression clouded when she heard his arrogant reply. She couldn't help but gritted her teeth as she said, "Not even a hidden green goblin research facility?" Jacob's expression twisted when he heard goblin. If he hated any race in this world the most, then it would be the goblin race, without any doubt. These little monsters were just too hateful. Why the fuck do I want to raid their facility? Do you think I'm a fool? You're just here to take all those benefits for yourself, or I don't believe you won't have the means to hire some other C-rank mercenaries. Either this facility is too dangerous, or you got this information from someone else and do not want to share it with other powers so you can take whatever in this research facility to yourself. Now don't waste my time and get out before I throw you out myself, and trust me, you don't want that to happen. Despite his hatred for the goblin race, he wasn't foolish enough to mess with them just because someone else said so. The goblin race was spread in the rare region where humans were extremely rare and probably sold like slaves, just like this body's previous owner. 80 Chapter 80 Brain Hunter. With Jacob's slighting attitude, Rosalia couldn't help but grit her teeth, but she had this dangerous feeling about this man, so she had no choice but to give up any idea of attacking. She didn't want to reveal her strength here and startle some wrong people. Disgruntled, she replied, "Fine, you can remain stubborn. But now that you know about this information, I don't want any rumors floating around, or trust me, you'll regret it." Just as she arrived, she jumped the wall and left without caring about Jacob's reaction. Jacob sneered, "She's overestimating herself." He picked up the crates and took them to the basement. He was planning on hiring a horse carriage in the morning and leaving this place. But there was one last thing he needed to take care of. As he entered the basement and placed the crates in a corner and moved toward the back wall, he suddenly starts plucking the old bricks from a point and kept going until a bony figure appeared with a pig head. It was indeed Jacob's first companion who escaped Decker's clutches and fell into his. If Jacob felt any kind of emotions for anyone in this world, it would be none other than Pighead, since he also lived in the same environment and they traveled together, and Pighead has protected him many times. But regretfully, without those special liquid tanks, Pighead was as skinny as Jacob when he first appeared in this world. Now, their roles completely changed, as Jacob now had the same physique as the old Pighead. He had hidden Pighead here in the hope of finding those liquids, but he didn't encounter anyone who knows about them. Not even the Star Mercenary Agency warehouse has them. He had seen the list of goods in their shop. Now, not only Jacob was as strong as the old Pighead, stronger even. He found it more convenient to move alone. He didn't need a bodyguard anymore, especially a bodyguard who had a completely unknown mechanism. Pighead didn't have a beating heart, nor did it breathe, but it can move and follow every kind of command, and Jacob mused that it was probably some kind of bioproduct of Decker's research. He still had Decker's journal, which he didn't get the time to complete yet. Jacob looked at Pighead's completely dried-up body as some kind of black pigment was leaking from its orifice, and it was only standing because Jacob hadn't removed the bricks from its entire torso. Sigh, it seemed you're already dead. Jacob sighed with a hint of regret as he looked at the gem bracket in his hand. I should take his parasite gem as well. It was probably a higher level than mine. Don't worry, I'll keep this parasite gem as a remembrance of yours. He draws his short sword and cradled its dark blade horizontally, just slightly below its pig ear and eye socket. Goodbye. Finished saying, his hand instantly moved in a blur-like motion and flashed past its entire face like it was a piece of butter. The very next moment thereafter, a clean black line appeared, which was black blood. Jacob pushed its head slightly with the blade, and the head slid down like a cap and opened half of its face. Jacob didn't want to damage the gem, so he simply cut half of Pighead's skull, separating the brain with it at the top as well. Now, it was very simple to retrieve the parasite gem. However, when Jacob was about to crouch down to search for the parasite gem, his eyes opened wide slightly when he noticed the movement in that dark brain matter on the floor, which looked extremely rotten. Thereupon, he saw tiny tentacles before a 7 inches worm-like thing crawled out of that dark matter. A centipede? Jacob instantly recognized. This centipede was pitch black, 7 inches long centipede with 13 body segments. It was eyeless, and instead it has 2 pairs of red antennas on each side of its head and 24 pairs of black legs. Strangely, this centipede stopped a few inches away from Jacob while keeping its red antennas swaying. This strange action also stopped Jacob from stomping on it. This? His eyes suddenly widened before a strange idea appeared in his head. He couldn't help but look at the gem bracelet, which he thought was some high-level parasite gem control. Move back, he said as he looked at the centipede with a hint of uncertainty. The very next moment, that dark centipede instantly followed what Jacob said and moved back in a straight line. Stop, it stopped, form a circle. It turned into a centipede ring. Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment and elation. Just what kind of insect is this? It can understand and follow my command, and it can probably control a dead body as well. That's why I never felt Pighead's heartbeat or breathing, nor did I discover its existence. I wonder how that bastard Decker got it and from where. He had no information about the insects, and a tiny group of extremely dangerous insects was noted in the book he had on beasts. I should ask the expert. I need to know more. Cursed Immortality. He knew if anyone in the world had unparalleled knowledge about the living, it was probably this book. The moment Immortica appeared, strings of words appeared. Ha ha ha, you finally found it, and here I presumed you'll leave this little toy somewhere or will kill it accidentally, but I have to give you credit for precisely extracting it. Jacob's face turned dark when he read it and couldn't help but cussed. I have urged to shoot a bullet in your wily ass. Now, cut the nonsense and tell its species in detail. Ha ha ha, try it. It wrote impetuously first, which made Jacob even more exasperated. But he didn't rebuke anymore, since he knew this sadist book will just keep going on and on with its sadist laugh. Then it finally answered the real question. Teesk, you're no fun. Anyway, that centipede is called Eclipse Alypes Imhoff. You can simply call it a brain hunter as well. It's a tier 9 species. As for why they called the brain hunter, it's because they lived inside brains for the most part of their life and can't live more than a month without a healthy brain. They not only slowly consume the rich brain matter, but they can control their host body's every action, and they are extremely intelligent. A completely mature brain hunter has already changed over 20 hosts in its life. As for this one, it's only half mature and can only take control up to tier 6 species. Any higher and it'll die. A mature brain hunter had over 30 body segments, and they're extremely deadly as they control up to tier 12 species and lived for almost 200 years if they keep changing their hosts. They can even speak the language of their host and mimic their heartbeat and breathing habits. That's why it's extremely hard to identify mature ones. You might be living with one and having passionate intercourse with it daily, you would never know. Ha 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 ha. Jacob's expression turned dark from astonishment when he read the last comment, but he was more aghast as he glanced at the obedient brain hunter a few inches away from him. According to Immortality, rarer species fell into tier 6 to 9 group, which means this brain hunter is a peak tier rarer species. Although this looks just like a harmless centipede, no one would ever know this thing is highly intelligent and can even mimic other behaviors. So, this is what a rarer species can do. But how the hell does that fucker Decker get his hands on it and have it under control? He felt a faint chill in his spine just thinking about it. Then, how is it under control of this gem? He couldn't help but ask. That's for you to find. Remember, I can't answer questions other than those related to the scripture. Ha 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 ha, Jacob sneered. You just want to keep yourself entertained. Nonetheless, just tell me if it'll die in the pendant space after a month, or if it'll remain in this state as long as I keep it there? Oh, what a cunning question. You want to research how it was controlled and wanted to see if it'll escape out of your clutches if you let it consume more brains. You are quite predictable. Hey, nevertheless, the answer to your question, yes, you are right about the pendant space. As long as you keep it there, it'll appear outside in the same condition you put it in. You should be thanking Scram. Jacob instantly closed the book after getting his answer. He simply can't endure its antics for long. He finally looked at the brain hunter and crouched down with cold light in his eyes. Come here. He put his hand on the floor and the brain hunter instantly zigzagged and crawled on his hand, and the very next moment it vanished into the space of Infinity Pendant. 881, Chapter 81, A Dangerous Journey. Inside an inn of Raintown. So, you just came back without getting rid of the guy? A crisp voice filled with irritation sounded. Rosalia had a livid expression while she clenched a green device in her hand. I already told you I don't want to draw any attention. Besides, that guy isn't easy to deal with, the voice berated. I never thought you of all the people will be afraid of some backwater town's mercenary. You disappoint me, Lion. Rosalia clenched her teeth but didn't rebuke, as if she was more afraid of this person on the other side. Nevertheless, I can understand your effort and concern for the upcoming mission. But this is too important for us to just let anyone walk away with the information. You know what will happen if this news reached some people's ears? The voice sounded gentle this time. Rosalia took a deep breath and said, I understand. I'll get rid of him. No, replied the feminine voice. That man made you feel fear, which means he's as strong as you or even stronger, so I'll send someone to deal with him. Just focus on your mission. Rosalia's expression twisted, but she could only agree. All right, send me his address. He won't live past tomorrow. At dawn, Jacob had already packed his things after he got rid of Pighead's corpse. He headed toward the town station where one can hire horse carriages. Since it was just the start of the morning, there were only 2 available. For 3 silver coins, he hired a small-sized carriage, which looked plain and was enough for his needs. The carriage owner was a young man with a bubbly personality, and he was quite energetic. But after he got an icy stare from Jacob, he kept his mouth shut and minded his business. After Jacob was done loading, they embarked on their journey toward the Lionheart City, which was 219 miles away from the Raintown, and it will take them 3 days to reach there, according to the young man. Jacob sat inside the carriage as he looked at the small town, which was now far away, and they were now heading on a dirt road that led to the main road of Lionheart City. Tell me about the Lionheart City. Jacob finally spoke as he looked at the young man controlling the reins. The young man's name was Pete. He was startled when he heard Jacob's question and quickly replied, Sir, you asked the right person. Let me tell you that Lionheart City is one of the biggest cities in Gloria Country, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Lionheart family. The Lionheart family is the in-laws with the Baron, so they enjoy a lofty status. However, before he could continue, Jacob cut him short. I know all this. Tell me something that isn't written in books. Peter staggered for a moment. I can't read, he mumbled as if he was in great distress. He was just a commoner and the education system wasn't well established in small towns like the Rain Town, and only people with high enough status and money can learn to read or write. Jacob said, "What about the Gunsmith Guild?" "Oh, I know about the Gunsmith Guild." Peter's expression suddenly brightened. The Gunsmith Guild is the dream of every blacksmith because they earn a huge amount of money since they supply every firearm in the kingdom. They even collaborate with the Star Mercenary Agency. Look, I bought this F09 barrel gun from the Gunsmith Guild in the Lionheart City. It can shoot 4 bullets continuously. I was lucky it was on sale that day, or I might have never bought it. Peter took out a 5-inch revolver from his side pocket and started to flash it before Jacob with a smug smile. Jacob couldn't help but felt this young man was Na'vi, and it was a waste of time to ask him anything. He wanted to know if they rented their equipment or if he had to join them first. Now, it seemed he had to find the answer once he got there himself. After flashing around the small revolver, Peter put it back in his pocket with great satisfaction and said, "I also heard the Gunsmith Guild issued a monthly recruitment test like the Apothecary Guild, and many people take it like crazy. An old man who once hired me told me this, and could you believe it? He said he had taken the test almost 60 times already, but still failed. Yet he was still unwilling to give up. Jacob finally got something interesting and asked, "Oh, did he tell you why he keeps taking that test?" Peter shook his head with uncertainty. "No, although I asked, he only said this was his dream to join and learn from the best creators of the kingdom. He even said there are far more people like him who have taken the test over 100 times and still come back to try their luck." "Intriguing," Jacob chuckled lightly. "I hope they won't disappoint me with their equipment." After that, like a broken record, Peter kept going and going like he didn't need to breathe and only stopped when Jacob made him stop. But one thing that both Jacob and Peter failed to notice was that a few hundred meters away from their carriage, another carriage was moving on the same tracks. "We got here in time, or our target would have been escaped," a person wearing a mask said as he looked in the distance with cold eyes. "Heh, Mistress told us to be careful, but he's just a coward who's escaping out of fear." Another masked person sneered disdainfully. "Old Third, keep the distance, and when they stop to rest for the night, we'll make a move and be on our way. He just made it easier for us to get rid of him, and no one will ever know what happened to him." The third masked person ordered, the last masked person who was handling the carriage. Old Third chuckled coldly. "No problem. I heard he's a C-rank mercenary. I wonder how many gold coins we'll get from his dead body. I'm more interested in those crates. I wonder if he's making an important delivery. If that is, we struck it rich." Old Second Eyes shone with greed. "Huh, happy hunting, comrades. Happy hunting, we live for hunting." The 4 bellowed in full of confidence. Peter stopped the carriage at noon, close to a water source. "Sir, horses need to drink water. It'll only take 15 minutes. Sorry for the trouble," told Peter as he apologized. "Don't worry." Jacob waved his hand. He didn't mind, since he wasn't in a hurry. While Peter took horses toward the water source, Jacob couldn't help but look at the deserted road and the empty land around. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed when he spotted a small dot a few hundred meters away. It was quite easy to spot such an abnormality since there wasn't a forest around here. Another group of travelers, Jacob thought, and stopped paying attention. "Let's go." Peter appeared again and connected the carriage again. Jacob nodded, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes as he looked in the distance. "This is the only water source around here, right?" he asked Peter. "Yes. After this, we only encounter a water source on the main road." Peter nodded in puzzlement since he didn't know why Jacob would ask such a question. Jacob's eyes shimmered. "All right, let's go." Peter shrugged his shoulder and embarked on the carriage, and they continue. Jacob, however, was now sitting in the back, and he kept looking back from the small gap in the curtain. After moving for 2 hours, Jacob suddenly said, "Stop the carriage." Peter did as he was told and looked back in confusion. "Sir, what happened?" Jacob didn't answer and opened a small box. It was filled with meat. "Go start a fire. It's time to eat." Peter's eyes widened as he looked at the high-quality meat, and he nearly drooled. He said, "Yes, right away." However, Jacob looked in the distance, and just as he guessed, the small dot stopped again. "They're following us." Jacob's expression turned frosty at this moment. Who could that be? But he acted as if he noticed nothing and make a meal. In the distance, "What are they doing now?" Old First asked with an unhappy tone. Old Fourth looked in distance with a foot-long bronze telescope and said, "Don't worry, they're eating. Do you think they can notice us from this distance? Let them enjoy their last meat. The moment night descends, we'll move." Old Second snorted. Old Four's mouth watered as he noticed smoke rising. He said, "We should eat as well. What do you guys have?" Dry jerky?" Old First replied. Old Four rebuked. "Fuck? You didn't bring any meat for us to barbecue?" Old First was dumbfounded. "Why would we? Do you think we're on a picnic?" Chapter 82, 4 Musketeers. After eating the succulent BBQ meat made by Jacob, Peter couldn't help but cry and told Jacob he had eaten nothing like this before and kept singing praise for his cooking. Jacob merely chuckled and ignored the young man who seemed to have gone insane after eating BBQ. Although they seemed eating, Jacob's entire focus was on that small dot in the distance. Even with his improved vision, he can only see a small dot, so he was sure the other party have some kind of visual gadget which made him warier of their background and strength. Jacob looked at the sky, and only 3 hours remained before dusk started to break down. He looked at Peter, who had a blissful expression on his face. He said, "Is there any patch of trees in our way before stopping for the night?" Peter was startled by this strange question, but he quickly answered truthfully, since Jacob treated him with the beast meat of his life. "There is a small grove in our way between the main road and this one." "How fast can we reach there?" Jacob asked with squinted eyes. 2.5 hours if we speed up, but there isn't any need to since the sky is clear," Peter told. However, Jacob stood up with an impassive look on his face. "I want you to enter that place in 2 hours and I'll reward you with another meal." Peter's eyes suddenly glowed like a raging fire when he heard this and quickly stood up in high spirits. He might even kill someone for that meal, much less drive somewhere in which he was proficient. "Sir, let's go." He hurried toward the carriage. He was afraid Jacob would go back on his words. Jacob smiled with a hint of coldness as he glanced toward the east before he coolly entered the carriage. In the distance, Old Four nearly choked on his saliva as he watched Peter enjoy the BBQ like a hungry wolf. He couldn't help but cuss while chewing on those dry jerkies like rubber. "I'll eat all that meat once I kill that hateful prick." He suddenly shouted, "Let's go, they're moving. We have to secure that high-quality meat." Old First chopped on Old Four's head and rebuked. "Then move the carriage, idiot. You were the driver, remember?" "Oh, quickly, they seem to move fast," he said as they quickly embarked on the carriage and moved behind them while keeping their distance. 2 hours later, "Look, they're almost in around the Lionheart Road. I think they're trying to reach Lytown before night. That's why they're moving so fast." Old Four kept the bronze telescope on his left eye, he said while controlling the carriage carefully. "Impossible. The Lytown is still 8 hours away. They will be stopped for the night since there are still groups of bandits in the night. We'll get our chance." Old Third retorted as he held a map and pointed to a small town area. "He's right, and even if they got to the town, we can easily kill them while they're asleep. It's our specialty." Old Second laughed like a maniac. However, after then minutes, Old Four paused the carriage. "What now?" Old One sounded vexed. "They're stopping in that grove, and that brat is taking out the camps? It seemed they were planning to spend the night there." "Fuck, that bastard is again taking out more meat. I'm afraid there won't be anything left for us at this rate," Old Four complained in resentment. "Shut up, you always focus on wrong things." Old First retorted in a gloomy tone, "Since they're staying in the open, let's turn it into their grave. We'll slowly move in, and the moment they let their guard down, heh," Old Second laughs cruelly. Jacob and Peter again enjoyed another delicious meal, and it was already started to darken, so they decided to rest and continue their travels at the first ray of light. It was how typical long-distance traveling worked here since they didn't have any lights on the roads, and it wasn't safe if you didn't have any guards. Banditry was quite an ordinary thing on these roads at night, and those rats ran extremely fast if they encountered anything dangerous. Nevertheless, as long as you hand your belonging to them, they will not bother you and let you go. Anyhow, the full moon illuminates the lands with the soft moonlight. 4 silhouettes suddenly flashed past tree after tree as they were extremely careful to not make any sound, and continues to move toward 2 pyramid tents close to a carriage and horses. 1 silhouette suddenly made a hand signal before the other 3 formed a fist in response and, with cat feet, they moved in. Each one of them held a long barrel gun close to their shoulder in a shooting position. This gun's barrel was 2 feet long and 4 inches wide. It was a musket. They all surrounded the first tent from 4 different sides as if they know who was in there. They have done this countless times. Attack. Old First shoulder before he pulled the trigger. Bam, 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 bam. 4 raging sounds reverberated in the vicinity like thunderbolts. Hee, the 4 musketeers struck again. Old Four, or the 4th musketeer, laughed out loud in pleasure as he held his musket on his shoulder. "Let's butcher the kid." The 2nd musketeer laughed like a maniac as they moved toward the last tent. They weren't afraid anymore since the threat was already gone, so there wasn't any need to hide their presence anymore. "Old Third, do you want to enjoy the kid first, like you always do?" 4th musketeer chuckled nastily. Old Third? However, no reply came, and he looked back confusingly, and what he saw made his skin crawl with needles. His 3 brothers' heads were cut in half like some extremely sharp blade had passed through them like a wind. No? How? They were just talking happily a moment ago, and the next moment they were dead. This must be a dream. This must be. He didn't dare to believe that after all these years of escaping death together, they would have died without even putting any resistance. "Yeah, it's a dream. How about I butcher you so you can enjoy this dream?" A devilish voice sounded at this moment. 4th musketeer suddenly jumped in fright and wet his pant out of pure terror. "Don't kill me. I surrender. Just make me your slave, but don't kill me. I know many secrets. Spare me, please. I was forced to do all this." He didn't care about his lofty image anymore and kowtowed like crazy. Jacob appeared as he cleaned the blade of his sword from blood and coolly said, "How about telling me who you are and why you come after me?" He spared this idiot because he wanted to know who was bold and bore enough to go after a nobody like him. Furthermore, these 4 were all C ranks, and if not for their moronic stunts, they might have resisted for a second or 2 in front of him. But they were extremely confident in handling others if things went wrong with their strength, and that also rendered their downfall. They underestimate their prey after getting easy blood for so long that they forget something. Sometimes prey can be a hunter in disguise. Fourth Musketeer quickly told, we are 4 Musketeers, a C-rank mercenary team of Lionheart City, and hired to kill you last night as quickly as possible. As for the person who hired us, it was through the vice agency leader. Jacob's eyes narrowed. It seemed it wasn't your first time getting this kind of job? Yes, that vice agency leader is a black-hearted bastard. He always deals in such jobs as long as they paid well and no one is strong enough to go against him while the agency leader is always out of city. Fourth Musketeer had tears in his eyes as he cursed the vice agency leader who sent them after this monster. Jacob frowned. He had 4 people before who could pull this kind of stunt. Austin, who he rejected, then Ralph and Warren, who Jacob scared shitless. Lastly, Rosalia left resentful the other night after he refused her raid invitation. That old guy won't be coming after me with this group of morons, and he hates mercenaries. As for those 2 idiots, they didn't have that kind of connection, or they won't be just small hooligans of a small town. Then it was probably that arrogant tramp. His eyes turned deadly cold. Do you know anyone named Rosalia Lyon? Jacob asked coldly. Fourth Musketeer seemed to get started when he heard that name and couldn't help but told with suspicion, I don't know anyone famous with this name, but I can't help but remembered the lioness of Lionheart family, Rose Lionheart. She also vanished for months now. Maybe it is her who is using this alias. 83 Chapter 83 Lionheart City. Lionheart family? Realization dawned upon Jacob. He didn't even think for a second it wasn't possible since the Lionheart family was a noble household and it would be possible for them to have contacts with that vice leader. Since that is the case, you can be on your way. Jacob nodded toward Fourth Musketeer. He felt he was pardoned and secretly swore to take revenge on Jacob for the deaths of his brothers. However, the sword in Jacob's hand suddenly blurred and the next moment it was right inside the Fourth Musketeer's skull as his eyes were filled with disbelief before he died. Did he think I mean something else? Truly an idiot. Jacob smirked coldly and took the blade out. With this, the infamous mercenary team who antagonized the Lionheart City commoners and low-rank mercenaries were wiped out by Jacob. Afterward, he picked up the 4 muskets and also revolvers around their waists and some bullets and the bronze telescope from the Fourth Musketeer and knives. Expect that they weren't carrying anything else, Jacob mused. They might leave other things behind on their carriage, but he didn't know where they parked it, nor he was interested in searching for it since it would only waste time. Anything valuable was on their body and they won't come without their weapons, which was the only thing Jacob was interested in. Afterward, Jacob goes toward the carriage and connects it with the horse and leads it away. He didn't bother clearing up the scene, nor he was afraid that others would find out. He wanted them to find it out and back off while there was still time, or he didn't mind collecting more loot sent in his way. After walking for 10 minutes, a figure appeared from behind a large tree with a pale face. It was Peter. Thank you, sir, for saving me. I never thought there would be bandits following us. If you haven't warned me and helped me here, I would have died. He was sweating profusely since he heard those gunshots a few moments ago. If not for Jacob secretly telling him to hide here while he took care of the bandits, he might have died today. He was really grateful to Jacob, who was even kinder than his real father has ever been to him. Just drive. Don't cry like a baby. I'm going to rest. Jacob handed the leash back and entered the carriage as if nothing happened. Peter quickly wiped his tears and started driving. He was really touched. Afterward, they didn't encounter any more bandits or have any incidents on their way, and their journey was quite smooth. At this moment, Jacob looked at the 50 meters tall walls in the distance and 2 10-meter bronze gates and their huge red words carved above those gates. Lionheart Cities. One of these gates was open and there was a queue of carriages, while a small door was opened on the other side and there was another queue of walkers on the other side. He saw those people in carriages paying tolls to enter the city. Peter spoke unhappily at this moment in a hushed voice. Sir, you should be careful in the future about walking in and out of the city because they would collect toll everything you enter, and only people who don't need to pay toll are nobles and anyone who is affiliated with those powers, like Mercenary Agency or Gunsmith Guild. It's unfair. Don't feel anger toward them. You can also be one of them if you strive for it. Cursing and getting envious of others is the easiest thing humans will do and feel better for themselves. But there are those with ambitions who keep working hard and reached a far greater point in life than any other. Everyone is born equal, just starting point is different, Jacob advised with a hint of melancholia. Peter didn't understand what Jacob means by those words, but he felt they were quite profound. He was just a commoner with a low IQ. How could he believe someone can pass those great people with just hard work? Weren't I work very hard? Then what about me? He thought with confusion. Jacob remained silent afterward as the carriages passed one by one, and finally it was their turn. A tall guard clad in bronze armor glanced at the young man, who had a bright smile on his face, and impassively looked inside, and he saw the bulky silver hair man. He was about to question when his eyes fell on the gray card between this man's fingers, and then he saw C ranks in big bold letters, and his heart skipped a beat. We apologize for the delay, sir. The guard quickly apologized with sweat on his forehead. Welcome to the Lionheart City. We hope you can enjoy your stay. Peter was startled at this time, and the toll he was about to hand the guard remained in his hand. He knew Jacob wasn't ordinary, but he never knew even those arrogant guards would fawn over Jacob. But he was confused since Jacob was such a big shot. Why did he hire his rundown carriage, which wasn't comfortable at all? All right, let's go. Jacob impassively said he didn't want to cause a scene here, but he can't let those guards check the goods in those crates. He had seen them skimming through carriages before, so he had no choice but to flash around his ID. The guard quickly bows respectfully and allowed the dumbfounded Peter to pass. I have never seen this C-rank mercenary before. Should I report it to the Lord? The guard mused. He had known all the high-level mercenaries who lived in the city, and Jacob was new. But the mercenary always traveled around, so it wasn't a new thing for a C-rank mercenary to enter a city like Lionheart City for resupply and then left in a day or two. So, he thought Jacob was just a passerby mercenary and didn't bother with this matter anymore. Besides, even C-rank mercenaries wouldn't dare to cause trouble since there were Knights Guards of the Night Order in every city. The Lionheart was bristling with activities, as all kinds of people were moving on the roads and checking the different shops. The roads of Lionheart City were quite spacious and made of stones, not like the small dirt roads of Raintown, where only 2 carriages can pass at a time. Furthermore, the people weren't on edge while walking, like in Raintown. Anyone could stab you and take your things. The safety of the citizens was the most important thing for a city like Lionheart, or no one would come to their city, and the nobles will suffer a heavy backlash from the title nobles. There are 2 kinds of nobles in the Humane Kingdom. Nobles with official titles such as Duke, Marquess, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. These titles were officially granted by the king. Then there were nobles with unofficial titles. The lowest was Tier 1 noble, and the highest was Tier 5 noble. Some high-level officers worked for these nobles and the kingdom. They also have a very high standing. For example, the Lord of Raintown fell into this category. Nevertheless, lords like Raintowns were still not nobles, but they were still considered one and revered by commoners. Anyway, these titles were the title any noble with an official title can grant, and these titles have their benefits as well. But there was a limit to which rank title and how many they can grant with their rank. Like a baron could only grant Tier 1 noble title to 3 people, while only a duke has the right to grant a Tier 5 noble title and recommend that person for an official baron title. These unofficial noble titles weren't granted like cabbages, since this could inflict the official nobles if the person with an unofficial noble title was caught doing crimes. And if the crimes were serious, even those official nobles have to pay a hefty price. That's why those official nobles won't grant these titles easily, and if they did, they would monitor them closely. The Lionheart family was such a family with a Tier 1 noble title, and they were extremely careful with their reputation. While drifting on the stone road, Peter was in an excellent mood since he didn't have to pay the toll for the first time in his life. He asked, "Sir, where should I drop you? Where can I rent a house here?" Jacob asked. The hotels weren't good for him because of the things he carried, and it would be far more convenient to rent a small house as he did in the Raintown. He can come and go as he pleases without having to worry about others watching him. Pete thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Oh, I know a place." He quickly led Jacob toward the east of the city. 84, Chapter 84, I'll take it. Soon, Peter stopped outside a building with 3 floors. Jacob looked out and saw the name, Silver Real Estate Dealers. Jacob knew he was in the right place. "Wait here." He nodded and left the carriage and entered the building. The interior was quite lavished, made with wood and similar furniture. A plump man wearing an expensive attire approached Jacob at this moment with a big smile on his face as 2 golden teeth flash in his mouth. "Sir, if you're looking for good properties, you come to the right place." Jacob nodded, and they both sat in front of each other. The fate dealer smiled fawningly. "So, what kind of properties my lord is looking for?" "We have many properties in all the excellent areas of Lionheart City," Jacob coolly stated. "I'm not staying permanently here. I want to rent a small house with a pool and garden for 3 months, and I'll pay in advance. But I only have one condition. I don't want any commotion around, so it had to on a peaceful location. Do you have such a place?" The fat dealer was startled by Jacob's strange demands, but he deals with all kinds of customers, so Jacob's demands were still reasonable, and he also seemed quite rich since he was willing to pay up front. Furthermore, with Jacob's build, he could tell Jacob wasn't normal at all. So, he quickly nodded with a big businessman smile. "Indeed, I have such a place, and it's quite expensive since it's in the safest place in the entire city." "Oh, which area?" Jacob was slightly intrigued. "The Lion Street. This area is only 2 miles away from the Lionheart estate, and only rich people live there, even high-rank mercenaries. That's why no one causes trouble there, and it considers the safest area of the city." The fat dealer quickly told with a hint of excitement. Jacob had to admit this place had the qualification to be the safest place. "How much?" Jacob asked. He was as rich as those official nobles with all those Titan iron bricks, so money wasn't an issue right now for him. The fat dealer's smile broadens instantly. He knew he would be going to get a huge commission. He quickly told, "The owner of this property wants 2 gold coins for a month. However, since Sir will pay in advance for 3 months, I can negotiate the price with him." However, to his surprise, Jacob shook his head and said, "I don't want to waste time, so I accept 2 gold coins a month. I want to move this instance." "Can you do it? Or I can go somewhere else," Jacob stated, with no place for negotiation. The fat dealer was shocked since 2 gold coins were quite a sizable sum for even an E-rank mercenary, but this guy was speaking as if it was nothing. But he was quickly thrilled since his commission would be high as well if Jacob pay high. He quickly stood up, afraid Jacob would go somewhere else. I can arrange that, sir. Give me 10 minutes. Jacob nodded and watched the fake guy running on the upper floor. Soon, the fat dealer appeared with sweat all over his face and panting heavily as if he had run a marathon and fat on body jiggle. Sir, let's go. He shows the key in his hand to Jacob. Jacob was speechless. He won't die with this much running, right? He wondered as he followed him. Soon, the fat dealer hailed his own private carriage, and Peter followed that carriage, with Jacob now riding within the fat dealer's lavish and comfortable carriage. After traveling for 20 minutes, they enter a spotless area with beautiful houses around and tree on the roadsides. Finally, they all stopped in front of this 2-story house, which was 200 square meters in size. It has a small pool and a garden. This wasn't small at all and made quite well. The furniture was also with the house, so Jacob won't have to buy a new one, but if he damaged it, he had to pay. Soon, a dainty woman in her late 20s appeared. She was the owner of this house. The fat dealer introduced, "This is Miss Miley, the owner of this house. Miss this the gentleman who want to move immediately and he's willing to pay 3 months rent in advance." So, before he could finish, the dainty woman cut him and she spoke coldly, "I'm sorry, I have already rented this house to someone else this morning and that person might be here at any moment. I won't apologize for wasting your time since I wasn't prior informed, so it's not my fault you wasted this trip." The fat dealer's expression changed when he heard this and couldn't help but curse Miley for being a sly bitch, since it was her fault actually, because if she had already rented the house, it was her duty to inform him within an hour so he could remove the house from the renting list, but she didn't bother. Now it was he who was going to take the blame, since Miley's background wasn't simply as a small property dealer like him could headbutt her. Furthermore, he will be going to lose Jacob, a rich customer as well, since he wasted the man's time. However, Jacob smiled faintly and said, "I understand. But I like this place and I'm already here, so how about I increased 1 gold coin in rent?" The fat dealer's eyes widened in disbelief. His monthly salary was only 1 gold, yet this man was offering it like it was nothing. Just what is his background? Miley's eyes shimmered in surprise when she heard Jacob was willing to pay an extra gold coin, which was quite alluring for her. Furthermore, she could tell Jacob wasn't from the city or she would have known someone like Jacob who seemed to be quite wealthy. Is he a merchant, she thought? She hesitated before she said as her tone finally softened, "Your offer is indeed quite captivating, sir, but the person I rented this house is an apothecary apprentice, and I don't think it would be a wise decision to antagonize him for both of us." Apothecary apprentice? The fat dealer's round face loses all its color when he heard apothecary apprentice and nearly wet himself. In Lionheart City, or any city in fact, one could offend any but someone from the apothecary guild because they had an extremely high status in this kingdom because of their skills in medicine. Although strength was important for a nation's development, what can they do with strength when they don't have medicinal knowledge to protect that strength? As a matter of fact, in this place, medicinal knowledge has a far greater value than strength because no matter how strong you are, if you get wounded or get ill with some unknown illness, then no matter how much power you have, you will fall. That's why these apothecaries were so precious to this kingdom and enjoy a status equivalent to a C-rank mercenary even if they were just apothecary apprentices which were as weak as an ant in front of a C-rank mercenary. "Sir, how about I arrange another place for you? Give me 3 hours and I can find a house which satisfies your needs. It better if leave before the esteemed apothecary apprentice come," he suggested in an extremely respectful tone. Jacob sighed. He knew the status an apothecary represents in this place, and it won't be good to clash with one just because of the house. He still has to stay here for a while, so it won't be good if some quack will ruin his plans. "All right, we'll leave." Jacob nodded, although he wasn't afraid of trouble in this place, but seeking trouble was another matter. Everyone sighed in relief as Miley in the white dress had a good impression of Jacob right now. She couldn't help but said, "Sir, if you don't mind the size or price of the place, there is a mansion 2 blocks away. It's 5 times bigger than this place. The owner is my friend's father. Although they want the annual rent in advance, I can make them drop it to 6 months. Jacob stopped and questioned, "How much?" 10 gold coin for a month, which means you have to 60 gold coins. What do you think? She asked. Even for someone like her, 60 gold coins were quite a massive number. One could buy a large house with 60 gold coins in another area of Lionheart City, but this place was the most expensive area. The fat dealer cursed Miley for trying to rob him of his job, but he remained silent and only wished Jacob would reject her since it was just too damn expensive. "Is there a pool?" Jacob inquired. The fat dealer had a bad feeling when he heard this. Miley smiled brightly. "Yes, much bigger than this one." Jacob chuckled. "I'll take it." 85. Chapter 85, Trip to Gunsmith Guild. Afterward, with Miley's help, everything goes smoothly without any more problems, and Jacob becomes the tenant of a luxurious mansion on Lion Street. This mansion area was 800 square meters with a backyard, horse stable, garden, pool, and a small workshop. The mansion itself was built on 400 square meters of space and had 2 floors and a huge basement. Jacob wasn't shocked by the enormous place, since he had lived in a castle half of his life, so this place was tinny if you asked him. Nevertheless, it was quite a good place to practice his martial arts and other activities, which he didn't want anyone to see, and it was quite peaceful here. He quickly settles down after paying everyone their dues. He even paid some silvers to that fatty for his time, which made him happy. The mansion also has its own cleaning and security staff, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. He decided to rest for a day before he started with his plans the other day. The sun rose as Jacob also woke up from his peaceful sleep. Although he could go 5 or 6 days without sleeping, he still preferred to sleep if he didn't have anything important going on. After waking up, he first started to perform every fighting technique he knew 3 times before he would shift to another, and so on. It was his habit in his previous life before he stopped doing them altogether, because he simply couldn't keep up as he grew old. Now, he was back to his old routine, and he was far better than he ever was, even when he was in his prime. Some moves are quite dangerous and a burden on the body if performed regularly in some martial arts, and even masters won't practice them recklessly. But he could do them without feeling any fatigue or any internal injury danger because his body was simply not normal. He could feel the more he performed these movements, the more control he had over his body. It was like his body was a weapon that could grow limitlessly. After spending 4 hours in physical training, Jacob was sweating profusely as every muscle in his body was pumped. It's time to use the pool. Jacob left the backyard and headed toward the pool area. He naturally wanted a place with a pool because of the water meditation technique. Although he nearly died perfuming it last time, this doesn't mean he would give up on it altogether. Furthermore, he had this feeling the art of nature wasn't so simple, and it might probably be a magical technique that can only be practiced by a powerful individual. It didn't mean for normal humans. The pool was 50 square meters large and 20 meters deep, but there were levels like the first 5 meters were only 2 meters deep, which was perfect for Jacob to stand up without worrying about swimming. But to make it even safe, he put on a 5-foot stone platform, and now with a push he could breathe the air. Soon, Jacob starts the water meditation again. But this time, he only performed it for a house, and the moment he felt the Tenji force, he broke his meditation to see if everything was right. Nothing happened out of the ordinary. Just like last time, the force vanished the moment he breathed the air. Content, he began again, and this time he did the meditation properly, and this time he breathed 4 times, and it was already 7 hours since he had started the water meditation. He could feel his limit was rising from 1040 to 1048, but he started to feel the toll on his body, so he stopped doing it at this hour. The workers wondered what the Lord was doing in the pool area for over 8 hours, but he prohibited anyone from going there, and they didn't dare to go against his order. Jacob finally emerged in the dining area when it was already afternoon. He was a cm leaner before, though, which was a minor change in other eyes, but it was massive since he achieved it in over 8 hours. After having lunch, Jacob left the mansion. He still didn't have a carriage, and he didn't want it either since he preferred walking, and if he ran, he was not slower than an adult horse. Furthermore, where he was going, that place wasn't far from Lion Street. 5 miles from Lion Street was the city center, and this place never closed for even a second. There were all kinds of shops in this place, but the most famous were 4 imposing buildings that occupied an entire square. Furthermore, no one dares to cause trouble here, not even raise their voice, because these 4 buildings belong to the Apothecary Guild, Gunsmith Guild, Zodiac Taurus Bank, and Star Mercenary Agency. These 4 names represent a status far scarier than the royal family, and no one dared to cause trouble in these 4 places. In any large city like Lionheart City, these 4 buildings were compulsory, and they occupied the center of the city without the need to pay for it. Furthermore, no other business or shop was allowed anywhere near this place's 5-meter radius. The Zodiac Taurus Bank and Star Mercenary Agency were the same. They didn't cause trouble for the other side, nor did they cause trouble for them. They exist like harmonized neighbors. Right at this moment, a man with an eye-catching appearance appeared in front of this 10-story iron-color building. There was a huge golden signboard, Gunsmith Guild, written in fiery words. Jacob couldn't help but look at other imposing buildings a few hundred meters away, and each one of them was extremely eye-catching, especially the bank, which had a pantheon-like exterior. But his goal for the building was in front of him right now and following robust men going inside. The interior was extremely spacious, and the first thing that caught his eye was a huge queue in front of a counter. Many people were standing, but one thing common about them was they were extremely masculine and gave off this intense feeling. Are they all blacksmiths? Jacob wondered as he was familiar with the traits of a blacksmith, and he knew the Gunsmith Guild was like the Star Mercenary Agency. They recruit daily, but their endorsement conditions were harsher than the agency. The Gunsmith Guild, as its name suggests, was the guild for gunsmiths and only gunsmiths. The firearm business was considered the top business in any region, and they had long transcended cold weapons. That's why many blacksmiths were forced to leave their traditional ways and learn the art of firearm forging if they wanted to survive. The Gunsmith Guild was solely made to research firearms and also to provide a platform for these old blacksmiths to become part of this trend and earn immense wealth. Jacob saw the queue, and then there was another counter, which was completely deserted, and couldn't help but go there. The bearded man sitting behind the counter sensed Jacob's presence and looked at him with uninterested eyes. He said, "If you want to take the gunsmith class, wait in that queue until the previous class end." Gunsmith class? Jacob was astonished. So, they teach in this place? He didn't know about this. The man looked at Jacob with disdain. You didn't even know? Are you trying to cause trouble? Jacob shook his head. I'm new in this place, so I don't know about the rules. Can you tell me how to join the guild? Jacob suddenly placed his hand on the table before he widened his finger, and a sinning silver coin was under it. The man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the silver coin, and his opinion of Jacob instantly evaluate. He smiled amiably. You know your way, huh? All right, since you're new, I'll guide you. If you want to join, then you have to be proficient in gunsmithing. If you're not, then don't worry. We teach anyone who wants to learn a beginner course for 30 days. Do you see that queue? You can register yourself for the class there. It will cost you 5 silver for one lecture, and you can take it as much as you want as long as you pay the price. Then, if you're confident we take a single exam in every evening on the second floor, you can register for the basic gunsmith apprentice exam here. There will be 3 exams in total, and passing the 3 is compulsory. That's the way to join our guild. The man's voice was filled with pride. Jacob nodded in understanding. So, there are ranks of gunsmith? The man nodded sternly. Yes, gunsmith apprentice rank is the entry-level rank, and it has 3 levels, basic, intermediate, and advance. Above this rank is basic gunsmith rank, intermediate gunsmith rank, and advanced gunsmith rank. Let me tell you, there aren't any intermediate gunsmith in the entire Gloria country. 86, Chapter 86, Scaring Everyone into Submission. Jacob nodded in understanding and said, So, as long as I have skills and knowledge about the gunsmith profession, I can take any level test? The clerk nodded. It seemed easy, right? But it isn't. Anyhow, do you want to start the course today? Let me give some friendly advice. Come back in the morning. You won't be able to participate in today's classes. They're already booked. Jacob suddenly asked another question. Then, can I rent a forging room to practice here? The clerk seemed to be startled by Jacob's question and answered with disdain. Are you an idiot? Do you even know the forging room in the guild is the best of the best? They won't let a newbie like you anywhere near those rooms, much less rent it. Even I, a basic gunsmith apprentice, can only share rooms with other apprentices, much less a private forging room of my own. Only an intermediate gunsmith apprentice can rent a private forging room. His expression was livid, as if someone had just slapped him on his face. However, Jacob's next words made the clerk startled and nearly cough up blood. If there is no limit to the exam level, I want to take the basic gunsmith exam. Where should I go? Jacob finally understood one thing about this place. There were limited seats, and if he wanted the best, then he had to be the best, and he needed the facilities here if he wanted to truly make modern weapons. The only way was to become the basic gunsmith, which was the highest rank in this country. Once he got this rank, no one would stop him from using any facilities of this place. As for drawing attention to himself, gunsmiths were different from mercenaries and apothecaries because their only job was to make the weapons from behind a closed door. No one would pay much attention to them as long as they didn't invent anything new which can affect the market or nations. The clerk nearly spat out blood in anger this time as he stood up from his seat and pointed his finger at Jacob and roared, So, you are causing trouble, huh? Do you think we gunsmiths are easy to bully? Guards, come here and break this bastard's limbs. He was completely infuriated by what Jacob just demanded because basic gunsmith was the head of this branch, and this guy who didn't even know about the ranks of the gunsmith a few moments ago now wanted to take the exam. In his eyes, Jacob was simply ridiculing the guild and gunsmith, so he decided to teach him a harsh lesson. This also drew everyone's attention, and when they heard what that clerk just said, they couldn't help but felt pity for the new guy who seemed to have offended this gunsmith. It seemed he didn't know that every clerk in this building is a gunsmith, and he might have said something which offended him. Now he's going to be crippled. Someone sneered gloatingly in the queue. Look at this tall, burly built. Do you think he's a muscle brain? Sigh, the young ones are truly fearless. But sometimes it's better to know one limit. No one dares to cause trouble in power squares. Even those knights won't breathe loudly here. The others whisper to themselves. The power square was referred to as this square occupied by the 4 powers, and everyone called it this in every city. Anyhow, Jacob looked at the basic gunsmith apprentice as if he was looking at an idiot. He just wanted to take a test, and this guy was too narrow-minded to even think that no one can pass the test since he can't. He sneered as he sensed some guards hurried toward him with cold smiles on their faces. I don't want to cause a scene. I just want to take the test. I didn't see it as causing trouble. Jacob didn't act and tried to smooth things out. Bastard, still spouting nonsense? Beat him to death. It seemed we have been too soft lately. If we didn't show our might, the other might think we are easily glib. The basic gunsmith apprentice cursed viciously. Jacob's eyes turned icy at this moment, which made the basic gunsmith apprentice suddenly shut his mouth as he felt chilled and shrugged. Those guards who were about to attack Jacob also felt that strange chill and suddenly took steps back with horrifying looks on their faces. They were all fighters, and they weren't like that basic gunsmith apprentice who never fought in his life. They could sense danger. But this young man was giving them a feeling of death, not just danger, even that basic gunsmith apprentice felt it. Jacob's eyes were now exempt from emotions and killing intent rage in his eyes, and he finally spoke again. So, shall we continue? He looked at the basic gunsmith apprentice like he was an ant who he'll squish. Basic gunsmith apprentice, suddenly death staring at him right on his face. He never felt so scared in his life, and suddenly his eyes rolled upward and he fell back with foam coming from his mouth. This was the result of Jacob focusing his entire killing intent on someone with a weak heart, and after his water mediation, he could feel his emotions were more in his control, and he could focus his negative thoughts on someone. This was a strange sensation that he only found out about after he practiced the water mediation for over 8 hours. Everyone suddenly gulped a mouthful of saliva when they saw this strange scene. Even those arrogant guards seemed to scare witless of this young man. The floor was now deadly silent. Suddenly another clerk, who was also smirking just a few moments ago, said with extreme difficulty, If sir wants to take the test, please register on the second floor. He didn't dare to show any arrogance anymore. The invisible pressure coming from the man with silver hair was just too scary for them. Although they were arrogant, they were not fools. Jacob seemed to be extremely powerful, but he didn't attack yet and only show his imposing demeanor, which made it clear he really wanted to take the test, so if they keep pushing it, they might really make an enemy which no one can stop until it was too late. Jacob finally stopped his killing intent, and that strange chillness in the room suddenly vanished. He looked at the clerk and said, "Lead the way, I don't want to cause any scene up there." The clerk quickly stood up like an obedient dog, and in everyone's gobsmacked eyes, he led Jacob toward the second floor with slightly trembling legs. Those guards also felt they were just given a life pardon and quickly left for their own posts. They felt like they just escaped death. As for the basic gunsmith apprentice who lose conciseness, they thought he deserved it since he dared to offend that scary monster with no good reason and get them nearly killed. On the second floor, there were already some people who were waiting for the test to start and also preparing as their lives depends on it. Most of them were old. When they saw this clerk was leading this young man toward the registration counter with an ashen face, they all become amused and wondered what kind of identity Jacob had to make this clerk this scared. When the woman on the registration counter saw this clerk leading this man with an ashen face, she was also bewildered. The clerk quickly said, as if his life was depending on it, "Sister Rena, register this gentleman for the exam of the basic gunsmith apprentice." Rena was a middle-aged lady, and she was doing this job for almost a decade, but she never saw this man on edge so much. She could sense something was wrong, but she didn't know what, since no one would dare to cause trouble in the gunsmith guild, and as a gunsmith herself, she knew no one can force them to do anything. But today she sensed the fear in this arrogant colleague of hers. However, before she could inquire, the silver hair man spoke impassively. "I want to take the basic gunsmith exam, not basic gunsmith apprentice." The clerk nearly fell when he heard this and finally understood why that guy reacts that way. Jacob's words were simply infuriated. However, when he imagined that strange coldness released by Jacob, he didn't dare to lash out and blurted, "Since Sir wanted to take the basic gunsmith test, quickly inform guild leader only he can invigilate the test." Everyone felt they just heard something absurd because Jacob didn't seem to even be 25, but he wanted to take a basic gunsmith test. It was simply absurd. Rena finally couldn't take it and coldly looked at Jacob. "Sir, are you an advanced gunsmith apprentice?" Jacob said coolly. "No, it's my first time taking this test. But I didn't hear anyone is compliant to take the apprentice test if they had the skills of a higher caliber, right?" Jacob felt these guys were just too much since they were reacting as if they have never seen a genius. 87 Chapter 87 Test for Basic Gunsmith. Everyone was speechless when they heard Jacob answer and looked at him as if he was crazy and deliberating, provoking the gunsmith guild. Some blacksmiths who were taking this exam for years also felt insulted since this guy dared to say all that nonsense, as if being a gunsmith wasn't difficult at all. Jacob's words were simply ridiculing them. However, to the clerk who brought Jacob up, he wasn't like the others who felt Jacob was courting death. On the contrary, he felt Jacob was extremely dangerous and he might have some background. He quickly looked at Rena, who was already on the verge of an explosion. He blurted, "Please, Sister Rena, just alert the elder." Rena couldn't help but frown when she saw his almost teary eyes as if he was in grave danger. Could it be he wanted me to alert the elder because this guy was threatening him and wanted the elder's help? She quickly reached this conclusion and nodded. "Please wait." She stood up and left at the back door. Jacob didn't move, and his expression remained unchanged. While the spectators have another opinion about this situation because they could see that the gunsmith was afraid, and this might not be going to end well for Jacob if he remained passive. Nevertheless, they were looking forward to his aghast expression when the guild leader appeared with his weapons. They all know too well this place was the Gunsmith Guild, which supplies firearms all over the kingdom, and they had many hidden cards to deal with arrogant pricks like Jacob. It would be a huge mistake to underestimate these gunsmiths just because they didn't practice combat. Even those C-rank mercenaries are wary of the Gunsmith Guild's wrath. Soon, the back door slap opened, and a burly old man appeared with a dignified aura, followed by another old man with a slight hunchback and Rena, who had a stony expression on her face. The tall, burly old man, who appeared to be in his early 60s, was the guild leader of this gunsmith branch, Drew, a basic gunsmith. While the hunchback old man was the vice guild leader, Olaf, an advanced gunsmith apprentice. They both hold long-barrel shotguns in their hands as they looked at Jacob with extremely cold eyes. They had heard what happened from Rena and quickly come here to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. However, Drew was slightly surprised when he saw Jacob remain impassive despite seeing the shotguns in their hands as if they were toys. "Brat, I heard you're causing trouble and threatening my guild members. Is it true?" Drew inquired in a haughty tone. Those spectators had long fled to the corner of the hall and watched the show with cold smirks on their faces. Jacob calmly replied, "If stating my wish to take the basic gunsmith test is causing trouble, then yes." Drew's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's nonchalant reply. Olaf suddenly laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha, a basic gunsmith? Are you even qualified?" He suddenly pointed the barrel toward Jacob. Jacob said, "Qualify, huh?" The shotgun you're holding in your hand had 23 inches double barrels with 6 millimeters of thickness. This makes the gun's gauge 20. This size denomination comes from 1 pound of lead divided into equal-sized balls that will fit the barrel. This will make the shell with 12 pieces equal to 12 bores, which is why a 20 bore. Now let's talk about extractors. Bolt, top lever, safety thumb piece, trigger guard, trigger plate, and hammer. Jacob spoke without stopping, which made everyone dumbfounded as they had no idea what he was talking about since he was speaking the language which could only be understood by a beginner gunsmith in Jacob's world. However, those two old men become pale as they heard Jacob describing the entire process of making a shotgun, which shouldn't be known to the public like it was invented by him. All in all, the lockwork is extremely poor. I can tell just with the trigger poison that should be 3 millimeters back, and after 6 consecutive shots, the magazine barrel will blow. I would be careful with that toy if I were you, old man. Likewise, I recommend try making watches. You'll improve. He finally stopped without showing any sign of arrogance. At this moment, the entire floor was deadly silent. Drew finally snapped out of his stupor. Now he looked at the young man with fear and reverence in his eyes. Although something that Jacob mentioned about the lockwork was out of his understanding, he could tell he had greatly benefited from his pointers. See, could it be he's from a higher region? But it's impossible for a human to go there and then returned. Or did he find some kind of inheritance? No matter what, he's a genius. I have to keep him here. Please come with me. I'll arrange the test for you. He finally opened his mouth. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. They knew this young man wasn't just boosting, but he was a genius, and he was about to soar. Rena also felt her heart tremble when she heard the respect in Drew's voice, and she knew she had caused a blunder by belittling this young man, and if he really became basic gunsmith, he can easily get rid of her. Regret filled her heart. As for the clerk who bought Jacob here, he felt he was in a dream. Jacob finally sighed inwardly when he felt this clown show was finally over. These guys were just too theatrical. Olaf's heart palpitated when he saw Jacob coming in their way, and he also knew Jacob was far more knowledgeable than him. If Jacob really passed the test, then he would be in big trouble. Just how did he know so much? He might have stumbled upon some technology from the upper region if I can get my hands on it. A greedy glint flashed past his eyes, but he hid it quickly. He knew he can't deal with Jacob if he passed the test and earned Drew's recognition, so he played it safe before he took the next step. Jacob glanced at the hunchback old man and his lips curled ever so slightly, but he pretends as if nothing happened and followed the two old men toward the upper floor. While walking, Olaf couldn't help but ask with ambiguity, "Are you, by any chance, a noble?" Jacob coolly replied, "No, I'm a commoner. If you want to ask if I have a background, then no. I'm just a scholar who wants to learn gunsmithing." "Is there any problem?" Drew chuckled at this moment. Of course not. The vice leader is very fond of talent, and he nurtured many talented gunsmiths, and all of them were handpicked by him. Since you have no background, then this will make it easier. This will be your home. Even if you failed to pass the basic gunsmith test, I'll give you Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice's title. Olaf nodded in agreement, but his smile was very strange. "It seemed you still didn't think I can pass the basic gunsmith test, right?" Jacob chuckled. He could clearly see through the old man's words. Drew didn't hide anything. "Although your observation and knowledge are top-notch, and even I'm not your match when it comes to perception. But there are still practical skills that are far more important than perception and knowledge. Even if you know about the combat, that won't make you a fighter, right? The gunsmithing is the same. Even though you have knowledge and perception, you won't be a gunsmith until you make a gun yourself." Jacob nodded. Well said. Drew had a good impression of Jacob now since he wasn't arrogant as he seemed, and that's why he said he would give me the title of Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice even if he failed. He knew as long as Jacob had experience and guidance, he could easily surpass him, and this would also make his branch famous if they produce a young basic gunsmith or ever an intermediate gunsmith. With Jacob's rise, their branch would get more resources. That's why he was so thrilled when Jacob showcased his knowledge. They directly reached the 9th floor, where were the most advanced smithies they had in this branch. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors were all smithies, and the higher the floor advancer the smithery equipment. On the 9th floor, there were only 3 smithies, and they were all for advanced gunsmith apprentices and basic apprentices. However, for Jacob, those advanced equipments were nothing but ancient, but he knew beggars can't be choosers. Drew spoke at this moment. "You didn't need to take the first 2 tests since you have already proved yourself. As for the test fee, it's on the house. Your test is simple. As long as you can produce a revolver from scratch, you will be a basic gunsmith of our guild." 888, Chapter 88. Passing. The test Jacob could tell Drew still didn't believe he could pull this off, but he didn't mind, since he was almost done with his goal of getting a smithy here. He impassively said, "How much time do I have?" "Time?" Drew was lost for words and grumbled inwardly, "Shouldn't you be worried about other things than time?" But he still replied, 12 hours, and you will only get one chance. Although there aren't many rules when taking the gunsmith apprentice's test since it was just a beginner rank, so we are lax in this rank. However, from basic gunsmith, things change, and you can only take this test once every 10 days in the Humane Kingdom, and you can't take the test of advanced gunsmith without passing the intermediate gunsmith test either. Well, it's not like you need to test for intermediate gunsmith anytime soon since there are only 4 in the entire Humane Kingdom, and it's very hard to make them invigilate your test, Drew spoke as his expression darkened slightly. It was as if he had experienced this personally and didn't want to remember. It seemed I can't jump the ranks like I just did. Jacob was dissatisfied with these rules since his qualification was much higher than even an advanced gunsmith, but they simply didn't have the means to measure them. However, even if they had, he won't show his entire knowledge just because of some benefits. He still didn't know how deep this gunsmith-hold knowledge of firearms was, and if they were on the level where he can show his knowledge without being worried about setting a target on himself. But this basic gunsmith was just too low for him, and their equipment was the main reason for his dissatisfaction. He knew he can't create advanced guns here either, especially the ones with delicate components like automatic machine guns and silent sniper rifle. However, this wasn't the only thing he lacks. Like he can't make cognitive radar, microchips, semiconductors, or add analytic engines and laser technology. These things can make an enormous difference between life and death. He needed a proper lab and equipment to make these modern guns, but he didn't have time to invent all this equipment, which would take his precious time. Nevertheless, it's not like he was hoping to get all this here, but he was still somewhat disappointed with the equipment in this kingdom. Fine, I'll start first. Jacob sighed bitterly and moved toward the molding equipment. Although he never used these kinds of old equipment, this doesn't mean he didn't know how they work. Everything had a foundation, and without it, you can't build anything. Drew and Olaf closely observed the young man. It won't be a lie to say they were looking forward to seeing Jacob's capabilities, despite different thoughts. Especially Olaf, who wished for Jacob to miserably fail, and then he can persuade Drew to drop Jacob's rank further to intermediate gunsmith apprentice so he could then easily control Jacob. In contrast, Drew wanted to teach Jacob and become a teacher of a future genius so he could clear some of his regrets and return the humiliation he once suffered. However, as time passed, both old men's expressions started to change, from surprise to serious, then horror. Because at first, Jacob looked clumsy, but as time passed, Jacob started to move like an expert, and before long he was moving so fast they didn't even know what he was doing anymore. However, as a revolver started to shape, they both thought they were hallucinating because Jacob's revolver wasn't like their traditional short-barrel revolver, but was completely different. After familiarizing himself with the equipment, it didn't take him long before he assembled a revolver, which was average in his view, however it was the best he can do with these tools. Over 2 hours passed, and a shining long-barrel black revolver lay on the table with 2 golden bullets. This is? Drew took a deep breath before he spoke. He had never seen something like this before, although this was a revolver. It had 8 clips instead of 6, which was nothing but an evaluation in their eyes. Jacob coolly said, "This is Taurus 44 Magnum, just call it Magnum, just test it. I don't want to waste any more time." Drew, however, didn't proceed with the testing, and without explaining, he picked up the Magnum and 2 bullets. He sternly looked at dumbfounded Olaf and said, "I don't want anything about this out of this room. Tell everyone he failed, and I accept him as my apprentice." Drew quickly looked at the unruffled Jacob and said, "Come with me." Jacob could hear Drew's widely beating heart, and he decided to see what this old man was up to, so he followed him. As for Olaf, he had no idea what just happened, but he knew it wasn't as simple as Drew making it, not with that revolver Jacob just made. But he can't offend Drew right now, so he does as he was told and only hopes for Drew to let him examine that revolver. Even he could tell that the revolver was a masterpiece, and he had gained some insight after watching Jacob's lockwork. On the top floor, Drew led Jacob to his office and quickly closed the door as if he was afraid someone would disturb them. He quickly looked at Jacob, who had a frosty expression, and said while bowing his head, "Mister, I'm extremely sorry to do this, but it was necessary for your safety." "What do you mean?" Jacob's eye narrowed. Drew smiled wryly and put the Magnum revolver on the table and sternly said, "Truth be told, you are more than qualified to be an advanced gunsmith with this gun, but there is only one facility in the uncommon region that give the benefits you deserve, and it's in Oriat Kingdom of Green Goblins. However, both you and I know those little bastards would rather kill you and offend the Gunsmith Guild than let a human genius like you enter that facility and grow under their nose." His expression turned extremely gloomy. Besides, even the goblins in that Gunsmith Guild won't let a human grow, no matter what, unless they had lost their minds. Although the Gunsmith Guild isn't affiliated with any race or any organization in Power Square, as the matter of fact. But everyone knows each race is selfish, and if they felt threatened by an enemy race, they would try to get rid of that threat even if they seemed peaceful on the surface. So, I'm asking you if you want the intermediate gunsmith rank, But that process will be lengthy, and you have to go to the royal capital. Or you can get the basic gunsmith rank ID in 7 days. However, I personally think giving you the basic gunsmith rank will be a waste of your talent. At least you should be in those higher-level workshops in the royal capital, since it would be impossible for you to go to the rare region. At least it is better than having nothing. What are your thoughts? Jacob suddenly pulled an amusing smile. So, you want to protect me? Drew thought Jacob was taking this situation too lightly and kindly advised, I don't know how you get your knowledge and experience. But I know better to ask. There are many old facilities abandoned by many experts after their research, which they don't bother to destroy. However, those useless facilities can be a treasure trove for a race like us. But having knowledge is nothing if you don't have the talent to use it, and you are a talented person. But sometimes it is better to remain hidden before you can grow. I can write a letter to the guild leader in the capital, and he'll know what to do. All remain is your approval. Jacob knew what Drew wanted. He wanted him to go to the capital branch of the Gunsmith Guild and remain hidden there until he grew old, and the other kingdoms won't feel threatened by his existence. It was like deteriorating his talent just because they can't protect him. He even wanted to laugh in disdain. He plainly rejected, look, I know you mean well, but you don't have to worry about me. Just give me the identity of the basic gunsmith and a private room in this place, and I'm content. Although it looked like I'm after fame, but I know when to stop. Drew's eyes contracted as he got what Jacob meant. He couldn't help but thought, what a wily brat. He couldn't help but reevaluate this young man in front of him. Jacob suddenly looked at the Magnum revolver as his lips curled. This Magnum will be my goodwill and appreciation gift to you. We both know you should be able to become an intermediate gunsmith as long as you research that revolver. It will put another layer of protection on me, right? Drew couldn't help but get shocked when he heard this. Are you serious? 89, Chapter 89. Accepting a mission. Jacob looked at the ID card in his hand, which he received just now. It was made purely from bronze, and there was the gunsmith emblem carved on the back, and in front was his name and rank of basic gunsmith. He had to admit, the Gunsmith Guild was really rich to make a mere ID card with bronze. It has been a week since he joined the Gunsmith Guild under the identity of Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice, but the fact that he was going to be a basic gunsmith was only known to Drew. Drew had to admit that Jacob had really played it well. Not only did he offer him the Magnum revolver as a token of goodwill, he even let him claim the credit for the design as long as he can make the revolver. In return, all Drew has to do is to keep his mouth shut and make sure no one found out about Jacob's talent, and let him use the smithy of the top floor without any restraint or disturbance as long as he wanted. For Drew, this arrangement was a piece of cake for him, and it was also what he wanted for Jacob as well, so he quickly agreed. But he still felt Jacob should be at least an intermediate gunsmith and remain hidden in the capital. However, since Jacob didn't want that, he also accepted this arrangement as well. From Drew's point of view, Jacob didn't trust anyone but him, and once he becomes an intermediate gunsmith, Jacob might use him to do the same thing and acquire the intermediate rank without anyone finding out. That's why he now viewed Jacob as a wily fox, not just any young man. Getting the identity of a basic gunsmith was quite an easy process. As long as Drew's rank didn't outshine the test rank he was invigilating, he had the authority to make the final decision. Furthermore, not only Jacob was now registered in the Gunsmith Guild's database as he was registered in the Star Mercenary Agency, but he also received another bank account at the Zodiac Taurus Bank and 500 gold coins to pass the basic gunsmith test, as well as he will receive 10 gold coins every month as a salary. The basic gunsmith benefits outmatched the benefits of C-rank mercenary. There were also crafting missions in the Gunsmith Guild, and as long as he completes them he could get rich in no time, far quicker than completing the mission of the agency. Moreover, he enjoyed a 5% discount on any material as long as he purchased them from the guild as well. Nevertheless, Jacob wasn't the least bit excited about all these benefits, because he never joined these organizations for their generous benefits or money. They were all tools that he will throw away the moment they lost their value to him, without a second thought. In this week, Jacob had not only continued his routine with the water meditation and got leaner by 2 inches with the parts he had Isaac make in Raintown, and with more complex parts he created himself in the Gunsmith Guild. He created 3 guns and completely modified the firearms he plundered to this day successfully. Furthermore, he had also used the Titan Iron to create a whole gun made purely with the Titan Iron. If those gunsmiths in the rare region know this, they might curse Jacob to no end for wasting Titan Iron. Even Jacob was shocked when he tested that gun, and he had to admit this gun was up to his standards. But the bullets were the main problem, since only bullets made with Titan Iron or iron with the same traits can draw out its true power. But he knew it would be hard to acquire such metal in future, even in the rare region. Nonetheless, this didn't stop him from using 10 Titan Iron bricks to create 100 bullet rounds. Today he was only here to get his guild identity card, and after taking it, he left the guild, and he wasn't going toward his mansion, but on the other side of the power square. His destination was an imposing building with a star emblem engraved on the front, Star Mercenary Agency. The Star Mercenary Agency branch in Lionheart City greatly differs from the branch in a small town like Raintown. The first floor was designed like a pub, and there was a bar on the west wing of the first floor where many mercenaries were chatting and enjoying drinks, while some mercenary teams were discussing the mission. On the east wing was the registration and mission area. Jacob headed toward the east wing without any hesitation. He had already gathered information about this place. The reception counter wasn't crowded, especially the mission counter. A dainty woman sat there, and when she saw Jacob approaching, she closely looked at his unique appearance. Jacob wasn't as burly as he was a week ago, but his build was still heavy and intimidating. "How may I help you, sir?" She smiled charmingly, as she found Jacob quite attractive. Jacob coolly spoke while he placed his mercenary license, "Where I can get a mission." The woman was startled when she heard since the mission board was on the other side, but when she saw the C ranks on Jacob's license, her eyes widened and she quickly understood what Jacob meant. Although C-rank mercenaries weren't as rare in the Lionheart City as they were in the Raintown, those mercenaries seldom accept missions in such a low-profile manner and with a humble attitude. That's why she was surprised. Even so, she quickly regained her composure. "Sir, please follow me." She promptly stood up and led Jacob to a private room without drawing much attention, and only the women working beside her noticed this, and they guessed Jacob's identity. Only a mercenary above D rank can make them treat him so respectfully and may discuss business in the private room. When they enter the private room, the receptionist respectfully said, "Sir, take a seat. I'll be back with the mission log." Jacob nodded and sat down. He was here for 2 reasons. First, he was soon going to inject himself with the Tiger Bull's heart essence, which meant he would be out of heart and blood, so he needed to hunt again. Second, he wanted to see if there was another hunting mission that could interest him, especially if there was some kind of news on the rare beast, although the chances of it were close to 0. But when he thought about his encounter with the Killer Skull Society, he was hopeful. That bunch was a terrorist organization, and a terrorist organization's job was to terrorize others by any means possible. He was hoping they would deliver some rare beasts to his doorsteps again, and the best way to find them was the Star Mercenary Agency. They had an enormous network, and if someone sighted such a beast antagonizing the cities, the first place they could come would be, without any doubt, the agency. Moreover, he had still an incomplete mission he took from the Raintown branch. If he found nothing interesting, he can take another mission and complete bother of them on this trip. Jacob wanted to cross the 20% threshold before he started his journey toward the rare region, and he still needed some final preparation. The receptionist came back with a thin book and placed it in front of Jacob with a smile as she said, "Sir, these are C-rank missions available here." Jacob nodded and opened the book. Tady, C-rank mercenary mission, danger level, C-type, collection mission, Purple Crown Grass uncommon. Reward, 1 gold coins per bundle, 10 Purple Crown Grass, 1 bundle. Tady C rank mercenary mission, danger level, between C and D type, extermination mission, the notorious group of Stone Ridge Bandit, reward, 100 gold coins. Jacob skimmed through these missions. There were all kinds of missions, from collecting materials to the assassination of powerful, notorious figures throughout the Humane Kingdom. Although the rewards were lavish bounty and assassination missions, he knew these missions remained unacceptable for a reason, and he didn't want to ruffle some unknown feathers without no good reason. Suddenly, he stopped on a mission that aroused his interest. C-rank mercenary mission, danger level, C-type, investigation mission. Investigate the mysterious disappearance of people around the Lion Forest. Reward, 50 gold coins. Jacob's eyes suddenly shimmered with a peculiar glint. Lion Forest is 50 miles away from here and I have to cross it anyway. Besides, this mission seemed to be quite interesting. I want this mission. Jacob looked at the woman impassively. She quickly looked at the mission Jacob was pointing at and frowned slightly. "Sir, are you sure? There's something wrong with that place." To this day, over 30 people have gone missing in Lion Forest, including 2 E-rank mercenary teams and 1 D-rank mercenary who took this mission before. It was originally an E-rank mission, but now it climbed to the C-rank. Jacob's lips curled. "I want this mission." 90, Chapter 90, we finally met. Jacob left the agency after accepting the investigation mission and headed to his mansion not far away. The past week, he only spent his morning in the pool area since he spent most of his time in the Gunsmith Guild's workshop, and after an entire week, he was finally done with the preparation. It was far quicker than he thought it would take, and it was probably because he didn't feel much fatigue despite lengthy and delicate work. If he hasn't exhausted himself with the water meditation technique, he might have done it in 3 days. Nevertheless, he now had greater grasp over his strength, and he mused he might reach the A-rank strength after he hit the 20%, or he might reach it before it. Well, it still remained to be seen since he can't gauge his strength, nor he wanted to test it in the Star Mercenary Agency. Those neighboring kingdoms might start a war just to eliminate a freak like him since he was human. One had to know that A-rank was like a legend in an uncommon region. Anyway, today Jacob was also going to use the heart essence of the Tiger Bull which he had made in the Raintown but didn't inject since he was concerned about his body condition. Now that he had trimmed it down to a satisfactory level, he was ready for the next injection. He goes straight toward the underground chamber and sealed it. After making sure he was ready, He took out the injection filled with the red liquid from his pendant and pierced his heart without any hesitation. It was like a regular thing for him now. However, his expression changed when the liquid simmered in his heart. He felt like boiling mercury just entered his bloodstream. This heart essence is too potent. What was the tier of this bull? Jacob was alarmed. He never thought a rare species heart essence could make him feel pain like this anymore. Yet, it seemed he was still wrong. He remembered Immortality had once told him the higher species tier was the more pain he'll suffer, while it would also bring him just as many benefits as well. However, even the Wolf King, who was probably a tier 5 species, wasn't able to inflict pain on Jacob as he felt now. This means this tiger bull was probably a tier 6, or he was a tier 7, which made it a rarer species. But he knew it was impossible since that bull won't be so helpless if it was already stepping into the rank of a tier 7 species. Those hob trolls won't be able to capture it, much less kill it. So, this means it was probably at the very edge of tier 6. Nevertheless, Jacob would have done this again even if he knew since the more painful it was, the more percentage he'll get and reach the 20% quickly. The pain only lasted for 5 minutes before that comfortable sensation returned, and not only that, Jacob visibly felt getting lighter, both mentally and physically. The entire process lasted for half an hour before the entire heart essence was exhausted and integrated with Jacob's body. Cursed Immortality. He quickly summoned the book so he could see his progress. He knew this wasn't a normal injection. 2. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark. Completion, 1702%. If I have one more heart essence at that bull's level, I might have broken into the 20% right now, Jacob mumbled with a hint of regret. He suddenly felt the urgency to move toward the rare region more, but he didn't lose his reason. He would decide this after this trip. The night passed, and in the morning, Jacob performed the water meditation as per his habit. He was already at the 503 mark, and after his last injection, he increased his endurance by 5 minutes altogether. He was quickly approaching the second hour mark. After 12 hours, Jacob donned clothes he made with the tiger bull's hide, and he had to admit just the weight of a shirt and pants was over 30 kg and the long jacket was 30 kg alone. Nevertheless, Jacob felt comfortable in these extremely flexible yet soft clothes, and the weight was like non-exist for him. To hide the traits of tiger bull's hide, he used black metal pigment that was used to coat guns, and now no one can tell his clothes were made with tiger bull's hide, and they look just like normal clothes unless someone tries to lift them. He also connected firearms within his long jacket and his short swords hidden behind his back. He was also now fully armed. I'm going out for some time. If anyone comes looking, tell them I'm out of the city, Jacob instructed the middle-aged man who was also the butler of this mansion, and he was quite reliable. I'll see to it, my lord. The butler bowed in acknowledgement. Jacob nodded and left the mansion in a carriage. However, another carriage was following Jacob's carriage from some distance. 2 men sat in this carriage. They both wore expensive gear and had muscular builds. The man with long hair lifted the curtain slightly from the window and looked at Jacob's carriage with his hawk-like eyes. It seemed the boss has overestimated this guy. He's as carefree as a cat. His voice was filled with disdain. The short-hair man with a thick beard replied as he chuckled coldly, I also didn't understand why boss is being so cautious. He's just a gunsmith with some talent. I didn't see any reason to follow him around with caution. We can just scare the poor guy and he'll sign his life story. I think that's the problem. Since he's talented, we can't make a move without vigilance, or we might have to escape this place. Even the boss won't be able to cover for us like he always does. The long-haired man shook his head. Whatever, but I had to admit he's rich to live in that mansion with all those beautiful maids. He licked his lips with a lascivious expression. Heh, once we're done, we'll have our fun. Don't worry. But yesterday there was a change in his routine. Do you find out what he did in the mercenary agency? He questioned while his eyes were affixed on Jacob's carriage. Don't have any clue. He was there just for 10 minutes and left. No one seemed to notice him, he said with uncertainty. Strange. Could he be selling his crafted weapons to the agency instead of the guild? But he didn't go back to the guild as well and returned. Now he's moving toward the outer city. Something is strange about this, the long-haired man said with suspicion. They were following Jacob for a week now, and they knew his routine, so this was quite unusual since Jacob followed a strict routine every day. A cold glint flashed past the beard man's eyes. Do you think it's our chance? Not sure, but you should contact the boss. We can't move carelessly. I'll follow him for now. Meet me at point 3 in an hour after you get our next instruction, he declared. All right. The bearded man nodded, and he jumped from the moving carriage and landed on the ground like an agile cat before he swiftly moved and vanished into the trees. After half an hour, Jacob disembarked the carriage and left the Lionheart City on foot from the west gate, since it was closest to the Lion Forest. The long-haired man observed it from an alleyway and frowned. He left the city? Should I follow him or wait for Brute? I can't let him get out of my sight. I'll leave a message for him. When Jacob was over a mile away from the city when he suddenly vanished behind a tree. Where did he go? He couldn't help but rub his eyes in confusion, since the man was just walking a few tens of meters away from him, and suddenly he vanished behind a tree like a ghost. Is he resting? He thought and remained hidden. However, an icy voice rang at this moment with a hint of mockery. We finally met, huh? The long-haired man suddenly jumped in horror when this voice sounded from right behind him. However, before he could react, a powerful hand gripped his neck from behind, and it was so strong he felt he was in the grip of a metal claw. He choked under that tightening grip as he put his arm around that stony hand to escape from that grip, but alas, he was helpless. Jacob's murderous voice rang again. Now, you have two choices. I can chock the lights out of you, or you can tell me why you were following me around. If you chose the first option, keep struggling, and if you chose the latter, then stop. 91. Chapter 91. Discovery. Now, you have two choices. Either I can chock the lights out of you, or you can tell me why you were following me around. If you chose the first option, keep struggling, and if you chose the latter, then stop. Hearing Jacob's icy voice, in the end, the long-hair man chose the latter since he can't even flinch from Jacob's grip, much less escaped from it. He was utterly horrified at how strong Jacob was. Even a C-rank mercenary won't be able to manhandle him if he put his everything. But in front of Jacob, he was like a 2-year-old child. Jacob finally loosened the grip, but he didn't let go. Now start signing your life story, or I can simply put a full stop to it. Jacob chuckled mockingly. He heard us? This gave him another jolt. They were talking in the close carriage, and he himself observed Jacob's carriage was 20 meters away from theirs all the time. It was completely impossible for Jacob to hear them from that distance with all the noise pollution. He even started to consider Jacob some rare monster who was in human disguise. He knew they had wholly miscalculated Jacob's strength and abilities. Likewise, he wasn't just some helpless, talented youth, but he was a sleeping tiger, and unknowingly they had ruffled the tiger's whiskers. He quickly told without hiding anything, It was Vice Guildmaster Olaf who commissioned the Vice Leader Kite to keep a close eye on you. We were simply following order, we have no other motives. Jacob wasn't surprised by Olaf's involvement. That old man always looked at him as if he was prey, but he restrained himself because of Drew and never messed with him. However, he didn't expect Olaf would seek help from the Vice Leader of the Star Mercenary Agency, Kite. It seemed that old guy was waiting for a chance so he could beat the secret out of me while he could also keep his hands clean even if things go south. Jacob sneered coldly. Since he had already confirmed Olaf's scheme, which he only considered an ant's dream, he didn't need this guy anymore. Without giving any chance, he clutched his hand. Crush. The man's neck was crushed completely. Without any resistance, he died before he even reacted. Jacob coolly threw the limp body to the side and moved on. He didn't even bother with the man's belongings, since he knew he won't find anything that could interest him on this small fry. He only acted because these guys were following him like annoying flies for days now. But he didn't act since he wasn't done with his preparations. However, now, he wasn't afraid of showing his prowess and drawing attention anymore. Before, he only showed the tip of the iceberg so he could use the workshop in the Gunsmith Guild as much as he wished and peacefully while Drew covered for him until he was done. Now that he was done, they can come as they wish. A few hours later, Jacob finally reached the lion forest, which was spread over 50 miles, and there were some uncommon species residing in this place. However, what really drew him to this place wasn't the mission, but he felt a peculiar sensation within his heart when he passed this place in Peter's carriage. He simply thought it was his imagination, but after seeing the mission, he thought otherwise. Out of curiosity, he took the mission. Since he was going to pass this place, he didn't mind taking a detour. On the contrary, if he crossed the lion forest, he would get to the Rainy Mountain Range in half the time he is required to travel on the safe route. After crossing a few miles, he was carefully walked between towering trees. Suddenly, a silhouette lunged at him out of nowhere. Fast. Jacob's agility shifted his body and dodged the sharp fangs, and the silhouette missed the sneak attack. It directly landed on the ground and started escaping. It was a 1-meter-long black snake with small brown dots on its body. An uncommon raptor snake. It seemed I'm having snake soup for dinner. Jacob smirked before he swiftly moved his hand, and a dark streak shot toward the raptor snake, which was crawling away. Pung! The short sword directly pierced through its head and pinned it down in its place. However, right at this moment, faint smoke started to rise from the group all of a sudden. Jacob's expression changed drastically from this sudden turn of events and quickly picked up his sword. He didn't care about the snake anymore, since he could feel his senses were starting to get disenabled the moment this mysterious smoke appeared. Sedation gas? Jacob quickly stopped respiring. His heart palpitated because even with his mental fortitude, he felt slightly dizzy with a faint whiff of this smoke. He knew he had entered a trap, and someone who could escape his sharp hearing had to be an expert, or he had accidentally triggered this trap. Nonetheless, he would not wait here to find the exact reason as he ran at full speed. Because of his water meditation, he could hold his breath like this for over an hour, but his skin started to burn as it came in contact with this strange gas, which made it somewhat difficult for him. After running for over 500 meters, he finally emerged from the smoke, and his complexion was pale red as thick vines bulged on his forehead. He finally breathed fresh air, and his complex started to recover. He was feeling extreme rage all of a sudden. A gas nearly did him. Who could have this kind of gas, and why did it set up in this place? Even C-rank mercenary might not escape, Jacob mused with a dark expression. He could tell this gas wasn't just effective with breathing, but it can also affect someone with skin contact as well. If not for his powerful body, he might have already been laying somewhere on that smoke screen. It seemed I captured another one. A vague, uncanny voice rang from some distance. Jacob snapped out of his stupor and moved his body and hid behind a tree while he controlled his jittering breathing. Thereupon, a 2 feet tall cloaked figure walk appeared in his view. Although he can't see the face, he saw a small cylinder belted around this person's waist and a slender tube attached to it. An oxygen mask? Jacob's expression turned frosty with a tingle of astonishment. He now knew who the culprit behind that smoke was. However, he didn't act and observed. He now had a deep understanding of the humane kingdom's strength and what they were capable of. Although an oxygen cylinder can be bought from the apothecary guild with some connections, but it was as expensive as 50 gold coins. Furthermore, that guy's equipment was far more refined than Jacob had seen until now. They were almost at Decker's lab level. That cloaked figure unhurriedly entered the smokescreen like he was strolling in his backyard. Jacob suddenly took out a bottle filled with dark liquid. It was the last bottle he had from the dark liquid tank in Decker's lab. His recovery was extremely slow, and now this stranger appeared he needed to recover faster. So, he quickly took a mouthful and a cold sensation spread all over his body. He started to recover at a visible rate. It was worth saving it. Jacob was glad and stored the bottle away quickly. He never thought he would be forced to use it in the uncommon region of all the places. Now, he was even more curious yet vengeful toward the person who set up that trap. Damn it, how could a snake waste a precious, the gas trap? A confused yet angry cussing sounded at this moment and the cloaked figure appeared again. Now I have to go back empty-handed and even have to replace the trap. Damn that worm. He wasn't happy about what he found inside the smokescreen. Jacob had a stiff expression when he heard this. What a loose mouth. It seemed he wasn't afraid someone would hear him. Well, he made it easier for me now. But there should be more of such traps. I have to be careful. If I could just make X-ray glasses. He felt like cussing right now. Nevertheless, soon, an icy smirk emerged on his face before he started to follow the cloaked figure every step without missing any. He wasn't sure if there were more of those bomb traps or not, but he was sure that loose mouth won't trigger one himself. It was already getting dark. After following that cloaked figure for 2 hours, they reached a water source, and just as Jacob was wondering where the hideout was, that cloaked figure suddenly put his hand on a tree trunk and his icy voice rang. Now, are you going to come out or I'll make you? 92, Chapter 92, Glean Gnome. With one hand on the small tree trunk, the cloaked figure suddenly turned right in Jacob's direction and an icy voice rang. Now, are you going to come out or I'll make you? Jacob's heart churned at this moment. How? He was completely clueless about how this guy was able to find him out despite his carefulness, and he even managed to lead him into a trap instead of his base location. Not only this guy kept his heartbeat steady, but he didn't lose his calm demeanor, which also made Jacob believe he was in control while he was foolishly walking in a trap. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, I'll activate this mechanism which will trigger another smoke trap, and trust me when I say the previous smoke was child play in comparison to this one, and its range is 10 miles. Although I don't know how you managed to escape the previous trap, I'm sure like hell you'll not be going to escape this one. Bang, bang. Before he could finish, bullet shots rang in quick succession, and they were accurately aimed at his hand on the tree bark. Heh, why talk so much? Since you need to press it, I just need to make sure you don't. What a moron. Jacob scoffed at the other party's idiocy. However, Jacob was given a fright when a transparent red barrier suddenly appeared around the cloaked figure, and the bullets reflected like rubble balls the moment they contacted it. Ha 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 ha, and here I thought someone got the wind of our mission and came here to intercept us, but it's just an ignorant piggy who got lucky. A hysteric laugh sound from that person, and there was a hint of relief in his voice as if the water was under the bridge now. Is that a particle barrier? Jacob finally felt he was in danger when he saw the red barrier and heard that person's hysteric tone. He knew he had terribly underestimated his opponent this time, and he was extremely confident in dealing with him or he won't be spouting nonsense. However, he knew there wasn't any point in regretting it now. But he had to prevent him from triggering that trap because he could feel he didn't want to activate it. That was why he wanted to draw him out with threats. Before, Jacob felt a little threatened by this smoke trap. However, now that he sees the translucent barrier, he didn't dare to take risks wantonly anymore. He said, and walk out with a magnum revolver in his hand. Just as Jacob thought, that cloaked figure didn't activate the trap and still wait for Jacob to come out of his own accord. Ha 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 ha, little piggy, now you understand, no matter how an ant struggle or grow, it can never shake the tree. Now obediently shot yourself in kneecaps and save yourself a world of pain, or I can let you dissociate slowly, your choice. He spoke with extreme confidence, as if everything was under control. However, Jacob remained calm while his eyes were affixed to that barrier. All this time, he blurted, I'm curious, that barrier is probably made with argon and neon in the air, right? It's not man-made, but an auxiliary device triggered this phenomenon. Quite fascinating that you guys have such technology. Are you from rare region? Argon and neon? What are you talking about? The cloaked figure seemed clueless about what Jacob just said, and then he sneered coldly. Don't play games with me, piggy. You are not qualified to even speak the name of the rare region, Cursed Immortality. Jacob quickly summoned. The moment the floating book appeared, he commanded, What tier is his species? Tell me in detail. He knew if he wanted to turn this situation around, he needed to know what kind of monster he was dealing with. Mutual destruction was the last option. That's a Glean gnome, a tier 6 species. It had reached the limit of his bloodline, and it might be a genius of its race. A Glean gnome is a top-notch intelligent species when it came to gathering information or tracking, and it's difficult to sneak up on them. They had far better hearing than the bronze goblin you encountered previously, and they can hear even the slightest chance in airflow. Ha 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 ha, he must have seen you coming from a mile and you walk right into his trap. How interesting. A tier 6, huh? Well, it seemed my luck is not bad. Jacob didn't mind Immortal's mocking. He was silently thrilled when he read this little guy had reached his full potential. Glean gnome seemed to have lost his cool at this moment, was about to take out something from his cloak, and Jacob heard it loud and clear. If your barrier can even reflect a bullet as fast as the speed of sound, then I surrender. Jacob suddenly uttered before the magnum in his hand vanished, and 2 black components, 1 meter each in size, appeared in his hand. One was a slender pitch-black barrel, while the other was the exquisite body. What? Glean gnome was startled when he saw those parts appearing out of thin air, and he even forgot what was he doing. Without wasting a moment, Jacob quickly connected both parts, and a 2-meter-long sniper rifle, entirely made of Titan iron, emerged. He named it Titan Sniper. This rifle was his biggest trump card, but he never thought he would use this in the uncommon region. Nevertheless, he had kept it loaded so he could use it at a moment's notice, like just now. He quickly pulled the trigger after aiming at the point-blank range, while his opponent was still shocked by his infinity pendant. Boom! A booming sound rang in the vicinity. The red translucent barrier instantly shattered like glass, and the Titan iron bullet blew the Glean gnome's hand on the tree bark into smithereens. Ah! A ghastly howl soon followed suit. Jacob was quite satisfied with the Titan sniper's prowess, but he wasn't done. He quickly closed in the slap that shrilled Glean gnome from that tree's range. You nearly got me there. I should commend you for that. Jacob finally felt relieved. Why, you, what are you? You can't kill me, or the entire uncommon region will be destroyed. The Glean gnome threatened while suppressing the pain. He never thought his opponent would be a way to break past his defense. Furthermore, he knew just how powerful that barrier was. Even an ordinary A-rank mercenary was helpless against it, and the weapons that can break this barrier were even more costly than that barrier. Besides, only someone with a particular status can purchase them, not just any random Tom, Dick, and Harry. The Glean gnome could tell Jacob was just a human, and humans could never have this kind of authority in the rare region to get their hands on these weapons. That's why he thought Jacob might have stumbled on this weapon by chance, but he was extremely confused about how it appeared out of thin air. He decided to escape with his life first and then alert his family. He will come back prepared next time and hunt Jacob down, even if he had to turn every stone in the uncommon region. How could a glorious genius of his race lose his arm to some inferior race? He was extremely arrogant and would not let this matter end until he tortured Jacob in the curliest way. But first, he had to pretend that he will not seek revenge and escape with his life. However, Jacob's next words send him the chills. Oh, you'll be doing those worthless idiots a favor if you can really put them out of their misery, but I'm afraid you don't have this kind of authority to do so, or you guys won't be just snooping around like gutter rats. Let me guess. There's someone extremely powerful who is protecting the uncommon region, or you guys would never let it flourish or let it grow freely, am I right? Jacob coolly stated as a matter of fact as he walked closer to the cloaked Glean gnome. Lunatic. Glean gnome could only think of Jacob like this, but he had to admit Jacob had almost guessed the entire truth about the uncommon region. But he can't show weakness right now. Why you, if you let me go? I can let you enter the rare region and give you riches you can't even dream about. He used the biggest temptation that any uncommon species longed for. I can go there by myself. After seeing you, I won't stay here for long. I'll be just narrowing my view and keep belittling other races like you. There are still many things to learn from me, you just make it clearer. If I stay in this environment any longer, I might die because of my own ignorance. Jacob sighed with deplored. 93, Chapter 93, Finding the Hideout. Just as Jacob's voice trailed off. Ha 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 ha. The Glean gnome suddenly laughed hysterically as if he heard the biggest joke of his life. Despite the weakness in his voice, it sounded extremely creepy. He menacingly uttered, Dream on, little piggy, if you think you can go to the rare region with that weapon of yours, then you really have a death wish. Jacob merely chuckled, with a hint of killing intent. It seemed you know quite a lot, huh? How about helping me out then? As long as you give information about the rare region as well as tell me what were you doing here, I'll give you a quick death. Glean gnome suddenly moved his hand and a small dagger appeared, and without any hesitation, he stabbed toward the small cylinder belted around his waist. He knew Jacob would never let him go. He was simply too indifferent and cold. So, he decided to end his life as well as destroy everything he was carrying in person. Although this cylinder was filled with oxygen, it was made particularly in a way that if someone poked a hole in it, it will blow like a bomb. It was also a safety measure to not fall into the enemy's hands and destroy anything important. Albeit he was unwilling to die in this place, Jacob had clearly stated he won't let him off, and the information Jacob was asking was the top secret of his clan, which he can't tell anyone. So, he decided to use his last resort and blow himself while gravely injuring Jacob in the process, and he knew the moment he blew himself his clansmen would be alerted and they might be able to avenge him by killing Jacob, who would be wounded at that time. Most importantly, he didn't want to experience torture or humiliation before his death. However, it was only possible if he could outmatch Jacob's reaction speed. Jacob had long closed the distance, and he knew this guy won't go down easily. So, the moment he saw him moving, the Magnum revolver appeared in his hand again, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! Glean Gnome's hand was only a few centimeters away from the cylinder, suddenly flashed back when the bullet landed right on his wrist, and the dagger also fell. Ah, bastard, I'll kill you. You can't escape once they know you killed me. Ha ha ha! He screamed and cursed while hysterically laughing. He lost all his reason when he looked at his half-blown wrist, and the bullet even pierced deep into his ribcage. Furthermore, he knew he can't be saved anymore. However, Jacob would not let that happen. He took out his sword, and without any word, he directly stabbed into the bullet wound. Aha! The Glean Gnome screamed madly when the blade entered his body. Jacob's eyes were exempt from any emotions as he finally uncloaked the Glean Gnome's face. He had a long, pointy nose and a small, square face with pointy teeth and brown skin. His brown eyes were completely bloodshot as he looked at Jacob with hatred and abhorrence. He never hated someone so much in his life. He never thought he was going to be killed by someone from an inferior race in the uncommon region, which was supposed to be their playground and chance for his rise. Jacob suddenly pulled an icy smile. You look like an asshole, I know. Well now, tell me where is your facility? You don't want your last moments to be worse than death, right? As he said those words, he slightly twisted the hilt. Gee, go to hell, ahahaha. His laugh turned shrill when Jacob twisted the blade even more. Come on, it'll be over quickly. Why are you making it hard for yourself? Jacob's voice was filled with indifference as he said those words. He just couldn't feel pity or any remorse for this guy as he watched him scream. Unknowingly, he started to see everyone else as livestock, and as a butcher, he won't feel anything for the livestock. Fuck, Jacob pierced even deeper. But he had to admit this guy was really tough, and he knew Jacob can't anything as he will eventually die within a few minutes. He had already lost so much blood. Jacob's eyes suddenly narrowed when he observed a faint glow under the cloak. It was already dark, so this faint glow won't go unnoticed. He removed the cloak, and he saw a small device that was showing a red dot and pointed toward a specific location. Jacob instantly remembered the tracking device and the tracker he got from the Tiger Bull. It seemed I don't need you at all. Let me guess, you wanted to blow yourself because of the tracking marker in your body and also this device which shows you the location of your other associates. I'll get the information about the rare region out of them. Let's hope they're as tough as you, or it would be quite boring. Jacob chuckled darkly as he liked the Glean Gnome's shocked expression, filled with despair. Bast, before he could curse, Jacob's hand suddenly moved vertically, and the Glean Gnome's entire body was separated in half by the sharp blade. Jacob merely sneered and took his heart box and filled it with blood, and then took the Glean Gnome's heart. But he didn't leave the corpse laying. He buried it close to the water source and cleaned the scene. Since there was a rare rank race here, and this guy might be one of their geniuses, he can't leave his traces behind, which might be led to him. He has no idea what kind of strange abilities these races might possess. That's why, until he got rid of them completely, it was best to remain vigilant. As for what they were doing in the humane kingdom so far away from the rare region, he was soon going to find out. From the Glean Gnome's corpse, Jacob also got the cylinder and mask, as well as the tracking device. There wasn't any currency or identity. However, what was most interesting was the black belt around the Glean Gnome's waist. He saw the plain black buckle was now cracked, and after he completely peeled the surface, he saw a charred interior with a complex structure. That barrier was probably embedded in this buckle, and it was destroyed when I used the Titan sniper. It's a pity I won't be able to study it. Well, I might get more of these in their hideout. Jacob's lips curled. He arranged the oxygen cylinder around his wrist like the Glean Gnome, and it was still half full since he didn't know where those smoke traps were. This cylinder will be his lifesaver. Who knows just how many traps those bastards are hiding around their hideout. He looked at the pointer in the device and started to move toward it very carefully. Furthermore, the Glean Gnome tracking device was now on him. He didn't store it inside his pendant since it would connect its connection. He didn't want to alert the enemy by doing it. If anyone was monitoring these trackers, they would only think that the Glean Gnome was still alive and coming back to their hideout. Just as Jacob was a mile away from the trap, he saw a blue dot appearing in the device a few meters away. His eyes contracted. Can this device also tell where the traps are hidden? Jacob was elated. He carefully walked right where this blue dot was, and when he carefully removed the soil, something hard appeared, and he carefully cleared the soil. A landmine? Jacob was astonished when he saw the blue landmine. So, that's the secret behind their so-called smoke traps is, huh? This mine should be connected with that tree somehow. Jacob dug around it and finally noticed a string heading in the same way where he came from. Since that guy was so confident about this trap and its range is so large, it might come in handy. Jacob quickly got to work. Deactivating a landmine was a piece of cake for him since there weren't any anti-touch sensors. After a few minutes, he finally deactivated it and stored it in his pendant without hesitation. He wanted to disassemble it and see what was the true source of that smoke. But now wasn't the time. He again started to follow the direction and, on his way, he acquired 5 more landmines, but they were white, not like the previous blue one. By following the pointer, Jacob didn't know in which part he was, but he was still in the lion forest, and he had to admit those guys really knew how to hide their tracks. Without this device, even those glean gnomes might not find the hideout. After walking for over an hour, the end of the line finally appeared. Jacob looked at where the point was and saw it was a small muddy puddle surrounded by trees. 94, Chapter 94, A Surprise. Jacob looked at the tracking device in his hand and frowned slightly because he could see the trees surrounding the small muddy puddle were blinking in blue dots, and they were 8 for them, sensors or bombs or monitoring devices. Jacob didn't approach the location since it would be too risky if he got exposed. He still didn't know just how many glean gnomes were there or if they had any help from the rare region. He also had no idea what kind of facility they had. Even Decker was hiding deadly traps in his small hideout, much less these guys who seemed to be here for some time, and they had all kinds of traps in this forest. Since this device is showing the locations and trap, I wonder if it had other functions. Jacob looked at the tracking device, which was 6x4, and there wasn't any loge, and it looked like a completely back smartphone. However, it only had one button to turn it off or on. Jacob had already disassembled the tracking device he got from the Hob Trolls, and it had a very simple radio wave mechanism, and this didn't seem any different. Besides, it can also show traps or something in those traps. As for their energy source, there were small solar panels installed on their back that can recharge them. As for the small gemstone, which was also the tracker, it was still a mystery for him because there wasn't any opening in it, nor did he dare to, afraid of breaking it. He didn't have the luxury to experiment with only one device in his possession. But he was fascinated when he found out that this gemstone tracker got activated once it felt the heat of the skin, just like the parasite gem and its controller. Although he didn't know how these gems were made, he was sure they were quite high-tech and probably a very expensive commodity, even in the rare region. The devices, on the other hand, were quite easy to make as long as they had the frequency of a tracker gem. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't want to dive deep into this because being curious about these things in the uncommon region was simply wasting his brain cells and time. So, he temporarily gave up on researching these gems after having a vague idea about their operative systems. However, this also proved he still had many things to learn, and just because he had some knowledge and breakthrough in his previous life, this doesn't mean he was the #1 genius in this world. Arrogance and ignorance will only get him so far, and he learned his lesson on the day when he accepted Cursed Immortality. But today he also learned if he stayed in shallow waters for much longer, he got used to it, and when he entered the sea, it will swallow him. He had to learn to survive in the sea, and only then he'll learn the way of the sea. But it also doesn't mean he'll be going to announce his arrival to those monsters hidden deep within. Jacob looked at the tracking device and then at those trees. Although he didn't know for sure what traps were there, he wasn't in a hurry to find out. It was already deep at night, and he was already at his destination. Once that glean gnome didn't return to the base within a specific time, they might come out to look for him. From his arrogant tone, he sounded extremely confident, and Jacob counted on it. He'll slowly chip away their numbers before they made some mistakes. After deciding to this point, Jacob closed the tracking device and put it in his pocket, since he didn't want to cut off the connection completely. On the contrary, he was going to use it to his own advantage. Since they can track this device, I can control their movements and lead them into traps. I can't use the Titan Sniper unless it was necessary. Albeit the Titan Sniper was powerful, its voice was loud despite Jacob's effort to suppress it as much as he could, but he needed some unique tools that the workshop in the Gunsmith Guild in the Lionheart City didn't have to completely suppress that thunderous voice. Lastly, the bullets were quite precious, and it still didn't have a matching scope that can bring out the gun's true potential. Jacob left the area to start working on his plan to capture those glean gnomes alive, or anyone who lived in that lab. He dug a deep pit and then hid it before throwing the tracker he found in the glean gnome's body, while he hid in the crown of a tree not far away from his trap. Time passed, and the entire night ended as the dawn started to break. Jacob still didn't detect any movement, but he kept waiting patiently. However, when the entire day passed without any movement, he wondered if this device had led him to some hoax hideout, and if he was just wasting his time. But he still didn't move and decided to wait for another 2 days, and if he still didn't detect any movement, he'll leave and return to the Lionheart City before he began his travels toward the rare region. Although this hideout of glean gnomes might give him some information about the rare region, he wasn't enough desperate to waste his time while he can extract another tier 6 heart essence. Besides, he won't get any more heart essence even if he hunted more glean gnomes. It simply wasn't worth so much time. Now, it depends on their luck if they didn't appear. Today was the 3rd night since Jacob was lying in wait when he suddenly felt a mild tremor on the ground. Jacob was instantly alerted because it was just too sudden, and followed by this tremor, a ghastly roar reverberated in the area. Roar rare. Jacob's expression changed because this roar rang from the same direction as the hideout location. This voice is even more intimidating than that bull. Just what were they doing here exactly? Jacob was curious, and he was about to go to take a look when, I think they're here. Let's go before someone else come here. We can't miss this chance. Jacob heard a familiar voice a couple of meters from his hiding position on the west side, and he could also hear the rustling sound of many footsteps rushing toward the hideout direction. It seemed I won't have to test the waters myself. Jacob's lips suddenly curled into a wintry smile when he thought about who it was and crept behind that group. Soon they reached the location of the small muddy puddle. However, Jacob was astonished when he saw the puddle wasn't there anymore, and a 10-meter-wide hole has appeared in its place. Furthermore, when Jacob's eyes shifted toward an over 6-meter-tall silhouette, his expression turned stern. Captain, it seemed you were right about the goblin facility being in the Lion Forest, and if we manage to capture it, we'll be famous not to talk about rich. A man's elated voice rang. Jacob finally glanced at the group. They were 10 people wearing many gears and mercenary armor, with a variety of firearms and cold weapons. Don't jump to conclusion. That thing that crawled out from that hole is probably a B rank, and it might have killed all the goblins in the facility when it managed to escape. We don't need to kill this thing, just drive it away toward the closest town, while we'll collect the research records in that facility. That's what holds the true value. Jacob was very familiar with this voice. It was none other than Rosalia, who he rejected the invitation from before leaving the Rain Town. He didn't think she was inviting him to raid the Glean Gnome's hideout, and it seems she was under the false impression that this facility was established by the Green Goblins, or she simply didn't want to reveal the truth despite knowing how dangerous this raid mission could be. That's why she was recruiting mercenaries in the towns, so they could be her cannon folds. But I probably cleaned the traps for them, that's why they appeared here with no scratch. Now she wanted those cannon folds to lure that thing away from the facility toward a town, so even if those cannon folds died, those people will take their places while she plunders the hideout. How ruthless. Jacob couldn't help but slightly admired Rosalia's scheming and decision-making abilities. Suddenly, everyone heard a husky voice filled with indifference ring in the vicinity. At least I don't have to worry about the food for my pet. Go feed to your heart content. Just as this voice trailed off, 2 red glowing eyes snapped, opened, and turned toward Rosalia's group. Even Jacob, who was still 50 meters away, felt his heart palpitated when he felt murderous air filling the surroundings when those red beastly eyes opened. Powerful. This was the only word that came to his mind. 95, Chapter 95. A mutant. Someone can control this thing. We need to get rid of this anomaly. Prepare your weapons. We're using Plane C, Rosalia commanded with a hint of shock. She didn't know someone can control that beast, which extinguished her hope of distracting it. Now she had to find the person who was controlling that beast and get rid of him before things get out of hand. Roar. This deafening roar made them look toward the beast again. Because of the night, they didn't see the true appearance of the beast and thought it was just some captured beast. However, as that so-called beast come closer to the range of their torches, they finally had a clear look and their heart trembled when they saw the beast. It was a humanoid brown monster with slimy liquid gushing out from its body. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and its red eyes were filled with killing intent. What the fuck is this thing? A burly man yelled in horror. Rosalia also found this unbelievable when she saw the appearance of that thing. This was their first time seeing such an abomination, and it looked nothing like some beast. Some of the mercenaries opened fire in fear, but to their horror, those bullets simply bounce off that thing. Captain, this is not how we plan. Even the rifle bullets have no effect on it, a woman shouted with an aghast expression. She lied to me. This is not a goblin facility we can raid. Rosalia's heart palpitated with fear and hatred in her eyes. She never thought she would get tricked into coming here, or it was also a possibility that her partner didn't know about this either. Nevertheless, it wasn't time to mull over it, because the monster's speed suddenly increased as it ran toward the burly man with its mouth wide open. She shouted, "Retreat! This mission is over! Safe yourself!" She directly dashed toward the woods. Everyone looked at fleeing Rosalia with a hint of bewilderment and resentment. But they knew every mercenary was like this, and once they sensed real danger, they would also save their own skin first. So, Rosalia fleeing action wasn't out of their expectation. There wasn't any fighting chance against that monster, since they can't even phase it with bullets. They all fled in different directions, while the burly man had the aggro of that monster. Bunch of backstabbers. His voice was filled with hatred, as if he had done nothing like this before, or he won't do the same if he was in their shoes. Furthermore, the brown monster's speed was increasing at an alarming rate, and despite being a C-rank mercenary, he was losing ground quickly. Running won't help. The same husky voice rang in the vicinity, filled with disdain. Jacob also saw the monster and couldn't summon Cursed Immortality instantly. What is that thing? He quickly asked while his eyes were affixed on the monster, as it seemed to grow stronger with every second. Furthermore, the hole was now unguarded since that monster was busy chasing those mercenaries. Immortica wrote teasingly, "It seemed your luck is not bad." Jacob frowned. "What do you mean? I don't have time to play riddle with you." He. That thing is actually a man-made mutant after they combined genes of 2 species so they could achieve evolution. However, do you think those bunch of pig brains can achieve something like this and break the limit on their bloodline so easily? They're simply playing God, and they're terrible at that as well. Nevertheless, since that mutant is a mixture of 2 species, it meant it's a new species entirely. Currently, its rank is tier 7, and if he ate enough living beings, he can evolve into tier 8. But that's its limit since it was born after mixing the tier 2 genes into tier 5 genes. Hehehe, that's why I said it was your chance. If you can let it evolve into tier 8 and then kill it and acquire its heart, you'll probably 10% increase in the cursed mark. Most importantly, you failed to awake any ability on your 10% completion last time, but with that mutant heart, your chance of awakening an ability will also be higher since your heart is also mutant. Jacob's eyes suddenly lit up when he read the last details. He had already heard about the ability from Immortality, but he never managed to awaken it. Now, he was hearing it again, and it seemed his chances were quite high. He suddenly looked at the monster who had already gobbled up that burly mercenary whole despite his struggle, and quickly dashed toward the other direction where another mercenary had escaped. That monster has already entered the rank of rarer species. If I let it grow to tier 8, I'm afraid I would lose the ability to hunt it down altogether. What if I killed it now? Jacob asked. That mutant is still an infant. If you kill it now, you'll only get the normal benefits of swallowing a tier 7 species. A mutant like this only benefits you if it matured completely. Hehe, why don't you let it eat all those humans who are at the peak of tier 3 and then fed it that fellow hiding in that hole? It's a tier 5 hob troll who had broken the limit of its bloodline 2 times, Immortality suggested. Jacob's interest was suddenly piqued. Hob troll? What do you mean, broke the limit 2 times? He knew hob trolls were a tier 3 species like humans, and this hob troll was a tier 5. Immortality also mentions how that mutant came into being. It was also because someone tried to break the limit. Didn't I already explain that there are some species that can evolve in tiers despite the lower tiers they were born with? This is called the limit break, and the more limit a species breaks, the stronger it is from the other natural species of the same rank. Simply put, a B-rank human is someone who had broken the limit of their bloodline, and A-rank is the same case. The species with intelligence can break their limits and evolve into higher-tier species as long as they knew which is the right path for them. This is a higher concept you'll come in contact with once you meet the species above tier 12. You'll know just how insignificant you truly are. Ha 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 ha. Jacob felt slight fear, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes when he thought just how deep this entire concept was, and he wasn't even qualified to be a frog in the well yet. However, just as Immortality said, this wasn't the time to know about these things, and he should be grateful that the usually annoying book revealed this much to him without wasting his time in talking circles. Well, let's see how strong a hob troll who had broken this so-called bloodline limit is. Jacob's lips curled into a wintry smile. He had already killed hob trolls without using his strength before. Furthermore, this hob troll seemed to be in control of that mutant. If he could gain that control, he can easily kill that mutant after letting it evolve into tier 8. Is there more species in that hole, he asked. Only one. It seemed that hob troll had already fed everyone inside to that mutant to help it acquire this much strength. Hehehe, I wonder who will win between you two. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Do you mean that hob troll is as strong as me? He knew just how strong he was, and there was hardly anyone who could give him a fight in the uncommon region. I can't answer this question. I have already gotten my answer with your creepy laugh. Jacob sneered and closed the book. If things come to shove, I'll just use the Titan sniper, Jacob sneered. Before he take any further action, he take out something from his pendant. It was a faceless dark mask made with Titan iron. He had saved it for such occasions. He put on the mask, and it fit his face perfectly. Then he suddenly unfolded his collar, and it turned into a long hood. He covered his head with the hood on his jacket, completely hiding his silver hair. Now only his amber eyes were visible. He slowly crept toward the dark hole. If that mutant didn't have any allure to him, he would never take such a risk, and if he wanted to hunt that thing after it mature, he had to get rid of this hidden threat first. Jacob looked down the hole, and it was 20 meters deep, and there was a dim light. It seemed you managed to escape my pet's detection. Interesting. Jacob suddenly turned around and finally noticed the voice source. It was coming from a tree. He understood. Those blue dots he saw in that device were monitoring devices, and that guy was still in the hideout, monitoring everyone like he was watching a show. Jacob suddenly pulled a stiff smile under his mask as he sneered. How about you come out of this small hole of yours and we have a chat? It's meaningless. You're dead whether you meet me or not. The voice was filled with indifference and disdain, as if Jacob wasn't worth his attention. Jacob suddenly put a hand in his inner pocket and pulled out a blue landmine. He waved the landmine on the tree and coolly said, I wonder if I threw this in this hole, will you crawl out or not? 96, Chapter 96. Bluffing Jacob suddenly put a hand in his inner pocket and pulled out a blue landmine. He waved the landmine on the tree and coolly said, I wonder if throw this in this hole, will you crawl out or not? It seemed you have some skills to even acquire that intermediate smoke mine without blowing yourself up. But are you sure you wanted to meet me? The voice still sounded indifferent. Jacob, however, didn't buy that calm act and sneered, If you wanted to buy time for your pet to come here, I promise I'll throw it inside before I leave. What do you think will happen then? Truth be told, Jacob didn't want to waste this smoke mine, since it was probably the Glean Gnomes' trump card to get rid of a powerful opponent like him. That's why he was threatening, and he also wanted to see just how much this mind can scare this hobtroll who was as strong as him. Since you wish for death, I'll grant your wish. The husky voice was icy cold, but there was a hint of anger in his voice this time. Jacob's lip curled. He didn't want to go inside the hideout where this hobtroll had an absolute advantage, since he knew where the traps were set and how to activate them. Fighting outside was the best option, and he now had some idea just how scary this mine was, so he quickly put it away and took out 2 white smoke mines, and without any hesitation, he threw them inside with a wintry smile. If you think I'll let you walk out without any consequences, then you are a moron, Jacob sneered before he quickly dashed toward the tree. He never said he will fight fairly. Besides, if that mutant came back, he might not handle 2 of them together, and then he had to kill the mutant as well. That'd be a great waste. Furthermore, the latter seemed to be destroyed by the mutant when it crawled upward. He wanted to see how that hobtroll will climb up with that annoying smoke. Jacob quickly pulled out his Titan sniper, and after connecting it, he aimed it toward the hole. The moment that hobtroll appeared, he will not hesitate to shoot him. However, smoke suddenly started rising, covering the entire hole. Jacob frowned, but he didn't move from his position while staring at the smoke. He was also alert for any movement of that mutant. When a minute passed, Jacob suddenly noticed someone flying out the hole, and when he had a closer look, his expression changed. A stick grenade? Without any delay, he quickly took cover. He never thought this opponent was this resourceful, and this also take away his chance of killing that guy in one shot. With a booming sound, the smoke and dust cover the area. Jacob quickly attached the sniper to his back before he drew one short sword in one hand, while a black shotgun appeared in another hand. It was the shotgun he had made himself, and it was far more powerful than those low-quality shotguns he acquired. Jacob suddenly heard quick footsteps coming his way. He knew I'm here. Without any hesitation, he shot in that direction. Boom, you're not just talking, huh? But if you think these bullets can touch me, and this is where your confidence came from, then you're already dead. The hobtroll sneered. Jacob heard something flying right toward him. This bastard. He knew this was another stick grenade and quickly dashed toward another tree. Boom. The tree was blown into debris. Since you wanted to play, let's play. Jacob's voice was icy cold, and without any hesitation, he dashed toward the hobtroll while putting the shotgun away, and he drew his second short sword. You're not afraid of death, aren't you? The hobtroll clearly heard Jacob coming, and he seemed to want just that. Jacob saw a tall figure wrapped in a dark cloak at this moment, but his focus turned on the long 2-meter-long black spear in this figure's hand, especially the dark spear blade. It was 5 feet long and extremely sharp. Titan iron? Jacob instantly identified the blade, since he had worked with the Titan iron and his blade was the same. However, that spear was made with extremely high craftsmanship, while his swords were made by Isaac, who was only a blacksmith in a small town. The cloaked hobtroll also seemed to spot the 2-short sword in Jacob's hands. Who are you? His voice was stern with a hint of shock. He knew the Titan iron wasn't something just anyone could gain. Your death? Jacob smirked before he slashed his left sword toward the hobtroll's hand. Big words. The hobtroll's voice was mixed with rage. He swung his long spear vertically without giving Jacob's short sword any chance of approaching him. However, when both blades clashed, sparks appeared, and when the hobtroll thought Jacob would be sent flying, but on the contrary, he felt a tremendous force behind that strike. A rank? How is that possible? He's not human. The hobtroll was shocked this time because he was a hidden A-rank expert and didn't achieve it by himself as well. That's why he knew better than another just how powerful an A-rank expert was and how difficult to enter this rank was for races in the uncommon region. Before, he thought this masked man was from humans, but he knew humans didn't have any A-rank expert, nor had they had such support to help them reach this rank. That's why he quickly assumed Jacob from the rare region, and he was probably hired by the Glean Gnomes to protect their people in secret. His absolute confidence in winning this fight also crumbled when this realization struck him. Jacob was also slightly shocked when he felt his opponent wasn't weaker than him at all. It was his first time clashing with someone who could take his full force attack and remain standing. They both moved back a few feet after their first clash. The hobtroll coldly asked, "Who are you, and why are you getting in my way? Do you know the consequence of hindering the business of Killer Skull Society?" Before, the hobtroll wanted to kill Jacob, but now that he has a taste of Jacob's strength, he knew winning against Jacob would exhaust his most trump cards, which he didn't want. Furthermore, the mutant was still hunting those mercenaries, and Jacob didn't give him any chance to summon it back when he threw those smoke mines inside. That's why he stated the name of the organization behind him, because in his mind, Jacob was from the rare region, and in the rare region, very few powers provoke the Killer Skull Society because everyone knows the members of Killer Skull Society were all suicidal lunatics. Not even an A-rank mercenary would clash with Killer Skull Society alone, or he had to look over his shoulder all the time. A sudden realization dawned on Jacob. He couldn't help but sneer. "So, you are one of the clowns of that clown society. I was just wondering where I had seen this kind of dressing before. You dare to spout nonsense about my society? Do you dare to reveal your background?" The hobtroll was furious when he heard Jacob's belittling tone, but he was secretly more vigilant about Jacob's background now. Jacob sneered. I'm the protector of the Zodiac Taurus Bank in the Uncommon region, and I don't want your clown society hindering our business, so give me the control of that thing and scram. Jacob also didn't want to get in the fight with this hobtroll now. First, he wasn't confident in stopping him, and second, he still didn't know all of his hidden trump cards. So, it wasn't worth fighting him as long as he can trick him into submission and make him give up the mutant. That was why he simply bluffed about being the protector of the Zodiac Taurus Bank. Although he had no proof, his strength was enough proof, and his opponent would also think this way. Protector of Zodiac Taurus Bank? The hobtroll was shocked. The bigwigs of the three hegemonies weren't something even the Killer Skull Society provoked. However, the hobtroll was completely unwilling because they had exhausted vast resources to make that mutant and even tricked a race of the rare region. That mutant was a crucial part of their plan. How could he hand it over so easily? If your excellency is willing to back down, I'll compensate you with 10 million gold coins and won't cause much trouble in the humane kingdom. The hobtroll tone wasn't arrogant anymore, as he didn't want to fight Jacob to death. Jacob couldn't help but smile coldly and shook his head. I want that thing. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay away from my business. Or I can issue an order to every mercenary branch in the Uncommon region to hunt every single member of your clown society. 97. Chapter 97. The Might of Titan Sniper. The hobtroll's voice turned extremely icy. Are you really want to do this over a failed product? He really couldn't understand why Jacob was after that mutant since it had no value except it was a killing machine that didn't feel pain or remorse while killing. If Jacob weren't an A rank, he might risk killing Jacob and completing the mission before vanishing from the Uncommon region. Even if the Zodiac Taurus Bank sent someone to seek revenge, he and the members of the Killer Skull Society would be long gone in hiding. The Killer Skull Society was extremely secretive, and no one knows how it operates or where its hideouts were. That's why no one could get rid of it, despite being hated by almost everyone. However, Jacob's appearance had caught him off guard, since they didn't know someone like him even exist in the Uncommon region despite their information network. If Jacob really can move the mercenary of the entire Uncommon region, even the ones in the Earthen Kingdom, which was their base of operation, it would hinder whatever they were doing in the Uncommon region, which was far more important than a mutant. Now, he had only two choices: do as Jacob said and report this to the higher-ups, or he can risk everything which would put his life in danger, and if Jacob had some trump cards he might even die or lose a limb or two. Jacob sneered. Why don't you try? He could sense the opponent was almost in his hand. Roarer. Suddenly, the mutant's roar rang from a few hundred meters in the distance. That thing is coming back. Jacob's expression turned somewhat dark. The hobtroll suddenly dashed toward Jacob while he thrust his spear toward his chest. As long as I can keep you here, who will know what happened? The hobtroll's voice was filled with killing intent. He finally made his choice. This mutant was just too important for their real purpose in the Uncommon region. Now that it was coming back, if he could use its strength, Jacob would be dead, and before anyone knows what happened to Jacob, he would be long gone. Jacob knew things were going south, and he only had a minute or two before that mutant will reach here. He had to kill this guy and get hold of the control of that mutant. He used the sword in his left hand like a shield and slashed the other on the hobtroll's wrist. The hobtroll's reaction wasn't slow either. He slid his hand down and Jacob's sword met with the spear shaft, creating sparks. Jacob, on the other hand, was forced back because of the spear's impact on his chest. He's delaying. Jacob quickly saw through that hobtroll's scheme. With that spear length, he could easily keep Jacob away from himself as long as he didn't make any mistakes. Their reflexes were equally matched, which also made it impossible for them to kill each other quickly, while the hobtroll also had a psychological advantage in the form of the mutant. He knew Jacob would be desperate because of the mutant, and he just had to wait before he found an opening in Jacob's defense. As long as he wound Jacob gravely, he would use his trump card to make sure Jacob won't leave this place alive. However, he underestimated Jacob when he thought Jacob would use just swords to play his game. Jacob unexpectedly threw his sword at him like an arrow before he detached the sniper from his back and take aim. The hobtroll didn't expect Jacob would abandon his weapon for that long gun attached to his back. He wasn't afraid of bullets because in his view guns were not effective against a rank expert, and even if those bullets touched them they would only leave small wounds. The skin of A-rank mercenary was as tough as rock, so there were very few guns that could actually hurt them, and they were almost impossible to acquire since those stingy gunsmiths won't sell them easily. So, he only focused on blocking the incoming sword. Even if that bullet hit him, it would only leave a scratch since he was also wearing armor, and that cloak was also made with a beast hide, and he also had an extra hidden layer of protection. Jacob's lips curled upward, and he pulled the trigger. Boom! The Titan bullet, despite being shot after the sword, reached its target first. The hobtroll's heart palpitated when he heard that deafening gunshot. He was caught off guard, and he didn't even see the shadow of that bullet as it directly landed just below his neck. That impact was far more powerful than the impact he received from Jacob's strike, and he was sent flying like a ragdoll. Furthermore, the bullet was so fast that the shield barrier activated after the bullet successfully pierced through his cloak and armor and struck between his lungs. However, because of those two shields' protections, he was still alive, or that bullet could have completely poked a huge hole in his chest. But this didn't mean he was fine. His windpipe was also pressed by that bullet now, and his breath became ragged while the piercing pain assaulted him. He finally understood Jacob's throwing his sword was just a decoy, and his real trump card was this bullet, and he was now completely horrified of that gun, despite the surrounding barrier. This wound was not something he could ignore and continue to fight. Just as he was still in shock, click, the sound of reloading rang in his ears. Despite the surrounding barrier, he didn't feel safe anymore and wasn't confident like before. I have to escape and report this to higher up. He quickly abandoned any thought of struggle, and with extreme difficulty he suddenly slapped his leg. Jacob was about to shoot another bullet when dark blue smoke suddenly rose from the ground at an alarming rate. Paltry tricks. Jacob completely ignored that smoke, since it still wasn't fast enough to cover that wounded hobtroll. He pulled the trigger. The hobtroll was frightening now. He even pulled the spear between his head and neck. He knew as long as he can avoid damage to these parts, he can escape, and Jacob would probably aim at this area. His gamble paid off. Jacob wanted to end it and took a headshot. Although the bullet breaks the barrier, the Titan iron spearhead only bends but does not pierce or broke by the bullet impact. But it was enough to make a deep wound on the hobtroll's head. Fuck, Jacob cursed when he saw that blade safe that hobtroll. He again reloaded, but this time the smoke already reached his face, and the hobtroll had vanished. But he still took the shot. He was too close to killing that hobtroll. Boom. The bullet literally created a hole in the smoke with its speed, and when Jacob saw the bullet land on the ground, there wasn't any track of that hobtroll except his blood. He knew that bastard had escaped. Shit. Jacob was exasperated. This smoke was just too thick, and when noticed the burning sensation on his skin, his expression darkened even more. Is this the blue landmine? He was alarmed when he thought about it, and his skin suddenly started charred. He quickly pulled the hood over his eyes and dashed toward the hole not far away. Likewise, he knew this smoke was too deadly even for him, and that the underground hideout was his chance to escape it. Furthermore, he didn't want to try and outrun this smoke since he had no idea just how much range it had, and that hobtroll might be in that hideout as well. That guy was gravely wounded by him, and it won't be easily run in this blue acidic smoke. He wanted to finish that guy off since this might also kill the approaching mutant as well. It took away his chance to acquire a tier 8 mutant heart, and the benefits came with it. When he jumped inside the hole, the white smoke was still there, but because of Tiger Bull's hide, it didn't affect Jacob much, and he also covered his hands and face, so he was fine for now. Jacob tried to look around. He saw a pathway that led to the other side, which was lit in dim light. He slowly walked with silent feet while his sniper was aimed in front and the sword in his other hand. At the end of the hallway, Jacob saw something very familiar. There was a glass cell like in the Decker's lab, but it was completely broken. Did they make that mutant here? Jacob guessed as he noticed the blue liquid on the floor, mixed with blood and gore with some body parts of humans. It was a horrendous sight. There was some scattered medical equipment and a broken stretcher. But Jacob's attention was drawn to the opening of the west corner of this place, which was glowing in faint light. 98. Chapter 98. Hunting. The mutant. Jacob slowly moved toward that opening. When he was in front of that opening, he saw a huge monitor which was showing the entire lion forest with a glowing red dot. There was a map on the wall. A monitoring room? Is that the mutant? Jacob's eyes narrowed when he looked at the red dot, which was now moving away from this area at an incredible speed. After making sure that hobtroll wasn't hiding anywhere, he relaxed a bit and started to search through the monitor room. He also pocketed that unfamiliar map. Jacob just looked behind the wide monitor screen when his expression changed because there was a timer that continued counting down, and there were only 15 seconds left until it reached 0. That hateful prick. Jacob couldn't help but curse out loud, and without waiting to see what that timer was about, he took a last glance at the monitor and ran toward the exit at full speed. The dark blue smoke was already starting to enter the hideout, but Jacob didn't care about that. He quickly jumped around the wall like a monkey and exited the hideout into the thick blue smoke. He quickly hid his skin and ran in the east direction without stopping. Thereupon, a booming sound rang in the vicinity, and a tremor passed through the ground. Jacob's eyes were deadly cold. Don't let me catch you. He knew that hobtroll was behind the activation of that timer, so he could destroy everything in that hideout if things goes awry, and he succeeded. Jacob knew there was something that hobtroll didn't want anyone to see, and the mutant control might be in that place as well. Now everything was gone, while that mutant might die in this smoke. He also lost one of his short swords he threw at the hobtroll and wasted Titan bullets. However, Jacob suddenly noticed the resistance of that thick smoke was getting lighter. He couldn't help but peek slightly, and the blue smoke was getting lighter and lighter with every second. But what was different about this was, he wasn't getting out of the range of the smoke, but it was now moving in a west direction at an extremely alarming rate, like some vacuum was sucking it. Now what? Jacob was astonished because that direction was the exact direction where the mutant fled in. Jacob frowned slightly. It was his chance to get out of here, but he was curious about why this smoke was going in that direction. Here goes nothing. If this was that hobtroll, I'll get rid of that prick for good and acquire that mutant heart while at it. He thought and followed that smoke from a safe distance while his Titan sniper was in his hand. After following the smoke for over 800 meters, Jacob finally saw the source, and he was shocked. He saw a gigantic shadow in the center of the blue smoke, and all the smoke was vanishing into this shadow. But the most shocking thing was that the shadow was growing larger as the blue smoke got absorbed by it. That mutant is absorbing this smoke? Jacob had seen the mutant, and that shadow looked exactly like it, and it was already 6 meters tall now. Fuck, I can't summon Immortica anymore. Is it evolving somehow with this smoke's help? Jacob could only guess now since he had no idea how this evolution worked, but he could feel that the mutant was growing stronger at an alarming rate. This might be my chance. Jacob's heart raced when he thought about how this disaster turned into an opportunity for him. He quickly hid within the crown of a tree that was now filled with withered leaves and waited for that mutant to absorb the smoke completely. On the south of the lion forest, a figure surrounded by a red transparent barrier was running while drops of blood kept falling from his cloak. He halted when he felt the blue smoke was gone. Without delay, he skewered his fingers into the bloody hole in his chest and groaned as he gritted his teeth. Soon he slid his fingers out, and a 16mm black bullet head could be seen between his fingers. He growled in hatred while clenching the bullet head. I'll remember this. He then takes out a small metal flask and gulped a green liquid down completely. How did I exit the area of the intermediate smoke mine so quickly? The hobtroll was confused, but when he thought about Jacob and the gun that could even break past the shield barrier, he didn't want to stay here to find out the reason behind it. He then glanced around before he began to move again. His speed was much faster than before. I never thought the mission would fail in the humane kingdom without it even begun. I have to report it to the higher-ups. It seemed someone is paying attention to the uncommon region, and the letter disappearance might also have something to do with it. It's good that I have already connected the self-destruction trigger with this intermediate mine. Now no one will get anything out of that place. We had to lie low for the time being. As for that protector, I look forward to our next meeting. His dark green eyes were filled with killing intent as he vanished into the dark forest. On the other side, Jacob had no idea the hobtroll was completely clueless about what was happening with the mutant right now. The smoke was already gone, and the 7-meter-tall mutant appeared tens of meters away from him. Its color was now purple, while its humanoid body was more muscular, and its long, ugly face had characteristics of a glean gnome, except for its emotionless, glowing red eyes, and the dreadful aura it was giving off. Howl-a-lemon port for. It suddenly let loose a reverberating howl, which made even Jacob feel pressure. It has evolved. Jacob was sure of it as his face lit up. With a cold smile, he aimed directly toward its head and pulled the trigger. He didn't want to fight this thing and save some bullets. It simply wasn't worth it. Boom. The Titan bullet directly landed on its huge, slimy head, and the impact made the huge mutant lose its balance, and it fell between trees. However, it wasn't dead. The bullet only penetrated its thick skin. With a deafening mad cry, it quickly ran on his limb between trees. Jacob's expression turned serious when he saw this. It seemed it wasn't just a mindless idiot anymore. It can tell the Titan bullet can threaten its life, so he's running. But you're not getting away that easily. Jacob's lips curled before he chased the fleeing mutant while he changed the empty magazine with his spare one while storing the empty one away. He aimed while running and pulled the trigger. Another sonic boom rang, and the bullet landed on the mutant's shoulder, which made it cry in pain and rage. It twisted around and threw a punch toward the direction where that bullet had come from. But Jacob kept a 50-meter distance from it, and the mutant did not know how far he was, so the punch only blasted a tree. Although it was intelligent to tell the danger and fled for its life, it wasn't that intelligent to know how a gun works. Jacob sneered and again pulled the trigger while aiming right where the bleeding hole in its head was. Now it was in his view. Boom. Bullseye. Jacob smirked when the bullet landed on its mark. The mutant let loose a ghastly howl, this time as it clutched his head with its claws. The bullet had pierced through the skull and his brain, and if it was someone else, they would have been dead by now. Jacob knew it was only a matter of time before that mutant will die. So, he didn't waste more bullets and kept watching as the mutant's shrill screams become powerless. After 10 minutes of struggle, the mutant hands finally turned limp, and it started to fall on its head forward. Boom! Another bullet pierced the same head wound again, which also sent the mutant flying back. It was an insurance shot by Jacob just to make sure that thing died completely. After the mutant fell to the ground with a massive thud, Jacob still waited for 10 minutes before he finally came out of his cover. He crept toward the huge body of the mutant, which lay lumped between the destroyed trees. He had to admit that this mutant was really like a cockroach. Jacob kicked the mutant a few times, and after he was completely sure that it was dead, he attached his sniper on his back again and took out his sword. He walked toward its chest and cut open its slimy chest. When he saw the 2 feet large blue heart, he was astonished. Nevertheless, he took out the heart box, and the heart barely fit in it. He then had to use another box to fill it with blood. As for its meat, he would not eat it after watching it absorb that blue smoke. Without caring about what will happen next, he left toward the Lionheart City. It's time for him to leave the uncommon region. 99, Chapter 99. Leaving 10 hours after Jacob left the Lion Forest, a small regiment of soldiers appeared in the area where an enormous crater was located, and some soldiers were completely blocking the vicinity, closing it for civilians. A tall, middle-aged man in leather clothes with a sword scabbard on his back was standing in front of the mutant body with another middle-aged man in a lavish outfit with long hair. 2 beauties were standing beside this long-haired man. One of them wore a tight hunter outfit while the other was wearing white loose robes and a veil to cover her face. But her intelligent eyes were looking at the mutant with great interest. The long-haired, middle-aged man suddenly spoke with indignation. "You discovered this facility and didn't even bother to tell me about you? Are you rebelling, Rose?" The tall, heroic beauty was none other than Rosalia, or Rose, who managed to escape with her life last night because the mutant mysteriously decided to return. She didn't dare to stay here and directly found her father, the overseer of the city lord, Vil Lionheart, and told him everything. Vil was naturally shocked when he heard about that monster that couldn't be hurt with bullets and can eat C-rank mercenaries like carrots. Although he was furious at Rose for keeping it a secret from him, he had no time to scold her because he knew his arrogant and proud daughter won't seek him unless she can't handle anything herself. And if she can't handle something, this means it was really serious. So, he quickly contacted the vice leader Kite of the Star Mercenary Agency to come with him and investigate. Kite quickly agreed when he heard there was a facility in this place, which means huge profit if they get anything valuable. However, when they reached this place, not only the facility was destroyed by someone, but the monster was also slain. Truth be told, when Kite saw the mutant, even he felt his heart jump and thanked the person who killed it. Or this thing might really flatter the entire fief of the Lionheart family, his agency included. Rose pursed her lips and she said, "I told you I was wrong. We have a more important matter to deal with. Can we talk about it after we found out who killed it and destroyed the facility?" Rose had first-handedly experienced the might of this mutant, and she never felt so much despair in her life as she felt last night. Vil's expression turned livid. "You dare to talk back? You are grounded for a year." He was really furious not because the facility was destroyed or Rose hid the truth, but because Rose nearly get herself killed because of some fame and wealth. He loved his daughter far more than anything, and Rose was the apple of his eyes as the eldest daughter and most talented of his children. But he had spoiled her so much, she now didn't even listen to him. That's why I was now regretting his way of raising her. Rose merely pouted but didn't retort anymore. She knew her dad meant well and care about her, and it was her fault to begin with, so she remained silent this time. Vil finally looked at the veiled woman, who had a gorgeous figure even more seductive than Rose. He sighed and asked bitterly, "Guildmaster, please forgive my manner. Did you discover what this thing is?" This veiled woman was none other than the Guildmaster of Apothecary Guild, Paula. Normally, Paula never bothered herself with anyone, as she was obsessed with her research. But today she approached Vil and requested to tag alone when she found out about the incident last night from her sources. Vil was more than happy to have her on board since she was an expert when it came to biological things like this. Paula said with uncertainty, "First, it would be better if we don't touch it with our hands. Do you see the conditions of the trees and group beneath this monster? It is probably some poisonous substance. Second, whoever killed it, they killed it with an extremely powerful projectile weapon, like a gun, and then take its heart and left. Lastly, I want your men to send this carcass to the guild lab. I can only answer your other question after I examined it more thoroughly." Kite's eyes narrowed when he heard the second point. A weapon that could kill this thing? Just who was it? I never heard Gunsmith Guild inventing such weapons, or the agency will do anything to get their hands on it. I have to report it to the capital. If those gunsmiths were hiding such weapon, we have to force them in handing it over. Even the king might get involved to get such a weapon, and those gunsmiths won't be able to hide it once that happened. Despite he was shaken by this surreal event, his heart raced and a greedy glint flashed past his eyes when he thought of getting such a weapon. Vil and Rose had the same thought as Kite. Suddenly, a soldier approached them. "My lord, we found this stab in a tree bark in the rubble." They looked at the dark, short sword, which was extremely sharp. Kite couldn't help but take it from the soldier and then slashed it on a tree. Everyone was astonished when the tree was cut like it was jelly. Could it be the Titan iron? Vil had seen Titan iron once, and he heard just how deadly a weapon made with it can be. Furthermore, this sword was probably purely made with Titan iron, which was even more shocking. Just who were these people? Kite couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He turned around and said, "I want this sword. I hope the city lord won't have any problem with it. In return, I owe you 3 C-rank missions." He was also a sword user, and this sword was just too sharp, and he was planning to have it recast. He will be as strong as the agency leader with the new weapon. Vil saw through Kite's intentions, while Rose frowned because even she wanted that sword of Titan iron. "All right, I have no issue. This sword will only shine in the vice leader's hand anyway." Vil agreed. In the end, 3 free C-rank missions were quite a good deal for him. But Rose wanted to fight for the sword. "You have no say in it." Vil glared at her and shut her down. Rose resentfully looked at Vil before storming away. Kite was quite content and chuckled. "She's just a child. Don't worry, she'll come around." Vil sighed bitterly. "I hope so." While the upper echelon was busy in the lion forest and curious about who was the killer of the gigantic monster, the man himself was busy in a close smithy room in the Gunsmith Guild. Jacob didn't sleep or rest after he returned and directly come to the Gunsmith Guild to make more Titan bullets and also service his Titan sniper. Lastly, he was making new Titan swords. Since he lost one, they weren't as sharp as the Hobtroll's spear. He decided to recast the old one and make a new one with it. This time, he made one side of the short swords into a full chisel and forged the swords into crescent blades. He used an ancient method to reforge these blades, which he learned in his old world. He also put metal bearings in the center of 2 hits, so he could rotate them on his fingers to confuse his opponent. Now, whoever was stabbed by these blades will know the true meaning of pain, and he was quite confident that Titan's spear will be chipped if it clashed with these 2 blades. After spending 20 hours in the guild, he left silently as he appeared before taking one last glance at the building. Then he returned to this house, and the first thing he did was to start the distillation process with the gnome heart and left to take a bath and pack his things. His only belonging was the Titan iron bricks expect them. All the things he needed were in his pendant, which was already packed. He also had to store his blood boxes in the big black bag with the bricks because he needed to store the bullets. The space was just too small. The whole Titan sniper can't fit if he didn't separate it into 2 small components. After he was done packing, he collected the gnome heart essence in injection and stored away before he put the mutant heart for distillation. He wasn't planning to inject these heart essences here and do it in the wilderness where he could hunt the rare beasts. Jacob also studied the large map he got from the hideout, and it was surprisingly the map of entire rainy mountain ranges in the uncommon region, which was just the thing he needed the most. When the mutant crystal red heart essence was ready, he put it in a flask and stored it away and packed the distillation equipment in another bag. Under the shade of night, Jacob left the Lionheart City without anyone noticing and started this trek toward the Rare Races region. 100, Chapter 100, Dark City 1. Jacob entered the rainy mountain ranges in 10 days since he chose the long route because the lion forest was lively when he passed the area. Although he knew why they were gathering there, he didn't care what they found or what they think about this whole incident. Since he was leaving for good, he had nothing to do with whatever they found. Even if they knew it was him and somehow found out about his identity, can they come looking for him in the Rare region? The answer was obviously no. Even that hob troll didn't dare to cross the rainy mountain ranges without a safe route and map. This place was just too large, and once you enter deep enough, there are tons of rare beasts roaming there freely in packs or colonies. That's why no one dared to cross this place recklessly, and those who tried never came back to tell the tale. Even rare species like Gleam Gnome required a safe passage and assistance to cross this place in one piece. No, all the rare races were physically strong, and they all had their unique aspects. Besides, very few rare species were willing to enter the uncommon region after risking their lives because there wasn't any worthy of their attention. Jacob found the marked passage on the map from the hideout, and, to his surprise, he seldom encountered any animals. He reckoned it was a safe passage. If he didn't have this map, it would take him far more effort to move. However, after crossing mountains and forests day after day, it took him 7 months to reach the end of this passage marked on the map. Jacob still didn't encounter any rare species, and he didn't go to look for them either. He now looked slim, just like when he exited the Decker's lab, but his eyes were filled with vigorous spirit. He was even stronger than his bulky self 7 months ago and moved faster between these woods. Nevertheless, he still hasn't used the heart essences in his pendant because he was waiting for the right time. Today, Jacob's footsteps came to a halt because in front of him was a vast, active river that was 2 kilometers wide. Jacob looked at the lush forest and tall mountain on the other side of this river. So this is the border river which separates the 2 regions. As long as I cross this river, I'll step into the rare region. But this water current is too strong for me to swim on the other side with these bags. Jacob frowned slightly. Although this river was marked on the map, it didn't tell where this river start or where it end. Neither did he know if there was another, safer way to cross this river. Those gnomes weren't strong enough to cross this raging river on their own. So, Jacob didn't dare to take such a risk and try to see if he could find some kind of bridge or abandoned boats. However, even after walking for a few miles, he saw nothing, and the pressure of the river flow didn't decrease either. Is there something I'm missing? Jacob again took out the map and looked carefully again. What is this black part? I think it was just a mountain, but I'm only a few miles away from this place, and there are no mountains. Jacob frowned as his eyes shimmered with uncertainty, but he just couldn't help but take his eyes off this strange black part. Since he didn't find any way to cross this river, he decided to check this area. It might be some kind of beast nest. As long as he can make his body compatible with 20% of his cursed mark progress, he might cross this river without sacrificing anything. This also means he needs to hunt for at least a rare beast that could alleviate his hunger faster. If he tried to do it with the uncommon animals, it might take him years. Jacob also buried his bags a few meters away from the river and marked the area with a special mark that only he can identify. He also marked the terrain on the map. After he was done, he moved toward the black mark at full speed. However, when he reached the place, he was astonished because he saw a valley that was closed with gigantic doors. Is this some kind of secret hub? He remembered something at this moment from Decker's journal. He had already finished and remembered who book in these 7 months and then torched it since it take too much storage. Not only did he get Decker's knowledge and research as an apothecary, but he also learned some useful information about the rare region. That fucker mentioned he bought the heart of a rat hound from some dark city. His lab was also on this side of the river, so how could he cross it on a daily basis with his weak ass? This might be the place where he got all his equipment and ration. Those genomes were the same. Realization dawned on him when he thought about it more carefully. Then it all started to make sense. Why didn't humans know about this place? Or they simply didn't have the right? Jacob couldn't help but wonder. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he won't go back without finding out what this place was, and he might find something interesting if this place was like a black market. However, this place was also dangerous, since criminals like Decker can roam in this place freely, and then there were still those two giants who had him flee from Decker's hideout. If they were still here, he had to be even more careful. After deciding, Jacob sprang into action. He wore his mask and hood before he walked toward the huge closed doors. When he was 10 meters away, an imposing voice rang. Only rare or above species are allowed in Dark City. If you have any identity, show it. The details will be classified. But if you're a lowly ant, scram. Jacob's eyes turned cold when he heard this voice coming from those doors. So, there was such a condition involved, huh? At least they didn't tell me to reveal my face. At least now, he knew those races from the uncommon region didn't have the right to enter this place, which made him even more curious. Jacob put his hand inside his jacket and took out a white ID card, which was none other than Decker. He never thought it would come in handy at such a time. He didn't have any ID cards from the rare region. But he can't show the Mercenary Agency or Gunsmith Guild cards because there were the Humane Kingdom written in the Citizen section. It means those IDs were more like a disaster than help. Suddenly, a red ray shone directly on the ID card, and the ordinary white ID card suddenly shimmered in blue light, which made Jacob's eyes squint. Then the red light vanished and the voice sounded again. It's not fake. You may enter the Dark City. Remember the rules. No fighting, no thefts, and no provoking others. If you break any rules, the Dark City will be your graveyard. Just as the voice trailed off, a small door slid upward into the giant door. Jacob put the ID card away and moved toward the opening. However, just when he crossed the gate, he was met with another barricade. 4 burly armored guards were wearing masks standing straight on the other side, armed with guns and spears. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the cold blue spears in their hands. He knew they were probably created with a metal like a Titan iron or even stronger. As for their guns, he was even more astonished because they were all automatic AO-63 assault rifles. There was a small masked woman in a tight dress sitting behind a glass counter. She said in her eerie voice without caring about Jacob's reaction, 10 golden coin for 10-day pass, 25 gold coin for a month pass, 200 gold coins for a year pass. Which one do you want? Jacob finally turned his attention to this small woman who had dark green skin, and he knew she wasn't a human. Even those guards have dark brown skin. But everyone's faces were hidden under masks. What kind of place is this? Jacob couldn't help but ask. The woman answered nonchalantly. The Dark City belongs to a neutral organization that didn't belong to any race or religion. We don't care if you are a saint or a devil. As long as you don't break our rules, we won't take action against you. We have dark cities all over the plains, and as long as you are qualified to enter, you can enjoy a safe environment and trade anything you wish according to the Dark City level. No one will ask for your identity as long as you didn't want to show it, and no one will cause trouble here, even if they are from 3 hegemonies. If you want more information, we have a Dark City Guild book. You can buy it for 10 silver. Now, don't waste my time and tell me which pass you want, or I'll kick you out in 10 seconds.